Chapter 1. Did I become a ruthless bandit? How many from Tian Yangsheng are my brothers? May 1984. Hong Kong. Kowloon Walled City. Doctor, when will my older brother wake up? Well, it's uncertain. The patient's head has sustained damage. He could wake up at any moment, or he might. Curse you, you incompetent doctor. What did you tell me before? He'll have your life. All right, Aji, let him be. In the darkness, Lin Ze was startled awake by the commotion. Slowly opening his eyes, a sharp pain surged through him, causing him to instinctively hiss, his brows furrowing deeply. Ziga? Ziga, you're awake? A melodious voice reached his ears, laced with a hint of surprise. Quick, call the doctor. What is happening to me? As Lin Ze opened his eyes, he gazed blankly at the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Ziga, it's me, Xiaoxi. A beautiful woman, standing just a few feet away, spoke with evident delight. Xiaoxi? Lin Ze was bewildered. Just as he was about to respond, a sudden jolt of pain shot through his mind, followed by a cascade of images flooding his consciousness, akin to a slideshow, causing the already weakened Lin Ze to faint once more. In his hazy state, he heard someone urgently asking, Doctor, what is happening? What's wrong with my older brother? Time passed without his awareness. When Lin Ze regained consciousness and opened his eyes, the room was illuminated. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a small, dilapidated space. The walls were peeling, resembling a patchwork, with some areas exposing the bare bricks beneath. He did not rush to rise. Lying on the bed, Lin Ze quietly sorted through his thoughts. Moments later, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He had traversed time. He had found himself in 1980s Hong Kong. As if that were not enough, he had assumed the identity of a refugee. A refugee who had fled from an am. Fortunately, the original owner of this identity was also of Chinese descent, bearing the same name, Lin Ze. This brought him a modicum of comfort. Furthermore, he recalled the woman named Ah Si from before his unconsciousness, Tian Yangsheng. Like him, she was a child soldier who had escaped to Hong Kong as a refugee. Tian Yangsheng had 6 siblings, the eldest being Tian Yangsheng, a character Lin Ze recognized as a villain from a film he had watched in his previous life. Upon this realization, Lin Ze pondered, could it be that I have traversed into the realm of Hong Kong cinema? As a promising youth of the 21st century, Lin Ze had indulged in numerous novels, many of which featured protagonists who ventured into cinematic worlds. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. He resolved not to concern himself with whether this was indeed a cinematic universe. The truth would reveal itself once he stepped outside. System? Lin Ze silently contemplated. He wished to ascertain whether he possessed any extraordinary abilities, as many renowned figures in transmigration tales often did. Ding! A strong summons from the host detected weekly gift package system is activating. 3, 2, 1. Activation successful. Ding! Detection of unissued gift package system is automatically issuing. Ding! This week's gift package has been issued. Would you like to receive it? A mysterious voice echoed within his mind. Lin Ze's face radiated with sheer ecstasy. Initially, it was merely an attempt, but to his astonishment, it proved to be genuine. Claim. The exhilarated Lin Ze decisively opted to accept the reward. Ding! Claim successful. You have acquired the following prizes. 1. A vial of enhanced super soldier serum. 2. A portable warehouse scroll. 3. The persona panel of Feng Yuxiu. Beholding the sudden appearance of the notification panel, Lin Ze's expression transformed into one of delight. Super Soldier Serum Description. Upon usage, it automatically unlocks the host's latent potential, granting the host extraordinary strength, enhanced physical resilience, muscle development, and reaction speed, as well as immunity to various diseases, increased lifespan, and slowed aging. Portable Warehouse. Upon usage, it generates a warehouse measuring 100 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 10 meters in height, with a total capacity of 20,000 cubic meters. Feng Yuxiu Persona Panel. Upon usage, it bestows the insights and martial prowess of Feng Yuxiu. Each item was remarkable in its own right. Following the system's guidance, Lin Ze chose to utilize the Feng Yuxiu Persona Panel. In an instant, his mind was inundated with a plethora of martial arts techniques and profound insights, as if he instinctively possessed them. Next, he retrieved the scroll and chose to activate it. In a flash of radiant light, a portable warehouse materialized in his mind. Gazing at the warehouse, which rivaled the size of a basketball court, Lin Ze's lips curled into a smile. With this system warehouse, smuggling would become an effortless endeavor. He then produced the vial of super soldier serum, which emitted a luminous blue liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the syringe, rolled up his sleeve, and plunged it into his arm. Moments later, the blue liquid coursed through his veins. Suddenly, Lin Ze was engulfed by a wave of energy, his body ablaze with heat, a piercing pain enveloping him, compelling him to bite down on the blanket, his body trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This agony was unlike anything he had ever experienced, as if his very being were on the verge of exploding. Time lost meaning until, in a state of utter weakness, just as he felt he might faint, the pain began to subside. After a brief 10 seconds, the torment vanished. Lin Ze released his grip, casting aside the nearly shredded blanket, gasping for breath as he sat upright, examining his hands. There appeared to be no visible changes. Yet, he felt an inexhaustible strength within him, as if a single punch could effortlessly shatter a wall. Rising, he searched the room for a mirror to assess his appearance, but found none. Reluctantly, he inspected areas visible to him. His thighs, arms, abdomen, and chest all remained unchanged, devoid of the muscular transformation he had anticipated post-serum. This revelation brought him considerable relief. He adjusted his pants and glanced down, his heart soaring with joy. Remarkably, he noticed new growth. Judging by its length, it was certainly rare. Anyone fortunate enough to become his partner in the future would undoubtedly experience bliss. Releasing his grip, he lowered his gaze to the sweat on his chest and abdomen. A frown crossing Lin Ze's features. As he approached the door, he pulled it open and stepped outside. Beyond the door lay the living room, a modest space of approximately a dozen square meters, cluttered with various odds and ends. A short-haired woman clad in a white t-shirt and jeans was boiling water. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door, she turned around, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Lin Ze. "Ze, you're awake?" The young woman's radiant expression caught Lin Ze's attention, and as he glanced at the nearby table where medicinal preparations awaited, a faint smile graced his pale features. "ACI, thank you for your efforts." Though his memories from after he lost consciousness were scant, he recalled that their relationship had been quite amicable in the past. Tian Yangsheng shook her head, concern etched on her face. "Zeech, how do you feel?" "I'm all right, just a bit hungry." Upon hearing his stomach's complaint, Tian Yangsheng quickly responded, "Then please rest, I will go out later to buy something to eat." With that, she extended her hands to assist him in sitting down. "Actually, I'd prefer to take a shower first. I'm drenched in sweat and feel quite uncomfortable. But you have a bandage on your head, and the doctor advised against getting it wet." "It's fine. We'll just avoid washing my hair." Lin Ze surveyed the room. "By the way, where are my clothes? Could you help me find a clean outfit?" "I'll get them for you." Before long, Tian Yangsheng returned with a fresh set of shorts and a t-shirt. Lin Ze expressed his gratitude and took the garments in the bathroom. Chapter 2. Is robbing a bank worth it? Kidnapping seems preferable. Upon entering the exceedingly rudimentary bathroom, which boasted only a faucet, Lin Ze could hardly suppress a grimace. Yet, upon realizing he was in Kowloon Walled City, he felt a sense of resignation. In such a chaotic enclave, teeming with refugees, conditions could hardly be expected to be better. He shed his clothes and turned on the faucet, filling a basin to wash himself. Midway through, however, the water abruptly ceased. Damn! Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words. According to his recollections, such occurrences were not uncommon in Kowloon Walled City. After drying himself off with a towel, he donned the clean clothes and shorts. A moment later, Lin Ze emerged to find Tian Yangsheng back, with steaming pastries laid out on the table. "Zeech, I bought you some pastries. Have a bite to tide you over while eat together when Sheng and the others return." Lin Ze nodded, taking a seat at the dining table and reaching for a pastry, savoring it as he inquired, "ACI, where are Sheng and the others?" Since they were all young recruits, and Lin Ze had previously shielded Tian Yangsheng from gunfire on the battlefield, he was regarded as the elder brother, being a year older at 28. Sheng and the others went out to find work. They haven't returned yet. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. The group of 8 had illegally crossed into Hong Kong, with every necessity requiring funds. Having been there for several days, it was likely their money was running low. Contemplating this, Lin Ze began to ponder how to generate some income. After considerable thought, however, he could not devise a viable plan. While the idea of becoming a literary plagiarist might yield a modest income, he is simply not suited for that path. Although he can recall certain narratives from novels, his written expressions may fail to resonate with the contemporary context. Furthermore, his writing style is rather lackluster, and it is uncertain whether anyone would be inclined to purchase his work. Should he abandon the prospect of being a plagiarist, he is left to navigate the complexities of society. In the tumultuous Hong Kong of the 1980s, where gang affiliations thrived, his current skills alongside his companions, Tian Yangsheng and others, could potentially carve out a name for themselves. However, he is disinclined to live as a mere foot soldier, for not only would such a life yield little financial gain, but it would also immerse him in a world of criminality. Even if he were to ascend to the status of a notorious figure within the underworld, it would hardly prove advantageous. He would find himself under constant surveillance by law enforcement, perpetually guarding against rival factions seeking his demise. Why endure such a precarious existence? Thus, he dismissed the notion of joining a gang. Establishing a legitimate business was also unfeasible, as he lacked the necessary capital. This predicament caused Lin Ze to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he was not one to dwell on problems without solutions. If he could not devise a plan, he would set it aside for the time being. Presently, he needed to allow his injuries to heal in tranquility. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Tian Yangsheng and his companions returned. Upon spotting Lin Ze, they eagerly approached to greet him, inquiring about his health. Lin Ze reassured them that he was recovering well and merely required a few days of rest. He then inquired about their recent activities. Tian Yangsheng produced a newspaper. "Zeech, take a look at this." Lin Ze turned his attention to the Oriental Daily, which featured a particular article. Yesterday afternoon, a jewelry store in Simsha fell victim to a robbery, resulting in multiple injuries and losses exceeding 10 million in gold, silver, and jewels. According to police reports, this robbery is connected to a similar incident that occurred in Mongkok a month prior. It is suspected that the same culprits may be involved. The police have initiated an investigation and are committed to apprehending the robbers to ensure the safety of the public's lives and property. After perusing the article, Lin Ze instantly grasped Tian Yangsheng's implication. "Ah Sheng, are you considering emulating the robbers described in the newspaper to raid a jewelry store?" Tian Yangsheng nodded. "Zeech, we discussed this and concluded that this is the fastest way to earn money." Seated nearby, Tian Yangyi stood up. "Zeech, this job pays well. With our skills, we are bound to succeed." Lin Ze nodded, surprisingly unfazed by their choice. Recalling the films he had watched in his past life, he realized that Tian Yangsheng and his brothers were akin to robbers, though they targeted banks rather than jewelry stores. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this plan? A single misstep could lead to a confrontation with law enforcement." Lin Ze pondered for a moment before addressing them. "Zeech, we have deliberated thoroughly. Life and death, our predetermined wealth and nobility, are matters of fate. Rather than languish in obscurity, we would rather take a risk." Tian Yangsheng spoke earnestly. "And what about the rest of you?" Lin Ze inquired, turning to the others in the room. They affirmed, "Zeech, we have made our decision." Seeing their resolve, Lin Ze nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Although he harbored reservations about embarking on a life of crime, for them, it indeed appeared to be a swift route to wealth. "In that case, allow me to share my perspective. My suggestion is that robbing a jewelry store may not be the most rewarding endeavor. Rather, we should consider a different approach." "A different approach?" Tian Yangsheng was taken aback. "Zeech, what do you have in mind?" Tian Yangyi inquired. "How much can one truly gain from robbing a jewelry store? What is the point of seizing jewels worth 100 million if one must then seek a buyer for the stolen goods? Even if we manage to secure a mere 30% of that value, it would be a rare stroke of luck. Furthermore, robbing a jewelry store is fraught with danger and easily attracts unwanted attention. A moment's inattention can lead to exposure. The risks are not commensurate with the potential rewards. I propose we undertake a grand scheme kidnapping a wealthy individual and extorting a ransom in the millions. This would yield swifter returns. With meticulous planning, the risks are minimal and there would be no need to find a buyer for the stolen goods." Lin Ze spoke with conviction, his ideas seemingly igniting a spark of interest in Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangyi's face lit up with excitement. "Brother Ze, That idea is excellent. Kidnapping a rich person for ransom eliminates the need for dealing with the sale of stolen goods, thus significantly increasing our profits. However, Tian Yangsheng interjected, kidnapping a wealthy individual will undoubtedly provoke a strong response from the police in Hong Kong. They will pursue us relentlessly. Rest assured, Lin Ze replied with a smile. The kidnapped millionaire would be too afraid to alert the authorities, as police investigations take time. Should word get out and reach us, the wealthy individual would fear retribution. Thus, as long as we do not harm them and simply take the money, they will only lament their misfortune and will not dare to confront us desperate individuals. In his view, as long as they remained anonymous and their identities concealed, kidnapping a wealthy person would be far less arduous than robbing a jewelry store, especially in today's society. Incidents of wealthy individuals being kidnapped are rare and have not yet surfaced. The affluent of Hong Kong do not typically travel with a large entourage of bodyguards, presenting a viable opportunity for success. I believe Brother Ze's idea is quite sound. Putting myself in the shoes of a wealthy individual, if I were kidnapped, I too would hesitate to report it. Tian Yangsheng expressed his support. I concur, added Tian Yangsheng, with others echoing their agreement. Seeing his younger siblings united in their willingness to engage in kidnapping, Tian Yangsheng set aside his reservations and nodded. Brother Ze, who do you think we should target? That one, Lin Ze said, pointing to a photograph of an individual in the newspaper. Li Huanghua? Tian Yangsheng exclaimed in surprise. To be precise, his son, Lin Ze affirmed with a nod, providing his rationale. Li Huanghua belongs to the wealthiest echelon in Hong Kong, and his history in business reflects his cunning and shrewdness. Such individuals, while adept in their enterprises, harbor a fundamental fear of death. The more astute the businessman, the more they weigh gains and losses. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to a do-or-die scenario, as making money is not a daunting challenge for them. In a previous life, he had encountered news regarding the kidnapping of Li Huanghua's eldest son, which reportedly resulted in a ransom close to 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Such reports suggest an underlying truth. Although he had never interacted with Li Huanghua personally, past news articles painted him as a cautious individual, one unlikely to be swayed by anger. The others listened to Lin Ze's analysis, nodding in agreement with his insights. Chapter 3. Formulating an Action Plan. The golden finger arrives. After reaching a consensus, Lin Ze assumed the role of strategist and began assigning tasks. Sheng, you and Ji, Xin are responsible for investigating the daily routes of the eldest son of the Li family. I need to know when he leaves home each day, the places he frequents, and the number of bodyguards accompanying him. Once you gather this information, visit these locations to determine the most opportune moment to act. Your task is to procure weapons, acquire several AKs, and stock up on grenades for unforeseen circumstances. It's prudent to be well prepared, Lin Ze reasoned, believing that possessing additional firepower would be advantageous should they encounter resistance. Tian Yang and the others nodded in agreement. Perhaps the thought of abducting a wealthy magnate invigorated them, for they all found it difficult to sleep that night, their spirits heightened. The next morning, Lin Ze awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock. Glancing around the room at the empty beds, he dressed and made his way to the living room, finding it devoid of company. The only sound emanated from the kitchen. Approaching, he discovered Tian Yangsheng busy washing clothes. He called out, Tian Yangsheng, Zhiga, you're awake? Yes, Lin Ze nodded. Have Sheng and the others left? Yes, he departed early this morning, Tian Yangsheng replied, rinsing his hands and turning to Lin Ze. What would you like for breakfast? I could prepare something for you. Anything is fine with me, Lin Ze responded casually. Then how about noodles? That works, Lin Ze affirmed. You go ahead and take a break. All right. Returning to the living room, Lin Ze stepped outside to observe the surroundings of the settlement. It was much as he had imagined, dilapidated, with stains and puddles littering the ground. The narrow roads, barely over a meter wide and composed of stone slabs, were flanked by makeshift dwellings. Standing on the stone pathway, he could see only a sliver of sky above. He pondered that prolonged residence here might plunge him into despair. The atmosphere was stifling. He needed to acquire funds and relocate as soon as possible. Moments later, Tian Yangsheng announced that breakfast was ready. After we finish eating, let us go out for a stroll. Staying cooped up in here is unbearable, Lin Ze remarked as he savored his noodles. Sound good, Tian Yangsheng agreed. Before long, Lin Ze had finished his meal. Tian Yangsheng washed the dishes while Lin Ze returned to his room to change clothes, and soon the two of them stepped outside. For the next 5 days, this routine continued, and Lin Ze's head wound had healed completely. One day, while at home, Lin Ze accessed the system interface and noticed that the weekly gift had refreshed, allowing him to claim a new reward. He promptly selected to receive it. Beep! Gift successfully claimed. You have received the following rewards. 1. Voice modulation skill. 2. Master firearm skill. Voice modulation skill allows the user to simulate a variety of realistic sounds at will. The mastery of firearm skill enables the host to attain mastery over various firearms, elevating their shooting prowess to a level of expertise. What a stroke of luck! Lin Ze was filled with joy. This voice modulation skill is indeed a remarkable asset. Donning a mask and employing this ability, who could possibly identify him? The mastery of firearm skill is even more commendable. Although his previous marksmanship was commendable, it merely reflected proficiency. With this newfound skill, he could achieve remarkable finesse, alleviating any concerns regarding sniping. Young Master Li and Brother Tongzi have both unveiled these two skills. It is only fitting that you must endure this tribulation. Lin Ze felt exuberant, his mind already concocting plans on how to procure the ransom. Soon, evening arrived, and Tian Yangsheng along with several others returned. After dinner, Lin Ze summoned everyone to deliberate on the kidnapping operation. Sheng, please share the findings from your recent observations with the group, Lin Ze instructed Tian Yangsheng. Nodding, Tian Yangsheng produced a map of Hong Kong and began his briefing. After several days of surveillance, we discovered that the young master of the Li family departs daily from his residence on Sichuan Road, traversing through Huangnichong Gorge to reach his workplace at the Changxi building in Central. He also frequents Happy Valley for horse riding and tennis. But these activities lack a set schedule. Pausing, Tian Yangsheng pointed to 2 locations on the map. Our observations indicate that if we are to proceed with the abduction, it must occur within the vicinity of Sichuan Road and Huangnichong Gorge. Once we enter Sito Badeo, the density of surrounding houses increases, making it easier for us to be detected. Lin Ze nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing the map. An abduction in a bustling area would be disastrous. If the young master of the Li family were kidnapped, it would surely send the entire Hong Kong police force into a frenzy. Even if they succeeded in the abduction, escape would likely be impossible. The only feasible option lies along Huangnichong Gorge. This road is situated in a mountainous region, with fewer houses along the route and dense foliage. Should anything occur, it would provide a timely refuge in the woods. Are there any surveillance cameras along this route? Lin Ze inquired, gesturing towards Huangnichong Gorge on the map. Tian Yangsheng glanced over and shook his head. We checked this road and found no surveillance cameras. The traffic is quite sparse, with only a few streetlights. Hearing there were no cameras eased Lin Ze's concerns significantly. Nonetheless, he resolved to conduct a personal inspection, as caution was prudent. In the event of a misstep, he could find himself regretting it from behind bars. Furthermore, he needed to locate a hiding place. Once the individual was captured, it was imperative to conceal them so that neither the police nor the Li family could locate them in a timely manner. Lin Ze turned to Tian Yangyi. How is your task progressing? Have you acquired the weapons? Tian Yangyi nodded. I have successfully procured them as per your instructions. 3 AKs and 5 handguns, totaling 500 rounds of various ammunition. There was no exposure of our intentions. Was there? No. I acquired them through the underground market, merely stating it was for revenge without disclosing the true purpose. That is reassuring. Lin Ze felt a sense of relief wash over him as he resolved to venture to Southeast Asia after this incident, intending to stockpile weapons in the system's warehouse for unforeseen circumstances. Acquiring them through intermediaries could lead to detection. Tomorrow, a C and AN, you shall accompany me on an outing, he instructed. Sheng, you will procure some equipment, including masks and change of clothes, along with 2 vehicles bearing false plates. Understood. Brother Ze, they replied in unison. The following day, Lin Ze, accompanied by Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng, embarked on their journey to Victoria Peak, while Tian Yangsheng set out to acquire the necessary vehicles and gear. The trio arrived at the Huangnicheng Gorge. They walked along the road, flanked by sparse houses that only emerged after a considerable distance. Dense woods bordered both sides, providing ample hiding spots that could render any search futile. Next, they reached Deep Water Bay Road, where a tranquil stretch of approximately 1,000 meters lay devoid of any residences or police patrols, making it an ideal location for their plans. Lin Ze committed this site to memory, continuing along the mountain path as if enjoying a leisurely stroll. He engaged in light-hearted conversation with the two women, all the while discreetly surveying their surroundings. By 5 in the afternoon, the trio returned to the city fortress. Chapter 4. Action. The terrified young Masterly. As evening fell, around 8 o'clock, the group from Tianyang returned, with the news that they had successfully acquired 3 clone vehicles and multiple license plates. Lin Ze was filled with elation. He then briefed them on the details of their reconnaissance earlier that day. Together with Az and another companion, they had scouted the area, and Lin Ze identified the most opportune location for their operation, Deep Water Bay Road. He pointed it out on the map. This site was relatively concealed, devoid of nearby houses, and had minimal traffic. By blocking both ends of the road, their targets would have no means of escape. Once the hostages were secured in the vehicle, they would proceed down this road until reaching a junction, from where they would head towards Huangnicheng Road. Lin Ze noted a patch of woods midway along Huangnicheng Road, where a muddy path, likely created for the construction of a power tower, could be found. Now overgrown with weeds, it was unlikely to attract any attention. There, they would transfer the hostages to the third vehicle, which would then retrace its route back to the junction, before heading up the mountain towards Shuitang Road, where a narrow trail awaited. After disembarking, they would continue into the mountains, where an abandoned, dilapidated house stood. They would remain there until further notice. Lin Ze reminded them to cover the vehicle with branches and foliage to avoid detection. The other 2 vehicles could simply be parked casually along the roadside once they reached the bustling town below the mountain. Lin Ze outlined the general strategy, and his companions' eyes gleamed with excitement. They praised the cunning plan. Utilizing the third vehicle for escape meant that even if the first 2 were discovered, authorities would only investigate those oblivious to the existence of a third transport. Additionally, by securing the hostages atop Victoria Peak and avoiding the city center, they would evade the throngs of people and the watchful eyes of traffic patrols, ensuring greater safety. The covering of the vehicles with foliage further minimized the risk of discovery. While hiding for months was impractical, a week seemed feasible. The common mindset of kidnappers is to flee as far as possible, often neglecting the notion that the hostages might be right under their noses. Having finalized their operational plan, the group retired early for the night. The following day, before dawn, they departed the city. Adhering to their strategy, they set off in 3 vehicles towards Victoria Peak across the sea. The dawn over the fragrant harbor was tranquil, devoid of the daytime clamor, with only a few eateries bustling with activity. Their journey was smooth, encountering no incidents, and soon they arrived at Victoria Peak. They instructed Tianyang to drive into the abandoned path along Huangnicheng Road, while the other 2 vehicles, occupied by Lin Ze and Tian Yangsheng, were parked, one on Deep Water Bay Road and the other on Nanfeng Road, awaiting the arrival of the young Masterly. As time ticked by, the sky gradually brightened, and vehicles began to traverse the serene mountain roads. Beep! Tiger King! Here lies the Eagle, alert to movement. A luxurious vehicle emerges from the Li family villa. A black sedan halts at the roadside, with Lin Ze seated in the passenger seat. At the wheel is Tian Yangsheng, while Tian Yangxi occupies the rear. Both individuals conceal a handgun in their possession, with a black balaclava tucked away in their pockets. Listening intently to the static-laden voice emanating from the radio, Lin Ze raises the device to his lips. Eagle, confirm whether the target is present. I repeat, confirm the target. Moments later, the radio crackles to life once more. Tiger King, this is Eagle. The occupants are not the intended target, but rather his father. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze instructs, continue observing. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Do not draw attention. Eagle acknowledged. Half an hour passes before the radio buzzes again. Tiger King, the target has appeared. At this proclamation, the three men in the vehicle are instantly invigorated. Lin Ze takes a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and commands in a low, steady voice, "Eagle, execute the plan." Understood. They set the radio aside. The trio dons their balaclavas, revealing only their mouths and eyes. After exchanging confirming glances, Lin Ze orders, "Let us move." Very well. Simultaneously, a white van is parked along Deepwater Bay Road, where Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangji, Tian Yangin, and Tian Yangli don their masks, wielding AKs and handguns, readying their weapons. Upon sighting the target vehicle approaching, Tian Yangsheng instructs the driver to proceed. According to the plan, they will position themselves in front of the target, while Lin Ze and his companions will secure the rear, intercepting any potential escape routes. Soon, Lin Ze observes the vehicle carrying Tian Yangsheng and his team pass by. Moments later, a black Mercedes-Benz approaches, its license plate matching that of the Li family's eldest son, previously investigated. Now, as a Mercedes glides past, Lin Ze immediately commands Tian Yangsheng to follow. Thus, the two vehicles flank the Mercedes, encasing it in a strategic formation. At that moment, within the confines of the Mercedes, the Li family's young master, reclining with his eyes closed, remains blissfully unaware of any impending danger. However, the driver and the bodyguard in the passenger seat sense an unsettling anomaly as they notice a vehicle trailing closely behind and a van creeping ahead, though they cannot quite articulate the source of their unease. Suddenly, the vehicle ahead decelerates abruptly, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes. Screeching tires pierce the air as the vehicle comes to a sudden halt. In the rear seat, the drowsy Li Zhaju lurches forward due to inertia, his head colliding with the front seat. Fortunately, the cushioning mitigates the impact, leaving only a slight ache. "What happened?" he inquires, clutching the sore spot on his head, brow furrowed in confusion. "Young master, something seems amiss," the driver stammers, swallowing hard. As Li Zhaju prepares to respond, he catches sight of several figures emerging from the van ahead, clad in black masks and brandishing firearms, encroaching upon them. In an instant, his mind is engulfed in bewilderment. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "Hurry, drive away." His voice trembled with urgency. The young master cannot leave. There are cars blocking the way behind. The bodyguard in the passenger seat wore a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Li Zhiju swiftly turned his head to glance at the rear of the vehicle, and indeed, a car had positioned itself to obstruct their escape, with individuals emerging from it, all donning black hoods. This was dire. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhiju felt a surge of fear. "Get out of the car," Tian Yangsheng commanded, brandishing an AK-47, aiming it at the driver while shouting, "What should we do, young master?" The driver was visibly shaken. He had never encountered such a situation before and felt a deep sense of panic. Li Zhaju was equally unprepared, unsure of how to respond. Instinctively, he shouted, "Call the police?" After uttering those words, as if he had found a glimmer of hope, he suddenly jolted, reaching for his mobile phone from his bag. Observing this, Lin Ze raised his handgun, threateningly pointing it at Li Zhiju in the back seat. "Li Xiao, I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation. Immediately put down the phone and open the car door within 3 seconds, or I will end your life." "Young master, it seems they are about to fire. What should we do? What can we do?" The driver was on the verge of tears. The bodyguard in the passenger seat was also drenched in sweat. With 3 AK-47s aimed at them, along with several handguns, he dared not take any rash actions. What if these robbers harmed the young master? Chapter 5. What? My son has been kidnapped. Do not be afraid, sir. This vehicle is fortified with bulletproof glass. The bodyguard calmly reassured. Though his heart raced with trepidation, his experience in the field allowed him to maintain a degree of composure. Upon hearing the words bulletproof glass, Li Zheju's eyes brightened, and his panic began to subside. Just as he was preparing to speak, a sudden crash reverberated through the air as the rear door's glass shattered. It turned out that Lin Ze, growing impatient with the delay in opening the door, had struck the glass with his fist. As he had anticipated, the glass yielded to his forceful blow. The shards of glass scattered over Li Zheju, prompting an instinctive scream. Fortunately, he sat in the middle. Had he been closer to the door, He might have been severely injured by that punch. Lin Ze yanked open the door, seized the screaming Li Zheju, and forcibly dragged him from the vehicle. "No, don't kill me." Before he could finish, the barrel of a gun silenced his words. Terrified, Li Zheju lost control of his bladder. Lin Ze frowned, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Young Master Li, we are here for money. Behave yourself, or you will face dire consequences." With that, he pushed Li Zheju towards Tian Yangsheng, commanding, "Take him away." Tian Yangsheng grasped Li Zheju by the neck, as if he were a mere chick, and propelled him towards a van. Tian Yang-un, having prepared duct tape in advance, swiftly secured Li Zheju et chamot. As Li Zheju struggled, Tian Yangsheng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, rendering Li Zheju unconscious with a dazed expression. Boom! Tian Yangsheng and his companions sped away in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Ze addressed the terrified bodyguard and driver. "I have taken the person. If you dare to report this to the authorities, be prepared to receive a corpse." With that, Lin Ze gestured for Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng to join him in the car. Revving the engine, they hastily departed the scene, leaving the bodyguard and driver shaken. The decision not to eliminate the two was primarily to prevent the situation from escalating and alerting the police. By sparing their lives, Lin Ze knew they would promptly contact Li Huanghua and disclose the kidnapping of young Master Li. Given Li Huanghua's intellect, he would undoubtedly choose not to involve law enforcement, opting instead to wait patiently for a call. After all, provoking the kidnappers could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, if the police failed to neutralize the kidnappers and angered them, they would likely live in constant fear. Thus, it was certain that Li Huanghua would refrain from contacting the authorities. As anticipated, once Lin Ze departed, the recovering driver and bodyguard first drove back to the villa before immediately contacting Li Jiaqing. Central District, Changsha Building. "What? You say Ju has been kidnapped?" Upon receiving the call, Li Jiaqing's expression darkened. "Yes, sir. Understood. I will return at once." After hanging up the phone, Li Jiaqing took a deep breath, feigning calmness as he opened the office door and stepped outside. Boss, the secretary, seeing him emerge, quickly rose to her feet. Li Jiaqing nodded slightly, instructing, "Contact my driver and bodyguard, and have them wait for me in the garage." "Yes," the secretary replied. "Additionally, postpone all my appointments for today. I require a day of rest." "Understood, boss." Having given his orders, Li Jiaqing turned and left. Despite the urgency thrumming within him, he maintained his usual stoic demeanor as he exited, his expression as cold as ever. However, observant eyes might have noticed the slight urgency in his stride. Half an hour later, Li Jiaqing returned to his villa and immediately summoned his son's bodyguard and driver for questioning. "Explain to me in detail how Ju was abducted." Li Jiaqing sat on the sofa. His face darkened as he regarded the two men before him. The aura he exuded made them shudder, and they began to recount the events with trepidation. "The vehicle reached the intersection of Deepwater Bay Road and Southwind Road when we encountered the kidnappers, who blocked our way from both front and rear, effectively trapping us. That is how it happened. Before they left, the kidnappers warned us that if we called the police, they would kill him," the bodyguard relayed, his voice trembling. Li Jiaqing's expression grew even more somber. The fact that the kidnappers were armed with an AK-47 indicated they were no ordinary criminals. It was highly likely they belonged to the notorious gang wreaking havoc in Hong Kong recently. Although he was not involved in any criminal activities, he was well aware of the underworld dynamics. In the realm of business, especially in real estate, one inevitably encounters the need for unsavory dealings with gangs. Most local gangs in Hong Kong resort to knives and brute force. Even when firearms are employed, they are typically handguns. Only the notorious gangsters operate without rules, using AKs to unleash ruthless firepower. All right, I understand. I do not wish for this matter to leak out. Do you comprehend? Especially, it must not reach my wife's ears. Li Jiaqing regarded the two men with grave seriousness. His wife, Zhuang Yueming, already suffered from poor health and heart disease. If she were to learn even a fraction of this situation, it would be disastrous. The bodyguard and driver nodded vigorously, acknowledging his directive. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Li Jiaqing leaned back on the sofa, feeling mentally fatigued. At this point, all he could do was wait in silence for the kidnappers to contact him. He took solace in the fact that they were not seeking revenge. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Lin Ze parked the car near Central, casually finding a spot to stop. Turning to Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng, who had also exited the vehicle, he said, "ACI, Aishin, you two should head back. I will contact you once matters are resolved." "Understood, Brother Ze." Tian Yangsheng, with concern etched on her face, remarked, "Brother Ze, please be careful." Lin Ze smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Tian Yangsheng's hair, akin to an affectionate brother. His eyes radiated warmth. "Go on, rest well at home. I will handle the remaining tasks." Tian Yang sighed softly, reveling in the delightful sensation of being cherished. After bidding farewell to the two departing figures, Lin Ze turned and blended into the crowd. He procured a telephone card, the funds for which he had acquired from Li Ze. Indeed, the affluent scions of wealthy families are markedly different. The cash he carried amounted to over 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, a sum that an ordinary person would need to toil for an entire year to earn, and even then, without sustenance. Upon reaching a telephone booth, Lin Ze surveyed his surroundings and, finding no surveillance cameras, he promptly retrieved the telephone card and inserted it into the slot. He then swiftly dialed a number. At the foot of Victoria Peak, in the Li family villa, a troubled Li Jiaqing sat on the sofa, contemplating how to rescue his eldest son when the large mobile phone on the table began to ring. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Li?" "I am. May I ask who you are?" "Good day, Mr. Li. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Your son is currently in our custody." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing's pupils constricted and his breath quickened. Suppressing his growing anxiety, he inquired in a low voice, What do you want?" "Mr. Li, please remain calm. Your son is in good health and has not sustained any injuries." Upon hearing that his son was unharmed, Li Jiaqing felt a measure of relief and continued, "You have kidnapped my son, so surely you must have demands? Please, tell me what you seek." "Excellent. As expected from Mr. Li," Lin Ze praised. "I shall not beat around the bush. A few of my associates and I find ourselves in need of funds, and having heard of Mr. Li's reputation as a wealthy mogul in Hong Kong, we thought to seek some financial assistance from you. Surely, Mr. Li would not mind?" Hearing that the demand was monetary, Li Jiaqing felt considerably reassured. Chapter 6. Ransom. Too late, prices have increased. He was unperturbed by the demand for money. The mere request for funds indicated there was still room for negotiation. To him, money held little significance. It could always be earned again. The life of his son, however, was irrevocably lost if taken, especially this eldest son, who had exhibited exceptional promise since childhood, and whom he had nurtured as a successor. "Speak, how much do you want?" Li Jiaqing inquired, steadying his resolve. It was a sum that Li Sheng could undoubtedly provide. "Let me think," he mused. Li Sheng possessed substantial stakes in the publicly listed companies Chung Kong Holdings and C.K. Hutchison Holdings, along with rumored business interests in Canada. Legitimes pupils constricta. His Canadian ventures were known to very few, primarily those engaged in the real estate sector. He silently concluded that this kidnapper was no simpleton, and his prior impression of him as a crude brute was swiftly altered. Let us settle on a fortunate figure, 660 million Hong Kong dollars. "What do you think, Li Sheng?" Li Jiaqing raised an eyebrow. Although he had steeled himself for a hefty sum, he was still taken aback by the audacity of the demand. 660 million Hong Kong dollars was no trifling amount, even to him. "That is far too much. I cannot muster such a sum. The most I can offer is 400 million, Li Jiaqing replied gravely. Lin Ze chuckled. Had it been anyone else, he might have believed them. But Li Jiaqing, a wily old fox, was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Ze had read Li Jiaqing's autobiography, which detailed how, in early 1985, he had utilized over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars to acquire Hong Kong Electric Company, managing to gather the funds in less than 3 days. What did this signify? It indicated that the old fox was merely feigning poverty. Realizing this, Lin Ze's expression darkened, and his tone shifted from amiable to severe. It appears Li Sheng considers me a fool, oblivious to the game of play. You cannot produce over 600 million Hong Kong dollars? Since your sincerity is lacking, let us not continue this discussion. I shall forego the money. Just prepare to collect the remains of your son. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing was instantly thrown into a panic. The other party was not adhering to the expected script. The thought of his son being killed sent him into a frenzy. Wait, do not harm my son. I will agree to your terms, he hastily proclaimed. Lin Ze, upon hearing this, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Do you think you can pull the wool over my eyes? I am no uneducated kidnapper. It is too late. The words too late struck Li Jiaqing like a bolt. He then heard the other party declare, 880 million Hong Kong dollars, and I will release your son. You just said 660 million. Lin Ze replied with a laugh. You yourself just said. The price has now risen. Li Jiaqing was left speechless. If asked who he loathed most in his lifetime, it would undoubtedly be Lin Ze. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had never been so thoroughly mocked. Not even by the formidable Shun Zhou of HSBC. Yet here he was being toyed with by a mere kidnapper. The fury raging within him was palpable. Yet he found himself at a loss against the other party, primarily due to his ignorance of their identity. Secondly, the son remains in their grasp. What resources does he possess to contend with them? How could he? Does Li Sheng believe that this price undervalues his son? Perhaps it should be increased slightly? How about 1 billion Hong Kong dollars? Noting Li Jiaqing's prolonged silence, Lin Ze could not help but jest. Li Jiaqing's brow furrowed, his calm demeanor dissipating as he quickly replied, Let us proceed as you suggested, 880 million Hong Kong dollars. Excellent. Li Sheng made a judicious choice. Hearing the old fox's agreement, Lin Ze felt a surge of delight within him. I can provide the funds, but you must ensure my son's safety. Rest assured, my brothers and I seek only financial gain. As long as you refrain from alerting the authorities and dutifully hand over the money, your son will return unharmed. I guarantee not a single hair on his head will be touched. Li Jiaqing felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued. The ransom amount is substantial. I will require time to gather it. How long? Lin Ze inquired. Approximately 5 days. No, that is far too long. Lin Ze unhesitatingly rejected the notion. What a jest! 5 days would render the situation futile. Moreover, an extended time frame increases the likelihood of unforeseen events. I will grant you a maximum of 2 days. By 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow, I must see the full amount, not a penny less. If even a single coin is missing, do not blame me for turning hostile. Additionally, I require old notes, not in sequential order. With that, he hung up abruptly, removed the SIM card, surveyed his surroundings, and then disappeared into the throngs of people. On the other end, Li Jiaqing listened to the tone of the call ending, nearly throwing his phone in frustration, yet fearing the absence of contact should they attempt to reach him again. Damn it, how audacious! For decades, Li Jiaqing had never felt so constrained. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Anger served no purpose. Moments later, having calmed himself, Li Jiaqing picked up the landline and swiftly dialed his associates to arrange the ransom. His own funds would surely fall short. Despite appearing to possess billions in Hong Kong dollars, that was merely a valuation of stocks, not actual cash. Fortunately, his relationship with HSBC was strong. If he could not gather the necessary amount, he could always offer shares as collateral. As Li Jiaqing busied himself with fund arrangements, Lin Ze arrived at Tai Tam Waterway. To evade detection, he had deliberately disembarked at Huangnicheng and walked up. Once satisfied that the area was unoccupied, he ventured onto a wooded path. Observing the leaves that concealed tire tracks, Lin Ze nodded approvingly. The leaves appeared to have naturally fallen, making it unlikely for anyone to notice unless they were aware of a vehicle's passage, who would bother to clear away leaves to inspect for traces. Following the shaded path for over 30 meters, he spotted a vehicle camouflaged with branches, undetectable from afar, but discernible upon closer inspection. However, this was inconsequential. He was confident that Li Jiaqing would not dare to take the risk of alerting the authorities. The artifice employed was merely a precautionary measure. Casually, a handful of withered yellow leaves were gathered from the ground and scattered over the vehicle to obscure certain areas before making his way towards the dilapidated house. After traversing a short distance, he was spotted by Tian Yangsheng, who was stationed outside as a lookout. "Shih, how is the situation, Ali?" Lin Ze inquired. The individuals are inside. Shanggu and Igu are personally overseeing them, came the reply. Understood. Lin Ze nodded, cautioning, remain vigilant. If any unfamiliar faces appear, promptly instruct Sheng and the others to evacuate. Got it. After imparting a few words of advice, Lin Ze departed. Moments later, he arrived at the forsaken house, overrun with weeds and crumbling walls. Upon his arrival, Tian Yangsheng and the others attempted to rise and greet him, but Lin Ze halted them. Should they speak, it could inadvertently reveal their identities, leading to more trouble than it was worth. He gestured for silence and proceeded inside to check on the hostage. There, he found Li Zhejiu, his eyes blindfolded, hands and feet bound with rope, and his mouth gagged with cloth and tape, rendering him unable to speak. Lin Ze silently nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. A ransom exceeding 800 million. Well done. Stepping out of the room, I summoned a few individuals from Tian Yangsheng, praising them briefly before inquiring. Did any of you allow him to glimpse your appearances? No, Tian Yangsheng replied, shaking his head. We covered his eyes and bound his hands and feet before removing the hood. That is reassuring, Lin Ze thought to himself, feeling a bit more at ease. Be sure he does not catch sight of you. Furthermore, refrain from speaking within the confines of the room to avoid being overheard, for that would pose significant complications. The group nodded in understanding. By the way, Zeej, how did your conversation with his father go? Is he willing to pay the ransom? Tian Yangzi could not suppress his curiosity. The others turned their attention to Lin Ze, while only Tian Yangsheng maintained a calm demeanor. Observing their reactions, Lin Ze mused that Tian Yangsheng truly embodied the essence of a leader. His composure was unparalleled by the rest. Rest assured, I have already spoken with his father. He is willing to pay a ransom of 880 million Hong Kong dollars, but it will take some time to gather the funds. I have granted him 2 days. We shall retrieve the money tomorrow afternoon. What? Over 800 million Hong Kong dollars? Tian Yangzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. Sheikh, I must have misheard you. Did you say the ransom is over 800 million Hong Kong dollars? Tian Yangzi, too, dug at his ears, suspecting a mistake in his hearing. Tian Yangsheng, however, remained unfazed, though a flicker in his eyes betrayed his inner turbulence. With a smile, Lin Ze addressed the astonished group. Of course it's true. I previously mentioned that robbing a jewelry store is beneath us. Such acts are the domain of novices. If we are to engage in this endeavor, let it be grand. Now you believe me, do you? An 800 million ransom. One could not amass such wealth even by robbing 10 jewelry stores. At this proclamation, the group broke into smiles. With a newfound perspective, they were now wholly convinced. Zeej, if this continues, and we pull off a few more jobs, wouldn't we all become billionaires? Tian Yangzi exclaimed with delight. Tian Yanjin's eyes sparkled, and he concurred, indeed, if we accomplish several more, we need not worry about our sustenance for a lifetime. What are you thinking? Lin Ze chuckled at the two. Do you believe there are many in Xiangjiang with wealth comparable to Li Huanghua? Moreover, Xiangjiang is our base. We intend to live here long term, perhaps even settle permanently. If we pursue this path, wouldn't the wealthy be on constant alert? And besides, we have not yet secured the money. Yet you're already dreaming of the next venture. You're all perhaps a bit too optimistic. Even if we were to engage in another kidnapping, I suggest we consider a different locale. For instance, robbing a vault in America. Wouldn't earning dollars be more advantageous? Perhaps we should abandon the idea of robbing an American vault. Both men retorted, taken aback by Lin Ze's suggestion, their laughter tinged with unease. America is not like Xinjiang. There, firearms are rampant, and being unfamiliar with the territory as Asian individuals, we could easily attract undue attention. Lin Ze shot them a sidelong glance. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Merely acknowledging the excessive risks involved, Tian Yangzi replied defiantly. Lin Ze chuckled lightly, choosing not to linger on the matter further. Gazing towards the heavens, Sheng, I trust you with this task. I leave the matters here in your capable hands. It has been arduous these past few days, so please ensure that everything proceeds smoothly. Rest assured, Zegu, I shall handle everything diligently. Excellent. Lin Ze patted his companion on the shoulder, exchanged a few words with the others, and then departed. At the juncture of the path and the road, he took a moment to survey his surroundings, confirming that no one was near before stepping out. He proceeded along the road until he reached the Huangnicheng Dao, waiting for a taxi. Upon spotting one, he raised his hand to hail it and then took the ride home. The following day, Lin Ze refrained from calling Li Jiaqing. However, on the afternoon of the third day, at 1 o'clock, he found a telephone booth in Central and dialed Li Jiaqing's number. Beep, the phone rang 3 times before being answered. Hello? Hearing the familiar voice on the line, Lin Ze smiled slightly. Li Sheng, the time has come. Is the money ready? The money is prepared. Excellent. Li Sheng has not disappointed me. Load the money into the vehicle and deliver it to the Mitsukoshi department store in Causeway Bay. By the way, you must come in person and may only bring one driver. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Understood, but I want to hear my son's voice first. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. What? Does Li Sheng not trust me? It's not about trust. For such a substantial sum, I wish to hear my son's voice to ensure he is still alive. Is that unreasonable? After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Ze deemed it a minor issue. Very well. Wait a few minutes. I will call you back. With that, he hung up and removed the SIM card. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver. To Huangnicheng, the Li family villa. Listening to the dial tone after the call ended, Li Jiaqing breathed a sigh of relief. His previous statement had been a gamble, but fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The willingness of the other party to allow him to speak with his son indicated that the boy was unharmed. As long as he was safe, everything else could be negotiated. Half an hour later, Lin Ze returned to the hideout. He inquired about the mobile phone that had been confiscated previously. During the kidnapping, he had seized Li Jiajue's mobile phone and had turned it off to prevent any tracking. Thus, even if the police possessed advanced tracking equipment, they would not be able to locate the individual. Ah Sheng arranged to extract the vehicle from the foliage. After I finish this call, take the others and leave for Tai Ho Street in Wanshai at Fuwa Building and await my call. Though he did not believe there were effective means of tracking calls, especially mobile phones, caution is the mother of safety. It was prudent to change locations after the call, ensuring that if the other party attempted to trace him, they would find the place deserted. Understood, Ze Ge. After giving his instructions, Lin Ze had several individuals don black hoods, while he himself wore one, before entering the room where Li Zhejue was being held. With his hands and feet bound, Li Zhejue, upon hearing footsteps, feared for his life and struggled desperately, attempting to plead for mercy, yet his mouth was covered, rendering his words unintelligible. Lin Ze observed him with a cold expression, remaining silent until the struggle ceased. At that moment, he spoke, "Young Master Li, I have already discussed matters with your father. Once the ransom is secured, you shall be released. Your father wishes to hear your voice, to know that you are still alive. I will remove the covering from your mouth, but be forewarned, should you utter anything untoward, the money will be forfeited, and you shall meet your end." Upon hearing this, Li Zhejue nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Excellent, Lin Ze remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He took a few steps forward and tore off the tape binding Li Zhejue's mouth. With a gasp, Li Zhejue inhaled deeply. Lin Ze then produced a large mobile phone, consulting a directory to dial a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, is this Aju?" A trembling voice inquired from the other end. Lin Ze positioned the phone to Li Zhejue's ear, saying, "Young Master Li, reassure your father that you are safe and sound." "Dad, help me. I don't want to die." Li Zhejue wept, overwhelmed by fear in the face of such peril at a tender age. "Aju, do not cry. I will certainly rescue you." The voice of Li Jiaqing trembled with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears as he fervently promised. "Dad." Before Li Zhejue could articulate further, Lin Ze seized the phone once more, placing it to his ear. "Mr. Li, you have heard for yourself. Your son is unharmed, merely shaken by the ordeal." Chapter 8. The Deal, Ransom Secured. Li Jiaqing took a deep breath, recalibrating his emotions before speaking. "The money is ready. Will you come to collect it yourself, or?" Lin Ze chuckled, his gaze fixed on Tian Yangsheng as he reaffixed the tape over Li Zhejue's mouth. "I prefer to avoid confrontation. Let us do it as I previously suggested. Bring a driver to transport the money to the parking lot of the Mitsukoshi department store in Causeway Bay. And wait for my call. Time is of the essence. I expect you to arrive at the parking lot within 30 minutes when I reach out." Li Jiaqing fell silent for a few seconds. All right, I shall see you shortly. With that, Lin Ze smiled and ended the call, handing the mobile phone to Tian Yangsheng. You two should leave first. Tian Yangsheng frowned. Zege, are you sure you can manage alone? Perhaps you should take Ai with you. If they try to pull a fast one, it will be prudent to have backup. Indeed, Zege, allow me to accompany you, Tian Yangyi chimed in. There's no need. Lin Ze replied with a smile. As long as the hostage remains in our possession, Li Jiaqing will not act recklessly, and my personal safety will be assured. Moreover, should anything go awry, Ai's presence wouldn't alter the outcome. It would merely increase the number of captives. It's far wiser for me to go alone, allowing for a swift escape if necessary. Seeing Lin Ze's resolute stance, they chose not to press further, merely cautioning him to be careful. Subsequently, they departed with the remaining three, escorting Li Zheju away. Lin Ze hastily exited the ominous location, hailing a taxi at the foot of the mountain. Driver to Causeway Bay, please. After a 20-minute ride, Lin Ze arrived in Causeway Bay. The streets bustled with activity, throngs of pedestrians weaving about. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly the appointed hour with Li Jiaqing. Considering the possibility that the old man might be coming from the Deepwater Bay villas, he opted to wait an additional 10 minutes. When the time felt right, he approached a roadside telephone booth diagonally across from Mitsukoshi. He refrained from immediately dialing, opting instead to survey his surroundings. Noticing nothing amiss, he approached the booth, inserted the card, and lifted the receiver, his fingers deftly dancing over the dial pad. Beep. Beep. The call connected after 2 rings. Hello. It was Li Jiaqing's voice. Lin Ze smiled. Li Sheng, have you delivered the items I requested? I have arrived at the Mitsukoshi parking garage. Excellent. What is the license plate number? Let me note that down. He retrieved a notebook and pen, jotting down the license plate number. Very well. Now, you and your men should exit the garage and proceed to the main entrance of Mitsukoshi. I will contact you once you arrive. With that, he hung up and removed the card. Surveying the area once more, he noted nothing amiss and strode confidently towards Mitsukoshi, unperturbed by the prospect of encountering Li Jiaqing. They had never met, but Lin Ze was well aware of him, a public figure, making it nearly impossible not to recognize. Crossing the pedestrian zebra crossing, Lin Ze arrived at the Mitsukoshi department store, where throngs of people bustled about. He blended into the crowd, making his way towards the interior of the mall. After walking a short distance, he spotted Li Jiaqing hurrying towards the entrance alongside a middle-aged man in his 40s. Brushing past them, Lin Ze glanced back at their retreating figures, chuckling softly, before hastening towards the elevator. Moments later, he reached the garage. Upon exiting the elevator, he did not rush outside, but instead veered into the stairwell adjacent to the elevator, glancing both up and down, ensuring no one was in sight. He retrieved a black hood, draping it over his head, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. Satisfied that his appearance remained obscured, he stepped outside. The garage was quiet, filled with numerous vehicles. Without numbered parking spaces, he had to search slowly by license plate. Fortunately, luck was on his side. In less than 3 minutes, he located his target vehicle, a black minivan. Confirming the license plate, Lin Ze approached the car. As he reached for the door, it opened easily at his gentle tug. Leaning down, he peered inside and noticed many black duffel bags crammed onto the 2 rear rows of seats, bulging with contents obscured from view. Straightening up, he glanced around, finding no one watching. With a soft thud, he closed the door. He moved to the back seat, pulling open the rear door, and dragged one of the black bags towards him. Unzipping it, he discovered it was filled with bundles of cash. Taking 2 bundles, he examined them closely, feeling the texture of the bills to ensure they were genuine before returning them to the bag. He then opened several more black bags, each containing stacks of 1,000 yuan notes. Counting them, he found 25 bags. Unsure of the total amount, he reflected that Li Huanghua would not tamper with the money, giving away such a large sum. There would be no reason to provoke him over a few million. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Lin Ze accessed the system's warehouse and swiftly deposited the bags filled with cash. In no time, all the black money bags had been transferred into the system's repository. Task accomplished, Lin Ze exited the scene. Returning to the stairwell, he removed the black hood, followed by shedding his outer jacket, which he discarded into a nearby trash bin. Slipping the hood into his pants pocket, he ran a hand through his tousled hair, lightly patted his cheeks, and took a deep breath to quell the elation swelling within him before stepping outside. He took the elevator to the first floor. With a chime, the doors opened, revealing the same bustling atmosphere outside. Lin Ze walked out, merging into the throng, heading towards the exit. Just as he was about to blend in, he noticed a cluster of people gathered together, instinctively furrowing his brow. His heart tightened with unease, wondering if the old fox had reported him. That shouldn't be the case. After all, the old fox had received the money and had no reason to alert the authorities. Moreover, with his son in his grasp, does he not fear that upon reporting to the authorities, the hostage would be silenced? After some contemplation, he did not believe Li Huanghua would be so foolish. As anticipated, when he drew near, Li Sheng, rumors circulate that you intend to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Company. What is your perspective on this matter? Mere gossip. We have no plans to acquire Hong Kong Electric. In light of the current sluggish stock market, many harbor pessimism about Hong Kong's future. What is Mr. Li's view on this? The market's downturn is but a temporary phase from a long-term standpoint. I remain optimistic about Hong Kong and firmly believe its future will be even more prosperous. Li Sheng. Ah, how intriguing. He has indeed been recognized. It is to be expected. How many locals in Hong Kong do not recognize the visage of this old fox? Seizing the opportunity amidst the gathering crowd, Lin Ze discreetly slipped away from the three-story department store. After traversing a distance of approximately 100 meters, he discovered a telephone booth. He retrieved a phone card and inserted it, dialing a number. Hello? Hearing the voice on the line, Lin Ze joyfully exclaimed, "Ah Shang, it's me. The money has been secured. Release the hostages, and we shall rendezvous at the Mandarin Hotel." Upon hearing that the money was in hand, Tian Yangsheng's cold visage finally revealed a hint of delight. Understood. I will release them immediately. Yes, ensure they leave the scene post-haste, Lin Ze cautioned. Very well. After ending the call, Lin Ze raised his hand and dialed Li Huanghua's number. Meanwhile, Li Jiaqing at the three-story department store was growing increasingly impatient. It had been over 10 minutes without a word from the kidnappers, which stirred anxiety within him. He feared that the perpetrators were toying with him. Feeling anxious, he engaged in idle chit-chat with those around him. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone pierced the air. The driver, also a bodyguard, changed expression and hurriedly retrieved it from his briefcase. Li Jiaqing politely addressed the crowd. I apologize, I must take this call. Everyone may disperse now. With that, he grasped the mobile phone, inhaling deeply to compose himself. Hello, Li Sheng. I have received the money, and I have instructed my men to release your son. He is at the Fuhua building on Tai Ho Street in Wan Chai. Having said this, he promptly hung up the phone. Removing the phone card, he crushed it with a slight force. Spotting a nearby trash bin, he casually discarded it, along with the black hood. There were no surveillance cameras in sight. Thus, he felt no need to worry about being recorded. Chapter 9. The Distribution of Spoils, Obtaining a Windfall. Quickly, proceed to the Fuhua building on Tai Ho Street. Wan Chai. Once Li Jiaqing obtained his son's address, he could hardly remain still and immediately rushed to Wan Chai. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had also arrived at the Wenhua Hotel. He promptly checked into a room at the front desk and then hurried to the room, where he opened the system's storage and extracted all the black money bags, placing them within the confines of the room. This way, when the others arrived, he would be ready to distribute the funds. He laid over 20 money bags on the bed and covered them with bedding, ensuring that the contents were concealed before departing the room. At that moment, Tian Yangsheng and his companions had already reached the hotel lobby. They were surveying the reception area and observing the entrances and exits, searching for Lin Ze's figure. Shih! Tian Yang's keen eyes spotted Lin Ze, and he quickly waved. The others promptly looked up, and upon seeing Lin Ze, they all stood up. Ze, go! They called out in unison. Lin Ze nodded, a smile gracing his face as he addressed them. You have all worked hard. Not at all. It was far easier than fighting, they replied. Indeed, for them, the act of kidnapping was a remarkably simple task. Robbing a vault or engaging in combat carried risks, where one misstep could lead to loss of life. In contrast, this time they had effortlessly kidnapped an individual without any risk whatsoever, and the profits were substantial. How could they not be elated? Let us proceed upstairs to discuss further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ze signaled for everyone to ascend, as the bustling hotel lobby was not an appropriate setting for their conversation. The group nodded in agreement and followed Lin Ze into the elevator. Moments later, they arrived at the room Lin Ze had booked. He reached out to pull back the bedding, revealing the 20 or more black cloth bags within. The money is all here. I haven't had the chance to count it yet, so I can't confirm if it amounts to 880 million, but it certainly appears to be so. All right, everyone, let us not just stand around. Let us count the money and divide it. Upon realizing that the bags before them contained the ransom, Tian Yangsheng and the others felt their eyes widen with excitement and hurriedly approached to open the bags. As they beheld the stacks of cash inside, their breaths quickened. We've struck it rich. I've never seen so much money in my life. Ha! Ze is indeed formidable, effortlessly acquiring such a vast sum. They recognized that kidnapping was far more lucrative than robbing a cash truck, with minimal risk involved. The group emptied the contents of the bags, scattering bundles of cash across the floor, creating a visually striking mound. Even Tian Yangsheng, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, exhibited a look of astonishment. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by money, especially those who had lived in poverty? With collective effort, they spent over an hour counting the money before them, confirming the total amount to be 880 million Hong Kong dollars, every single bill accounted for. Lin Ze nodded to himself, his estimates aligning closely with reality. How could Li Huanghua, a man of his caliber, possibly err in such matters? Gazing at the mountain of cash piled before them, Lin Ze smiled at the group and declared, "Gentlemen, it is time to divide the spoils. A total of 880 million, and with 8 of us, each would receive an average of 110 million Hong Kong dollars. Is that agreeable?" Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangli immediately expressed their approval, asserting that such an equitable distribution was only fair. Just as Lin Ze began to discuss the allocation of funds, Tian Yangli suddenly interjected, "Brother Ze, I wish to speak." Lin Ze turned to him, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I haven't sealed your lips. Speak freely, we are all comrades here." Tian Yangli nodded, his demeanor growing serious as he surveyed those gathered. "Brothers, our operation has proceeded with remarkable success, and it is undeniable that Brother Ze has played an indispensable role. He initiated this endeavor. The action plan was crafted by him. We merely participated in the act of abduction, and it is fair to assert that anyone could have performed our tasks. To put it bluntly, Brother Ze has led us to prosperity. Consider this. We previously discussed robbing an armored truck. Regardless of our chances of success, even if we had succeeded, would we have amassed such a fortune? Moreover, we would have drawn the attention of law enforcement and faced dire consequences. How different it is now, comfortably sharing the spoils." Lin Ze's eyes sparkled, aware of the implications of Tian Yangyi's forthcoming words, yet he refrained from interruption. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of an equal split. He had contributed the most to this kidnapping. Tian Yangsheng and the others had merely gone through the motions. While they had conducted preliminary investigations, their actions could have been executed by anyone else. In a kidnapping, the formulation of the action plan is paramount to success. Everything else pales in comparison. Moreover, this operation had unfolded seamlessly, with not a single shot fired. And as it stood, the authorities remained oblivious, minimizing risk to an absolute low. He felt he deserved a greater share. However, Lin Ze was not one to be overly calculative. Money was plentiful, and opportunities to earn were abundant. This was not a one-time affair. Besides, with his system in place, he had no worries about wealth eluding him. Without his efforts, there would be no current fortune. Thus, I propose that from the 880 million Hong Kong dollars, Brother Ze should receive the lion's share, while the remaining 560 million be divided among us 7, each receiving 80 million Hong Kong dollars. That is what I wish to convey. Seeing Tian Yangyi advocate for his interests brought Lin Ze genuine joy. Aye, we are brothers. There is no need for such precise divisions. Furthermore, everyone contributed to this endeavor, and it is only right that we share equally, regardless of his inner thoughts. He had to publicly support the notion of equal distribution. Otherwise, how could he continue to lead this team in the future? Tian Yangsheng remained silent. Not because he disagreed with Tian Yang's assertions, but rather because he understood them. His silence stemmed from the need to consider the sentiments of the other brothers and sisters involved. However, upon hearing Lin Ze's words, he reached a decision. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of his siblings, and solemnly proclaimed, "I support Ai's proposal. Brother Ze indeed deserves a larger share." With their elder brother's endorsement, Tian Yangji, Tian Yangli, Tian Yanjin, and the others naturally ceased their opposition. Moreover, they felt that in the spirit of equitable distribution, Lin Ze had indeed suffered a significant loss. After all, they had not contributed much this time. Lin Ze received the lion's share, while each of them still held 80 million Hong Kong dollars, a sum ample enough for them to indulge. I concur that Brother Ze's contributions are indispensable, and he rightfully deserves the larger portion. I share this sentiment. Had it not been for Brother Ze spearheading this endeavor, we would not have reaped such financial rewards. And we encountered no dangers nor compromised our identities, which is quite fortunate. Tian Yangji and the others expressed their agreement, endorsing Lin Ze's substantial share. Lin Ze felt a surge of joy but feigned reluctance, stating, "We agreed to distribute the money equally, and yet you all..." Brother Ze, Tian Yangsheng interjected earnestly, "Let us heed the collective sentiment. If you do not take a little more, the rest of us will feel uncomfortable. Isn't that right?" Sheng Gu's words resonated. "If you don't take a larger share, we would feel embarrassed to accept our portion." Tian Yangji and the others chimed in. They genuinely believed this. Seeing their conviction, Lin Ze ceased his protests. He indeed required a substantial amount of money for his undertakings. "Very well. I shall heed your wishes this time. In the future, let us divide the earnings equally without any talk of who contributed more. We are a collective, brothers and sisters, and there is no need for such divisions." Lin Ze was keen to preserve their camaraderie rather than allow monetary matters to create rifts. He held a deep appreciation for Tian Yangsheng and the others and recognized the necessity of having reliable allies to assist him in various tasks. The solitary path was simply too exhausting. "All right, we shall follow Brother Ze's lead." The others, upon hearing Lin Ze's words, smiled, their fondness for him growing even further. Subsequently, they commenced the distribution of their earnings, stuffing bundles of cash into bags while discussing their future expenditures. Chapter 10. A Strategic Retreat, the Unhinged Li De Xiao. "Ollie, now that we've divided such a substantial sum of money, what do you intend to do?" Tian Yangji mused while placing the cash into a black cloth bag, momentarily perplexed about how to spend this fortune of 80 million Hong Kong dollars. After a brief pause, Tian Yangli contemplated before responding, "I am uncertain, but I believe I shall first purchase several properties. That way, I will no longer have to reside in the walled city, which is hardly a place fit for human habitation." Upon overhearing their conversation, Lin Ze chuckled softly and interjected, "Acquiring property is indeed a prudent decision. I foresee that housing prices in Xinjiang will continue to rise." "Oh, Brother Ze believes that property prices will ascend? Is it not widely discussed that many are leaving Xinjiang?" Tian Yang turned to him, intrigued. This recent kidnapping had instilled in him a newfound admiration for Lin Ze. The meticulousness of the plan, where each element interlinked seamlessly, even anticipating Li Jiaqing's thoughts, struck him as quite impressive. Lin Ze nodded with a smile, articulating his perspective. "Do not heed the misleading rhetoric. While some will undoubtedly depart, they are merely a minority. Xinjiang is characterized by its vast land and sparse population. To squeeze several 100,000 souls into such a limited area, should property prices plummet, the life savings of countless citizens would vanish in an instant. Furthermore, the shrewdness of real estate developers cannot be underestimated. A drastic decline in property values would also incur significant losses for them. Thus, the market in Xinjiang is unlikely to suffer great depreciation. If you seek stability, my advice is to invest in multiple properties, perhaps in the future, when prices soar. The rental income and appreciation alone could secure your financial well-being for life. As someone who has been reborn, I am acutely aware of the astronomical potential of Xinjiang's property market. Purchasing real estate now is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. I hope you all will acquire several properties, as they will serve as a safety net for unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, once the money is squandered on indulgence, one may find themselves contemplating a return to nefarious activities like kidnapping. If one is fortunate enough to evade capture, the repercussions could still be life-altering. Brother Ze, in such an expansive Xinjiang, which area do you believe is most advantageous for property acquisition? Without a doubt, it is Hong Kong Island. Although Kowloon is developing well, it pales in comparison to Hong Kong Island. Moreover, Xinjiang is centered around finance, with affluent individuals predominantly residing in Repulse Bay, Deepwater Bay, and the Peak. If you're contemplating a purchase, I recommend Repulse Bay. It is located by the sea, boasting sandy beaches, and I have high hopes for the properties there. With your assets of 80 million, you could acquire dozens of units in that area. However, there's no need to overextend. A dozen or so properties would suffice. We can deliberate further in due time and engage in some legitimate business endeavors. While kidnapping may yield quick returns, it is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. As the saying goes, those who walk the night path for too long are bound to encounter ghosts. It is wiser to pursue legitimate enterprises. For example, consider stock trading. By the late 1990s, investing in the internet could firmly establish you on the Forbes billionaire list with the title of richest person within reach. Then let us proceed to purchase in Repulse Bay. Tian Yangsheng, seeing Lin Ze's conviction, promptly resolved to acquire property there. Let's do it together, becoming neighbors in close proximity. I find that agreeable. Purchasing nearby will facilitate visiting one another. Agreed. Several individuals express their joy, finding satisfaction in the prospect of purchasing anywhere. Trusting Lin Ze's assertion regarding the appreciation potential of the shallow water bay, they resolve to acquire property there. In no time, the funds are distributed. Lin Ze inquired about the money belonging to a C and a Xian, asking whether it should be returned to them or remain in his possession. Tian Yangsheng suggested, "Let it remain with you, Brother Ze. You can hand it over to them later." He had already carried 2 bags, feeling that any more would draw unwanted attention, especially if encountered by police conducting identity checks on the street. "Very well, it shall stay with me for now," Lin Ze replied. "However, are you all truly going to carry those bags out like this?" He gestured towards the black bags in their hands. "Are you not concerned about being noticed by the gangs or the police?" The group, glancing at the 2 bags they held, began to feel uneasy. "Brother Ze, what do you suggest?" Tian Yangsheng asked. "I propose you take 1 bag and head to the bank to open an account, depositing the money there. As for the remaining funds, I recommend purchasing a vehicle and, subsequently, a house. If you choose not to buy a house immediately, you may wait a while or open an account at another bank. In any case, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. Limit your outings to bars to avoid letting anything slip. After a couple of weeks of observing the situation, once it is safe, you may spend freely." Lin Ze expressed his concerns about the possibility of the police catching wind of their activities. While the likelihood was minimal, caution was warranted. The others, sensing his seriousness, took his advice to heart. "I suggest we first secure a few rooms. I have no desire to return to the city fortress," one chimed in. "Agreed. I too wish to experience the luxury of this hotel," another added. Lin Ze looked at them. "You may proceed. I will stay here to guard the money. Additionally, who will return to the city fortress to fetch a C and a Xian?" "I shall go." Tian Yangsheng volunteered. "Then I will trouble you, Aeon," Lin Ze replied. Tian Yangsheng smiled, indicating it was no trouble at all. Subsequently, the group departed the room. As they left, Lin Ze withdrew 100,000 in cash from a share before depositing the remainder into the system's secure storage. Keeping it in the System S space was far safer than anywhere else. Meanwhile, while the group was dividing the money, Li Jiacheng located his son near Taiho Street in Wanchai. "Dad!" Li Jiaju, disheveled and covered in dirt, completely broke down upon seeing his father, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Li Jiaju was not yet the formidable business mogul destined to inherit the family legacy. He was merely a young man who had recently returned from studying abroad, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Now, faced with the darkest moment of his existence, having narrowly escaped death, seeing his father caused an involuntary emotional release. "It's all right. It's all in the past now." Li Jiacheng comforted his shaken son. Sir, the car has arrived. Upon hearing the arrival of the vehicle, Li Jiacheng gently patted his eldest son's shoulder and reassured him. Aju, let us return home. By the time the two arrived, the doctor had already been waiting. Doctor, please examine him to see if he has sustained any injuries. Certainly, the doctor replied with a nod. He then retrieved his instruments, intending to conduct a thorough examination of young Master Li. However, before he could approach, Li Dasha was suddenly startled and shouted, "Do not come any closer." His expression was still one of sheer terror. Noticing this, Li Jiacheng comforted him. Aju, do not be afraid. We are at home. Allow the doctor to check you for any injuries, so we may provide you with the necessary medication. No, I do not need it. Li Zhiju promptly declined without hesitation. Observing this scene, Li Jiacheng furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for the doctor to step back. Once he ensured that his eldest son was being taken care of, he approached the doctor. Doctor, what is the condition of my son? The doctor replied, Mr. Li, it appears that your son has experienced some trauma to his nerves, leading to a psychological condition that causes him to resist proximity to others, resulting in his current state of panic. Li Jiacheng's brow deepened with concern, his hatred for Lin Ze and his gang of kidnappers intensifying, for they had driven his son to the brink of madness. If Lin Ze were present, he would undoubtedly wear a look of innocent grievance, claiming he had merely confined him without resorting to violence. What, then, is the course of treatment for my son? Li Jiacheng inquired. Mr. Li, your son's physical state seems stable, as long as he is not subjected to further distress and is allowed to rest for a period. He should recover. If there is no improvement, we may consider consulting a psychologist for further guidance. Upon hearing that there was no imminent danger, Li Jiacheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He waved his hand, and a servant promptly presented a sum of money, to which the doctor expressed his gratitude. Chapter 11. New Skills. The optimal collaboration of kidnappers. Sir, should we not report to the police and apprehend those wretched kidnappers? After escorting the doctor away, the butler approached Li Jiacheng, who appeared somber. Li Jiacheng's eyelids fluttered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. He too yearned for revenge. However, striking at a snake only to leave it alive may bring about further peril. Moreover, he was wholly ignorant of their appearance or even their names. How could he report them? Even if he could, what could the police accomplish? They would be utterly incapable of tracing them. Furthermore, he was aware that the enemy lurked in the shadows. Should they discover that he had contacted the authorities, they would undoubtedly devise every means of retaliation against him and his family, potentially plunging them back into danger. The incident had already transpired. He wished to avoid stirring up trouble anew, make arrangements to recruit additional bodyguards. From now on, whenever the young master ventures outside, he must be accompanied by several bodyguards. Although he resolved not to alert the police, this incident served as a stark lesson. He must fortify the security around him to prevent a recurrence of such events. In addition to hiring bodyguards, he intended to explore legal avenues for obtaining firearms. Without firearms, no matter how many bodyguards one had, their efficacy against kidnappers would be severely limited. A firearm could afford them a fighting chance. At the Wenhua Hotel, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng, having received the news, also arrived at the hotel, exhilarated to claim their share of the money. Heeding Lin Ze's counsel, they deposited half of their earnings into the bank. Over the next 2 days, having transformed into millionaires, they first purchased vehicles and then formed a group to explore properties in the shallow waters of the bay. Lin Ze acquired 2 detached villas on Lijing Road in Shallow Water Bay, situated merely dozens of meters apart, with substantial areas. The larger villas spanned over 900 square meters, while the smaller one exceeded 700 square meters, costing him a staggering 24 million Hong Kong dollars. In an era when one could purchase a modest 50 to 60 square meter residence in Mongkok for just over 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, this was undoubtedly exorbitant. Nevertheless, real estate, particularly in Hong Kong, remained a prudent investment. Were it not for his plans to utilize the funds for other ventures, he would have purchased not 2, but 20 or even 100 properties. This way, he could become a landlord, simply reclining and collecting rent. After 2 or 3 decades, he could amass a fortune worth hundreds of billions. Tian Yangsheng and his companions, however, opted for townhouses rather than detached homes. Some purchased 2, while others acquired 5. Tian Yangyi and Tian Yangxi each procured 5 or 6 properties in the shallow water bay area, placing great trust in Lin Ze's assertions. Since Lin Ze claimed that the properties would appreciate significantly and possess investment value, they deemed it worthwhile to buy. Unlike Tian Yangsheng and his companions, Tian Yangyi and Tian Yangxi harbored a desire for a more ordinary life, their temperaments being considerably more temperate. After purchasing vehicles and properties, the group began to indulge themselves. Each had become a multi-millionaire, and with newfound wealth, comfort was now a priority. A life of extravagance was certainly in store. Amidst the youthful exuberance, there exists a palpable yearning for indulgence. Naturally, after amassing wealth, one is inclined to unwind. Lin Ze, however, merely advised the gathering to moderate their alcohol consumption. Drinking was permissible, but inebriation was to be avoided, for clarity of mind was paramount to prevent indiscretions. Lin Ze's life was one of leisure, having acquired 2 luxurious villas. He effortlessly ensnared the attention of a real estate agent, one captivated by his charm, the other drawn to his affluence. Their mutual attraction was a harmonious blend of desire and necessity. In a hotel room in Wan Chai, after a passionate interlude, Lin Ze leaned back, savoring a lit cigarette, his mind swirling with contemplation. With Li Huanghua extorted for over 8 billion, he pondered whether Li would still manage to acquire the Hong Kong Electric Company from Iha. The financial gap was substantial, yet Lin believed the likelihood of acquisition remained high. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Li Huanghua would not relinquish his long-held ambition lightly. His aspirations to take control of Hong Kong Electric had been in the making for quite some time, planning to relocate the power plant from AP Laichao to develop lucrative real estate ventures. Surrendering was not in his nature. Lin Ze speculated on profiting from this transaction, even contemplating intercepting and absorbing the Hong Kong Electric Company. As one of the 2 power monopolies in Hong Kong, it held the supply rights for regions such as Hong Kong Island, Lama Island, and AP Laichao. While it lacked the growth potential of the China Light and Power Company controlled by the Kadoorie family, it remained a solid enterprise with stable income. To ascend to the ranks of the affluent elite in Hong Kong, he needed a prestigious company, and Hong Kong Electric fit the bill. Yet, with only over 300 million in capital, he was far from ready for acquisition. Fortunately, he had several months to amass more funds, either through direct investment or stock market profits. "What are you thinking about?" the woman in his arms inquired. "Nothing much," Lin Ze replied with a smile. "My dear, shall we continue?" "Wait, I can't anymore," she conceded, feeling the strain. Her objections, however, held no sway with Lin Ze. Soon, the room was filled with her soft cries. 2 hours later, the woman, wincing in pain, departed, limping slightly. Lin Ze smiled knowingly, reflecting on the extraordinary efficacy of the super soldier serum. The following day, Lin Ze awoke from his slumber, glancing at the clock to find it already 9 o'clock. After a yawn, he threw off the covers, dressed, and refreshed himself before accessing the system for his weekly check-in, silently wishing for a bountiful reward. Beep! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Disguise technique. 2. Scar repair, serum formula. Disguise technique description. This skill allows the user to alter their appearance at will, enabling seamless impersonation, rendering them unrecognizable. Note: this skill has a limited usage time and can only be maintained for 1 hour. Introduction to Scar Repair Liquid Formula. As the name suggests, it is an enhanced medicinal formulation capable of mending human scars, whether they are stubborn, old marks, or fresh ones, exhibiting remarkable restorative effects. It is noteworthy that the newer the scar, the more pronounced the results. With a look of delight at the sign-in rewards, Lin Ze hastily made his way to the restroom. He immediately attempted to employ the skill of disguise. Prompt: unable to use, steal the face first. What is this? Upon seeing the prompt, Lin Ze was bewildered. The host must come into contact with a shapeshifter to utilize this skill for disguise. Under the system's explanation, Lin Ze began to comprehend. Essentially, it means I must have met the person I wish to impersonate beforehand? Correct. It wouldn't also require physical contact, would it? No, as long as the host is within 20 meters of the target. The system can automatically replicate the target's facial features, thereby providing a template for the disguise skill. That is a relief. Lin Ze let out a sigh of relief, as he initially thought physical contact was necessary. If that were the case, the utility of this skill would undoubtedly diminish. Fortunately, physical contact is not required. Regrettably, the range is rather limited. One must be within 20 meters. If it were 100 or 200 meters, I could simply run to America to see the president and directly disguise myself as him without needing to fly. Nonetheless, having this ability is better than not having it all. Moreover, this skill can be quite advantageous in certain situations, such as robbing a bank. Disguising oneself is no match for a realistic impersonation. This skill could even be employed for framing and sabotaging others, directly bringing down rivals. How impressive! Chapter 12. The reunion at Furong Bio Company. In a buoyant mood, Lin Ze arranged for the registration of a company named Furong Biotechnology, primarily engaged in the realms of biological technology and medical services. The system rewarded him with a scar repair formula, which he naturally intended to research and commercialize. At this juncture, he was disinterested in the entertainment and real estate sectors. Venturing into healthcare was a most opportune pivot. The entertainment industry in Hong Kong, with its myriad entanglements and power struggles, nightclubs, theaters, and bars, posed significant risks. Although his current prowess would allow him to take on 100 opponents single-handedly, no amount of strength could shield him from the dangers of underhanded tactics. Hence, he opted to delay his foray into these ventures until he amassed sufficient strength. The company was established in Mong Kok, and he also rented a plot of factory land near Tsuen Wan. Due to the uncertain political climate and the unpredictable future of Hong Kong, factory rents were relatively affordable at this time. With an office and factory space secured, the next step was to recruit talent. He entrusted this task to a headhunting firm, proclaiming that salary would not be an issue. But candidates must possess relevant work experience and exceptional capabilities, ideally able to operate independently. After investing a considerable sum, the headhunting firm delivered on its promise, recommending several candidates with pertinent experience, including individuals from the illustrious Procter & Gamble and local pharmaceutical enterprises. Given Hong Kong's status as an international financial hub, it boasted a plethora of expatriate firms, making high-caliber talent with foreign work backgrounds quite common. After several interviews, he ultimately selected a gentleman named Li Ze as the vice president of the company, overseeing daily operations. This man, approximately 38 years of age, had worked at multiple companies, with his most recent position being the marketing director at a European-funded medical device firm in Hong Kong. One day, Lin Ze took him on a tour of the office in Mong Kok. "Mr. Li, this will be our future office location." "Indeed, as a nascent company, you're the first employee," Lin Ze remarked. Li Ze surveyed the empty office space before him, his lips twitching slightly. Although he had anticipated the company was new, he had not expected it to be quite so embryonic. It seemed he was merely a lone soldier in an uncharted territory. Rest assured, despite being in the early stages, there are no concerns regarding funding. Please assess what is needed and compile a list. Once the HR and finance departments are in place, we will proceed with purchases. As we build this company from the ground up, your efforts will be essential in establishing our framework. Observing Li Ze's wry smile, Lin Ze patted him on the shoulder. "Do not worry. As I mentioned before, if you work diligently and help the company thrive, I, Lin Ze, will never shortchange those who fight alongside me." What else could Li Ze say? Having arrived, he could only commit himself to the task at hand. Subsequently, Lin Ze escorted him to the warehouse, explaining the company's operations. "Boss, engaging in drug research and development is a considerable investment. It may require at least 10 to 20 million, and success is not guaranteed," Li Ze remarked, furrowing his brow. He contemplated advising Lin Ze to abandon drug development in favor of selling medical devices, which would at least mitigate potential losses. The process of drug development often incurs expenditures in the tens or even hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars, yet the outcomes remain uncertain. Lin Ze is acutely aware of this reality. However, he possesses an advantage. The system has recorded a formula. And all that is required is to enlist a chemist proficient in the field to produce the compound according to the specifications provided, eliminating the need for protracted research. Financial constraints are negligible. I am prepared to infuse the company with 10 million Hong Kong dollars as initial capital. Additionally, I have secured a formula for a scar repair ointment, necessitating only the formation of a research team to commence production based on the formula. Your primary concern should be the swift establishment of this team and the procurement of necessary medical equipment. In summary, I aspire for the company to find its footing expeditiously. Lin Ze remarked gravely, his gaze sternly fixed on Li Jianya. Understood, boss, Li Jianya responded, recognizing Lin Ze's confidence in the acquisition of the ointment formula. He refrained from further comments, understanding that if the boss was untroubled, there was no reason for him to worry. Nevertheless, curiosity lingered within him. Lin Ze appeared remarkably youthful, likely not exceeding 30 years of age, yet he was capable of providing 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Could he be the scion of a wealthy family venturing into entrepreneurship? There seemed to be a few affluent individuals with the surname Lin in Hong Kong, yet he remained uncertain of their identity. His thoughts were not unfounded, as 10 million Hong Kong dollars represented a staggering sum for the average person, a lifetime's earnings for many, even among white-collar workers in foreign enterprises. Accumulating such wealth over a lifetime was improbable. Presently, the majority of individuals in Hong Kong earned merely over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly, with the more fortunate earning 2,000 to 3,000. For an ordinary person, a lifetime's labor would scarcely yield 10 million Hong Kong dollars. After inspecting the warehouse, the two departed. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride, Lin Ze offered as they reached the roadside. Oh, no need. I could take a taxi home, Li Jianya replied, shaking his head to indicate he would manage on his own. Very well, Lin Ze conceded, opening the car door and taking a seat inside. His vehicle was a Mercedes-Benz C126-500 SEC, a stylish two-door, four-seat model, boasting remarkable aesthetics and exceptional performance, powered by a 5.0-liter V8 engine that delivered impressive output for its time. The price was naturally steep, sufficient to purchase a sizable luxury apartment in Kowloon. With a roar, he pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Watching the vehicle recede into the distance, Li Jianya sighed. Life, he mused, is inherently unequal after years of diligent work. He had yet to own a car, while others, in their 20s, drove luxury vehicles and ran companies, a stark contrast to his own situation. It was not that he could not afford one. Rather, his earnings were primarily allocated to mortgage repayments and family expenses. Otherwise, with some sacrifice, he could still manage to purchase a car costing over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Shaking his head, Li Jianya waved down a taxi. Driver to Tsim Sha Tsui, please. Meanwhile, Lin Ze arrived at a restaurant in Tsim Sha Tsui. Zaigu, several individuals from Tian Yangsheng greeted him upon his arrival, rising to acknowledge him. Please, take a seat. Lin Ze nodded, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. How have you all been enjoying yourselves these past few days? A knowing smile spread across the faces of the group. Indeed, it has been a delightful experience, indulging in luxurious venues, feasting on sumptuous meals, and reveling in the company of beautiful women. How could one not be elated? See, Ian, what have you two ladies been up to lately? Lin Ze inquired, directing his gaze towards the only two women in the room. Tian Yangsheng replied with a smile. Oh, we've simply been shopping for clothes with Sister N and visiting some scenic spots. By the way, we also took a delightful trip to AO Island. It was quite splendid. Is that so? You are fortunate. I've been quite busy these past few days. Tian Yang curiously asked, Zegu, why haven't you called us during this time? What have you been up to? I'm starting a company. Starting a company? The group looked taken aback. Yes, Lin Ze responded with a smile. I happen to have some funds, and I thought it prudent to engage in something substantial. Recently, I fortuitously acquired a pharmaceutical formula, so I considered establishing a company to produce and operate it, to see if it could be profitable. Zegu, launching a company may take time to yield returns, and there is a risk of losses. In my opinion, it would be wiser to engage in another business venture where you can secure immediate gains, remarked Tian Yangli, who believed Lin Ze's endeavor was rather impractical. Exactly, Zegu. Let's partner for another venture. Tian Yangsheng chimed in, eager to get involved. Both had tasted success before and were keen to undertake another endeavor to amass even greater wealth. Chapter 13. Planning. Finding some serious business for a few people. What? Have you both run out of money? Lin Ze asked with a smile as he looked at the two. Not at all. Tian Yang scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, saying, We're just thinking of making a bit more money. Indeed, Brother Ze, while we are still young, we should earn as much as we can. Tian Yangsheng added with a grin. Lin Ze shook his head. It is not so simple to undertake another job. Consider this. How many wealthy individuals in Xinjiang can afford to produce 800 million in ransom? You count them on one hand. If we attempt another job in the near future, it could incite public outrage. The wealthy would band together to pressure the police, offering tens of millions for the capture of the kidnappers. Do you think the local gangs in Xinjiang would remain calm? At that point, we, the outsiders, would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. Therefore, my suggestion is to refrain from operations in Xinjiang for the foreseeable future, perhaps the next year or two. The others pondered over his words. Tian Yangsheng spoke up. I believe Brother Ze is right. If we provoke the wealthy, they might be compelled to throw millions, even billions of Hong Kong dollars at us. Eventually, we would be exposed. It is better to remain inactive for now and keep a low profile. He turned his gaze towards Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangli. Ali, earning money is important, but safety is equally paramount. We must not risk our lives for a profit. Don't you agree? The two chuckled awkwardly, recalling how effortlessly they had previously amassed a fortune. Given their recent expenditures, they were eager to secure another windfall. However, if you truly wish to pursue opportunities, it is certainly feasible, but it cannot be done in Xinjiang. How so? Tian Yangli perked up, promptly looking at Lin Ze, while the others followed suit. Meeting their curious gazes, Lin Ze smiled slightly and began to elaborate. If we are to engage in this, we shall go to America. America? The group was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Lin Ze affirmed. We will go to America, but not for kidnapping. We will rob a bank. Rob a bank? Isn't that a bit too risky? Upon hearing Lin Ze's proposition, the group's eyes widened in shock. America is not like Xinjiang. Though Xinjiang is rife with gangs, gun control is relatively strict. In America, nearly everyone is armed, and it is legal. The danger is undoubtedly much greater. Indeed, Brother Ze, I believe robbing a bank in America is far too perilous. We should proceed with caution. Furthermore, we currently have money and are not in need, so there is no necessity to take such risks, Tian Yangsheng interjected, his concern evident. Tian Yangsheng added, Brother Ze, isn't robbing a bank in America a bit too dangerous? Perhaps we should stick to kidnapping. Abducting a wealthy individual should carry less risk. Is the same, Lin Ze said with a smile. Consider the wealthy in America. They're always accompanied by bodyguards. And how many of those bodyguards are not armed? The difficulty of kidnapping there is incomparable to that in Xinjiang. Moreover, even if the kidnapping is successful, it will inevitably involve ransom negotiations. The Americans are not as compliant as the affluent of Hong Kong. If their family members report them missing, it would be a futile abduction, transforming them into fugitives instead. They would not only fail to earn any money, but also attract considerable trouble. Conversely, robbing a vault or a bank entails far less complication. A swift escape with the stolen riches suffices. However, how does one transport the ransom back to Hong Kong? Directly depositing such a substantial sum into a bank in the United States would undoubtedly draw the attention of the FBI. Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow and inquired. Sheng posed an excellent question. Lin Ze chuckled and replied, In truth, robbing a vault is not the most daunting task. The real challenge lies in how to return the money to Hong Kong. It is absolutely unfeasible to deposit the stolen funds directly into a bank, as the institution would report the loss of such a significant amount of U.S. dollars. If we, as foreigners, were to approach a bank to deposit such a vast sum, even if not at the same establishment, it would certainly raise the suspicions of the FBI, leaving us unable to explain the source of the funds. Thus, the money must be transported back to Hong Kong, and the method of transportation is crucial. However, you need not worry. I've already devised a solution for this issue. Your only concern should be how to extract the money from the bank. while the logistics of transportation will be handled. With a systematic warehouse at my disposal, this task is hardly challenging for me. Upon hearing that he could resolve the transportation issue, the group looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Lin Ze intended to smuggle back such a large sum. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Yangsheng spoke. If Brother Ze can indeed solve the transportation problem, then we can proceed. Seeing Tian Yangsheng's confidence, the others turned their gazes toward Lin Ze. Brother Ze, can you truly resolve the transportation issue? Certainly, Lin Ze affirmed with a nod. Without waiting for further questions, he stated, do not concern yourselves with how I will manage the return. I have my methods. With Lin Ze unwilling to divulge more, the others refrained from pressing further and began to deliberate the feasibility of robbing a bank in the United States. I believe we need not overthink this. We should simply act. One exclaimed. Indeed, it's merely a bank robbery. After all, we have survived on the battlefield. How can we not prevail against the bank security? The group swiftly reached a consensus to undertake the venture in the United States. Brother Ze, when shall we depart for the U.S.? Tian Yangsheng inquired. Not just yet. In a few days, once I have settled matters on my end, I will first scout the location in the U.S. and notify you once I have assessed the situation. However, Sheng, you must first secure the weapons. This is a bank heist, and the risks are substantial. We need to acquire heavy weaponry. The more firepower, the better. Additionally, make efforts to find reliable arms dealers, perhaps in Southeast Asia, to avoid drawing attention. In Lin Ze's view, procuring weapons in Hong Kong was far too risky, as it could easily lead to reverse investigations. It was far wiser to purchase them in Southeast Asia, where warlords and armed factions proliferated, making the acquisition of weapons as simple as dining. Furthermore, such transactions are less likely to attract scrutiny. Understood. I will personally make a trip to Southeast Asia. Tian Yangsheng nodded. It would be ideal if Sheng could undertake the journey himself. Lin Ze smiled and reminded them, time is of the essence. Once your weapons arrive, I shall head to America and discreetly transport the arms there. After concluding their discussion regarding the heist, Lin Ze deftly shifted the conversation to another matter. Have you ever contemplated engaging in legitimate endeavors? We have considered it, but we are uncertain about what to pursue, Tian Yang responded. He genuinely had contemplated this, but having grown up in an orphanage, he possessed no skills beyond the art of killing. The others shared a similar plight, all having been raised in an orphanage before being conscripted as child soldiers, lacking any abilities apart from their lethal expertise. I find myself in the same predicament as third brother. Aside from taking lives, I am at a loss, Tian Yangsheng remarked, a bitter expression crossing his face. The others remained silent, echoing his sentiments. Lin Ze sighed as he regarded them. Whether it be kidnapping or bank robbery, these are ultimately not sustainable paths. They are pursuits where one gambles with their life. Engaging in such activities once or twice may be manageable, but with repeated attempts, the likelihood of failure increases. Thus, I aspire for each of you to carve out a career for yourselves. It is akin to my venture into establishing a company. If you lack promising ideas, you might consider forming a financial firm together. A financial firm? The group looked at him, puzzled, prompting Lin Ze to elaborate. It involves providing loans to individuals who are unable to secure financing from banks, thereby earning interest, much like the high-interest lending companies outside. Realization dawned upon them. Having spent over a month in Hong Kong, they were well aware of the operations of such lending companies and recognized the lucrative nature of the business, despite the complexities involved in debt collection. However, with their formidable skills, they could effectively utilize their talents in this venture. Excellent idea. This business has great potential. Second brother. Third brother, what are your thoughts? Tian Yangli exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked towards Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi. Chapter 14. Arms arrive at the port. I concur. It is indeed wise to engage in legitimate endeavors, for violence and bloodshed are not sustainable solutions. Tian Yangyi nodded in agreement without hesitation. He had longed to redeem himself and pursue honorable pursuits. Now, witnessing the group's intention to establish a company, he naturally expressed enthusiasm, affirming, I believe we can not only open a financial firm, but we can also pool our resources to establish 2 nightclubs and bars, which are quite lucrative ventures. Indeed, Tian Yangsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The profits from these two industries are substantial. Tian Yangsheng remarked with a hint of caution. However, these ventures come with their share of complications. Both industries are often intertwined with organized crime. Lin Ze smiled. Sheng is correct. These enterprises fall within the gray market. Opening a bar, nightclub, or even a gaming hall will inevitably entangle us with underground associations. What is there to fear? With our skills, how many of those petty thugs can truly challenge us? Tian Yangsheng declared, his posture proud and voice resonant, his eyes betraying a disdain for the underworld lowlifes. In his view, the gangs in Hong Kong were merely a collection of insignificant players, few of whom could hold their ground. Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow. Fourth brother, we must not be careless. While they may lack skill, their numbers could easily overwhelm us. Indeed, it is prudent for you to remain low-key, fourth brother. Tian Yangsheng chimed in with a smile. Humph, they rely solely on their numbers, Tian Yangsheng retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Lin Ze chuckled knowingly. Let us not rush into this matter. After the operations in the United States, we shall reconvene to deliberate thoroughly. In truth, he was supportive of Tian Yangsheng and the others venturing into these gray industries. Firstly, they possessed the requisite capability. Secondly, conducting business in Hong Kong amidst the current chaotic landscape is nearly impossible without one's own influence. Regardless of whether one engages in gray market activities or legitimate businesses, such as gold shops or supermarkets, one will inevitably face extortion for protection fees. Even the wealthy elite in Hong Kong secretly maintain their own affiliations, contrary to the belief that they are unassociated with organized crime. Such notions are utterly implausible. The same was true in mainland China during the 1990s. In this societal context, Lin Ze naturally aspired to cultivate his own influence to undertake ventures he found inconvenient. Furthermore, gaming halls, nightclubs, and bars are indeed profitable, presenting a promising avenue for the group. In the subsequent week, Lin Ze busied himself with corporate affairs. With Li Jianya's arrival, enthusiasm surged within the team. Personnel across various sectors, including finance and medical research, were successfully recruited. Lin Ze also unveiled the formula for the scar repair solution, as rewarded by the system, instructing the team to conduct research accordingly. To safeguard against any potential leaks of the formula, he segmented the researchers into 3 smaller groups, one tasked with the molecular formula, another focusing on synthesis processes, and the third dedicated to clinical data. This division of responsibility ensured that no single individual could monopolize the project. To prevent any potential leaks, all personnel are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Simultaneously, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng were tasked with gathering the home addresses, family details, and relatives of the researchers for future reference. Although the specific effects of the scar repair liquid have yet to be observed, the rewards provided by the system undoubtedly promise efficacy. It can be anticipated that once produced, it will undoubtedly perform remarkably well in the market. Scars are a common affliction for nearly everyone, as long as they are not on the face. Men tend to be less concerned. Women, however, are different. Their desire for beauty leads them to abhor any imperfections on their skin. Feeling even a single pimple is unsightly, prompting them to seek skincare products for concealment, let alone scars. Thus, if this scar repair liquid proves to be genuine and effective, it is bound to be well received in the market. Additionally, the rewards from the new weekly gift package were quite favorable, particularly in mastering the English language, which perfectly compensates for his shortcomings in that area. On June 17th, Lin Ze received a call from Tian Yangsheng, who informed him that they had returned from Myanmar. That evening, Lin Ze arrived at a warehouse in Sun, wanted to meet with Tian Yangsheng and others. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng pried open 9 large wooden crates. Zega, take a look. This time we acquired weapons from a warlord in Myanmar. Tian Yangsheng explained. There are 300 grenades, 5 M72, a 66mm rocket launchers, and 10 rockets. In addition, we have 50 AKM assault rifles with 20,000 rounds of ammunition, 30 CZ75 pistols with over 5,000 rounds, and 3 SVD sniper rifles with 1,000 rounds. Furthermore, we secured 20 sets of bulletproof vests. As Lin Ze gazed upon the munitions before him, particularly the rocket launchers, his eyes lit up. He reached out to grasp one, savoring its heft, and exclaimed with joy, "Not bad. Ah Sheng, you've done an excellent job. With this batch of weapons, we need not worry even if we encounter the FBI during our operations. The firepower of the American State Police is relatively weak, primarily relying on handguns, which did not concern them. The only prior apprehension was the FBI, whose arsenal is significantly more advanced and akin to military-grade equipment. However, as the FBI is tasked with domestic operations, they typically do not deploy rocket launchers. Thus, upon seeing the rocket launchers, Lin Ze expressed his relief at the prospect of encountering the FBI without concern. Tian Yangsheng's stern visage softened into a smile. I had initially intended to acquire 2 portable anti-aircraft missile systems, but unfortunately, the local warlord was unwilling to sell. Otherwise, it would have further augmented our combat capabilities. Nevertheless, these weapons are sufficient for our needs. Lin Ze, thoroughly satisfied with the arms before him, remarked, "By the way, how much did this batch of weapons cost?" "I shall reimburse you." Tian Yangsheng shook his head. No need for reimbursement. It wasn't an exorbitant amount. Lin Ze did not press the issue, estimating that the weapons likely cost around 2 to 3 million Hong Kong dollars, if that considering they were not new but rather second-hand, and thus of lesser value. "Jaife, how shall we transport this batch of weapons to the United States?" Tian Yangsheng inquired, posing a question of great concern to all. The situation in America is markedly different from that in Hong Kong, where smuggling poses considerable challenges. Unless one operates along the Mexican border, an Asian face in America tends to attract undue attention. The task of directly shipping a cache of arms to the United States is fraught with difficulty. "I shall address this issue. Simply provide me with the keys to the warehouse, and I will arrange for the transfer tomorrow," Lin Ze replied, maintaining an air of calm assurance. Sensing his confidence, Tian Yangsheng refrained from further inquiries and handed the keys to Lin Ze. "I may depart for the United States tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. In approximately 3 to 5 days, you shall be able to join me. I will inform you with a call regarding the specifics. Ensure that you complete all necessary documentation. Do not leave without your passports," Lin Ze cautioned the group. "Rest assured, Zeg, there will be no missteps," Tian Yangsheng and the others assured him. Given the gravity of the situation, they certainly would not falter. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement, exchanged a few more words with them, and then exited the warehouse. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, he arrived at the warehouse. Utilizing the key, he unlocked the door and surveyed the interior, finding no one present. After administering the super soldier serum, his night vision capabilities had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to see clearly in the dark, rivaling even the keen sight of an eagle during daylight. Chapter 15. Arrival in Los Angeles, USA, in search of the target. Upon discovering that the warehouse was unoccupied, Lin Ze felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastened towards the weapons crates, opening the system warehouse with a gentle gesture, and swiftly placed 9 crates filled with arms into the repository. Subsequently, he departed the scene with purpose. After enjoying breakfast around 8 a.m., he called Tian Yangsheng to inform him that the weapons had been successfully transported and that he would be boarding a flight to the United States later that morning. Upon hearing the news, Tian Yangsheng raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued regarding the method of transport. He noted that since Lin Ze had awakened from his previous fainting spell, he had undergone significant changes, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Were it not for his unwavering belief that this was indeed the Lin Ze he knew, he might have suspected an imposter. After a lengthy day of travel, the plane finally touched down in Los Angeles, California. The evening cityscape of Los Angeles sparkled brilliantly, rivaling the charm of Hong Kong by night. He took a ride to the downtown area, arriving at the Westin Bonaventure Hotel, a 4-star establishment. The hotel's cylindrical design was quite unique, its glass facade exuding elegance under the illumination of the night. As the vehicle pulled up to the entrance, a bellboy promptly approached to assist, opening the car door and helping the driver with the luggage, which Lin Ze followed closely behind. Passing through the revolving doors, he reached the front desk. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you?" greeted the attractive receptionist with a warm smile. "Hello, I am here to check in," Lin Ze replied. Upon hearing his request, the receptionist eagerly began to outline the services and suite prices available. "I will take your executive suite," Lin Ze decided after considering the options. The executive suite spanned over 110 square meters, ample space, though not as grand as the presidential suite. For his solitary stay, such extravagance was unnecessary and would be a waste of funds. "Certainly, sir. How many nights will you be staying?" she inquired. "Let us book for 1 week," he said. A week would suffice. He planned to spend 2 or 3 days investigating and selecting a target, followed by a day or 2 to devise an action plan, culminating in the operation itself. "Very well, sir. The total for 7 nights is 935. At this, Lin Ze retrieved $100 bills from his wallet, which he had exchanged at the airport. "Thank you, sir. Here is your room key," the receptionist said, handing him the card. She then arranged for someone to escort him to his room. As they traversed the elegantly curved lobby, Lin Ze noticed numerous chairs scattered throughout, some occupied, indicating a designated area for guests to convene. They ascended to the 7th floor via the elevator and paused before room 708. "Sir, this is your room. Should you require any services, please contact the front desk using the telephone in your room, and we will respond promptly," the staff member announced as he opened the door. "Thank you." Lin Ze expressed his gratitude. "Here is your luggage, sir," the bellboy said, handing over the bags. "Thank you," Lin Ze replied. Lin Ze withdrew a $10 bill from his wallet as a tip and handed it to the doorman. "Thank you, sir. Wishing you a pleasant stay," the doorman exclaimed with delight before happily departing. In these times, the majority of Americans earned merely a couple of $1,000s, far from the affluence that would come later. Lin Ze then took hold of his luggage and, pulling the suitcase's handle, entered the hotel. With a click, he illuminated the room's lights. Observing the furnishings before him, Lin Ze nodded slightly. It was rather satisfactory. The room was equipped with a television and air conditioning, with carpeted floors. A sofa and dining table completed the setup, resembling a family suite, albeit lacking in multiple bedrooms, possessing only one. The living room, however, was quite spacious. With a thud, he closed the door behind him and placed his luggage in the living room. Lin Ze quickly made his way to the window, gazing out at the vibrant nightscape of Los Angeles. It was indeed beautiful, though not astonishing. After all, he was a traveler from another realm, possessing a broader perspective. The night vistas of many cities back home far surpassed this. After meandering about, Lin Ze retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After a lengthy flight in the summer heat, he felt quite uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the fatigue washed away. He felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Seated on the sofa, Lin Ze picked up the remote control and turned on the television, intending to watch some programs. Alas, entertainment options were scarce in this era. The room lacked a computer or a smartphone, leaving television as his sole means of passing the time. After a while, finding the programming unengaging, he opted to turn off the television and lay down to rest. The following morning, Lin Ze enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before departing to explore the surroundings, aiming to procure a map of downtown Los Angeles and identify potential banks. Over the next 3 days, Lin Ze traversed several bustling districts of Los Angeles, including the renowned Rodeo Drive, famous for luxury goods, and Melrose Avenue, a trendy area rich in artistic ambience near Hollywood. He also visited the Hollywood Highland Shopping Center and Wilshire Boulevard, which connect to the downtown area. After thorough investigation and contemplation, he ultimately settled on the Koreatown district. This area housed a significant Asian population and boasted a thriving commercial scene, abundant bars, and entertainment venues. With several banks nearby and a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers from the towering commercial district downtown, the decision to avoid the bustling CBD was driven by its proximity to the state government. Having observed the area, he noted a conspicuous police presence compared to other locales, with a larger scale of police precincts nearby. So, after careful consideration, he deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Although the potential gains would be greater in the CBD, the banks in Koreatown were likely to offer comparable services. Upon finalizing the district, Lin Ze contacted his associates in Hong Kong, instructing Tian Yangsheng and others to take a flight to Los Angeles, advising them to disperse upon arrival to avoid drawing attention. 2 days later, Tian Yangsheng and the others arrived in Los Angeles. Lin Ze circled a point on the map with his pen. This is the target of our operation, Haksun Bank. He then produced a stack of photographs and placed them on the table. These are images I captured during my visits to the bank's vicinity over the past few days. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly picked up the photographs to examine them. Zeej, what is the amount of funds held by this bank? Tian Yangsheng inquired after reviewing the images. Lin Ze shook his head. I'm not certain, but one thing is clear. I have been monitoring the area around the bank around 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon for the past few days and have not seen any cash transport vehicles leaving. I suspect that there might be a vault underground for storage purposes. Moreover, I have gathered that Haksun Bank has 2 other branches in Los Angeles besides this one, both of which I have visited, and they are relatively small outlets. Additionally, this bank seems to have quite a number of depositors. I observed many individuals entering to conduct transactions. Upon hearing that the target bank might have a vault, the group instantly became invigorated. A vault implies substantial wealth. To be prudent, I suggest that tomorrow morning, I and Lao Sin pay a visit to the bank to assess the surroundings. Tian Yangsheng reflected thoughtfully. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, as he had considerable faith in the capabilities of Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng. The following morning, after breakfast, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng departed from the hotel. Lin Ze, meanwhile, was not idle. He instructed Tian Yangsheng and the others to find another hotel nearby. Having all 8 of them stay together was rather conspicuous, especially in the United States, where the majority of the population is Caucasian. A cluster of Asians would undoubtedly attract attention. If they were to commence their operation and it became known that it was orchestrated by Asians, it would be challenging to avoid suspicion upon counting their numbers. Therefore, it was best to separate and act as if they were strangers. As for communication, it was quite simple. They could arrange a time to enter the hotel in batches. Chapter 16. Commencing Action. Haksun Bank. Evening. A group of individuals convened once more. Today, we conducted a reconnaissance. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the Action Bank, there exists a police station. Calculating the usual response time, it is estimated that the police could arrive at the scene in a mere 10 to 15 minutes after receiving an alert. Hence, if we're to execute a heist on the vault, we must accomplish our task within this critical window. Otherwise, once surrounded, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. Tian Yangsheng spoke solemnly. I concurred, stating that the success of our operation hinges upon our ability to disguise ourselves. If we can manage to blend in and prolong our detection, there lies a possibility of success. Yet, avoiding discovery seems nearly impossible. Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow, remarking that, as Asians in America, we already face discrimination and are seldom employed in banks, making it implausible to infiltrate unnoticed. The rest of the group also wore grave expressions, evidently realizing that the challenge was far greater than they had anticipated. Are we to embark on this endeavor in vain? Tian Yangsheng inquired. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. However, it is not insurmountable. Leave it to me. I shall lead you in openly entering the bank. Lin Ze declared with a confident smile, attempting to alleviate the tension among the group. Openly enter? The others gazed at Lin Ze in astonishment, questioning whether he had lost his senses. How could anyone allow them to enter openly? Ze, brother, do you possess a method that permits us to enter without arousing suspicion? Tian Yangsheng asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Ze, brother, what ingenious plan do you have? Tian Yangsheng also expressed his intrigue. The remaining members turned their attention to Lin Ze, eager to learn of his proposed strategy. Lin Ze smiled enigmatically. A secret. You shall find out tomorrow. Furthermore, I suggest we schedule our operation for 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. This time coincides with the evening rush hour, ensuring a considerable flow of traffic. The night will not be far off, allowing us to leverage our actions effectively. The group nodded in agreement with this proposed time frame. During the rush hour, what could typically be a 10-minute journey might extend to 15 or even 20 minutes due to traffic congestion, particularly if we were to orchestrate 1 or 2 minor accidents. This would undoubtedly grant us as much time as possible for the operation. Subsequently, the group began to deliberate on the specifics of their plan. For instance, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng would position themselves on the periphery, establishing sniper points around the bank. Upon sighting police vehicles, they would be responsible for incapacitating passing cars, such as shooting out tires to disrupt traffic, without necessarily resorting to lethal force. Simply delaying reinforcements would suffice. Tian Yangsheng would be tasked with neutralizing the communication networks surrounding the bank, such as severing telephone lines. While this would not prevent mobile phone conversations, it could effectively incapacitate landlines. In this era, mobile phones are quite expensive. In America, one could cost $2,000 to $3,000, while the average salary hovers just above $1,000. Those who could afford or were willing to spend such sums are, after all, a minority. Moreover, mobile phones have only been commercially available for a few years. Severing the telephone and electrical lines was the most effective means to prevent any potential leakage of information. The remaining individuals followed him inside to address the personnel within the bank. Once completed, Lin Ze instructed Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng to purchase several walkie-talkies in batches the following day, facilitating communication during their operation. Although walkie-talkies may be susceptible to eavesdropping, acquiring high encryption models would render such surveillance quite challenging. After all, who would casually roam the streets with a listening device? The following day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 8 individuals divided into 3 small groups as the traffic on the streets began to increase. A red Chevrolet sedan was parked over 100 meters away from Harksun Bank, where Lin Ze and Tian Yangsheng sat inside. Tian Yangsheng was observing the bank's movements through binoculars, i.e., contact them and confirm their arrival at the designated location. Understood, Shifa. Tian Yangsheng set down the binoculars, picked up the nearby walkie-talkie, and began to call out, "Hello, Wolf Leader calling Wild Wolf 1, Wild Wolf 2, and Wild Wolf 3. Have you reached the specified location?" As his words echoed, static crackled through the walkie-talkie. Moments later, "Wolf Leader, this is Wild Wolf 2. I have reached the target location." On top of a nearby building, Tian Yangsheng was surveying the street below with binoculars while responding with one hand on the walkie-talkie. "Wild Wolf 1 has arrived at the location," came the reply from Tian Yangsheng, stationed atop another building. "Wild Wolf 3 is in position," Tian Yangsheng remarked, glancing at the electrical grid before him. "Wild Wolf 4 received," spoke Tian Yangsheng, who was in the same vehicle as Tian Yangli and Tian Yangsheng. Tian Yangsheng turned to Lin Ze. "Ze, good. They have all reached their designated positions." "Good," Lin Ze responded, falling silent as he awaited the next developments. Time ticked by, and soon it was 6 o'clock. The sky began to darken, and the flow of traffic increased. Suddenly, Lin Ze spotted a figure emerging from the bank, instantly invigorated. He opened the car door and, noticing Tian Yangsheng's bewildered expression, said, "Wait here, I need to step out." With that, he briskly approached the foreign man, known as Hudson. Lin Ze was uncertain of his exact position, but had previously disguised himself as a client to acquire a bank card and had seen Hudson discussing matters with the counter staff. At around 40 years of age, he appeared to hold a managerial role within a bank. Lin Ze intended to utilize the disguise skill rewarded by the system to impersonate Hudson, allowing him and his companions to infiltrate the bank with reduced scrutiny from the staff. As he walked, Lin Ze accessed the system. The interface manifested as a transparent screen, invisible to outsiders, visible only to him. Observing the approaching target, Lin Ze selected Hudson's visage for replication. "Would you like to collect this character's facial template?" A prompt from the system appeared. "Yes," Lin Ze replied without hesitation, confirming his choice. After the collection, a visage would be formed within the system, allowing for direct selection of a visage without the need to approach the other party, as one must do currently. Ding! Collection successful. Upon seeing a new visage appear on the panel, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief. As he glanced at Hudson passing by, a faint smile graced his lips. "Congratulations, you have become the scapegoat." After completing the collection, Lin Ze promptly turned into an alley, surveyed his surroundings, and ensured there were no onlookers or surveillance cameras before immediately activating the disguise skill, selecting Hudson's visage as his disguise. In the next moment, Lin Ze felt a peculiar tingling sensation on his face, an indescribable feeling. It was not painful, merely a slight numbness. After a brief while, this sensation faded away. He reached up to touch his face, but felt nothing, So he stepped out of the alley and found a storefront along the street. Through the glass, he could vaguely discern a new appearance, confirming that his facial structure had indeed changed. Complete with sideburns, he was assured of the transformation. Turning his gaze toward the Haksun Bank across the street, Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. Rather than approaching, he headed in the direction where Tian Yangsheng was located. Chapter 17. Disguise and infiltration. At this moment, Tian Yangsheng sat in the car, his face etched with anxiety. After witnessing Lin Ze turn into an alley, he had not reappeared, and time was swiftly running out. Just then, a voice wafted in through the car window. Tian Yangsheng instinctively looked up, only to be met by the visage of an unfamiliar foreigner. His brow furrowed, and his body tensed, instinctively on guard. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Seeing Tian Yangsheng's bewildered expression, Lin Ze found himself at a loss for words, simultaneously marveling at the prowess of the disguise technique. "It's me, Lin Ze." "Shih." Tian Yangsheng's mind buzzed, his eyes widening in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. "I'm in disguise." Upon hearing the mention of disguise and taking a closer look at the stranger's attire, which was indeed the same outfit Lin Ze wore that day, Tian Yangsheng still held a degree of skepticism. It was simply too implausible. Only when Lin Ze recounted tales of the child soldiers and the kidnapping of young Master Li in Hong Kong did Tian Yangsheng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fully convinced that the foreigner before him was indeed Lin Ze. "Zegu, your disguise is astonishingly convincing. How did you manage such an impeccable transformation?" Once at ease, Tian Yangsheng gazed at Lin Ze with curiosity, eager to learn about the art of disguise. "This is a family heirloom skill of yours truly," Lin Ze replied with a nonchalant tone, as if he had anticipated Tian Yangsheng's curiosity. The latter sheepishly chuckled, a hint of unease crossing his face. He genuinely wished to acquire such a remarkable skill. After all, it was perfectly aligned with their current endeavors, a match made in heaven. "Shih, are you planning to disguise yourself as a bank employee to blend in?" Regaining his composure, Tian Yangsheng quickly grasped Lin Ze's intentions. "Precisely. Could you perhaps provide us with disguises as well? It would make our mission to infiltrate the vault significantly easier." Lin Ze cast him a glance, thinking to himself that he too wished to bestow disguises upon them. Unfortunately, the art of disguise was solely within his purview. Others could not wield it. Shaking his head, he replied, "That would be quite troublesome. It requires extensive preparation and cannot be done in a short time." "All right, it's time. Prepare for action." Lin Ze, wishing to divert the topic away from the art of disguise, continued, "I will head in first to deal with the gatekeeper. Wait for my signal. And remember to inform Sheng and the others to avoid any misidentifications." He certainly did not want Tian Yangsheng and the others to mistakenly shoot him. "Understood." Tian Yangsheng nodded solemnly, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Having conveyed his instructions, Lin Ze exited the vehicle and made his way towards the Haksun Bank across the street. Cole, a retired military personnel nearing 40, had moved to Los Angeles a few years prior through a connection from a comrade. He had been serving as a security officer at the Haksun Bank headquarters for several years now and was quite satisfied with his salary. The only drawback was the excessively long working hours. Due to his position as a security guard in the bank's underground vault, he was required to work around the clock, often rotating shifts with others. Fortunately, each shift consisted of 2 individuals, or else the monotony would have been unbearable. As was customary, he was on a night shift with his colleague Cole, commencing at 6 o'clock and lasting until the following morning at 6. At that moment, having just started his shift, he sat inside the booth, listening to the information broadcasted on the radio while chatting with Cole about the enjoyable events of the previous night. Suddenly, he caught sight of an individual entering the vault, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Hey, Richard, it seems someone is approaching," he remarked. Richard straightened up and peered outside, confirming, "Indeed there is." "Go down and check. Stop that person," Cole instructed. Richard was a newcomer, having been employed at the bank for less than 2 months. "All right." Richard stood up, pushed open the booth door, and stepped outside, brandishing his baton towards the approaching Lin Ze. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Fuck! You don't even recognize me?" Lin Ze, disguised as Hudson, feigned anger and shouted. Richard was taken aback. After all, He had only recently started and was stationed at the first checkpoint of the vault, where he encountered very few people. Aside from his department, he was unfamiliar with many individuals. "Sir, who are you?" "Fuck, you truly don't know me? I will file a complaint with your supervisor and have you dismissed." Lin Ze pretended to be furious, yet inwardly he was amused, finding delight in Richard's evident intimidation. Richard was indeed intimidated, especially seeing Lin Ze's confident demeanor. He felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might offend someone significant within a bank. His salary was quite substantial, and the job, although somewhat tedious, was relatively easy to manage. Finding a better position elsewhere would not be a simple task, which heightened his apprehension about incurring the wrath of a powerful figure and jeopardizing his livelihood. "Sir," he was about to speak when he heard his companion's voice. "Mr. Hudson, what brings you here?" Cole approached, looking astonished at Lin Ze. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Ze's eyes as he calmly nodded. "I have matters to discuss with your supervisor. Are you looking for Mr. Valen?" Cole inquired, intrigued. "Your boss is named Valen? Quite the lad, indeed. I appreciate the information," Lin Ze thought to himself, feeling pleased while maintaining a composed exterior. "Allow me to notify him. You know the bank's regulations. Entry into the vault is not easily permitted." With that, Cole turned to return to the booth to contact personnel within the vault. Lin Ze, quick on the draw, produced a silenced handgun, and with 2 muffled shots, he dispatched them without a moment's notice. Blood splattered across the ground as they fell, lifeless. With a thud, both collapsed, Richard's eyes wide open, likely unable to find peace in death. Gazing at the fallen men, Lin Ze exhaled deeply, a wave of heat coursing down his back. Though he had previously fought on the battlefields of Southeast Asia and witnessed countless deaths, Lin Ze felt an undeniable wave of anxiety and trepidation as he pulled the trigger for the first time in this new world. After all, before his journey through time, he had been but an ordinary individual. During his last operation, he had taken a gun to kidnap the young Master Li, yet he had refrained from firing. How vastly different was this moment, where he had executed a clean shot to the head, with brain matter spilling forth, suppressing the nausea that churned within him. Lin Ze turned his gaze away from the grim scene on the ground. He took a deep breath and retrieved the walkie-talkie from where it hung at his waist. Calling out, "Wild Wolf, this is Wolf Leader. The 2 sentinels have been dealt with. You may proceed. Moreover, Wild Wolf 3, do not cut the power lines just yet. Sever the telephone line instead." He was concerned that cutting the power might trigger an alarm within the vault, alerting those inside. Outside the bank, Tian Yangsheng and his companions, upon hearing that Lin Ze had neutralized the guards, donned the masks they had prepared in advance, leaving only their eyes and mouths visible, and then drove towards the bank's underground vault. After Lin Ze opened the iron gate to the vault, he did not rush in. Instead, he turned over the security guard he had just recognized. Observing the gaping hole in the guard's forehead, he frowned. He had intended to disguise himself as the guard, but with such a wound, that plan was rendered impossible. Had he known, he would have aimed for the chest instead. Shaking his head, Lin Ze abandoned the idea of impersonation and made his way directly into the vault. Not long after he departed, Tian Yangsheng and his group arrived. Glancing at the 2 fallen security personnel, their expressions remained unfazed. To them, such occurrences were utterly commonplace. They continued driving deeper into the bank. Chapter 18. Fire. The bandits are fierce. Lin Ze swiftly arrived at the second checkpoint, which was yet another guard booth. This time, however, it was equipped with a barrier instead of an iron gate, signifying that he would no longer need to exert effort to bend iron bars. "Hello, please show your identification," called out the 2 guards as they obstructed his path upon noticing Lin Ze's approach. "All right." Lin Ze feigned the act of retrieving his identification, but in truth, he swiftly brandished the dagger he carried. With a flick of his wrist, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. The guards, startled, reached for their firearms, only to feel a sharp pain in their necks, followed by a warm sensation trickling down. Staggering back, they clutched their throbbing necks, struggling to utter a word. But silence ensued. One of them gasped before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Their eyes vacant, they stared blankly at the ceiling above. Having learned from previous encounters, Lin Ze's adaptability had significantly improved. Just as he prepared to disguise himself, he heard voices behind him. Turning around, he saw two vehicles approaching, his companions from Tian Yangsheng. He promptly abandoned the idea of altering his appearance. He had no desire to expose the existence of his system. Big brother. The group halted beside him. Lin Ze nodded and advised, do not rush in and alarm the enemy. I will enter first and assess the situation. Should any issues arise, I will contact you. It is best if I can stealthily proceed. If that fails, we can always resort to a direct assault. Seeing his resolve, they nodded in agreement. After instructing them to dispose of the bodies, Lin Ze ventured further inside. This time, he descended not into a slope, but rather into a space reminiscent of an underground parking lot, albeit on a smaller scale, with only a few armored bank vehicles present. Hey, who are you? Two security personnel armed with shotguns, patrolling the area, confronted Lin Ze as he entered with an air of confidence. Hello, I'm a bank employee, here to see Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren? What do you need him for? Upon hearing Lin Ze mention their supervisor's name, the guard's suspicion lessened slightly. Lin Ze flashed a grin. I'm just here to borrow some money to spend. With widened eyes, the guards instinctively raised their weapons, but before they could fire, Lin Ze's dagger struck with precision, carving a crimson line across their throats that deepened swiftly. Both men felt the sting and instinctively dropped their shotguns, reaching for their necks. Quick as a flash, Lin Ze seized both shotguns before they could fall to the ground and promptly stashed them in the system's storage. Without a glance at the twitching forms of the guards, he continued deeper into the premises. After a few steps, he encountered another security personnel emerging from within, a piece of bread in his mouth. Upon spotting Lin Ze and the convulsing guards sprawled on the floor, he froze, caught in a moment of stunned disbelief. The two exchanged a bewildered gaze, locked in an unexpected standoff. After a brief moment, the security personnel, regaining their senses, hastily reached for their sidearm. Alas, just as their hand rested upon the weapon, yet before they could draw it, a sudden sharp pain pierced through their chest, causing an involuntary scream to escape their lips. To their astonishment, a dagger was embedded deep within their torso, blood gushing from the wound. What was happening? Inside the room, upon hearing the agonizing cry, others rushed out, only to find their fallen comrade on the ground. Just as they were processing the scene, Lin Ze opened fire. With both hands raised, he wielded two pistols, shooting towards the doorway. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted. The three individuals standing at the forefront were instantly struck down, their bodies riddled with bullets. An enemy attack. A panic ensued among those inside, who quickly retreated. After expending the ammunition from his pistols, Lin Ze discarded them into the system's repository and retrieved an AKM assault rifle. Taking cover behind an armored truck, he picked up the radio. Wolf 4, this is Wolf Head, cut the power grid immediately. You may proceed, Wolf 4. With that, he secured the radio at his waist and rose, wielding the AK as he advanced inward. Outside, those awaiting the signal sprang into action, flooring the gas pedal as two vehicles surged forward. Bang! Bang! The gunfire intensified. At that moment, within the vault, Warren's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the shots. He hurriedly exited his office, seizing a panicking subordinate. What is happening? Where are those gunshots coming from? Mr. Warren, it's bad. A formidable thug has arrived outside and has already killed several of our men. A thug? Several killed? Warren's face paled. Damn it. Back to the room. He immediately pressed the alarm button. The shrill alarm echoed through the underground vault. Simultaneously, he pressed a red button linked to the nearby police station, ensuring they would be notified and dispatched to the scene without delay. After several frantic presses, he stood up, opened the metal cabinet, and retrieved an assault rifle, charging out. Hot, 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 hot. Upon the arrival of Tian Yangsheng and his group, they immediately engaged, firing back at the adversaries. Damn it! Warren, reaching his own defensive position, realized that they were not facing a single thug, but rather multiple assailants, causing panic to rise within him. He prayed for the police to arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, approximately 5 kilometers away at the police station, personnel were mobilizing in response to the bank's distress signal. AE, bring over the rocket launcher. Observing the bank personnel retaliating from their cover, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. There was no time to waste. The enemies before him needed to be dealt with swiftly. Before long, Tian Yangsheng brought over a rocket launcher. After loading the projectile, Lin Ze hoisted it onto his shoulder, aimed at the target, and pressed the launch button. The rear of the rocket launcher flared with fire, and in the next moment, the missile was propelled forth. In a moment of sheer terror, Valen felt his soul leave his body upon seeing the incoming rocket launcher. Without a moment to ponder how the bandits possessed such formidable weaponry, he hastily threw himself backward. With a resounding boom, the explosion reverberated through him, inflicting a pain that seemed to jolt his very insides. A gasp escaped his lips as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, simultaneously feeling a sharp sting coursing through his entire body. Yet, he considered himself fortunate. His quick reflexes spared him. However, several of his subordinates, who were slower to react and positioned closer to the blast, were not so lucky. The energy unleashed by the explosion tore them apart, claiming their lives in an instant. Those who survived were left grievously wounded. The entire ambush site was shrouded in acrid smoke. "Ah, it hurts. My arm, someone help me." My eyes, they burn with agony. After the ringing in his ears subsided, Valen could hear the anguished cries of his subordinates. He pushed himself up from the ground, striving to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Coughing violently, he could taste blood mingled with phlegm. Dismissing it with a swift wipe of his mouth, he summoned all his strength to rise. Chapter 19. The Vault. A trove of gold and dollars. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Coughing, Valen trembled as he rose, confronted by a haze of dust birthed from an explosion. His gaze fell upon his moaning companion strewn across the ground, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. Indeed, he was afraid. No one yearns for death, and Valen was no exception. At that moment, a figure emerged from the dust, a man unmasked, followed by several others clad in black hoods, their eyes and mouths the only exposed features. "Please, don't kill me," as Valen saw the gun raised and aimed at him. His face turned ashen, instinctively raising his hands in a placating gesture. Yet, the response came as a deafening gunshot. The bullet flew forth, and in the next heartbeat, Valen felt a sharp pain in his forehead, his consciousness blurring as the world spun chaotically around him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His awareness faded, a hand reaching out as if to plead for mercy, struggling against the weight of inevitability. This simple gesture felt insurmountable, as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. His arm falling limply to the earth, eyes reflecting a yearning for the world he was leaving behind. "It's up to you now. I'll take a look inside." In his final moments, he heard those words before darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to oblivion. Lin Ze maintained a stoic expression, refusing to glance at the bloody scene below. After instructing Tian Yangsheng to handle a few matters, he strode purposefully inward. Soon, he arrived at the vault. Much like scenes from a cinematic thriller, a heavy door stood closed, concealing the treasures within. However, this posed no challenge for him. Accessing his System S storage, he retrieved 6 grenades, wrapping them in fabric before placing them against the wall beside the security door, rather than directly upon it. While the precise thickness of the vault door remained unknown, it was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps 20 centimeters thick. The wall adjacent to the security door, composed of concrete rather than iron, likely measured no more than 30 centimeters. Even if the wall could not be demolished, a significant hole could be created, allowing him to breach it with full force. He propped the table against the wall, placing the grenades atop it, then pulled the pin from one grenade and swiftly retreated. Typically, a modern grenade has a detonation delay of approximately 4 to 5 seconds. A slower one might take 5 to 7 seconds. For an average person, that would translate to a few hurried steps, but Lin Ze, having ingested the super soldier serum, possessed reflexes several times greater than the human norm. If a sprinting champion could cover 10 meters in 4 to 5 seconds, Lin Ze could traverse 30 to 40 meters in the same time frame. To him, running 10 meters in a second posed no significant obstacle. Otherwise, he would not dare to take such risks. With a swift dash, he moved, and moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, the sound particularly resounding, reverberating through the air. Dust swirled around the vault entrance, obscuring visibility, yet Lin Ze pressed on, navigating through the haze, toward the newly formed opening in the wall. Upon examining the aperture, Lin Ze noted that the walls were approximately 30 centimeters thick. They were not entirely composed of concrete. The outer layer was brick, while the inner 20 centimeters consisted of concrete. The builders of this vault had undoubtedly cut corners. He bent down and crawled inside, where dust was pervasive. A wave of his hand dispersed some of the dust before he was astounded by the scene before him. His gaze fell upon a plethora of U.S. dollars and gold. The shelves on either side were laden with gold bars and ingots, numbering no fewer than 1,000. In the center lay stacks of U.S. currency, piled high on each table to about 1.5 times his height. And there were not merely 1 or 2 tables. At least 20 were present. Lin Ze estimated that this vault contained gold worth at least $400 to $500 million. With little time for contemplation, Lin Ze seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the absence of Tian Yangsheng and his companions, and swiftly approached the shelves of gold bars. He opened the system warehouse and began to deposit the gold directly from the shelves into the system. In less than 20 seconds, the shelves brimming with gold bars and ingots were completely emptied into the warehouse. Just as he was in the midst of transferring the cash, he heard an urgent shout from outside. "Boss!" Lin Ze immediately halted his actions of moving the cash into the system warehouse. Moments later, Tian Yangsheng and his companions crawled through the aperture. Upon witnessing the enormous piles of U.S. currency within the vault, they collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens, this is an unimaginable amount. We've struck it rich. It's all U.S. dollars. Observing the ecstatic reactions of Tian Yangsheng, and the others, Lin Ze interjected. "Enough with the shouting. Let us quickly pack up the money and transport it." Right? The group snapped back to reality and promptly began to load the cash, tossing stacks of bills into black cloth bags. Within 3 minutes, over a dozen bags were filled. The group, clutching the bags, hurried outside the vault and loaded the money into 2 vehicles, then returned with new bags to continue the process. They had prepared 30 black cloth bags for this heist. As they efficiently packed the cash, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Wolf Head, this is Wild Wolf 1. We spotted police cars heading this way." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had explicitly instructed someone to sever the phone lines. How was it that the police were still aware? Shaking his head, he quickly commanded, "Wild Wolf 1 and 2, prepare to create a traffic accident. Check the time on your watches. We need 3 minutes." "Received, Wild Wolf 1. Received 2. Hurry. Everyone, put in extra effort to load the money." With that, Lin Ze swiftly advanced, clutching for already filled bags of cash, and dashed outside. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had passed. "Time's up. Let's retreat," Lin Ze announced after checking the time on his watch. "Ze go. Aren't we going to take the remaining money?" Tian Yangsheng gazed longingly at the substantial pile of money before him, easily amounting to several $1 million. The others shared a similar expression of regret and reluctance. Sensing their hesitation, Lin Ze urgently exclaimed, "There's no time. We must retreat at once. If we delay any further, the police will block the entrance, and everything will be for naught." Under Lin Ze's stern command, the group realized that this fortune could not be taken with them, and they hurriedly grabbed their bags and rushed outside. Lin Ze was the last to leave, following closely behind. He swiftly accessed the system's storage, his hands moving with remarkable speed as he gathered the remaining cash from the tables, along with the tables themselves, and deposited them into the system's repository. In mere seconds, several tables laden with money had vanished into the storage. He then seized 2 black money bags and caught up with Tian Yangsheng and the others. With a decisive slam, he shut the car door. "Drive," he commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, Tian Yangsheng pressed the accelerator, propelling them quickly away. An SUV driven by Tian Yangsheng closely trailed behind. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer from the bank, a multitude of police cars, their lights flashing, raced towards the scene. However, the heavy traffic impeded their progress. "Damn it! Clear the way! Move!" shouted the officers, exasperated at the civilian vehicles blocking their path. At that moment, 500 meters away atop a towering building, Tian Yangsheng was poised with a sniper rifle, aiming at the tire of one of the passing cars. Bang! The shot rang out. The bullet sped towards its target with precision. Moments later, a car on the move suddenly experienced a tire blowout with a resounding pop. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, but the proximity to the vehicle ahead left him unable to stop in time. With a loud crash, he collided into the rear of the car in front, which, propelled by the force of inertia, then struck the vehicle ahead of it. What followed was a series of chaotic collisions, a cacophony of crashes echoing through the street as nearly 10 cars collided in a domino effect, resulting in a significant traffic accident. Chapter 20. Engage the enemy. Make your escape. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony erupted as a series of vehicles collided, rendering the entire thoroughfare incapacitated. Damn it! What shall the sheriff do? What can he do? A few officers were left to manage traffic, while the rest sprinted ahead. On the rooftop, Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow as he observed the officers abandoning their vehicles to pursue on foot. Grasping the walkie-talkie, he reported, "Wolf Head. The officers are advancing on foot." Boom. Meanwhile, Tian Yangsheng pressed down on the accelerator, surging from the underground parking garage. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Ze heard the voice crackling through the walkie-talkie and promptly commanded, "Withdraw. All units retreat to the designated rendezvous." Wolf 1 received. Wolf 2 received. Wolf 3 received. Came the responses over the walkie-talkie. A smile crept onto Tian Yangsheng's face as he glanced at the officers on foot, feeling a surge of elation as he decisively abandoned the scene, leaving behind his sniper rifle. The remaining 2 peripheral teams followed suit and retreated in succession. Just as Lin Ze and Tian Yangsheng drove away from the garage, merging into the flow of traffic, a throng of police officers arrived on the scene moments later, swiftly cordoning off the area. Subsequently, a dozen armed officers, led by one of their own, began cautiously advancing towards the underground vault. Before long, they arrived at the guard booth, where they discovered 2 security personnel had been executed. The sheriff's brow furrowed in concern. "Everyone, be advised. The robbers are ruthless. Upon detection, they will shoot to kill." "Yes, sir." Shortly thereafter, the sheriff, accompanied by a group of officers, reached the vault, only to be met with the sight of collapsed walls and a grim tableau of lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor. A chill coursed through him. The realization struck him that this gang of robbers was armed with heavy weaponry. Casting a glance at his own meager sidearm, he shuddered at the thought of confronting such heavily armed criminals with nothing but a compact pistol. At that moment, he felt a pang of gratitude for their delayed arrival. Had they come sooner and encountered the robbers, the consequences would have been unfathomable. His officers, upon witnessing the hellish scene before them, were rendered speechless. Some could not contain their nausea, while the braver ones trembled slightly, their faces drained of color, though they had witnessed their fair share of gunfights. Such a scene was a rarity, particularly for the younger officers who had never encountered anything like it. Suppressing their queasiness, the sheriff promptly ordered the sealing of the scene, notifying the bank personnel and instructing that the incident be reported to the Los Angeles Police Department. Such a significant case was beyond his capacity to manage. Before long, the air was filled with the blaring sirens of numerous police vehicles, the shrill wails drawing the attention of nearby residents, who began to speculate whether a major incident had unfolded in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Lin Ze and his companions had driven for about half an hour before arriving at an old warehouse. As they disembarked from their vehicles, Lin Ze addressed Tian Yangsheng and the others, saying, "You all should return to the hotel. I will handle the remaining matters. The funds have been successfully acquired. The only remaining task is to transport the money back to Hong Kong." To outsiders, this seems an arduous endeavor. Even with connections, the process of laundering the money and remitting it would typically incur a reduction of 20 to 30%. However, for Lin Ze, who possesses a unique system, this task is remarkably effortless. The others nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. As they unloaded the black burlap bags filled with cash from the vehicle, subsequently departed from the warehouse. After their departure, Lin Ze waited approximately 10 minutes before accessing the system's storage, effortlessly tossing in 30 bags of money. He was uncertain of the exact amount, but he estimated it to be in the range of $1 to $200 million. The precise figure would only be revealed upon his return to Hong Kong and the subsequent division of the funds. After depositing the money into the system's storage, Lin Ze dusted off his hands and exited the dilapidated warehouse. After walking for a while, he hailed a taxi, not returning directly to his hotel, but instead opting to find accommodation for half a day in the bustling CBD commercial district. His intentions were twofold. First, to tally the wealth he had amassed, and second, to provide a plausible explanation for his absence, should anyone inquire about his activities. Otherwise, returning directly to his hotel would raise questions about the source of his newfound wealth, given the proximity of his return to the timing of his earlier activities. Upon reaching the CBD, he checked into a hotel, drew the curtains of the glass windows, and locked the door securely. After ensuring everything was in order, he opened the system's storage and withdrew all the cash that had not been placed in burlap bags. Soon enough, a veritable mountain of cash loomed before him, towering nearly to his chest. The sight of this substantial sum filled Lin Ze with joy. This was his money, free from the need to share it with Tian Yangsheng or anyone else. In addition to the cash, he had also amassed a considerable quantity of gold bars and nuggets. Next, Lin Ze embarked on the arduous yet gratifying task of counting the money before him. Fortunately, many of the stacks were secured with plastic ties, sparing him the need to count each bill individually, thus saving considerable time. However, it still took him nearly 2 hours to tally the entire amount. Ultimately, he counted a staggering $53,722,000, exceeding his initial estimate of $70 to $80 million. It became evident that the total amount stolen, referring to the 30 burlap bags of cash, was unlikely to reach $400 million, and the figure was probably closer to $300 million, perhaps around $260 million. Nonetheless, this was still a significant sum, converted into Hong Kong dollars. That $260 million amounted to nearly 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, more than double the ransom demanded for the kidnapping of young Master Li. Each individual involved could expect to receive over 200 million Hong Kong dollars, a sum that would render them wealthy in Hong Kong. After neatly arranging the counted cash, Lin Ze placed it back into the system's storage and proceeded to extract the gold bars and nuggets for counting. In comparison to cash, gold proved to be far easier to quantify. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Ze meticulously sorted and calculated the gold. There were a total of 1,352 gold ingots, which he weighed in his hands and estimated to be around 1,000 grams. The gold bars were fewer in number, totaling only 57. However, they were relatively heavy, and even when clasped in both hands, their weight was palpable. Lin Ze speculated that each bar likely weighed about 10 kilograms. The gold pieces were also limited, with only 173 bars, each relatively light, estimated to weigh around 200 grams. After careful calculation, he concluded that the haul of gold he had acquired weighed approximately 2 tons. This was merely his estimation, as he lacked a scale for precise measurement. Nonetheless, at this moment, gold was not particularly valuable, with 1 ton fetching just over $1 million. Therefore, the 2 tons he possessed would, at most, be worth around $25 million. This was an optimistic assessment, should the market trend downwards. It might not even reach 20 million, rendering it less profitable than the cash he had previously seized. However, who would ever complain about having too much money? Moreover, gold is a precious metal. While it may not hold significant value now, its worth is bound to increase over time. In fact, after 20 or 30 years, this cache of gold could potentially be valued at $200 million. Considering the prospect of further profits from the 30 burlap sacks, Lin Ze felt his gains were substantial, at least 600 million Hong Kong dollars, not accounting for the gold. If he continued this way, he believed he could ascend to the ranks of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong. Reflecting on his remarkable disguise skills, Lin Ze found himself increasingly tempted to target banks and the affluent for potential abductions. Once one embarks on such ventures, the desire for a second endeavor becomes irresistible. Who and T thinks similarly? Chapter 21. With arrival comes opportunity, a delightful reward after spending a night at the hotel. Lin Ze departed from the CBD commercial district the following morning, returning to the Westin Bonaventure Hotel where he had previously stayed. He made a phone call to Tian Yangsheng and a few others, inviting them to join him. Before long, they arrived at his room, brimming with enthusiasm. Shikha. They greeted him upon entering. Welcome. Please take a seat. Lin Ze gestured for them to sit down. He settled onto the sofa, a smile gracing his face as he addressed them. I have arranged matters concerning the money. In no time, you will receive your share in Xianjiang. Upon hearing this, excitement and joy illuminated their faces. They were all ordinary individuals, naturally drawn to wealth, and the more, the better. Now, I have two questions for you. Do you intend to return to Xianjiang, or would you prefer to accompany me on another venture? Another venture? They paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Ze articulated his thoughts clearly. This last job was exceedingly effortless. Having come all the way to America, I wish to undertake another endeavor before heading back. He candidly expressed his intentions, recalling how one successful heist had netted them several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. It was imperative to seize another opportunity to thwart Li Jiaqing and secure the Hong Kong Electric Company from Jardines. Otherwise, acquiring the company would become increasingly challenging. Tian Yangsheng and the others exchanged surprised glances, astonished that Lin Ze was contemplating another job. Zega, isn't this a bit too risky? Tian Yangyi furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face. We have just committed a crime here, and the entire city is searching for us. If we attempt another heist, the police in all of Los Angeles will surely be driven to madness. Indeed, I believe caution is warranted, Tian Yangxi added thoughtfully, sensing the considerable risk involved. Lin Ze chuckled. You make valid points, but when I say another venture, I do not mean in Los Angeles. I am considering New York, the financial hub of America, replete with banks, particularly large institutions. If we succeed, we shall never have to worry about money again. In truth, they need not undertake another job. The funds they currently possessed, along with the remaining profits yet to be distributed, were ample for a lifetime of comfort. After all, they had 1 or 200 million Hong Kong dollars at their disposal. Should they heed his advice to invest in real estate, acquiring dozens of properties would eliminate any future financial concerns. Upon learning that the operation was not to take place in Los Angeles, their apprehensions began to dissipate. The manhunt in Los Angeles would certainly not affect their plans in New York. The two cities lay at opposite ends of the country. Moreover, bank robberies were relatively rare in America, though not unprecedented. This incident had merely attracted more attention than usual. Lin Ze regarded them with a serious expression, stating, "This operation is not compulsory. If you wish to participate, you are welcome to join. If not, you may return to Xianjiang. The profits will be distributed in another 15 days. After he finished speaking, Tian Yangli eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Zegu, I will join you for another venture. Excellent. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. The others were not surprised by his enthusiasm. Tian Yangli is notoriously greedy and unafraid of trouble. During his time in Hong Kong, this young man displayed an eager disposition, itching to stir up chaos. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he readily supported Lin Ze's intention to undertake another heist. Count me in, he declared after a moment of contemplation, for he yearned to amass more wealth. As he contemplated this, he gazed at Tian Yangyin across the table, his eyes reflecting a gentle warmth. Tian Yangyin, in turn, was also observing him. Lin Ze, noticing the shared glances between the two, could not help but smile knowingly. The others present also took note, their faces lighting up with smiles, as they had long been aware of Tian Yangji's interest in Tian Yangyin, who reciprocated his affections, albeit subtly. Unfortunately, both were rather reticent, and to this day, their relationship had yet to blossom. Brother Ze, count me in as well. I wish to join. Tian Yangyin spoke up. Lin Ze nodded, a broad smile gracing his face as he looked at her. What is this? Are you reluctant to let Ji take risks alone, preferring to accompany him for reassurance? This remark elicited a chorus of hearty laughter in the room. Tian Yangyin's cheeks flushed crimson at once, while Tian Yangji chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment. With Lin Ze's playful banter, the atmosphere in the room became markedly cheerful. Ultimately, the group resolved to follow Lin Ze in executing a bank heist. Having made their decision, they did not linger in Los Angeles, but boarded a plane to New York that very day. They arrived in New York, the bustling metropolis, at 5 in the afternoon. In comparison to Los Angeles, New York undoubtedly exuded a greater vibrancy, its city lights twinkling more brilliantly at night. Moreover, the skyscrapers were far more densely packed. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lay a plethora of crime. It is noteworthy that New York is akin to Gotham City, a place rife with violence and criminality. Particularly in the Bronx, gun trafficking and violent incidents were alarmingly commonplace, rendering the area deserted after dark. Thus, while New York may appear glamorous, it is, in truth, a den of iniquity. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Ze gathered Tian Yangsheng and the others. In the coming days, let's explore and identify suitable targets. We must seek out major banks. Although the security systems of large banks are undoubtedly more formidable than those of ordinary small to medium-sized banks, they also harbor greater sums of money within their vaults. After this heist, we shall return to Hong Kong. Tian Yangsheng and the others nodded in understanding. Lin Ze offered a few more suggestions before they departed the hotel. He did not rush to leave, as the search for targets was not an urgent matter. Closing the door behind him, he settled back onto the sofa. Lin Ze opened the system interface to check the weekly gift package collection page. He was eligible to claim a new gift. Without hesitation, he selected to receive it. Beep. Gift collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1. A surface-to-air missile, equipped with 3 anti-air missiles. 2. A formula for Viagra. Holy smokes. Upon seeing the system's notification of rewards, Lin Ze was taken aback, springing up from the sofa in astonishment. It is not surprising that he is so agitated, primarily due to the extraordinary rewards offered by the system, which can be likened to a veritable treasure trove. Viagra, known in Chinese by the name, is indeed a miraculous remedy for many men, particularly those of advancing age. For older men, it is not uncommon to feel a disparity between desire and capability, but with this remarkable product, such unspoken concerns can now be alleviated. Consider the vastness of the global population. The development and introduction of this product to the market would undoubtedly lead to substantial financial gain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to suggest that earning several $100 million annually is entirely feasible. Moreover, with the ongoing globalization of trade and the continuous increase in the global population, the market is poised for even greater expansion. Contemplating these prospects, how could Lin Ze not feel exhilarated? As for the Stinger missile, it has been conveniently forgotten. The distinction is negligible. In a buoyant mood, Lin Ze spent some time in his room reveling in his excitement, yet he did not lose sight of his primary objective. He rose to leave the hotel, venturing outside in search of suitable targets for his endeavors. Chapter 22. The Dilemma of Choosing the Method to Enter the TD Bank for 4 consecutive days. A small group engaged in thorough investigations, scouting suitable targets, and observing the local law enforcement presence. They meticulously analyzed traffic patterns, foot traffic, and even employed deceptive phone calls to gauge the response time of the police. Robbing a bank is not a casual endeavor. It necessitates a series of meticulous preparations and strategies to address various unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, a comprehensive escape plan must be devised. On the 5th day in New York, Lin Ze summoned Tian Yangsheng and the others for a strategic meeting. Everyone, after 4 days of reconnaissance, I trust you have formed some conclusions. Please share which bank you believe is most suitable for our operation. Brother Ze, one replied, our observations indicate that Manhattan is the epicenter of New York's financial industry. With the world-renowned Wall Street located here, Manhattan is divided into 3 sections: Upper, Middle, and Lower Manhattan. The lower and middle sections serve primarily as financial and commercial hubs, while the upper section is predominantly residential, with some commercial and cultural parks. In my opinion, it would be prudent to target the TD Bank in the Middle Manhattan area. Oh, Lin Ze turned to Tian Yangsheng. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Tian Yangsheng nodded, unfurling a map before the group. With a pencil in hand, he began to illustrate his points. When it comes to the concentration of banks and their wealth, Lower Manhattan is undoubtedly the most lucrative. However, this area is surrounded by water on 3 sides, posing a significant risk during an operation. Should we execute our plan swiftly, escaping before the police arrive would be ideal. However, failure to do so would leave us trapped. Middle Manhattan, in contrast, allows for greater flexibility, as the police would need to cordon off a larger area, providing us avenues for escape to either lower or upper Manhattan, thus avoiding capture. Furthermore, although the TD Bank in Middle Manhattan may not be a headquarters, it is nonetheless a substantial institution. Over the past few days, I have observed that the clientele visiting this bank consists of individuals of considerable wealth, with at least 400 to 500 patrons daily. I suspect the vaults beneath this establishment must hold significant riches. Tian Yangsheng spoke with conviction, articulating his insights. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, casting his gaze towards the others. What about the rest of you? Brother Ze, one of them remarked. Arn and I explored several other neighborhoods, and we found that the banks there lack the capital that those in Manhattan possess. I concur, another added. Our investigations and conversations with local Chinese residents confirmed that the Manhattan area is home to a high-asset demographic, being a renowned financial center, ensuring that the banks below are indeed affluent. As each member shared their perspectives, a consensus emerged favoring the Manhattan region for their endeavor. In truth, Lin Ze shared this sentiment. Observing the entirety of New York, it was evident that the towering skyscrapers of Midtown Manhattan resembled the Chongqing Peninsula in later years. Akin to Hong Kong's Central District, given the financial focus, it was only natural that the banks in the vicinity would possess considerable wealth. Although the number of depositors may not rival those in commercial districts or high-density residential areas, the scale of assets would undoubtedly surpass them. Indeed, those who are employed in Manhattan enjoy a salary that is undoubtedly above average among the working class, with many belonging to the upper echelons of income. Given that it is a financial hub, it is no surprise that wealth abounds among the banks. Since there is a consensus to operate within the confines of Manhattan, let's focus our efforts in this area. Lin Ze turned to Tian Yangsheng and said, i.e., please provide a detailed overview of the TD Bank, particularly regarding the distribution of police presence in the vicinity. Certainly, Ze Ge. Tian Yangsheng nodded and produced a stack of photographs. Upon seeing the images, Lin Ze nodded in approval. Very good. I.e., this habit of yours is commendable. Tian Yangsheng chuckled. I learned this from you, Ze Ge. The others shared a knowing smile. After all, they had followed Lin Ze's lead. During the bank heist in Los Angeles, Lin Ze had similarly utilized a collection of photographs when formulating their strategy. The TD Bank is situated at the intersection of 7th Street, surrounded by a labyrinth of roads, with thoroughfares approximately every 30 to 40 meters. It occupies a bustling street, frequented by many pedestrians. Tian Yangsheng found a particular image among the stack and pointed to it, stating, "This is the only entrance and exit for the bank's garage, as well as for the entire building." Lin Ze scrutinized the image of the garage, furrowing his brow. These two roll-up doors can only be opened from the inside, correct? Your keen perception is spot on, Tian Yangsheng replied with a smile. I observed that when an armored vehicle arrives at the garage, they communicate with the staff inside via intercom, and then the roll-up doors open. Once the vehicle is inside, the doors close automatically. I am unaware of the specifics within. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. The details within were inconsequential. What mattered was devising an escape route. Inside, there would likely be more guards, and the vault would be reinforced. But what more could there be? This was the 1980s, a time when electronic security technologies were not as advanced. Have you conceived a viable plan? Lin Ze inquired after examining the photographs laid before him. To avoid alarming the guards, we could rob the armored vehicle and impersonate the staff to gain entry. Beyond that, I cannot think of a superior strategy. What about you all? He looked at Tian Yangsheng and the others. Nothing, they replied. This bank's security measures are evidently a notch above those of the Los Angeles institution. Indeed, our information is rather limited, and we remain oblivious to the inner workings. One remarked, Ze Ge, we are at your discretion. We shall follow your lead. Faced with a lack of alternatives, they turned to Lin Ze for direction. Lin Ze was accustomed to this. He gathered the photographs before him and began to study them meticulously. Clearly, their previous methods would not suffice this time. Entering would be manageable, as would exiting. The challenge lay in whether there would be sufficient time to leave before police reinforcements arrived. This was Manhattan, the most thriving part of New York. It was evident that police presence would be significant in this area. It was reasonable to assume that, following an alert, officers would arrive within a maximum of 3 minutes. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Ze was struck by the notion of undertaking the endeavor alone. Employing his skill in disguise, he could swiftly approach the vault. Bringing along Tian Yangsheng and his companions would only complicate matters. Should the vault's security personnel detect Tian and his associates, they would undoubtedly resort to gunfire or become alarmed, potentially even alerting the authorities. It would be far more prudent for him to proceed solo. Given his current prowess, subduing the individuals within the vault would pose no significant challenge. He could also have Tian and his companions conceal themselves within or beneath a vehicle, providing fire support and cover for him. Moreover, there existed an alternative strategy to create a diversion. He could instruct Tian Yangsheng and the others to plant explosives in downtown Manhattan, then make a phone call to the police reporting a bomb threat at a particular building, thereby drawing law enforcement away and delaying their response to the bank heist. However, the decision on which approach to adopt required careful consideration and deliberation. This was not Los Angeles, after all. One thing was certain. The bank, named Daoming, undoubtedly housed a substantial sum of money. Otherwise, its security would not be so stringent. Chapter 23. Action. The Bandit returns. After careful contemplation, Lin Ze resolved to adopt a more cautious approach. Venturing in alone posed a considerable risk, especially given the uncertainties of the situation within. What if the firepower was formidable and the defenders numerous? Having made up his mind, Lin Ze promptly articulated his thoughts. I have devised a plan that involves 3 small teams. AC and AXIN will form the outer support unit, akin to their roles in Los Angeles, scouting for suitable vantage points near the bank. My expectation is that when the robbery team finds itself encircled, your support unit must provide covering fire from the periphery. AXIN, it would be prudent for you to bring a rocket launcher. We may require heavy weaponry this time. Understood. Rest assured, Brother Ze. We shall execute the sniping with utmost precision. The two replied solemnly as they noted Lin Ze's serious demeanor. Indeed, Lin Ze nodded, feeling confident in their capabilities. One was reliable, while the other exercised caution. Unlike Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangli, whose impulsive and fiery tempers often led to reckless actions. The second group, which I shall refer to as the support unit, will consist of AN and AG. Lin Ze gazed intently at the two. Your task is straightforward. In downtown Manhattan, identify 2 buildings and install remote-controlled explosives. Detonate one to incite chaos in the area and draw the attention of law enforcement. Remember to evacuate promptly and exercise extreme caution during the operation. Keep a close watch on AG. Do not allow him to act rashly, understood? This last admonition was directed at Tian Yangsheng. To be frank, Lin Ze harbored some reservations about Tian Yangsheng, not due to any potential for betrayal, but rather because of his impulsive nature and volatile temperament, which could lead to hasty decisions. Nevertheless, he excelled in combat, charging fearlessly into the fray. Brother Ze, that's slander. How can you say I'm rash? Tian Yangsheng protested, scratching his head in feigned indignation. Lin Ze shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, What? You feel wronged by that statement? No, that's not what I meant. Sigh. Tian Yangsheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to defend himself, but ultimately fell silent, clearly at a loss for words. The group erupted in laughter. Fourth brother, you simply cannot match the eloquence of the eldest brother, one remarked. Indeed, with that tongue of yours, how could you ever outtalk him? Another chimed in. I find Brother Ze's assessment quite accurate. You do exhibit a certain impulsiveness, particularly when faced with challenges, and your temper can be rather explosive. Another added with a chuckle. As Tian Yangli joined in the laughter at his expense, Tian Yangsheng immediately objected. While he accepted the truth in their jests, he was quick to point out that Tian Yangsheng was hardly superior in temperament. Seventh brother, your laughter is unwarranted. You are no better, he retorted. That assertion is wholly inaccurate. I am indeed far superior to you, Tian Yangli declared with a hearty laugh. Tian Yangsheng, now agitated, responded, You're no prize yourself, with your own fiery temper. What pretense of calmness is this? Fourth brother, your words are excessive, Enough. Lin Ze interrupted the ongoing debate among the few. They promptly concealed their smiles, adopting a serious demeanor. The success of their 2 previous missions had earned Lin Ze their unwavering respect, as well as that of Tian Yangsheng. Although they had initially acknowledged Lin Ze as their elder brother primarily out of gratitude for saving their lives, their recognition of his capabilities had deepened significantly. "Oh, remember what I just told you. Keep a close eye on Aji and ensure he does not act impulsively," Tian Yang responded earnestly, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Brother Ze, I will certainly keep him in check." "Good," Lin Ze replied, satisfied with the response. While others might struggle to manage Tian Yang certainly could, being the object of his affection and admiration. The third group would consist of myself, Sheng Yi, and Ali, which I dubbed the robbery group. I planned to infiltrate using the cash delivery vehicle, eliminate the guard, and then have Sheng and the others drive in. The specific course of action was as follows. When the cash delivery vehicle neared the bank, I would lie beneath it, blend in, eliminate the guard, open the shutter door to the vault, and allow Tian Yangsheng and the others to enter. Once we regrouped, we would neutralize the enemies inside. With 4 agile individuals working together, I believed we could handle even the most perilous situations. We would swiftly eliminate any opposition and evacuate the scene. After hearing Lin Ze's proposed plan, the others had no objections and expressed their full support. "Very well. As per our usual protocol, E and Ali, you 2 go find 2 or 3 cargo vans to drive in and load the money." "Understood." They nodded in agreement. The last time we suffered a significant setback. If we had switched to SUVs or cargo vans, we could have transported more. Little did they know, the portion of the money they had left behind had all ended up in Lin Ze's personal pocket. That night, someone experienced insomnia. The following afternoon, at precisely 4:45 p.m., a white cargo van emblazoned with the logo of a cleaning company was parked near the bank. Lin Ze did not inquire how the vehicle had come to be there, for it was of no consequence. Just then, a dark-colored cash delivery vehicle began to approach slowly. "Brother Ze, the target has appeared," Tian Yang alerted, his keen eyes spotting the vehicle. Lin Ze followed the direction of his finger, and, sure enough, a cash delivery vehicle came into view. Inform Sheng to proceed as planned." "Yes." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ze pushed open the passenger door and exited the vehicle, striding forward. Before long, the cash delivery vehicle arrived at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Seizing the moment as it came to a stop, Lin Ze bent down, sliding beneath the vehicle and grasped onto its underside. The occupants of the cash delivery vehicle remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. Thus, Lin Ze infiltrated alongside the vehicle as it entered. Once inside, they were immediately met with a security check. Moreover, Lin Ze observed that they were bending down to inspect the chassis, evidently to prevent any unauthorized individuals from infiltrating. Noticing this, Lin Ze ceased to conceal himself. With a vigorous flick of his wrists, he propelled himself into motion. What was that just now? It seemed as if a shadow had flitted by, mused the 2 security personnel at the entrance. "What shadow?" asked the guard in the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. Brandishing a shotgun. "Just a shadow." It vanished in an instant. As they murmured among themselves, Lin Ze had already approached. Who are you?" Without uttering a word, Lin Ze's dagger glided smoothly across the throats of the 3 individuals. In the next moment, a stream of crimson erupted from their necks. The excruciating pain prompted them to clutch their throats tightly. Meanwhile, the driver remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos below. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Lin Ze, he hastily grabbed his weapon, preparing to aim it at him. Yet, Lin Ze exerted a slight force with his legs, taking a running leap and using the wall for momentum, executing a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, the guard's head collided forcefully with the car door, rendering him unconscious, if not worse. Without hesitation, Lin Ze plunged his dagger into the opponent's chest, instantly releasing a torrent of scalding blood. Having neutralized the threat, Lin Ze activated his disguise skill, replicating the visage of his fallen foe. Meanwhile, 2 security personnel within the armored vehicle heard the commotion and hurriedly opened the compartment door to investigate. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of their comrade. "Alls, what happened? What was that noise?" They were completely unprepared. With their backs turned, Lin Ze swiftly seized their heads. applying pressure. A sickening crack echoed as bone dislocated, and one guard's neck was twisted mercilessly. The unfortunate soul's eyes rolled back, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The other, witnessing this, attempted to react, but Lin Ze was swifter. Another crack resounded as he followed suit. After dispatching the 4 guards from the entrance and the armored vehicle, Lin Ze unceremoniously tossed the 6 corpses into the back of the armored vehicle, which contained 6 boxes undoubtedly filled with currency. He accessed his system, transferring the 6 boxes into his storage. Then, he retrieved his walkie-talkie. Wolfpack 1 and 2, this is Wolfhead. The target has been neutralized. Be advised, I have assumed a disguise. I will now open the gate. You may proceed in. With that, Lin Ze approached the opposite wall, where 2 switches labeled off and on were mounted. He pressed the on switch, causing the recently closed roller door to rise once more. Chapter 24. Successfully entering the vault worth nearly $1 billion. Without the presence of surveillance cameras, Lin Ze felt no apprehension about revealing his identity. Had there been cameras, he would not have so boldly chosen to eliminate 6 security personnel. Moments later, 2 vans arrived on the scene. Wolfhead, he called out as he spotted them. Lin Ze had disguised himself as a foreign driver, adopting a new visage. Let us go, he replied with a slight nod. I'll lead the way. Remember to maintain speed. Understood. Tian Yangsheng and his companions quickly affirmed, marveling at Lin Ze's remarkable skill in disguise, which had transformed his appearance in such a short span of time. Soon, Lin Ze drove the armored vehicle ahead, with Tian Yangsheng and his companions donned in black hoods, following closely in the 2 vans. Hey, stop. After traveling a short distance, 2 security personnel wielding electric batons emerged from a nearby booth to block their path. I am Eris, Lin Ze stated in a low voice. The guards, evidently familiar with him, inquired, Why are you alone? Where's Charlie? As one of the guards shone his flashlight into the passenger's seat, revealing it was empty, he asked suspiciously. Lin Ze remained composed, explaining, Charlie had an urgent matter to attend to and left early. The guard simply acknowledged with an O, saying little else as he held his flashlight in one hand and his baton in the other, beginning a search. Huh? What is going on? What are you doing? After inspecting the underside of the armored vehicle, one guard looked up and noticed the 2 white vans trailing behind. In response, Lin Ze swiftly plunged his dagger into the neck of one guard. The 2 men clutched their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief as they struggled to comprehend why Lin Ze would attack them. After disposing of their bodies in the cargo area of the armored vehicle, Lin Ze clapped his hands, closed the door, and resumed his position behind the wheel, driving forward. Gulp. Tian Yangsheng, following behind, watched as Lin Ze executed the 2 guards with such precision. A shiver of fear coursed through him. It wasn't that he lacked the capability. Rather, he did not possess Lin Ze's unflinching demeanor. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experience in this line of work that Lin Ze had become adept at handling such situations. Before long, the 3 vehicles arrived at the underground parking area, where several armored vehicles were stationed. Not far away, for security personnel armed with shotguns patrolled the vicinity. In front of Lin Ze stood a set of stairs, where 2 guards, equipped with electric batons, waved him over, signaling him to approach. Seeing this, Lin Ze drove forward steadily, coming to a halt. What's the situation? Why are there 2 cleaning vehicles here? At that moment, several security personnel noticed the 2 cleaning vans arriving behind and displayed expressions of confusion. Immediately, 2 guards approached the vehicles. In the next second, Lin Ze forcefully pushed open the car door, raising his pistol equipped with a silencer, and directly fired at the 4 security personnel armed with shotguns. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed as the 4 men were swiftly incapacitated. Their attention was entirely drawn to the front, completely oblivious to Lin Ze's presence behind them. Don't move. Tian Yangsheng and his companions also exited the vehicle, aiming their weapons at the remaining 2 security guards wielding batons. With a clatter, the 2 guards hastily discarded their batons and raised their hands in a gesture of surrender. Robber, please don't kill us, we surrender. They trembled, their voices quaking with fear. To be honest, they had never anticipated such audacity from a group of robbers daring to raid the underground vault of a bank in Manhattan. the very heart of the world's financial center. A mere phone call to the police would summon assistance within 5 minutes. Yet, the reality before them was undeniable. A bold band of thieves had indeed come to rob them. While Lin Ze and his crew were executing their heist, Tian Yangsheng was simultaneously enacting his plan. He had fashioned several fake bombs and placed them within 2 buildings, then contacted the police to report the presence of explosives. To lend authenticity to his claim, he deliberately detonated a grenade in one of the rooms. The explosion resonated with a thunderous roar, shattering the glass of the room. The sudden blast incited panic among the office workers in the building. Upon receiving the alarm, the local police department promptly dispatched a significant number of officers for reinforcement, treating the situation as a potential terrorist attack. Consequently, the lower Manhattan area was overwhelmed with police vehicles, sirens blaring. Retreat. Upon seeing the arrival of the police, Tian Yangsheng made a swift decision. Jigu, the police are here. We can pull back now. Is that it? I haven't had enough fun yet. Tian Yangsheng expressed his desire to linger a while longer, especially drawn to the chaos unfolding before him. He nearly wished to toss a grenade into the fray, but Tian Yangsheng restrained him. Listen, Ze Ge has given me his word, and I promise to keep an eye on you. Now, hurry and leave. Under Tian Yangsheng's urging, Tian Yangsheng reluctantly followed him away. Meanwhile, in the vault, after binding the hands and feet of the 2 security personnel, Lin Ze and Tian Yangsheng, along with their accomplices, charged inside with their firearms drawn. Hot, 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 hot. With a tremor, Lin Ze sprayed bullets against the wall, intimidating the trembling individuals present. Gentlemen, do not move, or my gun does not discriminate. With a more forceful tone and a stern expression, he commanded, everyone stand up, raise your hands, and line up to exit. Anyone who dares to make a move will meet their maker. Under the threat posed by Lin Ze and his accomplices, the bank vault personnel dared not act recklessly. They were merely there to earn their salaries, none willing to risk their lives. Even if a sense of duty compelled them to confront the robbers, they would need the opportunity to do so. Soon, 12 staff members, along with the vault manager Henry and the bank president Newman, lined up outside. Who was in charge here? As the individuals remained silent, Lin Ze raised his gun, threateningly declaring, I will grant you another opportunity. If no one steps forward and attempts to deceive me, I will ensure your demise is both swift and gruesome. Under Lin Ze's intimidation, the gazes of the dozen individuals instinctively shifted towards a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses. Aiming the gun at the man's forehead, Lin Ze coldly stated, since no one is willing to admit their position, I shall commence with you, sending you to meet your maker. Please, don't kill me. The man's face reflected sheer terror as he trembled and raised his hand, stammering, I am the president of this bank. Excellent. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. What's your name? My name is Newman. Since you are the president, you must possess the vault key, Lin Ze remarked with a smile. Newman hesitated. Think carefully before you respond. If you dare deceive me again, I will make you share the fate of those unfortunate souls. Lin Ze gestured towards the several security personnel who had been brutally beaten. Upon witnessing the grim scene, the remaining individuals trembled, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. As they pleaded, please, don't kill me. I have one key to the vault and the other. Newman pointed to a blond man beside him. His name is Henry. He is the vault administrator. Both keys must be inserted simultaneously to unlock the vault. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. He then aimed a gun at Henry. You appear to be less than forthcoming. Cold sweat trickled down Henry's forehead as he internally cursed Newman for betraying him. Sir, I will lead you to the vault. Good. Lin Ze was pleased with Henry's response. He turned to Tian Yangsheng and the others, instructing, you all keep an eye on them. I will take these 2 inside to unlock the vault. The 3 nodded in agreement. Go. Lin Ze gestured for Newman and Henry to proceed towards the vault. Before long, the trio arrived at the vault. Upon seeing its imposing door, Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with excitement. The door was exceedingly heavy, reminiscent of those in cinematic portrayals of vaults. I will give you both 10 seconds to open the door, or I will send you to meet your maker, Lin Ze threatened, aiming his gun at them. Reluctantly, the 2 produced their keys, inserting them into the respective keyholes and turning them in unison. Moments later, Lin Ze heard a click, followed by a sound akin to a valve releasing pressure. The vault door swung open, and the two men eagerly pushed it wide, looking at Lin Ze with hopeful expressions. "Sir, the door is now open." As Lin Ze stood at the threshold, he beheld stacks of American currency piled neatly within. Each stack measured approximately 2 meters in width and stood at least 1.5 meters tall. He estimated that there could be $100 million, or even $200 million contained within. "How much money is in here?" Lin Ze inquired, glancing towards Newman. The two individuals hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Lin Ze's expression darkened as the muzzle of his gun pressed against Henry's forehead. Alarmed, Henry quickly exclaimed, "Sir, I am aware that there are over $900 million in cash within, along with more than 4 tons of gold, worth several tens of millions." Despite having mentally prepared himself, knowing that this vault must contain a significant sum of money, given its imposing design and the requirement for 2 individuals to simultaneously activate it with 2 keys, such stringent security measures could only imply a vast fortune within. However, he never anticipated that there would be over $900 million inside. It is worth noting that this was during the mid-1980s, which, when converted to Hong Kong dollars, nearly amounted to 70 billion. Chapter 25. A Successful Escape. Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased with your response. However, you may now meet your demise. In an instant, without waiting for the two to comprehend the situation, I raised my hand and fired 2 shots. Both fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in disbelief, before their bodies convulsed momentarily and then succumbed to stillness. Paying no further heed to the deceased, Lin Ze accessed the system and deftly stored the pile of banknotes before him into the system's repository. The currency was neatly packaged in transparent bags, eliminating any concern about its scattering, a significant improvement compared to the previous bank in Los Angeles. Before long, the entire stack of banknotes had been cleared. Subsequently, Lin Ze transferred all the gold into the system's repository as well. Currently, gold holds little value. In comparison to the dollar, its worth pales significantly under equivalent weight. Tian Yangsheng and his associates were unlikely to take the gold with them, so rather than leaving it behind, it was better to let it benefit him. After depositing all the gold, he glanced at the remaining banknotes. 5 stacks remained. Lin Ze swiftly placed another stack of $500,000 into the repository, leaving 3 stacks behind, estimating approximately $500 million still in play. Lin Ze hastened outside, observing the individuals kneeling on the ground, alongside those guarding them, including Tian Yangsheng. He addressed Tian Yangsheng. "You will watch the vehicle and prevent any attempts at escape. If anyone dares to flee, do not hesitate to take them down." Tian Yangsheng nodded, fully aware of his responsibilities without needing further instruction. Lin Ze then turned his attention to Tian Yangsheng. "You will accompany me and escort them to the vault." Tian Yangsheng nodded and proceeded to lead the 12 security personnel and staff toward the vault. Upon seeing Newman and Henry lying on the floor, 2 female staff members screamed in terror. "Slap!" Tian Yangsheng swiftly dealt them 2 resounding slaps, silencing their cries. Terror and fear flickered in their eyes as their freckled faces rapidly reddened and swelled. Lin Ze coldly regarded the group. "I am granting you a chance at survival. You have 3 minutes to transfer all the money from the vault to the vehicle. Should you fail to complete this task within the time limit, do not blame me for sending you to meet your maker." With that, he glanced at his watch and declared in a chilling tone, "The timer begins now." As his words echoed, the 12 individuals, including the recently slapped women, hurriedly rushed into the vault. 3 minutes, none wish for death. The first runner, upon witnessing the scene inside the vault, momentarily froze. Where's all the gold gone? And why are there fewer banknotes? However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts. For him, the lesser the amount, the better, as it would facilitate the transfer within the 3-minute window. The 12 worked efficiently, hauling bags of money and loading them into the 2 cleaning trucks. The compartments were spacious, approximately 3 meters in length. Both vehicles could easily accommodate 10 tons, and the remaining money in the vault was not substantial. "Sir, we have completed the transfer." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze glanced at the time, noting that there were still 18 seconds remaining until 3 minutes. "Good. You have performed admirably and may live." Upon hearing that they could survive, the group collectively exhaled in relief. They were then swiftly ushered into a room where the telephone lines had long been severed. The mobile phones, akin to large handheld devices, lay shattered on ground. After confining this group within the room, the door was locked securely. Lin Ze turned and waved to Tian Yangsheng, prompting the two to hasten their exit. "Let's go." Before long, the quartet drove 2 vehicles laden with cash, rapidly making their way outside. "Assault team, this is Wolfhead. What's the status outside?" Lin Ze inquired through the walkie-talkie. "Report, Wolfhead. All is normal." "Repeat, all is normal outside." "Excellent." Upon hearing that the situation outside was stable, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief wash over him. Things were better than he had anticipated. "Everyone retreat." "Received." With a roar, the 2 cash-laden vehicles burst from the underground garage and onto the streets, swiftly departing the scene. 2 minutes later, they arrived at an underground parking facility. After parking the vehicles, Tian Yangsheng and the others quickly vacated the area, leaving Lin Ze to manage the aftermath. Time was of the essence. After their departure, Lin Ze promptly accessed the system warehouse, opened the back of the cleaning vehicle, and swiftly transferred all the bundled cash into the warehouse, completing the task in under 5 minutes. He then activated his disguise skill, adopting a nondescript face he had previously collected from the streets. After shedding his clothing, he retrieved a light blue outfit from the system warehouse and donned it, striding confidently out of the facility. As he emerged onto the street, the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Observing this scene, Lin Ze couldn't help but smile knowingly. He had anticipated this outcome. The security personnel and staff locked in the room would not remain confined for long and would undoubtedly seek every means possible to escape. Fortunately, he had already severed the telephone lines and removed the mobile devices. Even if they attempted to call for help, it would take several minutes, perhaps even 10, for the police to arrive, by which time he would have long since fled. The thought of the system warehouse filled with billions in cash and nearly 100 million in gold brought Lin Ze an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Indeed, robbing a bank yielded swift riches, faster than kidnapping. However, this was in the United States. In Hong Kong, a bank heist would scarcely yield tens of billions in Hong Kong dollars, unless one targeted the headquarters vaults of banks like HSBC or Standard Chartered. Otherwise, managing to steal 1 or 2 billion Hong Kong dollars from a typical street-side bank would be a remarkable feat the following day. In New York, at the International Airport, seated in first class on a flight to London, Lin Ze held a newspaper, engrossed and delighted by the headlines before him. It has come to light that yesterday afternoon, a significant bank robbery occurred in Midtown Manhattan. Armed assailants stormed into the TD Bank, successfully making off with hundreds of millions of dollars in cash and tens of millions in gold, while ruthlessly murdering several bank employees. The police are currently pursuing these robbers with utmost urgency, and the investigation is ongoing. Additionally, during the bank heist, a terrorist attack transpired, resulting in numerous casualties. According to law enforcement sources, this was a meticulously planned and premeditated assault, and it is believed that there may be a connection between the terrorist attack and the bank robbery. The FBI has taken over the case. After reading the newspaper, Lin Ze's eyes flickered with surprise. Someone had indeed drawn a connection between the two incidents. It seems that not all Americans are inept. Some possess considerable intelligence. However, what does that matter now? He had already fled. Moreover, he had altered his appearance. Who could possibly know it was he? "Excuse me, sir. The plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt." Just as Lin Ze was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. He instinctively looked up to see a tall, blonde flight attendant standing before him. Chapter 26. Returning to Hong Kong, Astonishing Gains. London International Airport. A flight from New York City has just landed. "Sir, shall we meet again?" "Absolutely," Lin Ze replied, smiling as he looked at the alluring flight attendant with golden locks. Recalling their previous enchanting encounter in the restroom, Hyla understood that this was merely a polite exchange. With a gentle smile and slightly parted crimson lips, she said, "Lin, I look forward to our next meeting. You must teach me martial arts then." "Of course, I specialize in the art of direct strikes. When we meet again, I shall teach you personally," Lin Ze stated with utmost seriousness. Hyla did not grasp the full meaning of Lin Ze's words. Yet she eagerly anticipated another encounter with this man who had left her utterly astounded. Their prior interaction had been unforgettable, a novel experience for her. Lost in thought, her legs instinctively crossed, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Lin Ze, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. Lin Ze felt compelled to engage with her further. But alas, time was of the essence. He needed to catch his connecting flight. Waving goodbye, he left the aircraft with a buoyant spirit, his shoulder bag slung casually. It was not uncommon for him to converse with beautiful women, especially since he had been traversing these realms for 2 months now and had certain needs. An hour later, Lin Ze boarded a flight to Hong Kong. Tian Yangsheng and the others had not accompanied him. After the robbery, they had departed in batches for Los Angeles and San Francisco, taking different flights back to Hong Kong. The abundance of Asians, all hailing from the same region, would surely attract attention. Although no one would connect the recent bank heists in the United States to them, caution was always prudent. Traveling in small groups was a safer approach. After several hours of flight, the plane finally descended smoothly at Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. Dressed in casual attire, Lin Ze donned sunglasses and, looking quite dashing, hailed a taxi. No one would suspect that this youthful-looking man, barely in his 20s, was a notorious bandit in the United States. Driver, to Mong Kok, please. It was still daylight in Hong Kong, around 3 in the afternoon. Lin Ze intended to visit his company, to check on the progress of product development, before returning to Shallow Water Bay. After a brief ride, the taxi arrived at Silver Heights International Building in Mong Kok. Lin Ze's company, Furong Biotechnology Company, Limited, was located within this edifice. Old Lee, how has the project progressed recently? Upon entering his office, Lin Ze summoned Li Jianya to inquire about the project's status. It had been nearly half a month since his departure. Hearing Lin Ze's question, a smile brightened Li Jianya's face. The progress has been quite smooth. With the formulas and validation data you provided, we have already developed a prototype. Oh, Lin Ze was somewhat surprised. Such swift progress? Yes, Li Jianya nodded, smiling as he explained the detailed information you provided, including the formula ratios, purification methods, and even the pharmaceutical procedures, was instrumental in our rapid advancement. Without these detailed data, possessing merely a formula may require a year or 2 to yield results. Lin Ze chuckled and inquired, how effective is it? Currently, it is still in the experimental phase. However, I previously enlisted a few individuals to test it by applying it to wounds, and it indeed shows promise in scar reduction. Yet, the trials have only lasted 2 days, so the results are not yet pronounced. Further observation is necessary. Lin Ze nodded. Although it is a reward from the system, it is not so extraordinary that scars would vanish merely 2 or 3 days after application. That would elevate it to the status of a miraculous remedy. This project necessitates expedited experimentation. Additionally, both the marketing and sales teams must remain on standby, ready to launch as soon as the results meet expectations. Boss, have you applied for a patent for this medication? A patent? Lin Ze was taken aback. Yes, Li Jianwei responded earnestly. If you haven't applied yet, I strongly recommend doing so promptly. Securing a patent takes considerable time, typically 2 to 3 months, and in some countries, it can take as long as 6 months. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Is it absolutely necessary to apply for a patent? Can it not be sold without one? I recall that applying for a patent requires disclosing the components of the medication, correct? Indeed, Li Jianwei affirmed. Applying for a patent necessitates the public disclosure of the drug's composition. However, opting not to apply for a patent is also feasible. Yet, this choice implies a lack of international legal protection and increases the risk of imitation. Then, I shall forego the patent. Lin Ze declared resolutely. He was unconcerned about the formula for the scar cream being leaked, as only 2 individuals, himself and Li Jianwei, were privy to the complete formula. The researchers were unaware of the intricate details, possessing only a coded reference that did not specify the exact ingredients. Furthermore, the drug development and manufacturing processes are undertaken by separate teams. If it were so easily divulged, imitation product from food and pharmaceutical companies would have flooded the market long ago. For instance, the formula for Coca-Cola has never been patented, nor has it been disclosed. Many traditional Chinese medicine recipes similarly remain unpatented, opting instead for technological confidentiality. Therefore, choosing not to apply for a patent does not inherently constitute a detriment. This scar cream, being a product awarded by the system, is undoubtedly effective in scar removal. Otherwise, it would not warrant such recognition. Since it is indeed a remarkable product, applying for a patent would be unnecessary. After all, a patent merely guarantees protection for 20 years, and in certain countries, such as India, patents are not recognized at all. They openly support local pharmaceutical companies in creating generic drugs, leaving you powerless to intervene. Even international pharmaceutical firms have faced setbacks. One can imagine the plight of a smaller company like his. Thus, maintaining technological confidentiality is the prudent choice. Understood, Mr. Lin. Upon Lin Ze's decision, Li Jianyue ceased further discussion, recognizing his role as an employee. After their conversation, Lin Ze departed, heading to a shopping mall near Tsim Shui to purchase 3 counting machines. Upon returning home, Lin Ze eagerly opened the system's repository, retrieving the American dollars acquired from the recent heist at Citibank, as well as the fund from the unaccounted earnings in Los Angeles. Specifically, the money contained within those 30 black burlap bags. The entirety of his bedroom became a veritable sea of verdant green bills. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though the very air was infused with the scent of currency. After indulging in this spectacle, Lin Ze commenced the laborious task of counting the cash. He retrieved the 3 newly purchased bill counters. During his previous stay in the United States, he had neglected to acquire such devices, resulting in hours of tedious counting and a lesson learned. With a flick of the switch, he inserted the unbundled bills into the machine, which began to tally them with remarkable speed. It was not until 7 o'clock in the evening that he finally completed the counting of the money in his bedroom, which totaled an astonishing $74,852,000. This sum was intended for distribution among his associates, including Tian Yangsheng. In addition to this unallocated amount, Lin Ze had personally garnered over $485 million during his time in the United States. Furthermore, he possessed nearly 6 tons of gold, which, when converted into cash, amounted to approximately $90 million. Thus, excluding the funds designated for sharing, his personal haul reached over $570 million. Converted into Hong Kong dollars, this equated to nearly $4.4 billion. Such a substantial fortune would be more than sufficient for acquiring Hong Kong Electric, positioning him among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the region, and indeed, quite near the forefront of that elite echelon. Chapter 27. The Division of Spoils and Sudden Wealth. 3 days later, at the luxurious villa on Lijing Road, Deepwater Bay, Lin Ze summoned several members of Tian Yangsheng upon their return. They were utterly astonished to find the room filled with stacks of crisp U.S. dollars. The proceeds from their recent expedition to America amounted to a staggering sum of $752 million, out of which $36 million had been spent on smuggling operations in Hong Kong. This left them with an impressive remainder of over $712 million. Lin Ze had withheld more than $30 million for himself. He did not feel guilty. After all, he had orchestrated the entire operation, and the funds had been illicitly transported to Hong Kong. His pivotal role in the success of the endeavor justified his claim to a portion of the wealth. The others, upon hearing the astonishing figure of over $700 million, displayed expressions of sheer ecstasy. Many were unaware of the exact amount stolen, even those directly involved, like Tian Yangsheng and others who had carried the cash, could only estimate the haul to be around $500 to $600 million, considering that the largest denomination of U.S. currency is $100, unlike Hong Kong, where it is 1,000. With the money at hand, they adhered to their customary practice of dividing the spoils. Upon hearing the proposal to split the funds, Tian Yangji, Tian Yangli, and the rest beamed with delight. Such a substantial sum would allow them to indulge in the finest delicacies and live lavishly for a lifetime, especially since many of them already had fortunes in the tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Brother Ze, Tian Yangsheng spoke up. Let us proceed as we did last time. You take 40, and we will share the remaining 60. That is not acceptable, Lin Ze replied, shaking his head. As previously stated, The proceeds from this operation should be shared equally among all participants. However, Tian Yangsheng continued, the success of this American venture is largely attributable to you. You devised the plan and managed the most challenging aspect, the transfer of the funds. We merely participated in the operation, providing support and cover. If we split the money evenly, it would be unfair to you. Wouldn't you agree? I concur with Shenggu. Dividing the spoils evenly would indeed be unjust to Brother Ze. I, too, feel unworthy of an equal share. Tian Yang expressed his support, believing Lin Ze deserved a larger portion. Brother Ze, we all recognize your good heart, but this division is not fair to you, the others chimed in, even though they themselves desired a larger share. They understood that without Lin Ze, it would have been far more difficult to achieve such a lucrative outcome, and that their lives could have been at risk, as capture in America was a very real possibility. Brother Ze, if you do not take a larger portion, we would feel ashamed to divide the rest, they insisted. Indeed, Brother Ze, please do not decline, they urged. Lin Ze, amused yet perplexed, replied, you are making me feel embarrassed. We agreed on an equal division. So why are you now insisting that I take more? Ha ha, Brother Ze, there is no need for embarrassment. You have led us all to wealth, and it is only fitting that you receive a greater share. AG is correct. Without your guidance in generating profits, we would likely still be residing in Kowloon Walled City. Very well, since you insist, I shall not decline, as I am indeed in need of funds. Lin Ze, too, ceased his reluctance, as he also found himself in want of money. To be able to gain over $1 billion, particularly in U.S. dollars, significantly enhances his available capital, thereby increasing the likelihood of acquiring Hong Kong Electric Company. Brother Ze, are you in need of money? Tian Yangsheng inquired curiously. Indeed, Lin Ze nodded, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. He elaborated, I intend to acquire a publicly listed company, which necessitates a substantial amount of capital. Acquiring a company? What purpose does that serve? Tian Yangsheng questioned, bewildered, as did the others. Lin Ze was not surprised. Their lack of education was evident. They excelled in brawling and robbery, but in other matters, they were rather inept. I previously mentioned my desire to pursue legitimate business ventures. I plan to acquire Hong Kong Electric Company, a stable and reputable power supply firm serving the Hong Kong Island region. By managing it, I can earn a passive income of 2 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars annually without any effort, Lin Ze explained, prompting expressions of realization among the group. Does acquiring this company require a significant amount of money? Tian Yangsheng asked. Lin Ze nodded. The company currently boasts a market value of over 80 billion Hong Kong dollars. I intend to become a major shareholder, which will require an investment of over 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing this figure, the group gasped in astonishment. To them, such an amount was staggering, and they understood why Lin Ze had mentioned his financial constraints. Enough of this. Let's distribute the funds. It is unwise to leave such a large sum in my possession, Lin Ze urged, prompting the others to begin dividing the money. The total amounted to over 710 million. According to their consensus, Lin Ze would take 40%, equating to over 284 million US dollars. The remaining $426 million would be divided among the 7 of them, each receiving approximately $60 million. Converted to Hong Kong dollars, this sum exceeded 460 million, marking them as substantial affluent individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's wealth continued to grow, with the latest distribution adding over 280 million US dollars to the ransom received from the abduction of young Master Li, bringing his total to an astonishing 6,730 million Hong Kong dollars. He was merely a step away from becoming a billionaire. With this capital, obtaining controlling interest in Hong Kong Electric Group would be a trivial matter. Contemplating this, Lin Ze felt quite elated, observing the jubilant expressions of his companions after the distribution. He cautioned, during this period, maintain a low profile, especially concerning this cash. Do not deposit it all in a single bank. Instead, open multiple accounts across various banks such as Hang Seng, Standard Chartered, HSBC, and Bank of East Asia. Deposit a portion of your funds in each to avoid drawing attention. Furthermore, when you deposit the money, do so on different days to stagger your transactions. with the recent robberies at 2 American banks. I am certain the FBI and CIA are investigating these incidents vigorously. Should you withdraw large sums of U.S. dollars at this time, it would undoubtedly attract their scrutiny, and that could lead to complications. Lin Ze was not eager to expose himself before he had even spent the money. He was indifferent, for he possessed the skill of disguise. He could easily alter his appearance and assume a new identity without a second thought. The others were not fools. They were acutely aware that the atmosphere outside was tense. The sudden appearance of a large sum of American currency would undoubtedly raise suspicions. They all nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the group departed with the money in hand. "Is there something on your mind?" Lin Ze inquired, noticing that Tian Yangsheng remained seated, seemingly reluctant to leave. "Zeke, aren't you in need of money? You can take this to tide you over," Tian Yangsheng said, placing over 80 million US dollars before him. Lin Ze's face registered surprise as he gazed at her. It was only when he noticed her cheeks flush with embarrassment that he averted his gaze. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he was indeed quite handsome. Following the administration of the super soldier serum, his physique had been transformed. Not only was his skin flawless, but he had also grown taller, reaching a height of 1.80 meters. Undoubtedly, he was a striking figure. It was entirely reasonable for Tian Yangsheng to harbor feelings for him, especially considering that they had known each other for so many years. Chapter 28. Registering a film company and applying for patents. Fool. How could I possibly need your money? Besides, I, Zeej, possess $200 to $300 million. How could I be short on funds? But didn't you just mention over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars? Tian Yangsheng gazed at him in bewilderment. Lin Ze smiled gently. That is merely an estimate. As long as a listed company becomes a major shareholder, everything will be fine. Noticing Tian Yangsheng's hesitation, Lin Ze chuckled. Rest assured, if I truly find myself in need of money, I will certainly ask you to lend me some. Upon hearing this, Tian Yangsheng felt relieved, yet she could not help but add, Zeej, you must let me know when you are short on funds. After all, I have no use for such a large sum. Indeed, Lin Ze replied with a warm smile and a tender tone. Among Tian Yangsheng's siblings, he held a particular fondness for Tian Yangsheng. After conversing for a while longer, she took her purse and departed in her brand-new Porsche 944. Once Lin Ze saw her off and returned to the living room, he placed all the cash into the system warehouse, opting not to deposit it in the bank just yet. He planned to gradually transfer the money into the bank when the situation became less precarious. The next day, in the morning, awakening from his slumber, he instinctively opened the system to check the gift package interface. Current available gift packages. 1. Seeing the available gift package. Lin Ze did not hesitate to claim it. Ding. Gift package successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Top-tier medical research experts X52. True hero movie script. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with delight. He was in need of talent in the medical field, and he had not anticipated such a rewarding gift from the system. It truly understands my needs, he exclaimed joyfully. According to the system's description, these recruited experts would be 100% loyal to him. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the confidentiality of the drug formulas. Although he had implemented numerous measures to prevent leaks, perfection was unattainable. After all, human desires could lead to betrayal if weaknesses were exploited. To avoid any potential disclosures, he needed to keep the expertise within his own team. Now, with his own personnel in place, he intended to delegate the confidentiality and primary research responsibilities of the formulas to the experts rewarded by the system, ensuring that the formulas remained secure. As for the script, Lin Ze paid little mind to it. He could consider venturing into the film industry later, which would facilitate money laundering. At 10 a.m., Lin Ze arrived at the Yonggao International Building in Mong Kok. He summoned the manager of the Human Resources Department, Liu Xiying, and instructed her, Manager Liu, there are 2 matters I need you to attend to. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiying promptly sat up straight. First, please publish a recruitment notice for 3 individuals proficient in stock trading, with a minimum of 2 years of experience. They need only to understand market operations. Past profit performance is not a requirement. The absence of profit records was inconsequential to Lin Ze, for he did not intend for the personnel to trade independently. He sought operators who could execute trades according to his directives. Secondly, let us establish a film company, which we shall name Furong Pictures. Although we do not intend to immediately venture into the film industry, there is no harm in registering the company in advance. Once our medical project progresses smoothly, we can enter the industry without delay. After delegating the tasks, Lin Ze successfully recruited 5 medical experts as rewards from the system and subsequently summoned Li Jianye. Allow me to introduce you. These are the technical experts in the medical field I have brought back from abroad, Lin Ze said while presenting the specialists to Li Jianye. Upon realizing that these Asian gentlemen were brought back from overseas, Li Jianye promptly extended a warm greeting. Hello, I am Li Jianye, the Deputy General Manager of the company. Greetings, Mr. Li. My name is Wu Haiping. I look forward to your guidance, replied one of the specialists. The others followed suit, introducing themselves and shaking hands with Li Jianye. Each of these medical experts boasted a comprehensive resume, though Lin Ze could not ascertain their authenticity. Observing the introductions, Lin Ze then stated, Mr. Li, let us proceed to the research center and facilitate the project handover. From now on, these experts will be the point of reference for our research center. Certainly, boss, Li Jianye nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed. It was evident that Lin Ze's decision to invite several medical specialists from abroad was not merely for assistance. Their takeover of the research center was inevitable. The group arrived at the company building. Although Lin Ze had driven, his vehicle could accommodate only 5 people at most, yet they were 7 in total, and since Li Jianye did not possess a car, they had no choice but to hail a taxi. Lin Ze arrived first at the factory in Suanwan and waited a few minutes before seeing Li Jianye and the others alight from a taxi. Lin Ze stepped outside and addressed Li Jianye as he approached. Please convey to HR that we need to withdraw 500,000 from the company's account to purchase a few vehicles, both sedans and trucks. With a teasing tone, he added, Old Li, as the deputy general manager. Taking a taxi to work may not reflect well on the company's image. While our company is still small, it will raise questions about our capabilities if you continue to commute this way once we expand. Li Jianye smiled awkwardly and explained, in truth, I do plan to buy a car, but finances have been a bit tight. I was hoping to wait a couple of months until my salary comes in. No need to purchase one yourself. The company will acquire the vehicles for you to use in the meantime. You can always buy your own later. Lin Ze waved dismissively. One cannot deny that cars are remarkably affordable these days. In Hong Kong, a Toyota Corolla can be purchased for less than 40,000 HKD. However, this is merely Lin Ze's personal perspective on affordability. As for the average citizen of Hong Kong, it would take nearly a year and a half of saving without spending to accumulate such an amount. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the factory, which Lin Ze had last visited over 20 days prior. The facility was now equipped with a considerable amount of machinery. Li Jianye guided him to the 3rd floor of the factory, into a private room that was modestly sized, approximately 1 to 200 square meters. The interior was brightly lit. Upon several immaculate white tables lay an array of glass apparatus, with a dozen researchers clad in white lab coats, busily engaged in their tasks. Observing the scene before him, reminiscent of a research laboratory, Lin Ze nodded slightly, appearing quite professional. Li Jianye introduced the current progress of their research project to Wu Haiping and the other 5, simultaneously acquainting the existing researchers with them. Externally, the two groups maintained a harmonious rapport, yet their private sentiments would remain unknown until later. Following the introductions, Lin Ze requested Li Jianye to find an office, for which he produced the system-rewarded formula for Viagra and presented it to Professor Wu Haiping. Professor Wu, please take a look at this pharmaceutical formula I acquired overseas. Wu Haiping nodded, reaching for the substantial document, and began to peruse its contents. Lin Ze refrained from interrupting, quietly sipping tea with Li Jianye while discussing the company's forthcoming developments. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Haiping, having skimmed through the materials, bore a serious expression. Boss, yes, Lin Ze inquired. I have reviewed the information, and it appears to be quite reasonable. However, experiments are necessary to validate its efficacy. Indeed, I am aware, Lin Ze replied, gazing at him. I intend to assign you to oversee this project. Please designate 2 individuals to manage the Scar Ointment Initiative. For this project, I wish to expedite the research validation and subsequently conduct clinical trials before applying for patent. The Viagra project differs from the Scar Ointment, as it has a tangible reference. He recalled that this medication was developed by Pfizer, emerging in the mid-1980s, though he was uncertain of the exact timeline. It had only begun to be researched in the past couple of years. It was imperative to expedite the research and swiftly apply for a patent. Otherwise, once Pfizer secured their patent, marketing this medication would pose significant challenges. Understood, Wu Haipeng replied with a nod. Boss, actually, you need not wait for clinical data to apply for a patent. Li Jianya interjecta. Many pharmaceutical companies, in their haste to secure a patent, have done so without providing clinical data. Moreover, the International Patent Organization does not mandate that pharmaceutical compounds must present clinical data to apply for a patent. Oh, Lin Ze's eyes brightened with excitement. Since clinical data is not required, please arrange for the patent application to be submitted promptly. Chapter 29. Seeking a Path for My Brothers. Profits from Pharmaceuticals. Time flies in the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed. On August 9th, at Shallow Water Bay, the Lin family welcomed the visit of Zijie, Tian Yangsheng, and Tian Yangsheng, who greeted Lin Ze with warm smiles. Lin Ze responded with a slight smile. Welcome. Please take a seat. Where is Sheng? Noticing the absence of Tian Yangsheng, he inquired curiously. Tian Yangsheng replied, Shengge is still on his way. I spoke with him earlier. He is rushing over from Tsimsha Sui. Lin Ze nodded, then turned his gaze to the 6 individuals already present, smiling. How has everyone been lately? Pretty good. Life has been quite comfortable. Tian Yangsheng grinned, his expression joyful as he added. I recently traveled to Taiwan with In for a few days to experience the local customs. Is that so? Lin Ze said, looking at Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng with a smile. That's wonderful. It's good to get out and relax once in a while. By the way, what do you 2 plan to hold your wedding? I would like to prepare a generous red envelope in advance. Yes, Zhiga. When are you and Injie getting married? Tian Yangli, Tian Yangsheng, and others chimed in, playfully gazing at the blushing couple. It's still early. We plan to wait a while, Tian Yangsheng replied, his cheeks flushed. Despite being a fierce and ruthless person, he felt bashful discussing such emotional matters, akin to an inexperienced novice in love. Speaking of which, Tian Yangsheng had indeed never been in a relationship before. Struggling daily on the brink of life and death left little room for romance. We should hurry up and have a nephew for us soon. Right, everyone? Lin Ze joked. Indeed, Zijie is right. Zhiga and Jia, you 2 should have a child soon, so we can become uncles. Tian Yang's cheeks grew even rosier. After all, as a woman, she was more sensitive. Stop it. Are you teasing me? Tian Yangsheng retorted at Tian Yangli, then swiftly changed the subject. What about you, Zijie? Have you been busy with the company lately? Lin Ze chuckled lightly. What can I say? I'm simply destined to be a busybody. Huh, you jest, Zijie. You are the one who founded a company to earn big money. Unlike us, we lack the capability and can only travel around. Tian Yangsheng laughed heartily. Just then, Tian Yangsheng arrived. Lin Ze greeted him with a smile. Welcome, please take a seat. Tian Yangsheng, beaming, found a place to sit. Lin Ze, with a warm smile, addressed everyone. Today, I gathered you all to discuss the establishment of the financial company and the nightclub venture we previously mentioned. So what do you think? Are you interested in getting involved? Previously, Lin Ze had only touched on these topics with him briefly, but now he felt it was time to delve deeper, offering the group a legitimate opportunity. Establishing a financial company and running a nightclub could easily attract trouble with the underworld. Yet they were profitable ventures and served as excellent money laundering channels. Moreover, he was bound to enter the film industry sooner or later. The film industry is similarly influenced by societal factions, and it is inevitable that conflicts will arise in the future. Since evasion is not an option, it is better to act now and cultivate our own underground force. This way, we can delegate certain discrete matters to others for resolution. Why not proceed? Tian Yangli proclaimed loudly. During this period, I have frequented numerous bars and nightclubs, and the business is thriving. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a gold mine. Hearing Tian Yangli extol the profitability of bars and nightclubs, Tian Yangyi and the others, who already concurred, now expressed their support for engaging in such ventures. Lin Ze nodded slightly and turned to Tian Yangsheng, asking, "What is your perspective?" Tian Yangsheng smiled and replied, "Since my brothers are in favor, I naturally align with them." Lin Ze nodded, not surprised by the consensus. Given the agreement, we shall establish a financial company and an entertainment company. I propose naming the financial firm Integrity Financial Company and the entertainment company Royal Court Entertainment, which will primarily engage in bars, nightclubs, and gaming halls. How does that sound? Quite well. The proposed names resonate perfectly with our intended activities, and I find them excellent. Indeed, the names are also quite memorable. Everyone voiced their approval of Lin Ze's chosen company names. Satisfied with their agreement, Lin Ze wasted no time and stated, "As per our usual practice, those wishing to invest in these companies may contribute funds and receive shares proportional to their investment. The more shares one subscribes to, the greater their stake. What do you think? That sounds fair. I am in agreement." With no objections raised, the group unanimously endorsed the plan, allowing Lin Ze to proceed to the next stage, investment. "I will contribute 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Noticing the silence from the others, Lin Ze took the initiative to speak first. "I will also invest 20 million. Seeing Lin Ze's commitment, Tian Yangsheng followed suit. Lin Ze smiled at her, causing her cheeks to flush, adorably shy. "I will invest 5 million. I will invest 8 million. Adding the figures mentioned, along with Lin Ze's promised 20 million, the total approached 70 million Hong Kong dollars. Such a substantial amount would be more than sufficient to establish 4 or 5 nightclubs, bars, and gaming halls, as well as a financial company. The next day, Lin Ze arranged for the registration of the 2 companies. He also took Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi to explore vibrant nightlife areas, such as Tsimsha Tsui, Causeway Bay, and Mong Kok, scouting suitable locations for nightclubs, bars, and gaming machines. After deliberation, they decided to open a nightclub in Tsimsha Tsui first to assess the situation. If business flourished, they would increase their investment and funding. The group, lacking formal education, was more adept at physical confrontations than at business dealings. Consequently, Lin Ze took on the role of instructor, teaching them how to manage a nightclub and operate a financial company. This occupied them for the entirety of the past week. On August 26th, in the morning at Mong Kok, in the silver high-rise building at the Furong Biotechnology Company, Lin Ze inquired, "How are things progressing? Have the results of the research been obtained?" Lin Ze, upon receiving a phone call, hurriedly made his way to the company. "Boss, here is the scar repair solution." In the conference room, Li Jianya produced a small glass vial containing a transparent, slightly blue liquid. Lin Ze extended his hand to take it, scrutinizing it closely before removing the cap and inhaling its faint, refreshing aroma. "How effective is it?" Li Jianya replied with a smile. "The results are exceptionally promising. We conducted clinical trials previously, and, aside from some stubborn scars that could not be eradicated, the solution has significantly diminished the appearance of scars. For new injuries, it can achieve nearly complete scar elimination. Moreover, the time required for scar removal is minimal. In the worst-case scenario, within just 10 days. The scarred area can blend seamlessly with normal skin, leaving no trace behind." Lin Ze nodded, not particularly surprised, as he trusted the efficacy of products rewarded by the system. "How many individuals participated in the trials?" he inquired. "Well, approximately 30 or so," Li Jianya responded, somewhat uncertain. Lin Ze slightly nodded. For a pharmaceutical product, this number of clinical trials was indeed insufficient. However, as this scar repair solution was intended for external use, the requirements were not as stringent. Furthermore, without the need to apply for a patent, the process was less cumbersome, provided the product was both genuine and effective. Grasping the small glass vial in front of him, he toyed with it for a moment before asking, "What is the estimated production cost for this vial?" Li Jianya replied, "It is roughly around 2 Hong Kong dollars, primarily due to the glass container. The actual solution is quite inexpensive. Additionally, if we proceed with formal mass production, costs could potentially be reduced further." Chapter 30. Engaging a prominent figure to endorse and enter the stock market. The pharmaceutical industry is undeniably lucrative. chemical medications, often produced at a mere fraction of the cost, can yield returns that multiply by dozens or even hundreds as long as they prove effective. As long as a drug demonstrates efficacy, it will invariably find buyers, unless its price escalates to a level that renders it unaffordable for many. Once launched in a market, how much should we sell it for? This is a question we have yet to contemplate. However, given the remarkable efficacy of this scar removal solution, I believe pricing it at 100 Hong Kong dollars per bottle would be quite reasonable, considering the potency of our product. As he concluded, Lin Ze straightened his posture, his face brimming with pride. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Ze gently tapped his fingers on the table, his mind immersed in contemplation. He felt that pricing it at $100 per bottle might be too modest, especially as this medication is exceptionally powerful, unmatched by typical pharmaceuticals, and can genuinely eliminate scars in as little as 10 days. Looking at the global pharmaceutical landscape, is there any other medication that surpasses the efficacy of ours in scar removal? After a moment's reflection, I propose a retail price of 199 Hong Kong dollars, supplying retailers and hospitals across Hong Kong, with a minimum wholesale price of $160. Furthermore, I suggest naming this medication scar relief. After a contemplative pause, Lin Ze decisively stated his plan. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, murmuring scar relief to himself several times. He found the name fitting, as it resonates with the essence of scar healing. Mr. Li, how are the factory personnel and production equipment coming along? With the formulation complete, it is time to commence production and penetrate the market. In response, the team has successfully recruited over 40 individuals and the necessary production equipment is in place. We can begin manufacturing as soon as the raw materials arrive. Excellent. Hearing that production can commence at any moment brought a satisfied smile to Lin Ze's face. We must also expedite our market promotion efforts, starting with discussions with Watsons and major hospitals in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze proposed, Mr. Lin, I suggest we first amplify our presence by engaging a celebrity for endorsement, producing a promotional advertisement for television. Additionally, we should allocate funds for advertising in newspapers, subway stations, and bus stops to bolster our visibility. This way, when we approach chain pharmacies, hospitals, and retailers, we will possess a degree of leverage and avoid being at a disadvantage. Lin Ze nodded slightly, reflecting on Lin Ze's insights. Without a notable reputation, approaching potential partners might lead to indifference, as they could question the credibility of an unknown entity lacking the stature of a renowned pharmaceutical company. Whom do you think would be an appropriate celebrity for endorsement? Lin Ze inquired. Lin Ze replied with a smile. That depends on our budget. If resources allow, enlisting Chen Long would undoubtedly be ideal. As a martial arts star, he is prone to injuries during filming, and if he experiences positive results from our product, word will surely spread within the industry. Lin Ze acknowledged this with a sound of agreement, aligning his thoughts with Lin Ze's perspective. While scar removal and beauty may concern women more, we must not overlook the male market as well. Due to the prevalence of scars on men, there exists a greater market for them, provided that the pricing remains reasonable. As you suggested, I will reach out to Chen Long to discuss the endorsement collaboration. Lin Ze decisively stated. Lin Ze, upon hearing this, responded with enthusiasm. Certainly, boss. At Jia Company. Godfather, you called for me? Chen Long knocked twice on the door before entering. Along has arrived. Please take a seat. Di Guanchang welcomed him with a warm smile. Chen Long, appearing relaxed, settled onto the sofa. Godfather, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Indeed, Di Guanchang nodded. A biotechnology company is seeking your endorsement for a new product, including an advertisement and a 2-year contract, with an offer of 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon learning that he was being considered for the endorsement at such a lucrative price, Chen Long immediately expressed interest and inquired, what product is it? They claim it is a scar removal ointment, boasting remarkable efficacy, stating that scars can be eliminated within 10 days of usage, even if they are less than 6 months old. Oh, Chen Long chuckled. I hope it lives up to such claims, as I have quite a few scars myself. His tone suggested skepticism regarding the product's effectiveness. Di Guanchang smiled knowingly. So what do you think? Will you accept this endorsement? Absolutely. Why would I refuse when an opportunity to earn money presents itself so readily? Chung Long replied with a smile. Despite his considerable wealth, he believed that no one could ever have too much money. Very well, I will have someone reach out to the company, and I will inform you once everything is finalized. Thank you, Godfather. In Mong Kok, at the office of Furong Biotechnology Company, the general manager's office. Knock, knock. Come. The HR manager, Liu Xing, entered respectfully and addressed Lin Ze. Boss, Wu Haibin has arrived. All right, Lin Ze nodded. Show him in. Understood. Liu Xing replied and turned to leave. Wait, Lin Ze suddenly recalled. Please post a job listing for a secretary who understands English. Although Hong Kong is a former British colony, not everyone is proficient in English. Only a select few can speak it, while the majority cannot. Certainly, Liu Xing acknowledged, and seeing Lin Ze remain silent, she exited. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and light-colored trousers. Displaying a nervous expression, Liu Xing emerged and smiled at him. You may go in now. The boss is waiting for you. Thank you. Manager Liu, Wu Haibin nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped inside briskly. Knock, knock. Come. Upon hearing the voice from within the room, Wu Haibin entered. Noticing the footsteps, Lin Ze looked up to scrutinize the man before him, who appeared slightly plump, indicating a comfortable family background. Are you Wu Haibin? Wu Haibin nervously nodded. Yes, boss. Please, take a seat. Wu Haibin took a seat on the chair before him, sitting up straight with an air of solemnity. Lin Ze gazed at him with a warm smile, stating, The reason I summoned you here is to discuss matters of significance. I have reviewed your impressive resume. You have accumulated 8 years of experience in the financial sector, which undoubtedly marks you as a seasoned talent. Upon hearing this, Wu Haibin quickly responded with humility. You flatter me, boss. Lin Ze smiled faintly, his expression turning serious as he continued. Let us speak of business. I invited you here primarily to meet with you, as you will be responsible for managing my interests in stock market. I possess over 500 million Hong Kong dollars in capital, and I intend to acquire shares in Cheung Kong and Hong Kong Electric, with you at the helm of this operation. Li Huanghua was secretly plotting with Hong Kong Electric, having entered the market early to seize the opportunity of low prices for shares in both Cheung Kong and Hong Kong Electric. His strategy involved purchasing these stocks now and waiting for 1 or 2 months before announcing his intention to acquire Hong Kong Electric. This would inevitably cause a substantial surge in the stock prices of both companies. He would then capitalize on this by selling his shares at a premium, reaping a profit of several tens of millions or even 100 million Hong Kong dollars, which should not pose any difficulty. After making a handsome profit, he aimed to inflate the stock price of Hong Kong Electric, thereby thwarting Li Huanghua's acquisition plan and positioning himself to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 31. Recruiting Talents and the Developing Royal Nightclub. Upon hearing Lin Ze mention the staggering sum of 500 million Hong Kong dollars entrusted to him for management, Wu Haibin was profoundly taken aback. This amount is indeed astronomical. Even among the wealthiest elites, it is no trivial feat to possess such liquidity. While affluent individuals may boast substantial net worth through their equity holdings, those able to access 500 million in cash are exceedingly rare. The young proprietor before him, not yet in his 30s, managing to present such a sum left Wu Haibin utterly astonished. Are you certain it is 500 million? Lin Ze shot him a sidelong glance, a light chuckle escaping his lips. What, do you doubt my capabilities? No. I mareli fearati mi shirt. Wu Haibin replied with an awkward smile. Lin Ze, understanding his thoughts, did not take offense. He would have felt the same in his position. The funds will be credited within the next couple of days. Organize the trading team accordingly. Understood. Wu Haibin, shaking off his scattered thoughts, nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, he took his leave. Lin Ze sipped some water to soothe his throat, contemplating his stock market strategy. Currently, he possessed several $100 million. Yet he chose to deploy only 500 million Hong Kong dollars. The primary reason being that the pool was too small. Investing heavily in the 2 stocks to drive their prices up would serve no purpose for him, only benefiting others. His intention was merely to secure a profit and ensnare Li Huanghua. Thus, there was no necessity to mobilize such a vast sum to elevate these stocks. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered his train of thought. Come in. Upon seeing Li Jianya enter, Lin Ze inquired with a smile. Any good news? Li Jianya, beaming with delight, replied, I just received a call from Jiahe. They have agreed to the endorsement deal. They're sending representatives to discuss the contract in detail. Is that so? That is splendid, Lin Ze remarked. Let us finalize this matter swiftly. It would be perfect to have their film director create a short advertisement. Li Jianya nodded in agreement, as he had similar intentions. Although hiring a film director would be significantly more expensive, the company currently had no shortage of funds. Moreover, once the scar removal product, Barkshoe, hit the market, it was bound to garner immense popularity. Such an extraordinary remedy for scars. What other product could boast such remarkable efficacy? The following morning, Lin Ze withdrew $50 million from the system's treasury, visiting a Standard Chartered bank in Central to convert the funds into Hong Kong dollars and deposit them into his account. With the additional funds from his HSBC account, he amassed approximately 630 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, he proceeded to open an account at the stock exchange. At that time, Hong Kong boasted 4 major exchanges: the Far East Stock Exchange, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the Gold and Silver Stock Exchange, and the Kowloon Stock Exchange, which would not merge into one, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, until 1986. The Far East Exchange, also known as the Far East Association, was predominantly initiated by Chinese individuals. Hence, most of the listed enterprises were Chinese-owned, Longxi being one of them. The Hong Kong Exchange, also known as the Hong Kong Association, has stringent listing requirements, predominantly dominated by individuals from the Eagle Nation. Consequently, the enterprises listed on the Hong Kong Association are mostly those funded by Eagle Capital in Hong Kong, such as Kowloon Warehouse, Chung Kong, Hutchison Whampoa, HSBC, and the Swire Group, among others. Lin Ze, now intent on acquiring shares in Chung Kong and Hong Kong Electric, must open accounts at both major exchanges. After successfully establishing accounts, he directly deposits a significant sum, subsequently entrusting the management of these accounts to Wu Haibin. In Tsim Sha Sui, at the Royal Court nightclub within a private room, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng were taken aback upon learning that Lin Ze had entrusted 500 million Hong Kong dollars to a stranger for management. Zefge, are you not concerned that he might abscond with the money? They queried. Indeed, with such a substantial amount. What if he harbors ill intentions and colludes with bank and securities exchange personnel? That would be quite disastrous. The two hastily urged caution. Lin Ze, however, did not believe Wu Haibin would betray him. Nonetheless, noticing their concern, and having only met Wu Haibin a few times, he pondered before asking Tian Yangsheng, how many personnel have you recruited recently? Overjoyed at Lin Ze's inquiry, Tian Yangsheng replied, we have already hired over 400 individuals. And how are they? You haven't hired indiscriminately, have you? Lin Ze inquired further. Rest assured, they are all robust individuals, free from substance abuse, Tian Yangsheng assured him. This alleviated Lin Ze's worries considerably. In this era, operating a loan shark business, running a nightclub, or managing a gaming hall cannot be done single-handedly against the formidable influence of organized crime. This is not a time akin to the Hong Kong of 30 years hence. It is an age rife with gang dominance. Without some degree of power, one would face incessant harassment from gangs, making it nearly impossible to sustain business. Thus, when Lin Ze initially resolved to establish a nightclub, a loan shark company, and a gaming hall, he proposed that a few of them form a security company, namely the Pacific Security Company. All the hired muscle and underlings would be incorporated into the security company's roster, receiving a monthly salary. In simpler terms, it would be akin to a gang in a corporate guise. This arrangement would incentivize his subordinates to work diligently. After all, associating with other gangs often meant subsisting on meager earnings, dressed in shabbiness, and after years of such hardship, one would find little wealth. In stark contrast, those who joined the Pacific Security Company would enjoy a minimum monthly salary of $1,500, along with a complimentary suit, white shirt, and leather shoes. Should they incur injuries while on duty, the company would provide compensation. In the unfortunate event of death, the company would offer a minimum of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars as a bereavement payment. Furthermore, at the year's end, if the company's performance was favorable, 20% of the net income would be distributed as bonuses to all employees. This was the welfare policy devised during their initial discussions. In this era, those who linger on the fringes of Hong Kong's underworld, far from receiving a stable monthly income, often find themselves paying their bosses for the privilege of their association. Earning even $1,000 in a month would be considered fortunate. Additionally, when engaging in fights, if one were to be killed, some principal gangs might offer a modest compensation, but this would typically amount to only $20,000 to $30,000. The more parsimonious factions might only provide a few thousand. Unlike the generous compensation of $100,000 offered by Lin Ze, coupled with the year-end profit-sharing bonuses, it is no surprise that many young individuals struggling to find decent employment in society flocked to apply for positions upon learning of such remarkable benefits. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, Tian Yangsheng and his associates implemented a rigorous selection process, prioritizing applicants with educational backgrounds and secondary school diplomas. While those with a history of substance abuse or exceeding the age of 35 were promptly disqualified. Under such stringent criteria, they ultimately hired just over 400 individuals, despite the potential to recruit up to 4,000, given that the average salary for ordinary citizens in Hong Kong barely exceeds 1,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. Employment in a security role at Pacific Security Company seemed far more respectable. Thus, Lin Ze instructed a few individuals to monitor Wu Haibin and his family's activities, specifying that as long as they remained in Hong Kong, they need not be overly concerned. After careful contemplation, Lin Ze decided to heed the advice of Tian Yangyi and Tian Yangsheng, opting to assign a few people for surveillance, as it is always prudent to be prepared. "All right, I will arrange it immediately," Tian Yangyi responded, preparing to rise and make the necessary arrangements. "Wait," Lin Ze interjected, "have there been any disturbances recently?" "Indeed, representatives from Nuji, Hongxing, and Lianxing have all attempted to collect protection fees, but we successfully drove them away." Subsequently, Shenggu personally engaged in discussions with the leaders of these factions in Tsimsha Tsui. Hearing that Tian Yangsheng personally negotiated with prominent gangs piqued Lin Ze's interest. "How did the discussions unfold?" Tian Yangyi replied. "There were some tensions, yet the negotiations progressed smoothly. We are solely focused on business, refraining from territorial disputes. Consequently, they cannot demand protection fees from us. Essentially, we coexist peacefully, each pursuing our own paths without interference. However, I believe this peace is only temporary." Lin Ze nodded in agreement with Tian Yangyi's assessment. Even if they refrained from provoking the gangs, trouble would inevitably find them. For instance, once the Royal Court nightclub opened its doors and began to thrive, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of patrons, adversely impacting the business of other nightclubs in Tsimsha Tsui. The pie is finite. If one establishment consumes a substantial portion, the others will inevitably suffer a decline. Moreover, the other nightclubs are still obliged to pay protection fees to the gangs. Upon witnessing the Royal Court nightclub's success, they would likely seek to undermine it. When these establishments report dwindling business and claim that all their customers have been lured away by the Royal Court, the gangs will inevitably come knocking. Conflict is bound to erupt once more. For now, the absence of any threat from the Royal Court nightclub means negotiations are feasible, but once a danger emerges, confrontation is inevitable. Chapter 32. Lin Ze strategizes to establish a benchmark nightclub. With the approach of adversaries, he stands resolute. With the arrival of challenges, he is prepared to conceal himself. At this moment, he possesses both manpower and financial resources. Among the myriad of factions in the fragrant harbor, who can rival his wealth? In terms of martial prowess, excluding his personal capabilities, the 7 underlings of Tian Yang are at least of the red stick caliber, with one even surpassing that level. Thus, Lin Ze harbors little concern about potential troubles from the underworld. Brother Ze, while he was engaged in conversation with Tian Yang, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangji, who greeted Lin Ze with enthusiasm before joining the ongoing discussion. "Brother Ze, enlighten us on how to manage this nightclub. We lack experience and our minds are muddled." "Indeed, Brother Ze, your intellect is sharp. Please offer us your insights." The group unabashedly sought Lin Ze's advice. They were familiar with the operation of a typical nightclub, even if they weren't particularly adept. A few visits would suffice to grasp the basics, which primarily revolved around the companionship of ladies and the sale of beverages. However, they found this routine uninspiring and hoped Lin Ze could provide innovative ideas. After all, in their previous endeavors, he had proven to be a strategic mastermind with a keen mind. Lin Ze did not decline, for he held a stake in the nightclub company, having invested 20 million, which granted him a 30 share. A well-run establishment would yield him greater returns. First, share your thoughts. How do you intend to operate? Lin Ze expressed his eagerness to hear Tian Yangsheng and his associates' plans. 8E, please share. Tian Yangsheng gestured for Tian Yang to speak, as he was the primary operator of the nightlife establishment, exhibiting a calm demeanor and a relatively agile mind among the 7 siblings. While Tian Yangsheng possessed the highest martial skills, his acumen in other areas was somewhat lacking. Upon being prompted, Tian Yang began to outline their current plans. Moments later, Lin Ze listened attentively. What can I say? It's conventional. There's nothing particularly striking about it. Nevertheless, considering your lack of business experience, the ideas you have conceived are commendable. What you suggested is acceptable. Regarding nightclub management, I have some thoughts for you to consider. The others straightened in their seats, adopting a posture of earnest attention. Firstly, let us address the issue of the ladies. Customers seeking entertainment are primarily in pursuit of exhilaration. After a day of labor, they come to relieve their pin-up emotions. Thus, emotional value must be prioritized. Engaging in conversation with the ladies is the optimal means for men to vent their frustrations. Therefore, we must ensure that the ladies we employ are of the highest caliber. Firstly, they must possess beauty. We cannot afford to hire uncouth individuals. Such choices would only diminish the prestige of our nightclub. We aim to adopt an upscale approach. Hence, ladies adorned with tattoos or lacking in attractiveness are to be excluded. Secondly, we could establish a tiered system for the ladies. For instance, those with higher education, such as university graduates, would command higher fees than those with merely a high school education or none at all. Additionally, we could create a further tier for those with respectable daytime professions, such as teachers, flight attendants, nurses, and female doctors, thereby enhancing our offerings. Many men suffer under the oppressive reign of female leaders at work, leading to a twisted psyche. In such circumstances, providing these intellectuals can cater to their perverse desires. It is imperative to note that regardless of the rank of the women involved, one cannot compel them to entertain clients. The principle of voluntariness must prevail. I hope you will bear this in mind. Although earning money is crucial, I wish to do so without compromising my integrity. At this juncture, Lin Ze's expression turned notably grave. He considered himself neither a saint nor a villain, yet he possessed a code of ethics and boundaries. Abroad, he could act with abandon, unrestrained by personal ties, but in Hong Kong, the situation was markedly different. Those who enter this line of work are already from the lower echelons of society. To oppress them further or to force them into servitude seemed utterly inhumane to him. Seeing Lin Ze's serious demeanor, Tian Yangsheng and the others felt a chill. Rest assured, Brother Ze, such occurrences will never transpire in our establishment, Tian Yang promptly assured. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. He had faith in Tian Yang's management. The two women, Tian Yangxi and Tian Yangin, looked at him with admiration. As women themselves, they naturally wished to prevent any form of oppression. The second point is the implementation of a membership system. The first floor is accessible to everyone, but entry to the second floor requires a membership card. The first floor primarily features singing, dancing, and some private booths resembling other nightclubs. The second floor, however, is distinctly different. It comprises entirely private rooms, categorized into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold, with varying prices. A bronze room costs 1,000, a silver room 2,000, and a gold room 4,000. In this era, such prices are not insignificant. A membership card? Tian Yang asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Lin Ze replied. It is a tiered system. For instance, the membership card are classified into bronze, silver, and gold. A bronze card allows for priority booking of rooms, complimentary birthday decorations, and a 5% discount on beverages. The silver card offers all the benefits of the bronze card, with a 10% discount on drinks. The gold card, in addition to the privileges of the silver card, includes an 8.5 discount on beverages, dedicated concierge services, and assistance in booking celebrity performances and high-end escorts. To acquire a bronze card, one must make a one-time deposit of 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, with an annual spending requirement of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars to upgrade to a silver card. A silver card requires a one-time deposit of 100,000 with an annual spending of 500,000 to ascend to the gold level. The gold card necessitates a one-time deposit of 500,000. Tian Yangsheng gasped, astonished at the myriad of innovations a nightclub could offer. Concierge services, celebrity entertainers. It all sounded exceedingly upscale. Brother Ze, you truly are remarkable, Tian Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Lin Ze smiled slightly. Is this truly where your astonishment lies? Let us proceed to the third point. Cosplay. Brother Ze, what on earth is that? Tian Yang asked, utterly bewildered, gazing at Lin Ze in confusion. Indeed, Ze, what are you speaking of? Tian Yangsheng and the others are utterly bewildered. It simply refers to the concept of role-playing. Lin Ze promptly elucidated what role-playing entails. The men, Tian Yang, and others, were left wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming their admiration. The two women, Tian Yangse and Tian Yangin, flushed with embarrassment. The lofty image Lin Ze held in their minds crumbled in that instant, prompting a hasty retreat. As Tian Yangse departed, she couldn't resist giving Lin Ze's waist a firm pinch and shooting him a glare before leaving, her face still crimson. Lin Ze regarded Tian Yangse with a look of innocence, pondering why discussing role-playing felt akin to committing an egregious crime. Never mind, he thought. It was unwise to dwell on trivial matters with young ladies. Clearing his throat, Lin Ze addressed the awestruck Tian Yang, and the others. If we can excel in role-playing, our nightclub's business will undoubtedly flourish. Therefore, it is of utmost importance. We must prepare various costumes, such as maid outfits, nurses, flight attendants, and an assortment of stockings in black and white, as the demand is significant. Successfully executing this will equate to providing emotional value to our clients. My suggestion is to either acquire or establish a garment factory to produce these costumes, while also crafting high-quality replicas of international brand shoes and apparel. This could prove to be a lucrative venture. Furthermore, all nightclub staff should be uniformly attired. For instance, security and bartenders should don suits and dress shoes during winter and white shirts with trousers in summer. Female servers should wear fitted skirts with black stockings in the summer. In essence, a cohesive dress code is essential. The fourth point concerns the sourcing of ladies. In addition to local talent, we should actively seek out options abroad, such as in Neon Country, Eastern Europe for Caucasian beauties, and even South America. Ultimately, we must ensure that when clients arrive, they discern the distinction of our establishment from ordinary nightclubs, allowing them to experience an unparalleled exotic ambience. Lin Ze articulated an array of thoughts, which, while commonplace 2 or 3 decades hence, remain refreshingly novel in the present. Tian Yangsheng and the others expressed their admiration. Subsequently, Lin Ze discussed the third floor. Aside from bedrooms, it also housed a gaming hall accessible only to members, which could be considered another business venture. The fourth floor would serve as the company's office space, accommodating Tian Yangsheng and others, as well as departments such as finance and administration. The annual rent for the Tsim Sha Tsui Royal Nightclub amounts to 7 million Hong Kong dollars, yet its expansive area spans nearly 8,000 square feet across 4 floors, designed to position itself as a benchmark in the nightclub industry. Chapter 33. A Surprising Reward. The 6 Sword Slaves. Under Lin Ze's guidance, Tian Yangsheng and the others were left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that a nightclub could boast such an array of diversions. In that moment, Tian Yangsheng experienced an epiphany. The confusion that had previously clouded his mind dissipated, and he seemed to discover a newfound purpose, radiating an invigorating spirit of determination. The following day, upon awakening, Lin Ze glanced at the calendar on his bedside and realized it was time once again to claim the system gift package. To avoid forgetting, he placed the calendar prominently on his nightstand, marking every seventh day in red ink. The previous two gift packages had yielded lackluster rewards, and Lin Ze hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. He accessed the system interface and selected the gift package section. Indeed, a notification appeared. Current available gift package. 1. Without hesitation, he chose to claim it immediately. Ding! Gift package successfully claimed. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. 1. A character card for the Six Sword Slave organization. 2. An improved formula for Siamese Red Bull. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Ze paused for a moment. Then his face broke into a joyful grin. The Red Bull formula was well known in later years for its immense popularity, consistently ranking among the world's top 10 best-selling beverages. He never expected to receive such a significant reward today. Truly a veritable gold mine. He pondered the differences between this improved formula and the current version of Red Bull. His gaze shifted to the other reward. 1 character card for the Six Sword Slave organization. Upon use, one will gain the absolute loyalty of the Six Sword Slaves. Incredible! Upon reading the system's notification, Lin Ze could hardly contain his excitement. His face lit up with delight. To think that he could recruit characters from an anime he had watched in his past life? This system was truly remarkable. The power of the Six Sword Slaves was beyond question. They were elite assassins trained by a top-tier organization, and he doubted that Tian Yangsheng and his companions could withstand much against them. They would be perfect for eliminating adversaries and dissenters alike. With this thought, a smile crept upon Lin Ze's lips. Some plans could now be set into motion. System, use the character card. In the next moment, the space before him shimmered with light, as if reality itself were distorting, and suddenly, 4 men and 2 women materialized before him. Upon seeing Lin Ze, they knelt on one knee in unison, their voices resounding. We greet our master. Rise, Lin Ze replied with a smile, observing the group before him. They resembled their animated counterparts so closely that an onlooker might mistake them for cosplayers. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as your boss. Yes, boss. The 6 responded in unison. At that moment, Lin Ze produced a stack of cash from his pocket, estimating it to be around 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and handed it to the coolly dressed Gang. Here is 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Take it and use it wisely. Thank you, boss, they replied respectfully. Having been recruited by the system, they had been imbued with modern knowledge and understood that the world of today differed vastly from their own era. They naturally recognized that their attire was outdated for this time. Wraiths. Lin Ze gazed at the young man adorned with dual swords on his back and declared, From this day forth, you shall serve as my driver and bodyguard. The 5 of you may roam freely, but I will reach out when tasks arise. He decided to retain Wang Liang as a bodyguard, primarily because he needed someone to assist with errands on a daily basis. Additionally, Wang Liang retained a semblance of humanity among the 6, exhibiting a carefree and unrestrained demeanor unlike the others. Although Zheng Gang was slightly more suitable, he could not serve as a bodyguard since his leadership was essential for guiding the other 4. As the adage goes, a snake cannot function without a head. A killer organization necessitates a leader, and Zheng Gang was indeed the chief among them. The rationale for not having all 6 accompany him as bodyguards stemmed from Lin Ze's belief that it would be a waste of their talents. Moreover, Lin Ze's own prowess was unparalleled. Unarmed, he could effortlessly dispatch 100 or 200 adversaries, having consumed the super soldier serum, his capabilities transcending those of ordinary mortals. The group nodded in understanding before vacating the room. As they exited the villa, the housekeeper was taken aback by the peculiar attire of the 6 sword-wielding individuals. Clearly unsettled by their appearance and left pondering whether Lin Ze had ventured into the film industry. To avert unnecessary complications, Lin Ze inquired about Zheng Gang and the others' heights and waist sizes, subsequently calling Li Jianya at the company to procure clothing according to their measurements, requesting 3 sets each. He also ordered 6 pagers to be delivered to the villa. Before long, Li Jianya's associates arrived with the garments, shoes, and pagers, which Lin Ze distributed to Zheng Gang and the others, urging them to don modern attire. As for their weapons, they had to devise their own means of concealment, for it was unacceptable to parade around the streets in broad daylight, brandishing swords. Shortly thereafter, All except Wang Liang departed the villa estate. Allowing them to roam freely did not imply idleness. They could pursue their desires, yet Lin Ze required that they be reachable and prompt in their responses when needed. Meanwhile, in Mongkok, at the Furong Biopharmaceutical Company, a conference room was filled with the flickering images of a promotional video on a television screen. The footage depicted Cheng Long gripping a pendulum atop a high-rise, with a perilous highway several meters below, where a fall would result in injury. Above him, pursuers were hot on his heels, the camera shaking violently as it captured blood seeping from his hands due to the force of the grip. In desperation, Cheng Long leapt from his precarious position, landing among street vendors below, his fall cushioned by his cloak, yet he sustained injuries upon hitting the ground. The close-up revealing his bloodied hands. The scene shifted to a hospital, where after the wounds were cleansed, the camera focused on the bruises left by the tight binds. The footage accelerated, with a voiceover indicating that a week had passed. The wounds had begun to scab. At that moment, dialogue emerged, with Cheng Long inquiring of a nurse about scar removal, lamenting the unsightliness of the scars. The nurse promptly assured him that such remedies existed. Retrieving a bottle of scar removal solution, the camera honing in on the bottle, highlighting the name scar removal solution, claiming it to be the finest in the market for effectively eliminating stubborn scars, asserting that results would be visible within a mere 15 days. In the scene, Cheng Long expresses skepticism, yet approaches the use of ScarClear with a sense of cautious optimism. The narrative then transitions to a week later, where Cheng Long is seen being discharged from the hospital. To his astonishment, the scar has completely vanished, blending seamlessly with the surrounding skin, leaving no trace of any injury. The camera zooms in on Cheng Long's hands. Ultimately, he holds up the ScarClear bottle towards the camera and proclaims, "There is no need to fear scars, for I have ScarClear." ScarClear is a potent scar removal solution that shows results within a week. With that, the advertisement concludes. Impressive. It has been executed remarkably well. After viewing the advertisement, Lin Ze's face radiates satisfaction, endorsing the short film. Nearby, Li Jianya breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Contact the television station immediately. Broadcast it as soon as possible. Additionally, reach out to various newspapers, magazines, and weekly publications in Xiangjiang, as well as bus stops, ferry services, and public transport. I want everyone in Xiangjiang to know that if they wish to eliminate scars, they should purchase our ScarClear. Lin Ze declared, gesturing grandly. With such an investment in advertising, he is convinced that ScarClear will achieve remarkable success. Moreover, the efficacy of the product is undeniably exceptional. Once used, it will undoubtedly cultivate a loyal customer base. In the future, when scars arise, they will instinctively think of using ScarClear. Understood, boss. Li Jianya nodded in agreement, accustomed to Lin Ze's fervent financial commitment to promotion. How are communications with the distributors progressing? Fairly well. We've negotiated partnerships with several pharmacies, but there has been little advancement with hospitals. However, some private clinics have reached an agreement, he replied. Indeed, Lin Ze nodded, acknowledging that large hospitals are often hesitant to trust product from smaller pharmaceutical companies, particularly new drugs, which require connections for entry into major institutions. The focus must be on securing collaborations with all clinics and pharmacies in Xiangjiang as a priority, Lin Ze advised. He places greater emphasis on clinics and pharmacies rather than hospitals, as his product is specifically for scar removal. Selling through pharmacies and clinics will allow for more direct access to users. Understood, Lu Jianya responded earnestly. Chapter 34. The broadcast of advertisements and product launches. In the face of affluent enterprises such as wireless television, Star Ferry, Kowloon Bus, and MTR, numerous companies readily agreed to collaborate with Furong Biotechnology Company, albeit at great financial expense. Merely airing a commercial on wireless television during prime time, specifically shortly after 8 o'clock, following the first episode of drama, cost a staggering 700,000 Hong Kong dollars over the course of a month, a sum that undeniably qualifies as exorbitant for a local television station. However, the popularity of dramas produced by wireless television, which consistently outperformed its competitor ATV in viewership ratings, naturally inflated the advertising costs. On August 26th, shortly after 8 o'clock in the evening, At Repulse Bay, in the Lin residence, Lin Ze sat on the sofa and promptly turned on the television, tuning into wireless television. At that moment, the channel was still airing a drama, and after waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, the episode concluded. As the credits rolled, the screen momentarily darkened before transitioning to an advertisement featuring the endorsement of Chung Long. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of households in Hong Kong were gathered around their televisions, engaging in conversation. In an era devoid of smartphones and desktop computers, entertainment options were rather limited. Many ordinary families spent their evenings seated before the television, enjoying various programs. At this moment, upon seeing Chung Long on the screen, numerous viewers were intrigued, speculating whether he was promoting a new film or making an appearance on television. However, by the end of the advertisement, when Chung Long lifted a glass vial and proclaimed, "No need to fear scars, for I have Scar Killer," a potent scar removal solution that shows results within a week, they realized it was merely an advertisement. Goodness, I initially thought wireless television had partnered with Chung Long to showcase a film, but it turned out to be an advertisement, exclaimed one viewer, astonished. Indeed, it left me quite stunned as well. Nonetheless, the advertisement was well produced. Had it not been for that final line delivered by Chung Long, I would have assumed it was a promotional piece for a new film, another viewer remarked. Absolutely, I shared the same belief at first, but I must say, this advertisement was quite impressive. This company must possess significant clout to secure Chung Long as a spokesperson and air it during prime time on wireless television. It's undeniably remarkable. Yet I am curious about the efficacy of this scar removal solution. If it truly works and is reasonably priced, I would consider purchasing a bottle to test it on the scar on my arm. Will it be effective? A visit to the pharmacy tomorrow will reveal the truth. Another chimed in. That evening, after the advertisement aired, many were left wondering if Scar Killer truly possessed such miraculous qualities. Scars, a common affliction, often go unnoticed unless they are significant or prominently placed. However, for those who value beauty, particularly women, such concerns hold considerable importance. Regardless of its efficacy, she resolutely decided to await the dawn to inquire at the nearby pharmacy about the availability of the product, eager to give it a try. Particularly since the promotional video showcased the remarkable transformation of Chung Long, whose severe scarring was purportedly erased. Yet, there were skeptics who believed that the advertisement was merely a fabrication, lacking any genuine effectiveness. Ultimately, opinions were divided between those willing to experiment and those who dismissed it as a deceptive ploy. Wang Qian was a modest employee at a foreign enterprise, having worked there for over 3 years, with her monthly salary now reaching 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, a commendable sum in the bustling metropolis of Hong Kong. Among her circle of friends, she was regarded as one of the higher earners, becoming an object of envy among her peers. However, she harbored her own burdens, notably a scar upon her face, approximately 1 centimeter in length, a remnant from her youthful indiscretions during a brawl. Despite the passage of time, the scar persisted. She typically concealed it with cosmetics, employing concealer to mask its presence, yet internally, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy. This insecurity stemmed from her experiences with 2 previous boyfriends. Initially, all seemed well, but upon revealing her bare face, the affectionate demeanor of her partners transformed dramatically. The tenderness evaporated, replaced by harsh words, culminating in their eventual departure, with one even cruelly labeling her as ugly, comparing her visage to that of a centipede. Since then, her self-esteem plummeted. Despite her extensive use of scar removal products, none proved effective, and consultations with cosmetic surgeons yielded no guarantees of improvement. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a cycle of anxiety, withdrawing from social engagements and losing the vibrant confidence she once exuded, ultimately contemplating despair. Were it not for thoughts of her parents and younger siblings, she might have taken a more drastic step. As was her routine, Wang Qian meticulously applied her makeup, skillfully concealing the scar with cosmetics. After a deep breath, reassured that everything appeared satisfactory, she gathered her belongings and prepared to leave for work. Just as she stepped out of her bedroom to greet her sister, the door was forcefully pushed open. "Ah, Qian, wonderful news. Mother has purchased a scar removal solution, the one endorsed by Chung Long. I saw the advertisement yesterday. If it can eliminate such deep scars, surely it will work for you. Her mother entered with an excited expression, brandishing a small box adorned with an illustration of a glass vial. A closer inspection would reveal the words "Scar Relief" inscribed on the packaging. Wang Qian felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Was this not akin to pouring salt on her wounds? She now dreaded even the mention of scars. Yet witnessing her mother's earnestness in procuring the remedy quelled her dissatisfaction. "Mother, you need not spend recklessly anymore. It's futile. I have already tried numerous reputable brands." Her mother grasped her daughter's arm as she attempted to leave, presenting her with the scar removal solution she had just purchased for 199 Hong Kong dollars. "Qian, I've already bought it, and the money is spent. You must give it a chance. What if it actually works? Last night, the advertisement promised miraculous results. Please, heed your mother's advice and give it a try." Seeing her daughter in such a state, Wang Qian's mother felt a pang of sorrow, her own being fraught with tension and anxiety. Alas, Wang Qian let out a sigh, glancing at the medication in her hand. Furong Biotechnology Company? She had never heard of it. Upon inspecting the production location, which was local to Xinjiang, her hopes dwindled even further. The scar removal creams produced by those prominent foreign pharmaceutical companies had proven ineffective, let alone a local brand. "Mom, how much did you pay for this?" "Not expensive. Just 199. "What? 199 for this?" Wang Qian was left speechless. This price was comparable to the high-end scar removal creams she had purchased previously. "Mom, you sigh." She longed to scold her mother, yet the words caught in her throat. After all, her mother meant well. What could she say? "Mom, I'm heading to work." "Yes, remember what I said. You must give it a try." "I know." Upon arriving at the office, an inexplicable heaviness weighed on Wang Qian's mind throughout the morning. The image of her mother spending nearly 200 yuan on an unbranded product lingered in her thoughts, filling her with unease. After all, 200 yuan was no small sum for her. It was nearly 2 days' wages. Sighing deeply, she acknowledged that what was done. Contemplating the 199 yuan spent, she retrieved the medication and, adhering to her principle of not wasting, decided to give it a shot. In the restroom, she removed the concealer from her scar, took out the scar comfort glass vial, poured some of the liquid onto her palm, and began to apply it to the scarred area while gazing into the mirror. After thoroughly applying it, she used the concealer to cover it up. For the next 2 days, she continued this routine, applying a little each day. By the 4th day, while washing up in her home bathroom, she caught sight of herself in the mirror. Suddenly, she was overcome with disbelief. This, how is this possible?" Wang Qian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at her reflection. Hearing the commotion, her mother rushed in, concern etched on her face. "Qian, what's wrong?" "Mom, look quickly. Is my scar not much lighter than before? Has it shrunk?" Wang Qian exclaimed joyfully, grasping her mother's hand. Oh, her mother also noticed the change. It seems the scar has indeed diminished significantly. After saying this, she turned her gaze to her daughter. "Qian, what medication are you using?" "Mom, it's the one you gave me last time, the one endorsed by Chung Long." "What?" Her mother's voice rose, almost a scream, as she excitedly grasped her daughter's arm. "Qian, are you serious? This medication really works?" Wang Qian's lips twitched in irony. It turned out that her mother had doubted the product's efficacy all along, yet had still encouraged her to try it. At that moment, Wang Qian found herself utterly speechless. Chapter 35. The Meteoric Rise. The new medicine is a sensation. However, Wang Qian did not dwell on these trivialities. At this moment, her face radiated joy as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The scar that had once incited her anger and feelings of inferiority was now visibly fading, leaving only faint traces behind. "Mom, where did you purchase this medicine?" she inquired. "At the pharmacy down the street. They claimed it was a newly launched product with remarkable efficacy, and assured me that I could get a refund if it proved ineffective," replied her mother. When she went to buy it, she had her doubts, but reassured by the seller's words, she made the purchase without hesitation. To her surprise, it truly worked wonders. Regrettably, the supply was limited. After only 3 to 4 days of use, it was nearly half gone. "Don't worry, we can always buy more once we run out." As long as it is effective, her mother cheerfully remarked. In that moment, she was not concerned about the cost. Seeing the significant reduction in her daughter's scars filled her with unbridled joy. Although Wang Qian found the medicine to be exhausting in its rapid consumption, she could not help but appreciate its potent effects. With a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, she thought nothing of spending half of it on this remedy, eager to completely eradicate the scar, even if it meant spending a bit more. At the Clearwater Bayshaw studio, a period drama was being filmed. Such productions often involve swordplay and action sequences, which inevitably lead to minor injuries and scrapes. Yang Hanin, a seasoned actress with years of experience, portrayed the character Gao Yanan in the drama The Legend of Chu Liuxian. While her role was a significant supporting one, her status as a former child star granted her some recognition in the television industry. Just a few days prior, while filming a scene, she had accidentally slipped, causing her arm to be grazed by a prop. Yang Jia, how is that scar repair serum I recommended to you a couple of days ago? Has it shown any results? Inquired Gong Xian, who portrayed Hua Jinjin, with a friendly smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Hanin's face brightened with gratitude. It has worked wonders. Just look. She extended her delicate hand, revealing a faint scar on her left arm. Gong Xian was pleasantly surprised. Wow, it's impressive how much it has improved in just a few days. Indeed, this medication is miraculous. I've only used it for 4 days, and the scar is nearly gone, Yang Hanin replied. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your recommendation, I might have had to live with that scar permanently, she added. Gong Xian waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing, just a small gesture. She had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the medicine either. She had merely seen an advertisement while watching television at night and thought of Yang Hanin's injury. So, while visiting the studio, she stopped by the pharmacy to buy a bottle for her, never expecting the results to be so extraordinary. Reflecting on this, she resolved to purchase a couple more bottles after filming, as she too had some minor scars that she had previously concealed with makeup. Now, with such an effective remedy available, she was eager to eliminate them as well. Similar scenarios have unfolded in various locations across Hong Kong. Upon witnessing the remarkable results, many individuals flocked to pharmacies and clinics to purchase the product. As Lin Ze previously remarked, who among us is without a few scars? Spending a few $100s to eliminate these blemishes is a worthwhile investment for many. This is particularly true for celebrities and artists, who rely on their appearance and acting skills. Thus, it is imperative for them to remain blemish-free. Of course, some less reputable individuals also purchase this medication, but those willing to spend are relatively few, as these individuals often find themselves in financial straits. If they had money, they would not be involved in such a lifestyle. In Mong Kok, at the headquarters of Furong Biotechnology Company, in the general manager's office, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Ze's thoughts. Without looking up, he called out, "Gumin, boss, I bring splendid news." Li Jianya exclaimed joyfully as he entered, holding a document in his hand. "Oh, what good news?" Lin Ze inquired with a smile. "The data from the first 5 days since the new drug's launch has come in. Do you know? Our initial batch of 10,000 bottles has sold out. The previous sales channels have called, eager to place additional orders, and several department stores have also reached out, inviting us to open shop in their malls. However, I turned them down. Additionally, our negotiations with Watsons have concluded successfully. The supply price is set at $160, and they have ordered 50,000 bottles for the first batch," Li Jianya reported with uncontainable excitement. "Is that so? That is splendid news," Lin Ze replied, equally elated. The fact that the first 10,000 bottles sold out so swiftly in less than 5 days is remarkable, given that this is a newly launched product. It seems the effectiveness of our advertising and marketing strategy has proven potent. Unbeknownst to Lin Ze, it was not merely the advertisements, but rather the product's efficacy that had truly impressed customers. While the price is not exorbitant, the medicinal effects are undeniably powerful. It is precisely because of its remarkable scar removal capabilities that this product has quickly garnered word-of-mouth acclaim within the community. We must remain grounded. This is just the beginning. Selling 10,000 bottles is merely the tip of the iceberg. My goal is to sell globally and establish ourselves as a world-renowned pharmaceutical company through this single product. We are still far from that, Lin Ze remarked with a serene smile. Though he spoke modestly, he felt a swell of happiness within. The swift sale of the initial 10,000 bottles, calculated at an average supply price of $165, translates to a revenue of 165,000 Hong Kong dollars. A commendable start indeed. Li Jianya, amused, initially thought Lin Ze was joking and chuckled lightly. As the company's vice president, witnessing the explosive success of the first product has alleviated much of his anxiety, particularly after investing millions in recent months. He had been concerned that a lack of market response could threaten the company's future. Fortunately, the scar relief medication has thrived, achieving significant sales in the market. While the initial success is promising, complacency must be avoided. Marketing efforts must keep pace, and the sales department needs to actively pursue new channels. Moreover, international markets should not be overlooked. We can send representatives to Taiwan, as well as to Malaysia and Singapore in Southeast Asia, to explore expansion opportunities. The population of Hong Kong remains rather insufficient, currently numbering just over 5 million. Even if every individual were to partake, the total would barely exceed 800 million. This figure represents universal usage, and it is evident that the market will inevitably encompass only a limited segment of future growth, rendering it rather diminutive in comparison to overseas markets. Therefore, meticulous planning for international expansion is essential. Li Jianya nodded, fully aware that venturing abroad was an inevitable step in their trajectory. Subsequently, propelled by word of mouth and advertising strategies, an increasing number of individuals began to utilize Comfort Scar Removal Solution. And without exception, every user attested to its efficacy. This surge in popularity translated into a remarkable spike in sales. By September 10th, over 53,000 bottles of Scar Comfort had been sold, propelling Furong Biotech's revenue to exceed 8.6 million Hong Kong dollars, thereby catapulting this product to prominence in Hong Kong. Chapter 36. The uninvited guest arrives in the realm of Tian Yangsheng, where white-faced individuals are most despised. The grand opening of the Royal Court nightclub took place on September 13th. To make a resounding splash on its debut, under Lin Ze's counsel, Tian Yangsheng invested 200,000 Hong Kong dollars to place advertisements across several newspapers and magazines in the bustling city. In no time, the socialites of Hong Kong were abuzz with news of the newly inaugurated nightclub in Tsim Sha Tsui. Beyond mere advertisements, on the day of the opening ceremony, Tian Yangsheng further expended $100,000 to invite a selection of celebrities from the entertainment industry to grace the occasion. For many second and third-tier stars, the remuneration for such appearances was modest. A few hours of their time could yield $1,000 or $2,000, rendering it an opportunity too tempting to decline. Concerns about image were of little consequence to them. At this juncture, the film stars of Hong Kong did not possess the stature they would achieve in subsequent years. Many artists received meager payments, particularly those working with Shaw Brothers, TVB, and ATV, where a single production might yield only $4,000 or $5,000 after several months of labor. The lucrative prospects of later years were far from their reality. To put it plainly, at this time, being a star in Hong Kong was more of a livelihood than a prestigious calling. Unless one was of the caliber of Cheng Long, most were simply scraping by. During the day, Lin Ze did not attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony, as he was now engaged in legitimate business and needed to maintain a respectable image. It was prudent to refrain from appearing in dubious enterprises. Although few recognized him at present, he preferred to remain in the shadows, accumulating wealth discreetly. Nevertheless, he resolved to make an appearance that evening, for he had a stake in the holding company behind the nightclub and was keen to assess its operational conditions. At the Royal Court nightclub in Tsim Sha Tsui, Tian Yangsheng inquired of Tian Yangsheng after he hung up the phone. Tian Yangsheng shook his head, explaining, "Z brother mentioned that he cannot attend during the day, but will come in the evening. We need not wait for him." Tian Yangsheng nodded, confirming his suspicions that Lin Ze had no intention of delving into the murky waters of the underworld. "Since Z brother will not be here, let us prepare for the opening," Tian Yangsheng decided, asserting his authority in Lin Ze's absence. "Very well," Tian Yangsheng and the others responded, proceeding to arrange the ribbon-cutting ceremony. With a resounding pop from the firework tubes, Tian Yangsheng, Tian Yangsheng, and Tian Yangsheng stood before the guests, scissors in hand, ready to cut the ribbon. This act symbolized their official roles as the proprietors of the royal court nightclub. Meanwhile, Diansheng and Tiansheng Li held managerial positions at the Integrity Financial Company. Amidst the thunderous applause, the opening ceremony concluded, marking the official commencement of operations at the Royal Court nightclub. The trio stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming guests into the establishment. While the nightclub primarily thrived at night, daytime patrons occasionally came to drink and sing, proving that business did not cease when the sun was high. Brother Sheng, as Sheng greeted guests, a subordinate approached him, stating, "The Prince of Hung Hing has arrived." Oh, Sheng's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he turned to look. As expected, he saw the crown prince approaching with several companions. Simsha Sui is the most prosperous area in all of Kowloon, a commercial hub that has become a battleground for various factions vying for dominance. It is undeniably a coveted territory for major organizations. No single faction can claim complete control over Simsha Sui. Currently, the three dominant groups, Hung Hing, Sun Qi, and the Number Gang, each hold their own territory in this locale. Additionally, there are formidable individuals such as the Ni family, known for their laundry detergent trade, and Chengxing Yi, who monopolizes a street through sheer prowess. In contrast, organizations like Liansheng and Dongxing primarily operate in regions such as the New Territories in Kowloon Sunwan, Mongkok, Jordan, Kwaicheng, and Shamshuepa. Tian Yangsheng and his associates, having established a nightclub in Simsha Sui, are naturally well acquainted with the local factions. "Brother Sheng, congratulations on your grand opening," the Crown Prince exclaimed. Tian Yangsheng replied with a measured tone, "I trust you have been well, Crown Prince." They had previously encountered each other and had engaged in a personal contest, the outcome of which had surely favored Tian Yangsheng. Of course, the Crown Prince was no slouch, particularly in Muay Thai. "Haha, my brother means no offense. I merely brought a floral arrangement to extend my congratulations," the Crown Prince continued, turning to his subordinates with a frown. "What are you standing there for? Deliver the floral basket. Do I need to instruct you?" His two lackeys promptly approached with the basket, which bore the inscription, "May wealth flow in and business thrive." As a guest had arrived, and considering the gesture of the floral basket, Tian Yangsheng felt it inappropriate to maintain a stern demeanor. "Thank you, Crown Prince," he said, turning to Tian Yangsheng beside him. "Azi, please escort the Crown Prince inside and ensure he receives a warm welcome." Tian Yangsheng nodded, smiling at the Crown Prince. "Crown Prince, please come in." The Crown Prince accepted graciously. His intention was to cultivate a good rapport with Tian Yangsheng and his brothers, all men of the underworld. The Crown Prince held a certain admiration for them and was keen on recruiting them, believing that doing so might enable him to expand his influence in Simsha Sui and elevate his standing within Hung Hing. "Congratulations, Brother Sheng. I've heard your nightclub has opened. Why didn't you send me an invitation?" Just as he had bid farewell to the Crown Prince, another familiar face appeared, Ni Cohen. Tian Yangsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite the Ni family's limited power in the Hong Kong underworld and their small territory, they had amassed considerable wealth through the detergent trade. Bolstered by the presence of Han Chun, a formidable ally, Ni Cohen was known for his ruthless demeanor, earning him respect. Yet Tian Yangsheng held no fondness for him, disliking those who peddled laundry detergent. "Mr. Ni, what brings you here?" Tian Yangsheng inquired with a cool expression. Ni Cohen, undeterred, laughed heartily. "Brother Sheng, you jest. We all make our living in Simsha Sui. It's only fitting that we keep in touch. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Ni, please call me Sheng. You are a senior in the underworld," Tian Yangsheng replied. "Very well. Sheng, today is your joyous occasion, so I shan't intrude further. After you finish your business, let's converse." Tian Yangsheng thought to himself, what could we possibly discuss, being from such different trades? However, given Ni Cohen's friendly demeanor, he felt it inappropriate to rebuff him repeatedly, especially as Ni Cohen was also a notable figure in the underworld. Thus, he nodded and instructed his underlings to escort Ni Cohen inside. Subsequently, representatives from Sun Qi and the Number Gang also arrived to extend their congratulations. After completing their business outside, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi entered the nightclub. They stopped a young attendant to inquire about the whereabouts of Kowloon and the prince. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Yangsheng instructed Tian Yangyi, i.e., you go entertain the prince first. I will take care of Kowloon. All right. At the private room, a staff member spotted Tian Yangsheng and promptly called out, Brother Sheng. Tian Yangsheng nodded and pushed the door open, stepping inside. He immediately observed the lively atmosphere within the room, filled with laughter and beautiful companions. Sheng, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Kun exclaimeth, embracing a young woman and laughing heartily. Brother, you've created quite the establishment here. I dare say there's no other club in Simsha Sui that rivals yours. Beside him sat a taciturn figure, a short man with a faint smile. Tian Yangsheng recognized him as Han Chun, and Kowloon's right-hand man. Tian Yangsheng settled onto the sofa, fixing his gaze on Kowloon. Mr. I am a straightforward person who abhors beating around the bush. Let us speak plainly. Kowloon clapped his hands. Very well. Let us get straight to the point. With that, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and discarded it into the ashtray. With a calm demeanor, he continued, Sheng, I've observed your establishment. It's flourishing indeed. I happen to be in the business of selling white flour and would like to leverage your venue for sales. We could split the profits 70-30, with you receiving 30%. This way, you can earn an extra sum, and I can profit as well. What do you say? Tian Yangsheng's expression darkened, his demeanor turning somber as he coldly regarded Kowloon. Mr. Nai, are you not aware that Tian Yangsheng, absolutely detest white flour? Kowloon was taken aback. He genuinely did not know this. Having recently returned to Hong Kong after spending months in Siam, he had only heard of Tian Yangsheng's formidable reputation, defeating several skilled fighters and even vanquishing the infamous cold voice of a new record and the notorious black and white impermanence, who commanded over 200 men. Kowloon waved his hand dismissively. Sheng, you misunderstand. I too dislike white flour, but it is a lucrative venture, promising unimaginable profits. Our collaboration would surely yield significant sales, potentially earning 2 to 3 million a year without issue. Tian Yangsheng laughed derisively. 2 to 3 million a year is hardly worth compromising my principles to sell white flour. He rose, straightened his collar, and, with a frosty gaze fixed on Kowloon, stated, Mr. I welcome you to drink and enjoy the establishment, but if you wish to sell white flour here, I must decline. I have loathed white flour my entire life. With that, he disregarded Kowloon's increasingly sullen expression and strode out of the room. Mr. This Tian Yangsheng is utterly ungrateful. I offered him a chance, and he dares to be so arrogant. Should I gather a few men to deal with him? A right-hand man stood up indignant. It was as if he had been personally insulted. Chong, sit down. Do not stir trouble, another cautioned. After Han Chun reprimanded his subordinate, he turned to Kowloon and remarked, Brother Kowloon, given the situation with Tian Yangsheng, this matter is impossible to negotiate. Kowloon exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and replied with a calm demeanor, the young man lacks understanding. He will inevitably pay for his obstinacy. With that, he rose and departed, his expression dark. Han Chen realized that ni kun harbored murderous intent. He sighed, secretly wishing for a collaboration with the Tian Yangsheng brothers, as they possessed formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Tian Yangsheng group arrived at the prince's private room. The prince had little to say, merely offering congratulations and expressing admiration for Tian Yangsheng's financial prowess. Initially, he intended to recruit Tian Yangsheng, but upon entering the nightclub, he abandoned that thought. The grandeur of such a lavish establishment indicated that they were far from financially constrained. What could he possibly offer to entice them? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the prince and his entourage took their leave. Chapter 37. A Grand Opening. Profits Beyond Measure. Brother Sheng, I have heard that Kowloon sought you out to discuss the matter of flour. After bidding farewell to the prince, Tian Yangyi entered the third-floor room and inquired upon entering the general manager's office. Indeed, did you acquiesce? How could that be possible? That is reassuring. Tian Yangyi let out a sigh of relief. Ze good attests the trafficking of flour. I am aware. Tian Yangsheng certainly knew. He had been present at the last meeting when Lin Ze had publicly admonished a few individuals, insisting that under no circumstances should they engage in the sale of flour. Furthermore, the current group was not financially constrained. Their foray into the nightlife and financial sectors was merely a means to occupy themselves. Otherwise, with each of them possessing 400 to 500 million Hong Kong dollars, they could have long since embraced a life of leisure. Tycoon was no benevolent character. Having declined his proposition today, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment and would eventually seek retribution. Tian Yangsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Tian Yangsheng nodded, having anticipated this outcome. However, he too found himself lacking viable solutions, for Tycoon had not yet distributed goods within his establishment. Reflecting on the meeting and Tycoon's previous remarks, Tian Yangsheng's brow furrowed deeper. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he spoke, "Please inform the staff to remain vigilant during this period. Should anyone be discovered selling flour within our premises, they are to be detained for interrogation." Understood. That evening, around 8 o'clock, Lin Ze arrived at the Royal Court nightclub in Tsim Sha Sui accompanied by Wang Liang. Before they could step inside, they beheld a throng of young, attractive women, clad in revealing attire, queuing to enter. Lin Ze refrained from contacting Tian Yangsheng and the others, opting instead to blend in with the crowd as an ordinary patron. The entrance operated on a cover charge system. Women were admitted free of charge, while men were required to pay a nominal fee of $100. The doorman provided a light-colored wristband emblazoned with the nightclub's insignia. Not every man was obliged to pay this fee individually. Rather, the charge was assessed per group. For instance, a party of 3 or 4 would collectively pay a single $100 fee to gain entry. This approach also served to deter certain individuals. After all, if someone could not afford even a $100 charge, what business did they have in such an establishment? Furthermore, it helped to prevent troublemakers from entering. Many patrons felt discomfort at the prospect of an entry fee, as other nightclubs typically did not impose such charges. They often viewed their presence as a favor to the venue, only to be met with a monetary demand. Those with a more tempestuous disposition often turned on their heels and departed. However, a greater number chose to remain, eager to experience what made this venue so distinct. The external promotions touted the high caliber of the club's hostesses, leaving many curious to discover the truth for themselves. After paying the $100 and receiving a wristband, Lin Ze and Wang Liang ventured inside. Upon entering, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, approximately 3 meters wide, adorned with various lights along the walls, and a red carpet laid upon the floor. The corridor was not long, measuring perhaps a mere 10 meters in length. As I traversed the corridor, I was met with the grand hall of the nightclub, where the heavy metal music reverberated with intensity. The booths beneath the stage were already occupied by numerous patrons, while female staff clad in maid outfits navigated through the bustling hall. The male staff, dressed in crisp white shirts, ties, and tailored trousers, carried trays laden with an assortment of beverages and fruits. These were the bartenders of the establishment. Intermittent screams from women and boisterous laughter from men punctuated the air, especially as the DJ on stage fervently spun records, igniting a vibrant atmosphere akin to that of a bar several decades hence, brimming with fervor. The allure of such venues lies in their capacity for indulgence. Under the intoxicating influence of red wine, each individual revealed a more unsightly facet of themselves. By day, they were refined and polished members of society, but by night, they morphed into sophisticated beasts, enticed and flirted with by the various maidens. The guests had long abandoned their rationality, boldly calling for more drinks, unperturbed by the prospect of financial reckoning. The nightclub even thoughtfully offered a loan service, enabling patrons who initially planned to spend a mere $1,000 to be lured into spending 2 or 3 times that amount, often leading to an inability to settle their debts. In such scenarios, the Integrity Finance Company would come into play. Upon signing a loan agreement, say, for $100,000, interest would be deducted up front, commonly referred to as a head-cutting fee, leaving them with only $90,000 or $80,000. Although Integrity Finance operated as a high-interest lending service, its rates were still considerably lower than those of predatory loan sharks, with interest merely 5 times that of conventional banks. After all, maintaining a cadre of debt collectors and enforcers necessitated a substantial financial foundation. In essence, any related business would be interconnected. Lin Ze observed for a while before making his way upstairs. Tian Yangsheng called from the second floor, leaning over the balcony to catch a glimpse below. Upon spotting Lin Ze, he hurried down to greet him. Where are Sheng and Yi? They are upstairs. All right, you carry on with your business. I can manage on my own. Lin Ze was no stranger to this place. Good. After exchanging pleasantries with Tian Yangsheng, Lin Ze ascended to the third floor. In stark contrast to the lively first floor, the third floor exuded a sense of desolation. There was no open hall. Instead, it was comprised entirely of rooms. Some of these rooms were designated as relaxation spaces for members to engage in deeper conversations with beautiful companions, while others functioned as a casino. Though labeled as a casino, it consisted of merely a few small gaming halls intended for member entertainment, accessible only to those possessing a silver-tier membership card or higher. Moreover, security was stringent. 2 security personnel were stationed at the staircase connecting the second and third floors to verify membership cards, with additional guards outside the casino. Overall, the emphasis was on safety. Anticipating police raids, the gaming halls were concealed within darkened rooms, complete with designated escape routes, precautions that Lin Ze had advised Tian Yangsheng to implement. When it came to devising strategies, Lin Ze held a firm confidence, as his broader perspective had been shaped by diverse experiences, having witnessed much in the vast expanse of the internet in contemporary times. Upon the arrival of Lin Ze, the security personnel on the third floor greeted him warmly. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the general manager's office. He knocked on the door with a firm rap. "Who is it?" came a voice from within. Lin Ze pushed the door open and entered. "Brother Ze, you are here." As he stepped into the room, Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi rose promptly to greet him. Lin Ze smiled and said, "I heard from Ji that you were upstairs, so I came by to say hello. How are things? Have any of those underworld factions caused trouble today?" "Not trouble per se, but representatives from Hongxing and Xinji have arrived," Tian Yangsheng replied. "And Tycoon is also here." "And Nikon." Lin Ze's brow furrowed slightly. Having spent several months in Xinjiang, he was aware that this world was interspersed with characters reminiscent of Hong Kong films. It was not entirely a cinematic universe. The affluent individuals of Xinjiang were much like their real-world counterparts, and significant historical events, such as the onset of the Iran-Iraq War, were also consistent with reality. Although Lin Ze had never encountered an Tycoon, he was aware of his reputation as a notorious drug lord and held no fondness for those who trafficked in narcotics. "What does this old fellow want?" "He wishes to collaborate with us," Tian Yangsheng revealed without hesitation. "Dream on," Lin Ze scoffed, disdain evident on his face as he turned to Tian Yangsheng. "Sheng, you've done well this time. While we may not be saints, we do have our principles. Engaging in the sale of narcotics is absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to sever ties." "Rest assured, Brother Ze, we will not sell," Tian Yangsheng assured him. "Brother Ze, there is a pressing issue," Tian Yangyi interjected. "An Tycoon is a major player. He will not easily relinquish his ambitions. Other factions will undoubtedly seek to infiltrate our establishment and peddle their wares." Lin Ze fell into contemplation. He recognized the validity of Tian Yangyi's concerns. Given the scale of their establishment, a high-end nightclub, it was improbable that drug lords would simply abandon their pursuits. Even if the small-time dealers refrained from openly selling, could they prevent some eager patrons from sneaking in a few packages for personal use? "We must adopt a firm stance. Any instance of such activity should be reported directly to the authorities," Lin Ze declared. "Moreover, we will spread the word. Anyone daring enough to distribute drugs within our establishment will become our irreconcilable enemy." After a moment of reflection, Lin Ze issued his decisive proclamation. Although he lacked the capacity to dismantle an entire faction outright, he was certainly capable of eliminating a prominent figure within one. He possessed the strength to vanquish not just a single faction, but to sweep through all the leaders in Xinjiang if necessary. After all, his capabilities were evident. Furthermore, his arsenal was well stocked with an array of weaponry. Should trouble arise, he would not hesitate to enlist the services of the 6 sword servants to handle it. Thus, it was settled. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangyi nodded in agreement. As for handing individuals over to the police and disrupting the unwritten rules of the underworld, they were not true denizens of that world. What did they care for such conventions? As time passed, an increasing number of patrons flocked to the nightclub. Upon learning about the membership card registration, many individuals were enticed by the prospect of meeting stunning women of diverse backgrounds. Consequently, a significant number opted to acquire a membership, for it is only through membership that one can encounter such captivating individuals, particularly those refined by the allure of the neon lights. As the clock struck 11 in the evening and preparations to depart commenced, Lin Ze discovered that the number of individuals who had procured membership cards had astonishingly reached 103. Among them, 79 held bronze cards, 21 possessed silver cards, and a mere 3 were endowed with gold cards. This figure significantly surpassed his expectations. It is pertinent to acknowledge that this was a new establishment. Initially, he had anticipated that securing 30 memberships on the opening day would be commendable. Yet the reality exceeded all hopes. The revenue generated solely from membership cards amounted to an impressive 18 million Hong Kong dollars, far exceeding his projections. It appears that the earnings of this nightclub are considerably more favorable than I had envisioned. Standing on the third-floor balcony, Lin Ze gazed down at the bustling dance hall below, a faint smile gracing his lips. This success is primarily attributable to your adept strategies, Zege. Tian Yangsheng, rarely seen with a smile, remarked that the cosplay outfits you proposed, along with the women sourced from various countries, have been exceptionally well received by the clientele. He chuckled softly, for as men, they inherently understand the desires that linger in the hearts of those LSPs. Chapter 38. The royal court sweeps across Hong Kong, precisely targeted, earning 20 million monthly. Zhao Chuan serves as the marketing director of a real estate firm, earning a monthly salary of around 20,000. A figure that places him within the fortunate 1% in a time when the average income barely exceeds 1,000. Yet, despite this enviable position, he is burdened at home by a domineering wife, whose fierce temperament has strained their relationship over the years. The emotional connection between them has waned, and they have not shared a bed for a month, nearing the point of sleeping apart entirely. As per his routine, he arrived at the office, and, after completing his tasks, he felt a slight discomfort in his stomach, prompting a visit to the restroom. While there, he overheard a conversation. Have you heard about the new nightclub in Sim Sha Sui? I believe it's south called the Royal Court. Oh, you know about it? I've heard of it. I even saw it mentioned in the newspaper. Quite the hype, though I haven't been there myself. The Royal Court is indeed impressive. I recommend you pay a visit. I assure you, it's unlike any other nightclub. The women there are truly captivating. Wait, have you actually been? It opened last night, and I want to check it out. It was an eye-opener to say the least. All the staff in uniforms, all top-tier quality, dressed as maids, utterly enticing. I heard the second floor has exotic women from overseas and exceptional maids from the islands, but you need a membership card to access it. A membership card, you say? Yes. This nightclub is different from the others. Entry requires a ticket, $100 each. Seriously? A ticket too? Yes. But the women are indeed of high quality. And unlike those in other clubs, they don't exude that jaded air. They appear fresh and innocent. Is it expensive? It's reasonable, I suppose. If you're just looking for company, it cost around 500 to 600. However, if you wish to take someone home, it requires their consent. And the fee is no less than 1,000. 1,000? That is highway robbery. It's not extortion. You'll understand once you go. But that price is exorbitant. My monthly salary, including commissions, barely exceeds 4,000. ISNT earning all that money meant for enjoyment? A man must be bold at least once. Fine. I'll see if I can find time in a few days to check it out and see if it's as grand as you claim. You'll know if I was exaggerating once you go. Soon, the restroom fell silent as the two boastful individuals departed. Shortly after their exit, a stall door creaked open, revealing none other than Zhao Chuan. He had overheard their entire conversation and recognized them as sales staff under his supervision. Surprised by their unexpected revelry, he pondered the allure of the Royal Court nightclub, feeling an impulse stir within him as he considered his own lack of experience in such establishments and the formidable presence of his wife at home. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chuan suppressed the turmoil within him and returned to his workstation. However, once desires arose, they were not easily quelled. There's a saying that men are creatures who think with their lower halves, which, while somewhat derogatory, undeniably reflects certain truths. Thus, throughout the day, Zhao Chuan felt increasingly restless, frequently glancing at the clock. In the past, he perceived time as fleeting. Now, it seemed to crawl at a snail's pace. Previously, he wished for time to slow down, reluctant to return home too soon, relishing the prospect of overtime. Now, he yearned for the workday to conclude hastily. After enduring the torment of desire, he finally clocked out. He made a phone call home, stating that he had to work late due to company matters. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Zhao Chuan took a vehicle to Tsimsha Sui, seeking out a nightclub named the Royal Court. Upon alighting from the car, he noticed a throng of individuals at the entrance, many young people engaged in animated conversation. Initially intent on entering directly, he hesitated at the threshold, feeling anxious. He had never set foot in a nightclub before, only aware of its vibrant, extravagant atmosphere filled with indulgence. Suddenly, his stomach growled with hunger. He glanced at the time and realized it was just past 6 o'clock. He had heard that nightclubs and bars were most lively after 8. After some contemplation, he decided to have dinner first to satiate his hunger. Without delay, he sought a nearby restaurant, ordered a couple of his favorite dishes, and settled in to await his meal. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was after 7. Once finished, he returned to the entrance of the royal court, where night had fallen and a line had begun to form. Gazing at the neon lights and the stylishly dressed young women nearby, Zhao Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing his apprehension and excitement, and joined the queue. After paying the $100 entrance fee, he successfully stepped inside. Like a naive visitor to a grand garden, Zhao Chuan was astounded by the dazzling displays of lights and the pulsating DJ music. He had imagined a nightclub as a place for casual conversation in a private booth, accompanied by beautiful women, with a singer performing soothing melodies. Instead, he was confronted with scantily clad women on stage, exuberantly flaunting their allure as they danced provocatively. The air punctuated by cheers and screams. The fiery dance troupe, reminiscent of future trends, had been introduced to Hong Kong ahead of its time. For those of the present, it was an exhilarating spectacle that ignited their adrenaline. "Hey there, are you alone?" A young woman, dressed in a maid's outfit and possessing a charming innocence, approached him with a warm smile after he settled into a booth and ordered a few items. Hello. It was Zhao Chuan's first experience in such an establishment, and he felt a bit flustered, his speech faltering, a stark contrast to his usual eloquence and sociability at work. Observing his nervousness, the young woman playfully teased, "Is this your first time here, handsome?" Zhao Chuan nodded, pondering that this was not his first visit. The woman smiled gently, then settled beside him, her hand resting on his thigh, deliberately teasing him with light caresses. Unaccustomed to such provocations, Zhao Chuan trembled, feeling an unexpected warmth envelop him. "Handsome, I would like a drink. Would you be so kind as to buy me one?" "Drink, indulge freely. If it's not enough, order more," he replied boldly, already lost in the haze of tenderness. Under the influence of alcohol, his confidence swelled as he wrapped his arms around her soft waist, boasting about his achievements. Upon learning that Zhao Chuan served as a sales director at a real estate firm, earning a monthly salary of 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, the woman's eyes sparkled, her smile growing even more inviting. Although he wasn't a wealthy heir, he certainly possessed potential. After all, a monthly salary of 20,000 amounted to over 200,000 a year, a figure that many ordinary residents of Hong Kong could only dream of. It was akin to someone earning 700,000 to 800,000 a month 30 years hence. Before long, the two were entangled, embracing one another, and that night, they shared an intimate encounter. Zhao Chuan experienced a level of pleasure previously unknown to him, overshadowing any feelings he had felt with his demanding partner, though it came at a cost of $3,000 to $4,000. Nevertheless, thoughts of the gentle and attentive woman ignited a fervor within him, solidifying his resolve to return frequently. He marveled at the allure of nightclubs, understanding why so many men sought them out. In the subsequent period, similar encounters became commonplace. The Royal Court nightclub even launched an invitation cashback initiative, encouraging patrons for financial sectors or upper-tier professionals to visit in exchange for cash rewards. Membership holders could receive a minimum reward of $1,000. While this may not be significant for the affluent, it represented a substantial income for the average person. Unlike other nightclubs that waited for customers, the Royal Court actively sought out clientele, targeting office workers primarily from high-income industries such as finance and real estate. Under this model, an increasing number of individuals flocked to the Royal Court nightclub, resulting in a sharp rise in daily revenue. That evening, Lin Ze returned to the Royal Court nightclub. On the third floor, in a room with a vast floor-to-ceiling glass window, he observed the bustling scene below. Business appeared to have improved significantly since his last visit. Holding a wine glass, he surveyed the lively atmosphere with a faint smile. This is all thanks to the method you proposed last time. Or else our business wouldn't have surged so swiftly, Tian Yangsheng remarked, a grin adorning his face. Lin Ze nodded slightly, acknowledging his suggestion. How are the revenues? He inquired. In the past week, we've generated approximately 9 million, came the reply. That is quite commendable. After deducting expenses, we should net at least 5 million, correct? Indeed, that is the figure. That's excellent. Lin Ze took a sip of red wine and remarked with a slight smile, if we maintain this pace, we could achieve an income of 20 million in just a month. Tian Yangsheng chuckled. It could be even more. Is there no one causing trouble at the nightclub? No. Still, let's remain vigilant and not become complacent, Lin Ze advised. He harbored doubts that those organizations would not seek trouble. Given the flourishing business here, it would inevitably impact the nightclub's operations. Understood, Tian Yangsheng replied with a serious nod. Chapter 39. The Need for a Mouthpiece, Targeting the Daily Report. The meteoric rise of the Royal Court nightclub has naturally elicited envy and admiration from competitors, who discreetly seek to gauge its success. Upon witnessing the myriad of cosplay performances and sizzling dance troupes, they cannot help but exclaim their astonishment. The allure of the exotic beauties from Eastern Europe and the islands becomes apparent, illuminating the reasons behind their popularity. The quality is unparalleled and imbued with an enchanting exoticism. Particularly, the attentiveness of the island women in their service is remarkable, augmented by their innate charm, leaving one to ponder who wouldn't wish to bask in the glory of such captivating companions. Convinced they have gleaned the secret to success, many return to initiate their own transformations, increasing their investments and dispatching agents abroad to procure stunning women, aspiring to replicate the Royal Court nightclub's unprecedented fame. Others, however, consider a more underhanded approach, intending to discreetly send individuals to sabotage, only to face severe repercussions before even entering the nightclub. Though the law prohibits the carrying of knives, it does not ban the use of telescopic batons. Security personnel in the Pacific region are typically equipped with such batons, which are portable, powerful, and not classified as contraband, thus becoming standard issue for security companies. As the first nightclub successfully opens its doors, the business performance far exceeds prior expectations. After deliberation, the team plans to establish another venue in Central, strategically located in what is destined to become the future Lan Kwai Fong, with an anticipated investment of 50 million Hong Kong dollars. It must be noted that such an investment is substantial in this era. A film production typically costs only a few million. Allocating 50 million Hong Kong dollars to create a nightclub is certainly a bold venture. Once the site selection was suggested, Lin Ze lost interest, viewing it merely as a side endeavor to provide his associates with a lucrative opportunity, rather than a pursuit of his own. Boss, here are the sales figures from the past 2 weeks. Li Jianye presented a document to Lin Ze with a smile. Thanks to our burgeoning reputation, our products are now making their way into major hospitals across Hong Kong. Previously, they had rebuffed our company, Furong Biotech. That's quite normal. When you gain recognition, others will take notice. Lin Ze replied with a calm smile, finding no strangeness in the hospital's actions. His gaze drifted over the list. While sales were steadily increasing, albeit modestly, achieving a stable monthly sales volume of 50,000 bottles was commendable. Given the limited population in the Hong Kong market, significant growth is virtually unattainable. What progress has been made in expanding into Taiwan, Malaysia, and Singapore? In Taiwan, we've successfully negotiated with a local agency called Fenghua Trading Company, which will act as our exclusive agent for 5 years. With an agency fee of $4,700,000 and a supply price of 160 Hong Kong dollars, we will handle transportation to Taipei, and they will manage customs clearance. And what of Malaysia and Singapore? Lin Ze inquired, still awaiting updates. We're still in negotiations there. What is the background of this Fenghua Trading Company? Lin Ze asked, furrowing his brow, concerned about potential complications, as he had never heard of this company before. This is a newly established company, yet it boasts a significant background. I conducted an investigation through contacts in Taiwan, and the findings reveal a robust foundation capable of navigating the local complexities. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze nodded in agreement. In any unfamiliar territory, it is exceedingly difficult to conduct business without the support of local influencers. This principle holds true universally. Otherwise, there would be no need to seek collaboration with agents. One could simply establish a branch office directly. In essence, one should never aspire to monopolize any venture, as such aspirations are unrealistic. How is the progress on the new medication? Lin Ze inquired about the company's second drug, commonly known as Viagra, or by its scientific name, sildenafil. He held high hopes for this particular medication. I heard from the research center that clinical trials are underway. If it is confirmed that the drug has no adverse effects, I will arrange for production at the factory. Indeed, this matter requires urgency. Additionally, we must promptly apply for market authorization from the relevant departments of the Hong Kong government. Let us not forget overseas markets. Places like Japan, South Korea, and the United States are paramount. We must actively explore these markets. In summary, I hope to see this medication launched before December. He was keen to avoid unnecessary delays, as prolonged waiting could lead to complications. Understood. Li Jianya nodded in agreement. Although the timeline was tight, it was not unmanageable. By the way, what is the status of the patent application for Viagra? Have we secured patent rights? This drug is set to be developed in the United States within a year or two. The timeline is pressing. We must expeditiously acquire the patent application so that competitors cannot secure patents on similar formulations and subsequently produce them. Should that happen, Furong Company would be positioned to initiate legal action against them. Don't Westerners relish in patent disputes? Lin Ze planned to adopt a similar approach, embodying the principle of tit for tat. The expedited process in Hong Kong is progressing smoothly, with no significant issues. We are still in urgent communication regarding the international patent, and it is expected to be finalized before December. Upon hearing that the patent could indeed be secured by December, Lin Ze breathed a sigh of relief. His tone contemplative. That is reassuring. Once we secure the patent, it signifies that Furong Company will no longer need to invest in research for any medication. We can simply rest on our laurels and earn billions annually. Moreover, with the acceleration of globalization, the market is expanding rapidly. Who knows, it might not just be billions, but perhaps 70 or 80 billion a year. After concluding his conversation with Li Jianya, Lin Ze turned his attention to other work. With the pharmaceutical venture underway, it was time to explore other industry sectors. By the way, didn't we secure the formula for Red Bull previously? That is entirely feasible. With this thought in mind, Lin Ze reached for the phone, just as a knock echoed at the door. Come in, boss. Wu Haibin entered at an opportune moment. Just in time. How is the stock market performing? Have we acquired shares in Hong Kong Electric and Chung Kong? Wu Haibin nodded with a smile, stating that, as per your instructions, he had spent over 20 days acquiring a substantial amount of shares in Chung Kong and Hong Kong Electric. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Ze specifically advised Wu Haibin to refrain from making large purchases all at once, instead opting to buy in smaller portions daily. This method would ensure a steady flow of transactions without triggering significant market activity that might alert Li Huanghua and potentially disrupt their prior plans. Have there been any developments on Chung Kong's side? Lin Ze inquired. No, Wu Haibin replied, shaking his head. Currently, there have been no signs of movement from Chung Kong, and their stock price remains stable. That's good to hear, Lin Ze remarked with a smile. This indicates that Chung Kong has yet to notice our activities. What is our next plan, boss? Wu Haibin asked. With a gentle tap of his fingers on the table. Lin Ze pondered for a moment before responding. You should reach out to some newspapers and release a statement suggesting that Li Jiaqing intends to acquire Hong Kong Electric. Ensure that the news creates a significant buzz. It would be best if everyone in Hong Kong were aware. Volhaiben instantly grasped Lin Ze's intentions. By disseminating this information and inflating the speculation surrounding Cheung Kong's interest in acquiring Hong Kong Electric, the stock prices of both companies would inevitably surge, allowing them to capitalize on the price differential through timely selling. Energized by this thought, Wu Haibin promptly affirmed, "Understood, boss. By the way, do you think we should consider acquiring a newspaper?" Lin Ze inquired. A newspaper? Wu Haibin paused, taken aback. Yes, Lin Ze nodded. As you know, our company operates in the pharmaceutical sector and plans to venture into real estate, film, and beverage industries, all of which require a platform for promotion. Wu Haibin's pupils dilated. He had not anticipated Lin Ze's ambitions to expand into the real estate sector, an arena dominated by industry giants. Even with 500 million Hong Kong dollars, Lin Ze's resources would be modest in that field. For instance, in Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, a decent-sized plot of land could easily fetch between 7 to 10 million Hong Kong dollars. However, recalling the recently popular scar removal products, Wu Haibin believed Lin Ze could succeed. After all, the scar cream could yield significant revenue. Although he was unaware of the exact sales figures, many people around him were purchasing it at $199 per bottle. It seemed plausible that a monthly profit of 2 to 3 million could be achieved, resulting in an annual income of 20 to 30 million. If they were to acquire a piece of land and let it sit for 2 to 3 years, or even 3 to 5 years, funds for development would eventually materialize. Regaining his composure, Wu Haibin spoke. If the boss intends to expand into other industries, then possessing our own newspaper would be ideal. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Lin Ze replied, looking at him. Which newspaper do you think would be the best acquisition? In Hong Kong, there are numerous newspapers published daily. The top 3 include the Oriental Daily, Chung Pao, and the Daily News, followed by Ming Pao and Singtao Daily. Wu Haibin contemplated for a moment and refrained from naming a specific newspaper. Instead, he remarked, I've heard that Lu Tian, the owner of Daily News, is entangled in a financial crisis. The implication was clear, and Lin Ze understood the underlying message. Seizing the opportunity while others are mired in financial turmoil, one can engage in negotiations, significantly increasing the likelihood of acquisition. Thus, you should make contact with Lu Tian to gauge the situation and ascertain the amount they desire. Lin Ze remarked. With a substantial daily circulation, acquiring such a publication would equate to controlling a formidable voice, even in future confrontations with commercial adversaries. It would serve as a potent weapon. Naturally, further integrating a television station would enhance this strategy. However, Lin Ze currently intends to first absorb the Hong Kong Light Group before contemplating the acquisition of a television station. Understood. Wu Haibin nodded in agreement. After all, it is merely a newspaper. Even with a daily circulation of 130,000, ranking second in Xiangjiang, it is an effortless acquisition for their owner. After Wu Haibin departed, Lin Ze picked up the phone and called Lu Xiying, the HR manager. Moments later, Lu Xiying knocked and entered. Boss, she greeted. Yes. The company needs to expand its operations and is looking to recruit a professional manager with experience in the food sector, preferably in the beverage industry. With a background in marketing, market analysis, or production, Lin Ze stated. Certainly, boss. Lu Xiying replied, handing Lin Ze a document. Here is a list of candidates who have applied for the assistant position over the past week. Oh, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, taking the document from her. You may leave now. Should I find a suitable candidate, I will inform you. Understood. Lu Xiying turned and exited. Chapter 40. The Power of Public Opinion. The somber-faced Li Huanghua. Are you Xia Wanjin? Lin Ze reclined in his office chair, his gaze scrutinizing the young woman before him. She possessed a delicate beauty, her face resembling an oval shape rather than the trendy, exaggerated features of modern influencers. Her proportions were harmonious, exuding a natural charm. Standing at an approximate height of 170 centimeters, she showcased a pair of elegantly long legs, styled in a low braid. Her attire was quite unassuming. with light denim jeans enveloping her slender legs and a soft-hued round-neck sweater adorning her upper body. Her face bore no makeup save for a subtle shade of lipstick, indicating a personality that was rather introverted and sincere, distinctly different from the flamboyant, attention-seeking types. "Yes, boss," Xiao Wanjin replied, her expression betraying her anxiety. She felt a surge of nervousness. After interviewing the previous Tuesday, she had nearly lost hope upon receiving no news, only to be summoned today for a second interview. "I see from your resume that you have previously worked as a nurse." "Yes, I interned at a private clinic for about 3 months." "Can you speak English?" "Yes." "What are your salary expectations?" Xiao Wanjin paused, taken aback by the question. Wasn't it customary for the employer to dictate the salary? Nevertheless, she quickly calculated what she deemed appropriate. "I hope for a salary of 2,500 yuan. Lin Ze noted her response with a nod, appreciating her self-awareness. He was often frustrated by newcomers who, with unwarranted confidence, demanded high salaries without considering their qualifications. "Very well, the probation period will last 3 months. With a salary of 2,500 yuan, transitioning to 4,000 yuan upon confirmation." He paused, assessing her attire. "You need to update your wardrobe. As my secretary, you represent my image. Dressing so plainly may lead others to question my capabilities in business dealings. Please invest in some branded clothing, understood?" "Ah." Xiao Wanjin was momentarily stunned. Such a consideration had not crossed her mind, yet she was thoroughly captivated by the prospect of a 4,000 yuan salary upon confirmation, eagerly nodding. "All right, boss." "Good. Off you go." Lin Ze waved his hand. "Proceed to the HR department to complete your onboarding procedures and then start work." "Okay," Xiao Wanjin exclaimed, hurriedly turning to attend to the necessary formalities. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Ze chuckled softly, realizing that newcomers often required guidance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanjin was exhilarated by her unexpected success in the interview and the generous salary. Upon spotting Lu Xiying, she quickly approached her. "Hello, Manager Lu. The boss asked me to find you for my onboarding procedures." "Oh," a smile graced Lu Xiying's face. "Congratulations on your successful interview." "Thank you," Xiao Wanjin replied with a smile. "Come, let me assist you with the paperwork." Xiao Wanjin nodded her little head, following the person ahead. Moments later, the onboarding procedures were completed. "Here is your employee badge." "All right." She accepted the badge and donned it around her neck. "Manager Lu, what shall I do now? Since I am a few years your senior, you may call me sister." Lu Xiying smiled. Although the other party had just joined, she was the boss's secretary. Someone would interact with the boss daily. As the saying goes, a minister may stand before the door of a prime minister. Now that Xiao Wanjin was chosen by Lin Ze, her status was undoubtedly elevated. Not to mention the mere human resources manager, even the company's deputy general manager, Li Jianya, would likely treat her with utmost courtesy. Xiao Wanjin thought little of it and cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, Sister Lu." The smile on Lu Xiying's face grew even more radiant as she took Xiao Wanjin's hand. "Come, let me show you your workspace, and then I will explain your future tasks." "Okay, Sister Lu." In a tea house in Mongkok. "President Wu, I must trouble you with this matter. It's a small issue. However, may I inquire if Mr. Li truly intends to acquire Hong Kong Electric?" "Indeed, he does. I've been informed that he has been quietly accumulating shares in Hong Kong Electric for quite some time." "Where did you obtain this information?" "A relative's child is employed at Mr. Li's firm and overheard it. To be honest, if you weren't my friend, I wouldn't disclose this to you." "Haha, Bin. I understand. Rest assured, old Wu is trustworthy and will not shortchange you." "That's wonderful. Remember, do not share this information with anyone else." "Understood. I will keep it to myself." "Well then, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Let us share tea another day. Take care." After seeing Wu Haiban off, the middle-aged man, referred to as President Wu, wiped the smile off his face and hurriedly walked to a small convenience store. He swiftly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Beep. The phone rang several times. "Hello." Listening to the voice on the other end, President Wu glanced around to ensure no one was watching before speaking. "Darling, it's me. Listen closely. Immediately take 200,000 from our home and purchase shares in Hong Kong Electric. You must act quickly." As he spoke, he checked the time on his watch. "It's a little past 2. You must buy before the market closes at 4. "Dear." Is it not too risky to invest all of it in Hong Kong Electric? Hearing this, President Wu frowned and replied sternly, "Trust me. Go directly to the trading center without questioning. I will explain everything when you return home after work. Just by now." "Okay, I will go right away. Remember, invest the entire 200,000 in Hong Kong Electric." "Understood. Thank you for your efforts. I have more matters to tend to, so I won't keep you. We will talk more tonight." With that, he ended the call with a decisive click. He took out a small bill from his pocket, placed it on the counter, and turned to leave. Another gambler, the shopkeeper, sighed, collecting the bill. He had naturally overheard President Wu's conversation. However, he believed that President Wu was misled by rumors. For the stock market is not a realm where one can easily grasp genuine insider information. Unbeknownst to him, while insider information is indeed rare, significant players enter the market. And as long as one acquires the right information, there is no fear of reaping profits in the stock market. The following morning, Liu Jiping, at the age of 28 and with 5 years of stock trading experience, was deemed quite seasoned, though his earnings were often overshadowed by losses. Currently employed at an insurance company, his monthly salary, including bonuses, amounted to a respectable 5 to 6,000 yuan. Yet, in comparison to his friends, he felt rather lacking. In pursuit of easy gains, he had recently rekindled his obsession with stock trading. Unfortunately, his endeavors had yielded disappointment, leading to a loss that left him somewhat unsettled. As was his routine, after breakfast, he shouldered his belongings and set off for work. Upon entering a taxi, he noticed a newspaper on the seat and exclaimed, "Sir, you dropped something." However, the elderly gentleman seemed oblivious, ignoring his remark completely. With no alternative, Liu Jiping sat down, involuntarily unfolding the newspaper to peruse its contents. Li Xing's ambition, rumored acquisition of Hong Kong Electric by Chung Kong to further expand its commercial empire. This article caught his attention, instantly invigorating him. As he read on, he found the arguments well-founded, noting that Li Ka-shing had long been quietly accumulating shares of Hong Kong Electric. The more he read, the more favorable the situation appeared to him. He promptly directed the taxi towards the stock exchange. Regardless of whether Li Ka-shing truly intended to acquire Hong Kong Electric, the news would undoubtedly cause the stock prices of both companies to soar. It is worth noting that Li Ka-shing is a prominent Chinese business magnate in Hong Kong, who had previously made headlines by acquiring Hutchison Whampoa, valued at 60 billion at the time, through strategic investments. Given the passage of years, it was not inconceivable for him to gather sufficient funds to absorb Hong Kong Electric amidst the current turmoil faced by the company. With the real estate market in decline and significant losses overseas, speculation about the potential sale of Hong Kong Electric had been circulating for some time. Thus, Liu Jiping was inclined to believe the rumors held merit. Many shared his sentiments. Any investor, upon reading the news, would recognize that the stocks of Chung Kong and Hong Kong Electric were bound to rise, given that both firms were fundamentally sound and the news was decidedly positive. By mid-morning, Li Ka-shing arrived at the Chung Kong building in Central, where a throng of reporters had already gathered. As he alighted from his vehicle, they swiftly surrounded him. "Li Sheng, is it true that you intend to acquire Hong Kong Electric? Reports suggest you have been quietly amassing shares of Hong Kong Electric for months. Are you venturing into the energy sector? Li Sheng, could you share your thoughts on the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric?" Li Ka-shing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, disregarded the reporters' inquiries and proceeded directly into the corporate building. The reporters attempted to follow, but were halted by bodyguards and building security, leaving them behind. Li Jiaqing coldly commanded, "Go investigate what is happening. How does the outside world know about my intention to acquire Hong Kong Electric?" The bodyguard beside him nodded slightly before turning to depart. Meanwhile, at the stock exchange, a multitude of retail investors surged in, brandishing their cash and shouting fervently, "Buy me 10,000 shares of Hong Kong Electric. No, make it 20,000. Simultaneously, at the Kowloon Stock Exchange, a throng of Chinese investors gathered, uniformly clamoring to purchase shares of Chung Kong Holdings. With the overwhelming demand from the investors, the stock prices of both Hong Kong Electric and Chung Kong Holdings surged rapidly. In the chairman's office of Chung Kong Center, a series of knocks echoed. "Come in, Chairman, there are unusual movements in the stock market." "Oh, Li Jiaqing raised an eyebrow. Just now, there has been a significant volume of trading in both our stocks and Hong Kong Electric's, causing the stock price to rise by 3.9. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Li Jiaqing's eyes, yet no trace of delight was evident on his countenance. Chapter 41. The Turbulent Stock Market and Soaring Stock Prices. The chairman has uncovered the truth. It was reported by a small newspaper named Jingbao. Li Jiaqing raised an eyebrow. He had never even heard of this publication. However, there are countless small newspapers in Hong Kong, proliferating like weeds. Has anyone determined who orchestrated their report? Li Jiaqing inquired with a grave tone, his displeasure palpable to anyone with keen perception. While many might see rising stock prices as a boon, for Li Jiaqing, it was rather unfortunate news. This escalation implied that he would need to invest even more capital to acquire the esteemed publicly listed company, Hong Kong Electric. What had been a well-laid plan was now disrupted by an obscure tabloid, leading him to suspect a conspiracy was afoot. A small newspaper, capable of obtaining such information, must surely have someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The motives could range from thwarting his acquisition of Hong Kong Electric to capitalizing on the situation for personal gain. Investigations are ongoing. Forget the inquiry for now. The news is already out, and uncovering the source would yield little benefit. Immediately contact the media. I shall convene a press conference. After careful consideration, Li Jiaqing resolved to seek clarification through the media. Only by doing so could he hope to dissuade speculative investors from blindly chasing stock prices, thereby allowing the prices of both listed companies to decrease, facilitating his future acquisition plans. Understood. On that morning, shortly after 11 a.m., several major newspaper journalists gathered at the Cheung Kong Center. Upon Li Jiaqing's arrival, the reporters surged forward with palpable enthusiasm, akin to a rush of adrenaline, eager to inquire. Mr. Li, with the stock prices of both Hong Kong Electric and Cheung Kong soaring, will this affect your acquisition plans? Rumors. This is unequivocally a rumor. Li Jiaqing replied with utmost seriousness. Cheung Kong currently has no plans to acquire Hong Kong Electric, but the public is saying that Cheung Kong has secretly acquired a significant amount of Hong Kong Electric shares months ago. Our investigations have shown that the trading volume of Hong Kong Electric stocks has notably increased over the past month or two. Is that so? I was unaware of that. However, I can state with certainty that Cheung Kong has no current plans for acquisition. I urge everyone not to be misled, lest they fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. Misled? A reporter's eyes lit up, as if they had stumbled upon a scoop, and excitedly asked, Mr. Li, did you just imply that someone is disseminating information to manipulate stock prices? I cannot confirm any manipulation of stock prices, but I assure you that the information circulating is entirely false. I urge investors to exercise caution. Li Jiaqing glanced at his watch, then turned to the crowd with an apologetic expression. I apologize, but I must attend to an urgent meeting. Excuse me. With that, he turned and departed. The journalists, having finally encountered an opportunity to interview Li Jiaqing, were not so easily deterred and hurriedly pursued him, calling out Mr. Li. Within mere meters of the Chung Shun Tower, Simon Kaisek, then the head of Jardine Matheson, was attentively listening to his subordinate's report. How is the stock performing? He inquired. Chairman, upon the market's opening this morning, the stock experienced a remarkable surge, and thus far, the increase has surpassed 7, came the response. And what of Chung Shun? Any developments? We have just received news that several reporters from various newspapers have descended upon Chung Shun Tower, presumably anticipating an announcement from Li Ka-shing. A flicker of surprise crossed Simon Kaisek's eyes. He then chuckled, suggesting this old chap likely intends to clarify matters, denying any intent to acquire Hong Kong Electric. His subordinate's eyes brightened as he eagerly proposed, Chairman, should we not also leak some information? Perhaps suggest that we are in talks with Li Ka-shing, thereby opportunistically inflating our stock price? Simon Kaisek found this notion enticing, but he harbored concerns about potential scrutiny from the Securities and Futures Commission and the Independent Commission Against Corruption, fearing criminal repercussions due to the implications of stock manipulation. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head, stating, let us set this matter aside for now. We shall first observe Li Ka-shing's response before devising our next steps. Understood. Meanwhile, As the external environment stirred with speculation regarding Li Ka-shing's purported acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, Lin Ze remained vigilant, for he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Shifa, I have just received word that Li Ka-shing has convened a press conference with several media outlets, where he declared the rumors of his acquisition of Hong Kong Electric to be unfounded and implored investors to remain calm and not be exploited by ill-intentioned parties. Tian Yangsheng relayed this information. Lin Ze, unfazed, merely smiled, recognizing it as a predictable development. He would have acted similarly in Li's position. Zege, I find it perplexing. Why is he so eager to deny it? With Cheng Shun's stock soaring, is that not advantageous? Tian Yangsheng expressed his confusion regarding Li Ka-shing's urgency to clarify matters. Haha, I see. You do not grasp the intricacies of the stock market, Lin Ze replied with a smile. Li Ka-shing's haste to clarify stems from his genuine intentions to acquire Hong Kong Electric. For instance, based on the previous stock price, he had prepared 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to secure a significant stake from Jardine, thereby becoming a major shareholder. However, with the current surge in Hong Kong Electric stock, that initial 3 billion Hong Kong dollars is now insufficient, necessitating additional funds. Can you fathom why he would be anxious to clarify? Oh, now it makes sense, Tian Yangsheng remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. If that is the case, he must clarify swiftly, otherwise he risks incurring additional costs. But if he clarifies, wouldn't that jeopardize your plans, Zege? Tian Yangsheng was aware that Lin Ze had amassed a considerable stockpile of Cheng Shun and Hong Kong Electric shares, intending to profit handsomely from the situation. Not to worry, this was anticipated. Even if he is keen to clarify, it will take time for that information to disseminate. By the time the market reacts, I will have already liquidated my holdings, Lin Ze reassured him nonchalantly. Li Ka-shing is engaging with newspaper media. By the time these publications hit the stands, it will at best be the evening edition, after the market is closed. Furthermore, those who have recently entered the market are acquiring at elevated prices and naturally do not wish to see an immediate downturn. Such a scenario would incur significant losses. Moreover, Li Jiaqing sought clarification from the media. Would he not continue to spread rumors and stoke the flames? Seeing that Lin Ze was already aware, Tian Yang chose to refrain from further remarks. As she lacked understanding of the stock market, it was best for her to remain silent. In the afternoon, at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the secondary market witnessed the price of Hong Kong Electric surge to $7, an increase, yet another increase. Swiftly, one should buy from Mr. Li was poised to acquire Hong Kong Electric. An hour later, astonishingly, the price had soared to $8. This rise was indeed too rapid. With a chuckle, one investor who had purchased shares at $6.70 realized he had already profited $1.30 per share. A diligent trader, who had bought in early that morning, was now exhilarated upon seeing the latest stock price, as if electrified. However, this was not the final closing price. In less than 5 minutes, the stock price ascended by another 10 cents. Moments later, it skyrocketed to $8.20. Witnessing the relentless rise of Hong Kong Electric stock price, several investors, who had previously hesitated, could no longer resist temptation and resolutely plunged into the market to acquire shares. Lin Ze too prepared 10 million Hong Kong dollars as reserve capital. Should the rate of price increase decelerate, this 10 million would be allocated in several batches as market liquidity to elevate the stock price. In essence, it was an endeavor to bolster the confidence of retail investors, instilling in them the belief that Hong Kong Electric stock would continue to ascend. Chapter 42. The frantic Li Huanghua, who earned over 100 million. As stock prices surged, an increasing number of investors succumbed to temptation, hoping to partake in the lucrative gains. The collective enthusiasm ignited a remarkable rise in the market, especially with a pivotal figure driving the momentum. By the closing bell at 4 p.m., the stock price of Hong Kong Electric had soared beyond 9.30, boasting an impressive daily increase of 43.07, while the shares of Chung Kong and Hutchison Whampoa, under the aegis of Li Ka-shing, also witnessed growth. None matched the meteoric rise of Hong Kong Electric, which was the target of acquisition. The remarkable ascent of these three stocks captured the attention of television networks. That evening, TVB dedicated several seconds in their news segment to report on Li Ka-shing's intention to acquire Hong Kong Electric. The viewers across Hong Kong, upon learning of the 43.07 surge in Hong Kong Electric stock within a single day, were filled with regret and remorse, particularly those who had not invested in the stock. Blast it! I should have been bolder and bought shares directly at the exchange. Had I done so, I too could have ridden this wave of fortune and reaped substantial profits, lamented one investor, clutching his chest in distress. The thought of missing out on such a significant rise was agonizing, especially when he considered the losses amounting to hundreds of thousands. Many shared in his regret. In stark contrast, those who had prudently purchased shares of Hong Kong Electric early on reveled in their substantial gains. Among them was He Ming, a seasoned investor who, during the previous acquisition attempt by Jardine Matheson, had bought in at a high price and had endured losses since, choosing to hold on to his shares rather than sell. Over the past 2 years, amid an ever-fluctuating market, he had been unable to liquidate his position as the market showed a downward trend. Unexpectedly, the market had now flourished, and the value of his Hong Kong Electric shares had soared beyond his initial purchase price. Resolute, he decided to sell his shares worth over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars the following trading day, freeing himself from the burden of anxiety. The next day, a revelation emerged. A scam? The wealthiest Chinese, Li Ka-shing, recently held a press conference, denying any plans to acquire Hong Kong Electric. Oriental Daily. In a shocking announcement, Li Ka-shing accused certain individuals of maliciously spreading rumors and asserted that Hong Kong currently had no intentions of acquiring Hong Kong Electric, urging investors to remain rational and not fall prey to deception. Singtao Daily. The truth behind the surging stocks of Hong Kong Electric, Hong Kong, and Hutchison was. Early in the morning, several mainstream newspapers in Hong Kong, including Ming Pao and Oriental Daily, published reports on Li Ka-shing's denial of the acquisition. The news instantly ignited a wave of astonishment and panic among the populace. What? A scam? Is this for real? The acquisition is false? If so, won't the stock price plummet? Quick, sell now. Countless investors who had purchased shares of Hong Kong Electric, Hutchison, and Hong Kong the previous day were thrown into complete disarray upon seeing the news report. A multitude flocked to the exchange, eagerly awaiting the opening bell to divest their shares and mitigate further losses. Meanwhile, those who had refrained from purchasing shares of Hong Kong Electric found solace in the news. Their spirits lifted as they discarded yesterday's gloom, exclaiming with mirth, "Ah, how delightful! Did you truly believe your joy would last? I had forewarned you that if Li Jiaqing intended to acquire Hong Kong Electric, he would have done so by now. Even if he were to pursue such a venture, it would remain clandestine, undisclosed to the press until a private agreement was reached." At Repulse Bay, Lin Ze enjoyed his breakfast while perusing a newspaper surrounded by several others, including the Singtao Daily, the Daily News, and Ming Pao, all prominent publications in Hong Kong. Each morning, he dedicated half an hour to reading the papers, a necessity in an age devoid of smartphones and computers, relying solely on print to grasp the world beyond. Upon noticing the headline in the Oriental Daily that Li Jiaqing had clarified his intentions regarding the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, he raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before setting the newspaper aside. He then picked up the large mobile phone on the table and swiftly dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, it's me. How many shares have we sold off already?" Lin Ze inquired. The previous afternoon, he had instructed Wu Haibin to take advantage of the bullish market to gradually offload shares of Hong Kong Electric and Hong Kong, advising against disposing of vast quantities all at once, lest it lead to a market crash. Should the stock price plummet, they would consider repurchasing some shares, albeit in smaller increments, to simulate market support and drive prices upward. Boss, approximately 37 million shares of Hong Kong Electric have been sold, with around 18 million remaining. All shares of Hong Kong have been completely offloaded, yielding a profit of over 42 million Hong Kong dollars, Wu reported. Lin Ze felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the situation unfolded more favorably than anticipated. He had expected no more than a 50 divestment of Hong Kong Electric, and it appeared they had achieved a remarkable 67. What is the status of public sentiment? Learning that Li Jiaqing had arranged for several newspapers to publish clarifications, Lin Ze instructed Wu Haibin to reach out to other publications, ensuring that previously prepared articles would be printed. This strategy aimed to counterbalance the impact of Li Jiaqing's clarification on the acquisition, preventing a significant decline in the stock prices of Hong Kong Electric and others, which would otherwise jeopardize their profits. The old man's influence in Hong Kong remained substantial. Otherwise, the stocks of related listed companies would not have surged following the rumors of his intended acquisition. Thus, it was imperative to stir the waters. Having given prior notice, Lin Ze was confident that this morning's newspapers would have already published the articles. That is reassuring, he sighed, now awaiting the public's reaction. As discussions surrounding Li Ka-shing's denial of acquiring Hong Kong Electric intensify, various newspapers, including Daily News, Sing Tao Daily, and Jing Daily, have published articles directly addressing the ongoing acquisition controversy. Is the wealthiest Chinese oligarch covertly maneuvering? According to insiders, Li Ka-shing has recently established an acquisition team, amassing over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars to negotiate with Jardine Matheson for a complete takeover of this esteemed publicly listed company. Moreover, reliable sources suggest that the acquiring entity could very well be C.K. Hutchison Holdings. The articles also outlined C.K. Hutchison's financial performance over the past 2 years, indicating that with the current capital on hand, they are entirely capable of securing Hong Kong Electric from Jardine. All signs point to Mr. Li indeed harboring intentions to acquire Hong Kong Electric. Daily News and Sing Tao Daily rank among the top 3 newspapers in Hong Kong, collectively boasting a daily circulation exceeding 200,000 copies. With the addition of smaller publications like Jing Daily, the coverage extends to several 100,000 readers. As Lin Ze anticipated, Hong Kong investors were left bewildered upon reading the news, uncertain of whom to believe. The once plummeting stocks of Hong Kong Electric abruptly halted their decline, or rather, the rate of decline significantly slowed. It is evident that many investors, in light of uncertainty, chose to adopt a wait-and-see approach, creating favorable conditions for Lin Ze to liquidate his holdings in Hong Kong Electric. At 10:45 a.m. in Mong Kok at the Furong Company, the sudden ringing of a telephone pierced the silence. "Hello?" Lin Ze answered the phone. "Boss, it's me, Wu Haibin. All the stocks of Hong Kong Electric have been completely liquidated." "Oh," Lin Ze exclaimed joyfully. "Well done. Boss, I just compiled the statistics for this operation. We invested 500 million Hong Kong dollars, and after deducting various fees, we netted a profit of approximately 167 million Hong Kong dollars, achieving a return rate of 33.4. Hearing that they had made over 160 million, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief and praised the effort. Meanwhile, while Lin Ze celebrated, Li Ka-shing wore a grim expression. "Investigate. Immediately contact Sing Tao Daily and Daily News to ascertain who orchestrated the publication of this news," Li Ka-shing commanded. His face filled with fury as he slammed his hand on the table. Witnessing Li Ka-shing's wrath, his subordinates swallowed hard, daring not to speak further, and quickly left the office to conduct their investigation. With money paving the way, they swiftly uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes. "Who is this Wu Haibin?" Li Ka-shing inquired with a furrowed brow. His subordinate quickly responded, "We have yet to gather detailed information, but we know he previously worked as a stockbroker at Hang Seng Bank and HSBC before resigning over 2 months ago." Li Ka-shing's expression darkened. However, he refrained from further comment. It was commendable enough to have unearthed this information. Additionally, we have obtained some information from the securities exchange. "Oh, what information?" In recent months, an institution acquired stocks of Hong Kong Electric valued at 200 to 300 million Hong Kong dollars, only to divest them entirely within the last couple of days. I suspect that this upheaval was orchestrated by this very institution. Li Jiaqing inquired further. "Have we identified the owner behind this institution?" His subordinate shook his head. "It is an entity registered overseas. We cannot trace it." Li Jiaqing was left speechless, yet he understood that this was a premeditated maneuver, leveraging his influence to reap substantial profits in the stock market. One might say that seeking profit is acceptable, but damn it, they have compromised my plans. Isn't this inviting trouble upon myself? Although discontent brewed within him, The inability to track down the culprits left him powerless. He instructed to notify the Daily Times and Tsingtao Daily, expressing his desire to be informed in advance of any similar news in the future. Li Jiaqing stated coldly. Having been exploited this time, he was determined to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. Understood. Chapter 43. A bold acquisition of daily news, entering the media industry. Let's not speak of the tumultuous winds outside. In Mong Kok, Lin Ze is meeting someone. Boss, this is Mr. Lu Tian, the owner of Daily News and also the chairman of Miali Group. Wu Haibin gestured towards a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Lu, Lin Ze greeted with a smile, extending his hand. One should not underestimate the man before him. Although he may not be well known in Hong Kong, his influence is substantial. Lu Tian has long since ventured into the mainland, and the Miali Group, a prominent clothing giant in Hong Kong, is merely one of his many assets. In addition to textiles, Lu Tian is also involved in real estate, hospitality, and media. Upon learning that this remarkably young man is the prospective buyer of Daily News, Lu Tian was taken aback and surprised. However, being a seasoned businessman, he quickly regained his composure, extending his hand with a broad smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Lu, I will be direct, Lin Ze stated, eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries. I have some capital and a keen interest in the media and newspaper industry. I am considering acquiring a newspaper to serve as a voice for my company. I hold Daily News in high regard and wish to purchase it. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Lu Tian understood. He was indeed looking to sell Daily News to acquire funds and alleviate the challenges facing the Miali Group. What price do you have in mind for the acquisition of Daily News? He inquired. In response, Lin Ze clapped his hands and took a document from Wu Haibin, handing it to Lu Tian. This is our investigative assessment report on Daily News. Oh, Lu Tian, intrigued, accepted the document, eager to discover what the so-called assessment entailed. According to the report, the assets of Daily News are estimated to be around 40 million. I am prepared to offer 45 million Hong Kong dollars for the acquisition. Upon hearing Lin Ze's offer of 45 million for his newspaper, Lu Tian immediately shook his head in disagreement. Mr. Lin, that amount is certainly insufficient. I am not sure how your evaluation was conducted, but Daily News is performing well, consistently ranking among the top 3 in Hong Kong, with a daily circulation of 130,000 copies, making it the 3rd most read newspaper in the region. Before Lu Tian could finish, Lin Ze raised his hand to interrupt, looking earnestly at him. Mr. Lu, 8 years ago, you purchased 75% of Daily News for 165,000. Now, I am offering 45 million, which is a significant increase. While Daily News ranks among the top 3 in circulation, I believe its revenue capabilities do not surpass those of Ming Pao or Tsingtao Daily. Therefore, my offer of 45 million Hong Kong dollars is quite reasonable. Currently, Ming Pao and Tsingtao belong to the 2nd tier, only breaking into the top 3 by the late 1980s. Despite being in the 2nd tier, Ming Pao enjoys the backing of a prominent figure and caters to an audience of highly educated readers. Moreover, Ming Pao has published a novel, with a circulation of merely 80,000 copies, yet its profitability vastly surpasses that of the Daily News. The Daily News caters to the masses with its entertainment-oriented content, lacking in depth and characterized by simplistic language. It thrives on novelty, gossip, and timely news, coupled with the significant sales of its horse racing section, positioning it in close competition with the Oriental Daily. Therefore, the 2 publications often find themselves at odds. Mr. Lin, Lu Tian wished to negotiate for a slightly higher amount, but Lin Ze offered him no leeway, stating plainly, 45 million. That is my bottom line. If you, Mr. Lu, are willing to purchase, we can proceed with the contract. If not, I shall seek other avenues. I am confident that the owner of Chung Bao would be eager to engage with me. Should the owner of Chung Bao refuse to sell, I would establish my own newspaper with an investment of 45 million Hong Kong dollars, and I am certain it would rank among the top 3 in Hong Kong. This declaration left Lu Tian momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. He was unsure whether 45 million could secure Chung Bao, but he knew that with an additional 10 million, he could undoubtedly acquire 75% of its shares. Furthermore, If Lin Ze were truly to invest $45 million in founding a newspaper, recruiting an editorial team from other publications, and pouring substantial funds into the venture, he would surely create a successful publication. After all, just a few years prior, he had managed to elevate the daily news to its current stature with a modest investment. And Lin Ze possessed the acumen to replicate that success. Being an industry insider, he understood the realities of the newspaper business. After careful consideration, Liu Tian ultimately decided that selling would be the prudent choice. Should he refuse, Lin Ze's entry into the newspaper industry would undoubtedly impact the sales of the daily news, possibly causing a significant decline. With Mr. Lin's words weighing heavily, Liu Tian realized that not selling would be rather unwise. Once he came to this conclusion, he lightheartedly jested with Lin Ze. The latter smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief, knowing that Liu Tian had acquiesced to the sale. He replied, "Mr. Liu, you flatter me. We are merely engaging in an equitable transaction." Then, as if struck by a thought, he continued, "Mr. Liu, is the remaining 25% share held by General Manager Zhang Jianbang? Indeed, please discuss with him regarding his shares. I am willing to purchase them for 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Since he had resolved to acquire the daily news, Lin Ze would not permit a second shareholder. Moreover, he currently possessed ample funds and was not financially constrained. Upon hearing Lin Ze's intention to buy Zhang Jianbang's 25% stake, Liu Tian was not surprised. He would have done the same. "Mr. Lin, I can convey your message to old Zhang, but whether he chooses to sell is ultimately his decision." "Very well," Lin Ze replied with a smile. "When you speak with him, please mention that upon my acquisition of the daily news, I will significantly increase financial investment, estimating an infusion of 20 to 30 million to enhance the content sector. To boost sales, I might even consider lowering the newspaper's price. In any case, if he opts not to sell, I will dilute his shares through my investment. Moreover, it should be conveyed that, for the sake of the company's development, there will be no dividends distributed in the coming years." Liu Tian's lips twitched slightly. What a ruthless maneuver. This strategy directly undermines the foundation. "If you refuse to sell, I shall inject capital. If you do not contribute funds, your shares will inevitably be diluted." After several rounds of investment, it is estimated that the 25 stake will plummet to single digits, rendering any further words insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Liu Tian solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Boss Lin, I will relay these words to him." "Well, I appreciate your assistance," Boss Lin replied courteously. It was merely a matter of a sentence, and moreover, this situation would also benefit old Zhang. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, once an agreement was reached, they promptly engaged a lawyer, and both parties signed a share transfer contract, stipulating a payment of 45 million within 3 days. The following day, Lin Ze transferred the funds to the designated account. Under Liu Tian's persuasion, Zhang Jianbang also consented to sell his 25 stake for 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, Lin Ze met with the deputy president of the newspaper, Cui Yuanliang, and after a detailed 2-hour discussion, appointed him as the general manager of the Tian Daily, entrusting him with the comprehensive management and operational duties of the company. Concurrently, Lin Ze established the Furong Group, building upon Furong Biotechnology, Furong Films, and Furong Beverages, incorporating both Tian Daily and Tian Printing into its portfolio. On October 29th, the newly formed Furong Group publicly announced the acquisition of all shares of Tian Daily and Tian Printing for 60 million Hong Kong dollars. With plans to invest capital to enhance content and provide the vast readership of Tian Daily with even more engaging material. Following the announcement, widespread discussions erupted. It is noteworthy that Tian Daily is the third largest newspaper in Hong Kong, with a daily circulation exceeding 130,000 copies. The acquisition of such a prominent publication by a previously unheard of company immediately drew considerable attention. A pharmaceutical company venturing into the media industry? Sensational. The proprietor of the renowned scar treatment solution bar, Kushu, is merely 28 years old. The youngest billionaire in Hong Kong? What is the intent of this new heavyweight in the medical sector acquiring a newspaper? Various newspapers in Hong Kong reported on the matter. Most were skeptical, believing that a pharmaceutical enterprise dabbling in media was utterly misguided. However, some, like the Oriental Daily, were on high alert. As a staunch rival that had previously outperformed Tian Daily, the dynamics had shifted with a new owner, particularly one from the medical field. Furthermore, the newly developed scar treatment was thriving in Hong Kong, indicating that Tian Daily now had a formidable backer. The mere fact that they could allocate $60 million for the acquisition clearly demonstrated their substantial financial strength. Naturally, they had to remain vigilant. Chapter 44. Acquiring an industrial building. Refusing to be a fool. For a continuous span of half a month, there has been no significant action from the Daily News. The content of their reports remained largely unchanged, offering no notable advancements. This reassured the proprietors behind the Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, and Chung Pao, leading them to believe that the Furong Group was merely engaging in empty rhetoric, essentially unchanged from its previous state. Indeed, this was the reality. Following the acquisition of the Daily News, Lin Ze did not hastily assume management of the newspaper nor make extensive capital investments. Instead, his attention was primarily directed towards the Hong Kong Electric Company. After Lin Ze liquidated his assets, compounded by the absence of news regarding Li Jiaqing's discussions with Jardine, the once surging stocks of Hong Kong Electric and Chung Kong gradually retreated to their former valuations. Upon observing this decline, Lin Ze felt it was the opportune moment to engage in negotiations with Jardine. Like Li Jiaqing, the inflated stock price of Hong Kong Electric was detrimental to acquisition efforts. The prior manipulation of stock prices was merely a strategy to generate profit while simultaneously disrupting Li Jiaqing's acquisition plans, causing others to hesitate. After all, if one were to announce their intention to acquire Hong Kong Electric, only to later deny it and subsequently finalize negotiations with Jardine, it would be tantamount to slapping the face of the Hong Kong populace. Moreover, any whispers of meetings, such as those with Jardine's Grandmaster Simon Keswick, would undoubtedly perturb the stock market. Hence, Lin Ze surmised that the old fox would refrain from meeting with Simon Keswick anytime soon, and he would certainly not disclose his intentions regarding the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, as the old gentleman would be wary of being exploited by Simon. Thus, this moment presented an ideal opportunity for Lin Ze to intervene. Please arrange a meeting with Jardine's Simon Keswick. Inform him that I wish to visit him at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Ze instructed his secretary, Xiao Wanjin. Upon hearing Lin Ze's request to meet with Jardine's Grandmaster, Xiao Wanjin felt a flicker of surprise, yet remained silent. Nodding in acknowledgement, she proceeded to devise a means to contact Jardine's office. Central, Jardine House. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. Mr. Chairman, there is a visitation appointment. Simon Keswick raised an eyebrow at the mention. Who is it? The secretary promptly replied, It is Lin Ze, the owner of the Furong Group. The Furong Group? A flicker of confusion crossed Simon Keswick's eyes. He did not recall any dealings with this company, nor did he know its proprietor. However, the name Furong Group seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Noticing his puzzled expression, the secretary kindly reminded him, Chairman, the Furong Group is a newly established company. Recently, they acquired a newspaper for 60 million Hong Kong dollars. And they have also developed a scar removal medication that is performing exceptionally well in Hong Kong. Oh, a look of realization washed over Simon Keswick's face. That was why the name sounded somewhat familiar. Yet, he did not know the individual personally. And since the other party operated in the pharmaceutical and media sectors, fields with which he had little overlap, he pondered why they would seek a meeting with him. After a moment's reflection, Simon Keswick ultimately decided to meet with the individual. After all, being able to allocate 60 million to acquire a newspaper does indicate a certain level of strength. When did he schedule the meeting? Tomorrow afternoon. Very well. Please coordinate with the other party and set the appointment for 3 p.m. tomorrow. Shimin Kaisik glanced at the arrangements for the next day. There were no significant commitments after 3 p.m. Understood. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to leave the office. In Suanwan, at Dalian Pai Road, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz W126 glided to a halt in front of a towering building. Lu Xiying, who had been engaged in conversation, abruptly ceased her dialogue upon sighting the vehicle and hurriedly approached. Once the car was parked, Wang Liang swiftly opened the rear door. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lin Ze stepped out, surveying his surroundings. Skyscrapers loomed above. The streets were relatively devoid of pedestrians, and numerous vans and trucks lined the sides of the road. Chairman. Upon seeing Lin Ze emerge from the car, Lu Xing expressed her respect with a slight bow. Lin Ze nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the man in a suit standing behind Lu Xing. Noticing this, Lu Xing promptly introduced, Chairman, this is Mr. Lu, a real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lu Haizhou took a few steps forward, his demeanor respectful as he greeted Lin Ze. After all, he was in the presence of a billionaire and a rising magnate in the Hong Kong business realm, and respect was paramount. In this city, wealth equates to authority. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes wandering to the surroundings. Which building is it? Mr. Lin, it is this building. Lu Haizhou pointed toward the structure merely a dozen meters away. This building is named the Industrial Building, constructed in 1972. It has been standing for over 12 years now, covering a total area of 28,500 square feet, approximately 169 square meters. With a height of 12 stories and a total construction area of 327,600 square feet, 400 square meters. Lin Ze nodded slightly. 12 years is not considered old. Many industrial buildings in Hong Kong date back to the 1950s and 1960s, with some newly constructed ones arising in the early 1970s. Coinciding with the rise of manufacturing in Hong Kong, which necessitated a substantial number of industrial buildings. Demand breeds such structures. Unlike the industrial parks found throughout the mainland, factories in Hong Kong are typically housed within industrial buildings, with each building potentially accommodating dozens, if not hundreds, of factories. Of course, these factories can only be classified as small workshops in the strictest sense, as they pale in comparison to those employing thousands. As Hong Kong's economy surged, the financial and service sectors flourished, leading to a gradual migration of manufacturing northward due to rising labor costs. Except for a handful that ventured into the mainland for investment. Most factories began relocating to more remote areas in the new territories, such as Tuen Mun and Yuen Long. This shift was inevitable. Manufacturing profits were inherently slim. And given that Hong Kong's manufacturing largely consisted of low-end industries with meager margins, rising rents and labor costs necessitated a move to the outskirts, thereby reducing expenses and enhancing profit margins. Consequently, numerous industrial buildings in areas like Tsuen Wan and Kwun Tong have become increasingly vacant. Given the recent downer in the real estate sector of Hong Kong, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding its future, several affluent investors who own factory buildings are contemplating selling their properties and venturing into other industries. Let's step inside and take a look. The exterior of the building appears quite satisfactory, well-maintained, and devoid of any peeling paint. Upon arrival, he observed numerous older industrial buildings with walls exhibiting unsightly patches of flaking paint. Mr. Lin, upon hearing that Lin Ze wished to tour the premises, Lu Haizhou was invigorated and promptly extended an invitation. The group of four entered the factory. Upon entering the lobby, they were greeted by a security guard who, noticing Lin Ze and his companions, quickly approached to inquire about their purpose. Upon learning they were there to view the industrial building, he offered no further remarks. Lin Ze noted an array of company names adorning the walls, undoubtedly those that had established themselves within this industrial complex, with approximately 30 firms in total. Many of them were garment factories, alongside a few food processing establishments. The garment factories primarily engaged in export business, as the local market in Hong Kong is limited and unable to sustain a large number of such enterprises. They ascended in the elevator, casually selecting a few floors to explore. To his relief, he found that this building housed no polluting enterprises. Even the garment factories operated solely in finished clothing, refraining from dyeing or printing on-site. They merely cut and processed fabrics into garments such as shirts and trousers, which resulted in minimal pollution. Lin Ze's intention in purchasing a building here was to provide a production workshop for his beverage company. Having previously realized a profit in the stock market, he found himself with available capital, and with the real estate market currently in a slump, it presented an opportune moment for investment. Mr. Lu, what is the asking price for this building? After their tour, the group stepped outside and stood on the sidewalk, where Lin Ze inquired about the price. Lu Haizhou's demeanor brightened. Mr. Lin, the current asking price from the owner is 83 million Hong Kong dollars. That's excessive, Lin Ze responded, shaking his head. Currently, the land price for industrial buildings is merely over 20 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, which has plummeted several times compared to previous years. Furthermore, this building was constructed in the 1970s, when land was considerably cheaper. While I do have the means, I refuse to be taken advantage of. Paying 80 million for an industrial building is simply not justified. Industrial buildings and residential towers are worlds apart. The potential for real estate in Hong Kong to appreciate by 10, 20, or even 40 times pertains to residential properties, while industrial buildings, designated for use as factories and warehouses, cannot be repurposed for residential use. Thus, their appreciation potential is minimal. What price do you find suitable, Mr. Lin? Lu Haizhou inquired. 60 million. Lin Ze proposed a figure he deemed reasonable. Just a few years prior, such a price would have been unattainable. However, in light of the recent staggering decline in the entire real estate market, with residential properties plummeting, industrial buildings were surely no exception. Seeing Lin Ze's substantial reduction of over 20 million, Lu Haizhou's expression twitched slightly, but he refrained from further comment. I will contact the owner upon my return and get back to you. The price is set at 60 million. You can contact Manager Lu when the time comes. Lu Haizhou nodded in acknowledgement. Have you driven here? Lin Ze inquired, glancing at Lu Xiying. No need to trouble the chairman. I could take a taxi. Lu Xiying quickly replied. Let's go together, Lin Ze said nonchalantly before getting into the car. Seeing this, Lu Xiying had no choice but to comply and took her seat in the passenger side. Soon, the vehicle departed from the building. The journey was marked by silence. Initially, Lu Xiying felt anxious and tense, but gradually, she relaxed. Manager Lu, Lin Ze's voice suddenly broke the stillness. Lu Xiying shuddered and turned to look back. Lin Ze continued, You have worked hard these past few days. Please visit other industrial buildings. If you find a suitable one, take photographs and negotiate the price. Regarding that building we just saw, communicate further with the agents. The bottom line is 60 million. If they refuse, we will consider other options. But time is of the essence. The beverage company urgently requires a factory. We have already ordered equipment from the island, which will arrive in a few days at Xianjiang. The formula is ready, and the brand Lu Hu has been registered. We have recruited over 50 workers and purchased 7 transport vehicles. Everything is in place except for the factory. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiying became serious and nodded in response. Understood. I will expedite the process. Suddenly, the phone in the car rang. Hello, Lu Xiying said, swiftly answering the hands-free device. Yes, I will inform the chairman right away. Turning to Lin Ze, she announced, Chairman, it's Secretary Xia. All right, Lin Ze said as he reached for the phone. Hello, Chairman, Iha has responded. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at 3 p.m. in Iha building. Came Xia Wanjin's voice over the line. Okay, I understand. Chapter 45. Meeting with Simon Kessick. I intend to acquire Hong Kong Electric. The following day, at precisely 2:50 p.m. in Central at the Jardine House, a sleek black Bentley came to a halt before the grand entrance. Lin Ze, clad in a tailored suit and crisp white shirt, stepped out of the vehicle. He raised his gaze to admire the opulent edifice before him. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his collar and strolled forward, exuding a quiet confidence. Behind him, Xia Wanjin, adorned in high heels and a light gray suit, followed closely, clutching a briefcase, embodying the essence of a professional woman in the corporate realm. Hello, we are from Furong Group, Xia Wanjin articulated briskly as she approached the reception desk. Perhaps due to the introduction, the receptionist did not inquire further, greeting them with a warm smile. Certainly, please follow me. She gestured invitingly for them to proceed. The trio ascended to the 17th floor via the elevator. With a chime, the doors parted and they stepped out. This way, please, a poised woman beckoned as they took a few steps forward. Upon seeing her, the receptionist promptly greeted, Hello, Secretary Zhou. These two are from Furong Group. Very well, Secretary Zhou replied with a nod, turning her smile towards Lin Ze and Xia Wanjin. Please, this way. Moments latte. They arrived at a conference room. What would you like to drink? Secretary Zhou inquired. A cup of coffee would be delightful, Lin Ze contemplated before responding. Noticing the attention directed at her, Xia Wanjin quickly added, "A glass of water will suffice for me." "Understood. Please hold on briefly." Shortly thereafter, they were served coffee and water. "Mr. Lin, please bear with us for a moment. The chairman is attending to a matter and will join us shortly." "Of course." Lin Ze acknowledged with a slight nod, signifying his understanding. "In the chairman's office, are they here?" Simon Kessick inquired, raising an eyebrow as he observed the entering secretary. "Yes, they're settled in the conference room," Secretary Zhou affirmed. "Good." Simon Kessick rose slowly, smoothing out the wrinkles in his attire, and smiled gently. "Let us proceed to meet them." The secretary promptly followed in his wake. In the conference room, Lin Ze reclined, legs crossed, his gaze fixed on the entrance while his mind wandered through company affairs. The patent for Viagra had been secured. With considerable investment, patents had been obtained across numerous countries, including Japan, South Korea, the United States, Australia, and several Commonwealth nations, where approval processes were notably swift. After all, Hong Kong still remains a colony of the United States. With a patent in hand, the next step was mass production and the application for public listing. Fortunately, they had already received the listing approval in Hong Kong, allowing for a preliminary launch there before expanding into Europe and America. As long as Viagra could penetrate the market, financial concerns would cease to exist, as this medication promised a continuous influx of capital. "Are you Mr. Lin?" A voice broke through Lin Ze's reverie, awakening him from his contemplation. He turned to see a gentleman in his 50s, a foreigner, entering with a beaming smile directed at Lin Ze. Lin Ze stood up, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. "Greetings, Mr. Shimin, I am Lin Ze." After a brief handshake, the two took their seats. "Mr. Lin, you truly are a promising young talent," remarked Shimin Kais, observing Lin Ze's handsome, youthful, and confident visage, reminiscent of his own youth, eliciting an involuntary sigh of admiration. Lin Ze chuckled softly and replied, "Mr. Shimin, I have come to discuss a potential transaction with you." "A transaction?" Shimin Kais responded with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Lin, you are involved in the pharmaceutical and media industries. What sort of transaction could we possibly discuss?" "I have heard that you're looking to sell your shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company," Lin Ze interjected cheerfully, not waiting for a reply. "As it happens, I am quite interested in Hong Kong Electric and possess sufficient funds. Would you be interested in discussing this transaction in detail?" "Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Lin? You intend to acquire Hong Kong Electric?" Shimin Kais exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Indeed," Lin Ze replied with a smile, confirming that he had not misheard. Shimin Kais burst into hearty laughter. "Mr. Lin, it is not that I underestimate you, but do you truly understand the nature of Hong Kong Electric? It is one of the two primary power companies in the region, a diversified conglomerate with extensive operations in electricity, real estate, and hospitality, boasting a market capitalization exceeding 80 billion Hong Kong dollars. Our company, Jardine Matheson, holds a 34.6% stake, while you may possess considerable strength. The gap in power required to acquire Hong Kong Electric is far too great." At that moment, Shimin Kais regarded Lin Ze as a naive young man, mistakenly believing that a bit of financial success had elevated him beyond his means. Although somewhat offended by the condescension, Lin Ze maintained his warm smile as he addressed his counterpart. "I'm aware of all that, Mr. Shimin. Acquiring the entirety of Hong Kong Electric may indeed be beyond my reach, but I am quite capable of purchasing the shares Jardine Matheson holds." Before Shimin could express his astonishment, Lin Ze boldly stated, "I am prepared to offer 27 billion Hong Kong dollars for all the shares of Hong Kong Electric that Jardine Matheson possesses. What say you, Mr. Shimin? Do you truly have 27 billion Hong Kong dollars at your disposal?" Shimin Kais gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Indeed," Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. "While 27 billion is no small sum, it is within my means." Shimin Kais inhaled sharply, his demeanor shifting significantly as he regarded Lin Ze with newfound seriousness. Clearly, Lin Ze's capabilities exceeded his expectations and warranted his respect. In the entirety of Hong Kong, the number of affluent individuals capable of producing 27 billion Hong Kong dollars could be counted on one hand. There must be significant backing behind this individual, Shimin Kais mused. "Mr. Lin, while I am uncertain as to how you can muster such a substantial sum, I must emphasize that acquiring 34 6 of Hong Kong Electric from Jardine Matheson for 27 billion Hong Kong dollars is unfeasible. You must understand that Hong Kong Electric currently holds a market value of 85 billion Hong Kong dollars, meaning that 6 of its shares would amount to 29 billion. Due to prior adverse news, the stock price of Power Assets Holdings Limited experienced a dramatic decline, with its market value plummeting by 500 million compared to the previous year. Upon hearing Mr. West's calculations, Lin Ze shook his head with a smile. Mr. West, that's not how the accounting works. The shares held by Jardine Matheson are valued at 29 billion Hong Kong dollars based on market capitalization. However, in the stock market, selling them would yield far less than that. Achieving 20 billion would already be a significant accomplishment. Thus, my offer of 27 billion Hong Kong dollars is quite reasonable. No. Mr. Lin, the value of Power Assets cannot be calculated in that manner. It is one of the 2 companies in Hong Kong with an exclusive power supply franchise and is an exceptionally remarkable company. Just from its electricity business alone, it generates hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in net profit annually. For such a high-quality company, acquiring 6 of its shares for 27 billion Hong Kong dollars is absolutely unfeasible. Mr. West's tone was resolute, leaving little room for negotiation. Observing this, Lin Ze slowly rose and remarked, Mr. West, I implore you to reconsider. If you agree, 27 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash will be at your disposal immediately. Rather than fixating on that 1 or 2 billion price difference, it is far more prudent to secure the funds to rescue the debt-ridden Land Development Corporation. Moreover, in the entirety of Hong Kong, very few individuals can produce such a substantial amount of cash. One could count them on one hand. Mr. West's countenance darkened. Had it not been for the financial crisis facing land development, he would not have contemplated the sale of Power Assets. While Power Assets is a reputable company, land development holds greater significance. It is essential to remember that a decade ago, before the Kowloon warehouse was acquired by the shipping magnate, land development and Kowloon warehouse were referred to as the wings of Jardine. Unfortunately, Kowloon warehouse has since been lost, leaving only land development. Land development stands as the pinnacle of real estate in Central, hailed as the jewel in the crown of Hong Kong's property market. There's a saying in Hong Kong that whoever manages to acquire land development will be deemed the king of the real estate realm, underscoring the company's elevated status. Consequently, many affluent individuals in Hong Kong covet this prized asset, hoping to one day possess it. Mr. West was acutely aware of this reality. Fueled by anger, he was nevertheless astonished that Lin Ze could muster such a vast sum of cash. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. West stated, 28 billion Hong Kong dollars. That is my bottom line. Bottom line indeed. You're in a dire situation. 27 billion, and not a penny more, Lin Ze retorted coldly. Mr. West felt frustrated and seethed with anger, wishing to unleash an expletive. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and fixed a steely gaze on Lin Ze. Very well. 27 billion in cash, to be paid in 3 days. Otherwise, the deal is void. Agreed, Lin Ze replied. He could secure the funds in less than 3 hours, let alone 3 days. Chapter 46. Finalizing the deal and laundering U.S. dollars to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Once an agreement was reached, Lin Ze promptly instructed Xia Wanjin to contact Lu Xiying, urging the legal team to draft the contract without delay. The excessive liabilities of the Land and Development Company made it unlikely for Jardine to sell the Hong Kong Electric Company so readily. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the cunning Li Jiaqing lurking nearby, it was imperative to act swiftly and finalize the contract. Otherwise, a restless night awaited. Under Lin Ze's insistence, 2 legal representatives from a company arrived at Jardine House in less than 40 minutes. They then collaborated with the legal team from the Land and Development Company to compose a share transfer agreement. The terms stipulated a purchase price of 7 billion Hong Kong dollars for 6 of the shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company held by the Land and Development Company, with a mandate for cash payment to be completed within 3 working days. Should the payment fail to meet this timeline, the agreement would become void. After both parties affixed their signatures and seals, Lin Ze felt the tension within him dissipate completely. Rising with a smile, he turned his gaze towards Mr. Shimin Kaisek and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Shimin, it has been a pleasure collaborating." Shimin Kaisek, also smiling, reciprocated the handshake, remarking, "Mr. Lin, you have secured an exceptional deal. To be candid, had it not been for the urgent need for cash on our side, I would not have sold the Hong Kong Electric Company so readily." "Indeed, I understand," Lin Ze acknowledged with a light chuckle. "However, you have gained invaluable liquidity, and with these funds, I believe the Land and Development Company can ascend to new heights." Shimin Kaisek offered a non-committal smile. With this too, 7 billion, he could alleviate the current debt crisis confronting the Land and Development Company, securing its position against any attempts by the Chinese tycoons to wrest control from him. Contemplating this, Shimin Kaisek's smile grew even more radiant, and his perception of Lin Ze improved significantly. Though Lin Ze was somewhat cunning and impolite in this moment of crisis, his willingness to engage in such a substantial transaction warranted leniency. "Mr. Lin, shall we drink to this?" Shimin Kaisek asked, accepting a glass of wine from an aide and offering one to Lin Ze. Lin Ze raised his glass with a smile, proclaiming, "Cheers." After taking a sip, Shimin Kaisek gazed upon the youthful visage before him, feeling a twinge of envy as he said, "Mr. Lin, congratulations. From this day forward, you shall be renowned in Hong Kong, becoming a formidable magnate." "Haha, you flatter me, Mr. Shimin," Lin Ze humbly replied. "I still have a long way to go compared to you." Though he spoke modestly, Lin Ze felt a sense of pride within. He had built his fortune from the ground up, unlike Shimin Kaisek, who had benefited from his family's legacy. They were simply not in the same league. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ze noted that it was time to take his leave. Shimin Kaisek personally escorted him to the elevator. Subsequently, the group departed from Jardine House. Standing at the curb outside the building, observing the bustling scene before him, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. After months of hard work, he had finally established a respectable company. "From this day forth, I shall ascend to the ranks of the wealthiest individuals in Hong Kong, securing a position among the top 10 billionaires." Contemplating this, Lin Ze could not suppress the urge to let out a jubilant shout to release the exuberance swelling within him. However, he quickly tempered his delight as a pressing concern emerged, namely, the matter of money. It was not a lack of funds that troubled him, but rather the necessity of extracting a substantial sum from the system's repository in a judicious manner. For a company less than a year old to produce 27 billion Hong Kong dollars for the acquisition of 34.6 of the shares in Hong Kong Electric would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and spark curiosity about the source of such wealth. This could potentially draw the attention of the Hong Kong Commercial Crime Bureau or even Interpol, as it defies the norm. To avert such scrutiny, a plausible method for disbursing the funds to the property company had to be devised. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ze swiftly arrived at a solution. "Secretary Xia." "Huh?" Xia Wanjin looked at Lin Ze in confusion. Lin Ze gazed at her, exasperated. "What are you thinking about?" Nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything." Xia Wanjin blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had just momentarily lost her focus. Perhaps when Lin Ze was signing the equity transaction with Simon Kessick, her mind had wandered. She had not anticipated that her young boss possessed such financial prowess, managing to procure over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars to seize 34.6 of Hong Kong Electric shares. It was simply unbelievable, akin to a dream. Call Lu Xiying and have her reach out to several newspapers to convene a press conference tomorrow afternoon. Also, contact General Manager Chui of the Daily News and inform him that I have matters to discuss with him. I need him to return my call. Understood, Chairman. That'll be all. You can take a taxi. I want to be going back to the office. With that, Lin Ze bent down to enter the car. Seeing this, Xia Wanjin quickly said, "Goodbye, Chairman." With a resounding thud, the impeccably suited figure closed the car door and swiftly made his way to the driver's seat. Vroom, vroom. Moments later, the car drove away from the Jardine house. Watching the taillights fade into the distance, Xia Wanjin exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to glance back at the Jardine house, she pinched her shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. It was indeed real. Her dashing boss had truly acquired Hong Kong Electric. The thought of her employer soon gaining fame in Hong Kong as a renowned billionaire filled Xia Wanjin with pride, lifting her spirits. As the saying goes, A prime minister's door is graced by officials of the highest rank. With Lin Ze's rise in status, her own standing as his secretary would inevitably rise as well. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xia Wanjin returned to the office. Without a moment's rest, she sought out human resources manager Lu Xing to initiate contact with several newspapers. Subsequently, she dialed General Manager Cui Yuanliang of the Daily News. "Hello, is this General Cui? It's me, Xia Wanjin." "Oh, Secretary Xia. Greetings, Mr. Cui. The situation is as follows. The chairman is seeking your assistance and requests that you give him a call." Xia Wanjin conveyed the message succinctly. "Understood. I shall contact the chairman immediately." Upon learning that Lin Ze was looking for him, Cui Yuanliang felt a sense of urgency. After ending the call, he promptly dialed Lin Ze's mobile phone. Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already returned to his villa estate. Armed with a currency detector, he made his way directly to his study. Closing the door behind him, he drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. He then switched on the lights, illuminating the space. Next, he accessed the system's vault and began to retrieve a portion of the U.S. dollar stored within. He commenced counting the bills. A total of 2,700,000,000 Hong Kong dollars, which at the current exchange rate equates to approximately 346 million U.S. dollars. He intended to make his payment directly in dollars. Despite the inherent risks of exposure, he reasoned that depositing such a significant sum in a bank would carry similar dangers. Rather than risk drawing attention at a bank, he preferred to settle directly with the land acquisition side, confident that they would not suspect the legitimacy of his funds. Even if they were taken aback by the sight of the cash, they would not associate it with illicit origins. Of course, Lin Ze had prepared a plausible explanation. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a transaction with cash without a plan. Suddenly, the phone rang. Setting down the stack of money, Lin Ze rose and approached his desk, retrieving the mobile phone from his briefcase. "Hello, Chairman. This is Cui Yuanliang. Secretary Xia mentioned you had instructions for me? Indeed, I require your assistance with a matter." Lin Ze promptly articulated his thoughts. "Is it to be published tomorrow?" "Yes, on the front page." "Understood, Chairman." Chapter 47. A sensation across the harbor. Astonishment from all sides the following day, a piece of news ignited a frenzy throughout Hong Kong. The front page of the Daily Times reported that overseas capital has invested a substantial sum into the Furong Pharmaceutical Company, indicating that a world-class pharmaceutical enterprise is poised to emerge in the region. The article elaborated on how a foreign investment firm, known as Blue Star, has shown immense confidence in the pharmaceutical branch of the Furong Group, recently investing 400 million US dollars to bolster its development. Furthermore, it underscored that this information has been confirmed by the Furong Group itself. This revelation swiftly incited widespread discussion, creating a sensation across the entire city. My goodness, is Furong Pharmaceutical truly that remarkable? How astonishing that they secured an investment of $400 million, which translates to over $3 billion. It is utterly unbelievable. I recall this company was established not long ago. Previously, there were reports about them, but who would have anticipated they would generate such monumental news? Quite impressive indeed. I believe the founder of Furong Group is a young individual in his 20s, correct? If this investment is genuine, does it not imply that this person's fortune has surged into the billions, catapulting him into the realm of the affluent? It must be true. Have you not read the newspaper? They have confirmed it. And I believe the scar relief solution launched by Furong Company is indeed effective, making such a significant investment entirely plausible. Precisely. Some individuals are simply envious. How enviable it is to become a tycoon at such a young age. One wonders if this new magnate is handsome or married. If he is single, that would be delightful. Dream on. Even if he were unmarried, he would hardly be interested in you. After reading the news, thousands of Hong Kong residents were left in awe. They also lamented how this newly minted tycoon is so low profile that there are no photographs of him. Had it not been for the news report, they would remain oblivious to the existence of such an impressive figure in Hong Kong. At just over 20 years old, he has amassed a fortune in the billions, rivaling the likes of Li Ka-shing and the Shipping King. There were also skeptics questioning the authenticity of the news. After all, a few years prior, someone orchestrated a fabrication that led to a miraculous event in the real estate sector, earning the title of the second Li Ka-shing in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, the good fortune did not last long. Following a stock market crash, the funds became illiquid, the bubble burst, leading to countless investors losing their entire fortunes, culminating in a criminal case known as the infamous Jianing case. In Central, at the Jardine House, it becomes evident why he confidently claimed to possess 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. The situation is as such. Simon Kaiser, setting down the newspaper, murmured to himself. Despite being a Westerner, he can comprehend Chinese. His family business has been operating in Hong Kong for nearly a century. Without knowledge of the language, how could he effectively manage the family enterprise here? Securing a $400 million investment from overseas capital suggests he is even more formidable than he had previously imagined. Shimin Kai-shek harbored a sense of curiosity regarding the remarkable prowess of the Furong Pharmaceutical Company under Lin Ze's auspices, which had remarkably garnered an impressive sum of $400 million in investments. Such an amount, even for the Kai-shek family, constituted a substantial fortune. Are you familiar with the pharmaceutical entity under the Furong Group? Shimin Kai-shek summoned his secretary, eager to delve deeper into the nature of this company. Secretary Zhou momentarily hesitated, but upon recalling the newspaper she had previously handed to Shimin Kai-shek, she comprehended the context and smiled as she replied, I am not particularly well acquainted with this company. However, I do know that they have launched a scar removal product that has been quite popular in the market. Oh, Shimin Kai-shek's interest peaked. What are its effects? The results are quite remarkable. As long as the scars are not old and persistent, after applying the scar removal solution introduced by Furong, the scars will virtually vanish within 10 days, blending seamlessly with the surrounding skin, rendering any previous scarring undetectable. However, the product is rather expensive, retailing at 199 Hong Kong dollars per bottle. Upon hearing this, Shimin Kai-shek exhibited a look of realization, his interest in the so-called scar removal solution growing. Nevertheless, considering the current circumstances surrounding GD and IHA, he found himself compelled to abandon the thought of investment. He mused that this individual was likely to ascend to great heights. Reflecting on the equity transfer contract he had signed the previous day, a complex array of emotions welled up within him. Meanwhile, not far from the IHA building, in the Changshu building, Li Jiaqing held a copy of the Daily News. Equally filled with myriad thoughts, he felt an urge to meet and befriend this young prodigy, for who would not wish to be acquainted with such an outstanding individual? Moreover, many affluent figures in Hong Kong shared this sentiment, eager to meet, converse, and perhaps ride the coattails of success. The external world buzzed with fervor. Within the Furong Group, employees, upon witnessing the news, engaged in lively discussions, their faces alight with joy. As employees, they naturally wished for the company to grow stronger, as such strength would provide a greater sense of job security, alleviating fears of bankruptcy. Has General Li's confidentiality measures been executed too effectively? Such a significant occurrence, and yet, not a whisper of it leaked, Li Jianya remarked. Indeed, not a hint of information has surfaced. But who cares? This is a fortuitous development. With this influx of capital, our Furong Pharmaceutical Company shall only flourish further. Precisely. Why dwell on trivialities? I sincerely hope for an increase in our salaries. Dream on. It's not so simple to secure a raise. Besides, the company has treated us quite well. After all, which pharmaceutical firm offers to purchase insurance for its employees? Or provides free meals? In the general manager's office, Li Jianya contacted Mr. Chui. Hello, Lao Chui, it's me. I saw the news report. Is it true? $400 million in financing? How come I was unaware of this matter? Li Jianya felt utterly bewildered upon reading the news report. When had overseas capital come to invest? Having been with the company for several months, how could he have missed such a significant development? After a brief moment of astonishment, he eagerly picked up the phone to call Chui Yuanliang, seeking to uncover the truth behind the matter. Mr. Li, I am not privy to the details. I am merely reporting as instructed by the chairman, Chui Yuanliang explained. When he spoke with Lin Ze yesterday, he too was left in a state of confusion. Attempting to gather specifics for a feature report, he was met with Lin Ze's refusal, citing inconvenience as the reason. Thus, he abandoned the notion of sensationalizing the situation. Mr. Li, if you wish to understand the circumstances, your only recourse is to inquire with the chairman. However, I would advise against it. Advise against it? Li Jianye raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? I inquired yesterday, but the chairman was unwilling to divulge any information. If you truly want to know, you may ask, Chui Yuanliang replied. Upon hearing that even Chui Yuanliang had been kept in the dark, Li Jianye felt his own standing was no greater than that of Chui. He chuckled awkwardly. Never mind, if the chairman chooses not to speak, he surely has his own considerations. We ought not to pry further. After exchanging a few more words, Li Jianye ended the call. Sitting in his office chair, he began to speculate aimlessly. Could it be a ploy for publicity? Was the investment a sham? Such thoughts suddenly surged in his mind. Otherwise, Lin Ze would not have withheld information from him. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this possibility. A shiver ran through Li Jianye, and he swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss as to why Lin Ze would act in such a manner. Enough, he resolved. This is not my concern. I shall focus on my own responsibilities. Everything else is irrelevant to me. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Jianye took a deep breath and steeled himself to work diligently. Chapter 48. Explosive News. As discussions regarding Furong Pharmaceuticals' substantial financing echoed in the public sphere, two vans parked outside a villa on Lijing Road in Shallow Water Bay, while several individuals busily transported black bags filled with money into the vehicles. Boss, all the money has been loaded onto the van, reported Wang Liang as he approached Lin Ze, who was seated on the sofa. Lin Ze slowly rose, adjusted his collar, and turned to face the 6 sword servants before him. Wang Liang and Zheng'an will accompany me, he commanded. Yes, responded the two men, bowing respectfully. Let us go, Lin Ze announced, stepping outside with the two following closely behind. 2 minutes later, Lin Ze drove his 2-door, 4-seat Mercedes-Benz C126-500 SEC, leading the way, while Wang Liang and Zheng'an each drove a van in tow. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the Jardine House in Central and entered the underground parking garage. Lin Ze then placed a call to Shimin Kaisek, having exchanged numbers after signing the contract the previous day. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello, this is Lin Ze. Mr. Lin, has the money arrived? Shimin Kaisek inquired with a smile. Yes, I'm currently downstairs at the Jardine House. Please send some people to help move the items, Lin Ze replied calmly. Move items? Shimin Kaisek was perplexed, never having anticipated a direct cash transaction. However, he refrained from further questioning. After hanging up, he summoned 10 individuals and took the elevator to the garage. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Shimin Kaisek approached enthusiastically. Lin, what exactly are we moving? Lin Ze merely smiled in response. Clapping his hands, he signaled to Zheng'an and Wang Liang, who pulled open the sliding doors of the van, revealing the black bags inside. What is this? Shimin Kaisek's eyes widened in realization as he gazed at Lin Ze, silently pleading with him not to say that the bags were filled with cash. Lin Ze nodded with a smile. Upon receiving confirmation, Shimin Kaisek gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Who conducts transactions like this with cash? He contemplated voicing his frustrations, but ultimately decided against it. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help move. Shimin Kaisek admonished his subordinates, who promptly stepped forward to assist. Zheng'an and Wang Liang remained vigilant, ensuring that none of the movers would abscond with the money. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, when the black canvas bags were opened to reveal the stacks of U.S. dollars, Shimin Kaisek's breath quickened. He reached in, casually touching the bills, then peered back into the bag, his eyes widening as he looked at Lin Ze. Are they all U.S. dollars? Indeed, Lin Ze affirmed with a nod. The investor provided the cash, and I brought it along for you. Shimin Kaisek stood up, his gaze fixed upon the numerous black bags before him, a wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, Mr. Lin, this transaction is rather unconventional. Lin Ze responded in a jocular tone. I am merely adhering to the specifications set forth by Mr. Shimin. There is nothing more liquid than this. Shimin Kaisek found himself at a loss for words. Was that truly the intent behind his statement? Never mind. He was too weary to engage in debate and instead summoned the bank personnel to count the money. Go! Call HSBC and request that they bring a cash counting machine. Inform them we intend to deposit several hundred million US dollars and ask them to send additional staff. Shimen Kai's-ku instructed his secretary, who nodded and promptly departed. With idle time on his hands, Shimen Kai's-ku initiated a conversation with Lin Ze, probing into the latter's pharmaceutical company and inquiring if he required investment, suggesting he could contribute 1 or 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Ze flatly declined. He was not in need of funds. What use would 1 or 200 million Hong Kong dollars serve him? Moreover, he had no intention of seeking financing for an IPO. A company that could effortlessly generate over $1 billion in profit annually had no need for such measures. It would be foolish to consider going public. Shimen Kai's-ku's expression shifted to one of regret. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was over 10 minutes later. Boss, the representatives from HSBC have arrived. Upon hearing this, Shimen Kai's-ku promptly said, "Let them in." Moments later, a dozen HSBC staff members, clad in uniforms, entered the room. They paused momentarily upon seeing the myriad black bags before deducing that they were undoubtedly filled with cash. As anticipated, Shimen Kai's-ku instructed, "The bags contain US dollars. Please count them and deposit the total into your bank." "Understood, sir." Subsequently, the HSBC personnel busied themselves, extracting bundles of cash and employing a professional cash counting machine to verify the bills. The rhythmic sound of the machine filled the room. Half an hour later, one of the staff members reported, "Sir, the count is complete. The total amounts to 346,150,000 US dollars, converted to Hong Kong dollars. How much is that?" According to the current exchange rate, approximately 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing the figure of 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, Shimen Kai's-ku's face brightened with satisfaction. The amount was correct, and the remaining procedures would be straightforward. After signing 2 copies of the deposit agreement and affixing the official seals of both companies, the transaction was deemed complete. Without lingering, Lin Ze departed from the Jardine House. Later that afternoon at 2:30, in Mong Kok, at the Silver High International Building, the conference room of the Furong Group was filled with a dozen individuals, both men and women, all sharing a common identity as journalists. As the host had yet to arrive, the attendees engaged in idle chatter, speculating on the purpose of their summons by the Furong Group. Surely, there must be a significant announcement forthcoming. A significant announcement? Did not the Daily Tian publish something earlier this morning? Could it be that the matter is false? Are we gathered here to clarify it? That seems improbable. The Furong Group is the parent company of the Daily News. Would the Daily News dare to fabricate reports concerning the Furong Group? I find that highly improbable. Unless, of course, the management of the Daily News has lost their senses, they would never engage in such behavior. So might I ask, what is the purpose of summoning us here? How would I know? If I were aware, I would have reported it long ago. You are simply idling. We shall soon discover the reason. One Tiwi? Indeed. Speaking of which, the Furong Group appears rather modest. It is astonishing that such a small company has secured an investment of $400 million from overseas capital. You might not be aware, but the Furong Group has invested 60 million Hong Kong dollars in purchasing an industrial building in Tsuen Wan, someone remarked. Really? Why hasn't this news been reported? The formal contract has yet to be signed. Where did you hear this information? A relative of mine works in that industrial building and mentioned it. I see. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the room. The click of high heels resonated in everyone's minds. The sound is distinctive. Only high heels can create such a pronounced noise upon contact with the ground. As expected, a young woman entered the room. She was dressed in a fashionable manner. Her hair styled in typical curls, cascading casually over her slender shoulders. Hello, everyone. My name is Li Mengqi, the spokesperson for the Furong Group. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The purpose of gathering you here today is to announce an important development. Recently, our group has reached an agreement with the land company to acquire 34.6 of the shares of the Hong Kong Electric Company for the sum of 2.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. A gasp of astonishment filled the room as the attending journalists stared at Li Mengqi, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Chapter 49. Outmaneuvered? Li Huanghua was furious. The following day, Major newspapers in Hong Kong reported that the Furong Group had acquired a stake in Hong Kong Electric, becoming the company's largest shareholder. In a significant announcement, the Furong Group declared the acquisition of 34.6% of Hong Kong Electric shares held by the Land Development Company for a staggering $2.7 billion, thereby seizing control of Hong Kong's power supply company. After a century of dominance, the esteemed Hong Kong Electric, often referred to as the backbone of the region's electricity supply, underwent another shift in ownership, with the Furong Group making a bold entrance. The emergence of Chinese capital was evident as the Furong Group invested heavily to take over Hong Kong Electric, marking a monumental shift in the electric power market. The light of the Chinese community shines brightly as the century-old British enterprise has fallen into the hands of Chinese capital. With the Furong Group strategically entering the energy sector, the capital landscape is poised for a significant upheaval. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping across Hong Kong and even reaching the neighboring gambling city. My goodness, could this be true? Is the Furong Group really that formidable? Have they actually acquired Hong Kong Electric? The audacity of the Furong Group is astonishing. They have performed a remarkable feat, swallowing a company valued at over $80 billion in mere months. Incredible. Just after announcing a financing of $400 million, they swiftly declared their acquisition of 34.6% of the shares, becoming the largest shareholder. Such rapid action is commendable. Support the Furong Group. They should acquire British enterprises and let the foreigners work for us. Look, another British firm has been taken down. Let's see how those foreigners will act in the future. Mr. Lin is truly impressive. At just over 20, he has already made significant strides in the business world. I look at myself and feel utterly inadequate. What are you if not inadequate? Mr. Lin is a self-made success, and here you are, foolishly comparing yourself to him. You have no sense of your own limitations. If you keep talking like that, do you believe I won't slap you? Wasn't it previously announced that the Li family's Changsha Group would acquire Hong Kong Electric? How did it change to the Furong Group? Indeed, I bought a substantial amount of Changsha shares, only to suffer significant losses. Damn it, the stock price of Changsha is bound to collapse now. Surely, at the mid-level of Victoria Peak, the Li family. Bang! Li Jiaqing slammed the newspaper onto the table. His face dark with frustration, his heart heavy. The prey he had set his sights on had been snatched away. This unexpected turn of events dealt a harsh blow to Li Jiaqing, who was accustomed to smooth sailing in the business world. After all the time spent strategizing, only to end up empty-handed, Li Jiaqing was seething with anger. What impressive figure Lin Ze has turned out to be. Li Jiaqing tightened his grip on the newspaper, his eyes blazing with fury. The whole family. How intriguing. They have quietly taken over Hong Kong Electric, indeed a masterful move. As he savored his breakfast while perusing the newspaper, Mr. Huo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It seemed someone might be displeased. As one of Hong Kong's affluent magnates, he was acutely aware of a certain individual's covetous gaze upon the Hong Kong Electric Company. However, an unexpected incident had compelled that individual to slow their advance, prompting them to feign a lack of intention to acquire the company. Little did he anticipate that this stalling tactic would be thwarted. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his face. "Father, did you just imply that someone is displeased, perhaps referring to Li Jiaqing?" inquired Huo's second son, taken aback. "Indeed, mister," Huo replied softly. Huo's second son furrowed his brow. Wasn't he publicly declaring a lack of plans to acquire Hong Kong Electric? Do you genuinely believe that? Mister, Huo remarked with a hint of disdain. Some individuals merely observed the soaring stock prices and sought to suppress them further, hoping to acquire shares at a lower price. They were merely outmaneuvered. Oh, then he truly is unfortunate to have been outsmarted. However, Lin Ze displayed remarkable audacity, having spent 27 billion Hong Kong dollars to purchase the shares from the land company. He is indeed a formidable character, Huo's second son stated with a newfound admiration. To make Li Jiaqing suffer a setback is no small feat in Hong Kong. This relatively unknown young man, who has recently risen to prominence, has effectively slapped Li Jiaqing in the face. I am intrigued and wish to meet him, to discern what extraordinary capabilities he possesses that have allowed him to ascend to the status of a newly minted tycoon in such a short time. It is said that he is in his 20s, you are not far apart in age. If time permits, you should forge a connection, Mr. Hua suggested after a moment of contemplation. Father, I understand. I will take action. Hua Jinhuan nodded in agreement, grasping his father's intent. In essence, it was a call to align and support the young man, encouraging others to weigh their options carefully. Mr. Hua nodded in satisfaction. He held confidence in his second son's abilities. While some matters might not have been executed flawlessly, they were still handled adequately, making him a more suitable successor than the eldest. Meanwhile, at the Bao family estate, the shipping magnate Bao was equally astonished and shocked upon reading the news. It was indeed surprising that Hong Kong Electric, a publicly traded company valued at over 80 billion Hong Kong dollars, had been acquired by a young man who had only recently come to light. However, upon reflecting on the previous day's revelation about a $400 million investment, the situation began to seem less extraordinary. The young man possessed the requisite strength. Unfortunately, my dear brother Li's ambitions have come to naught, Bao remarked wryly. His relationship with Li Jiatsuan had previously been amicable, having collaborated against Jardine Matheson. However, their bond had since faded due to differing ideologies. Witnessing Li Jiatsuan's misfortune inexplicably brought him a sense of satisfaction. As for Lin Ze, he remained indifferent to the fervent discussions swirling around him. At this moment, he arrived at 44 Kennedy Road, Central, accompanied by personnel from Human Resources, Financial Accounting, and Legal Affairs, to a 13-story office building where the Hong Kong Electric Company is situated. In the conference room, major shareholders gradually took their seats. Lin Ze, who held a commanding 34.6% stake in Hong Kong Electric, was unanimously elected as the chairman of the board. He nominated Liang Jingshan as the group's director and chief financial officer, and proposed Liu Xiying, former human resources manager of Furong Group, as director and head of human resources. Upon joining the new company, it was imperative to promote trusted individuals to lead these two critical departments. Following Liu Xiying's transfer, the position of human resources manager at Furong Group would be assumed by the former deputy manager. Currently, Furong Group is still relatively small, with a total workforce of just over 300, in stark contrast to the thousands employed by Hong Kong Electric. The board members did not challenge Lin Ze's two personnel appointments, approving them unanimously. Although these positions are executive roles, they do not directly involve business operations, and thus there were no objections. Empathizing with Lin Ze's position, they understood that he would naturally appoint his confidants to head these two vital departments. The position of general manager would continue to be held by the incumbent, the foreigner Thompson. Changing the general manager so soon after his appointment would not be prudent, and Lin Ze currently lacked a suitable replacement for Thompson. Once an appropriate candidate emerges, familiar with the operations, a transition could be made without haste. Consequently, the atmosphere in the boardroom was congenial, devoid of tension, and many members expressed goodwill towards Lin Ze. As seasoned businessmen, they were not naive enough to attribute Lin Ze's success to mere luck. To rise from nothing and become one of Hong Kong's top 10 wealthiest individuals in less than a year is a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Chapter 50. Assuming the chairmanship of the Hong Kong Electric Board. After the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed, and Lin Ze prepared to leave the conference room to inspect his office when a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he recognized a member of the Hua family. "Hello, Mr. Hua," Lin Ze greeted with a warm smile. He held a favorable impression of the Hua family, particularly the elder, who embodied a profound sense of national duty. While financial success is important, one must not forget their roots. In the face of the nation and the greater good, personal interests must be set aside. This was in stark contrast to a certain individual who prioritized personal gain and displayed an utter disregard for national interests, oblivious to the fact that everything he possessed stemmed from the prosperity of Hong Kong. Lin Ze's negative sentiment towards Li Huanghua was partly due to the latter's initial targeting of the Li family heir as a potential hostage. Moreover, during the recent board meeting, Hui Jinhuan had wholeheartedly supported several of Lin Ze's proposals, further endearing him to Lin Ze. "Mr. Lin, do you have time for a cup of tea?" Hui Jinhuan inquired with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin Ze readily agreed, saying, "Of course, Mr. Hua's invitation is one I cannot decline." His recent arrival in Hong Kong left him in need of a companion, and the Hua family presented an excellent opportunity for collaboration. Although the Hua family was currently under pressure from the British colonial government, their circumstances would drastically improve once the sovereignty of Hong Kong was established next year. The suppression they faced from the Eagle Nation would be met with substantial rewards upon their return. Indeed, the Hua family's elevated status in Hong Kong was largely due to their early support of the mainland. Even if Lin Ze were to invest there now, it would merely be a case of embellishing an already flourishing situation, unlike the Hua family, who had proven their loyalty during times of crisis. Thus, Lin Ze deemed it essential to foster a strong relationship with the Hua family. In the chairman's office, Lin Ze and Hua Jinhuan sipped their tea. "Mr. Lin, I believe someone is rather displeased with your ascension to the Hong Kong Electric Group," Hua Jinhuan remarked. "Oh." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, fully aware of whom he was speaking of, but feigning ignorance. "May I inquire as to whom Mr. Hua refers?" Hua Jinhuan chuckled softly. "Mr. Lin knows the answer well. There is no need for pretense." Lin Ze smiled, unperturbed, and replied, "You must mean Li Jiaqing? I have heard of his intentions to acquire the electric company, although he previously stated publicly that he had no plans for such a purchase. Surely, my acquisition of the electric company does not constitute an affront to him?" Hua Jinhuan smiled subtly. That was merely a delaying tactic on his part. He never truly abandoned the idea of acquisition. He simply did not anticipate that you would outmaneuver him, seizing the electric company and leaving his schemes unfulfilled. Lin Ze nodded thoughtfully, then broke into a radiant smile. "If that is the case, it appears I have indeed offended Mr. Li. I suppose I should find time to pay him a visit." Hua Jinhuan, holding his teacup, smiled gently and said, "I merely intended to offer a reminder to you, Mr. Lin. We are all astute individuals. Some matters need not be explicitly articulated." Regarding Lin Ze's suggestion to visit Li Jiaqing, he does not believe that Li Jiaqing would easily swallow the matter. After all, something that has been meticulously planned for a long time cannot simply be overshadowed by another. The anger stemming from such a situation is not easily quelled. Moreover, the old fox is a man driven solely by profit, a hypocrite at heart. After a brief conversation, Hua Jinhuan took his leave. Lin Ze personally escorted him to the ground floor, and only after watching him depart did he leave in his vehicle. Seated in the back seat, Lin Ze gently tapped his fingers on the armrest, eyes closed as he contemplated the earlier discussion. He had never underestimated the cunning of this old fox, Li Jiaqing. However, he did not believe that the old man would resort to extreme measures against him. At most, he might take the opportunity to teach him a lesson in business or strike when he was down, but such underhanded tactics were unlikely from such a shrewd character. If he were to succeed in eliminating Lin Ze, it would be one thing. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. A man as astute as Li Jiaqing would certainly not engage in such recklessness. In the realm of business, there is no need for desperation. Furthermore, the incident of young Master Li's abduction was still fresh in everyone's memory. Nonetheless, it is always prudent to be prepared for the unexpected. "Maliang." The driver responded promptly to the call. "Boss, get in touch with Zhang Gang shortly, and have him assign someone to keep an eye on Li Jiaqing. I want to know whom this old man is meeting and what he is up to. A time frame of half a month will suffice. If the old fox remains inactive for half a month, it is highly probable that he will not take any aggressive action." "Understood, boss." With Lin Ze assuming the position of chairman of the board at the Electric Light Company, reports about him have proliferated. It is impossible for him to maintain a low profile. The Electric Light Company is among the top 10 publicly traded companies in Hong Kong, with a market value exceeding 90 billion. Indeed, you read that correctly. Following the news of Lin Ze's leadership at the Electric Light Company, the stock price experienced a significant surge, propelling its market valuation to over 90 billion Hong Kong dollars, merely a step away from the coveted 100 billion mark. As the chairman and major shareholder, Lin Ze has begun to be compared with the older generation, although he still has a distance to cover before reaching the likes of the shipping magnate, Li Jiaqing, and others. However, this distance is visibly diminishing. Coupled with his youth in his 20s, he has become an idol for countless young individuals in Hong Kong. As the news continued to circulate, it gradually caught the attention of media outlets in the mainland and Taiwan, further enhancing Lin Ze's notoriety and influence. Just as discussions about Lin Ze's ascension to the electric light company were in full swing, the Furong Group discreetly invested 60 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire the Dada Industrial Building, renaming it the Furong Industrial Building. The Furong Beverage Company officially opened its operations at the Furong Industrial Building, and the necessary production equipment was swiftly transported to the factory. Within 10 days of full operation, the factory had successfully produced 100,000 cans. In Mong Kok, at the office of the Furong Group, several cans of beverages with distinct packaging were displayed on Lin Ze's desk. The words Lu were clearly visible on the labels. After carefully examining the various cans before him, Lin Ze ultimately selected the orange packaging design. The choice of the orange variant primarily stems from the harmonious color combination. The fusion of white and orange presents a clean and refreshing aesthetic. At the center of the packaging stands a formidable tiger, accompanied by the elegant calligraphy of the characters. Beneath this, a few small English letters spell out Laho, the English representation of. The Hong Kong market is relatively small, and once it is opened up, saturation will occur swiftly. Given the limited purchasing power in the mainland market, it becomes imperative to strategically target overseas markets, making the registration of an English trademark essential. The packaging will be produced in this style, Lin Ze remarked, holding a can while conversing with Su Jihong, who previously served as the marketing director at Vita Soy and was lured by Lin Ze with a substantial salary to become the general manager of Furong Beverage Company. By the way, what pricing strategy do you intend to adopt? The wholesale price is set at approximately $3.50 per bottle, with a market price around $4.50. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. What is the price of competing products in the market? He was uncertain about beverage prices in Hong Kong, as he had yet to purchase any since his rebirth. Currently, there are no competing functional beverages in Hong Kong. The primary offerings are sodas, with canned soft drinks priced between $3.50 to $4 for a 250 milliliter can. What is our cost price? If produced in large quantities, excluding transport and labor costs, the average cost per can is roughly $1.50, and accounting for labor, transport, and storage, it should not exceed $2. Thus, at a wholesale price of $3.50, the net profit per can would be around $1.50. Indeed, Chairman. Lin Ze fell silent. This profit margin is not particularly high. Many beverages yield a 50% profit. However, since it's packaged in cans, the cost is undoubtedly higher than that of glass or plastic bottles, likely costing around 70 to 80 cents just for the can. Additionally, with ingredients such as taurine, caffeine, and inositol present in functional beverages, achieving a cost reduction to $1.50 is already commendable. Therefore, I propose setting the wholesale price at $4, while maintaining a uniform retail price of $5 per can in the Hong Kong region. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze stated, "This way, the net profit per can would be approximately $2. The retail price is only 50 cents higher than before, although it is slightly pricier than cola. This is a functional beverage, and it is normal for it to be more expensive than soft drinks. If the selling price is too similar, future price increases may prove challenging. Furthermore, functional beverages differ from soft drinks in that their target demographic includes motorists, laborers, athletes, and night shift workers, which is a considerably narrower audience compared to soft drinks. With a limited target market, lowering the price would only diminish profits further. Moreover, pricing at $5 per can is only about $1 more than soft drinks. In my previous life, when Red Bull was sold in the mainland, it was priced at $6 per can, nearly double that of soft drinks. Even if it were to be overpriced, it would not exceed the competitors. I find a retail price of $5 per bottle to be quite reasonable, and Hong Kong consumers can certainly afford it." Chapter 51. Seeking Cinematic Venues. Building a Media Empire. Knock knock, come in. Xia Wanjin entered the room, her expression respectful as she gazed at Lin Ze. "Chairman, you summoned me?" "Indeed." Lin Ze looked up. "There is a matter I need you to attend to. Please arrange a meeting with Mr. Xiao Yifu on my behalf. Inform him that I wish to discuss a few matters." The Hong Kong Electric Company has secured its position. The Tian Yangsheng Group has also made a name for themselves in the industry. It is time to venture into the film sector. He currently possesses 2 film scripts. one of which is Heroic Bloodshed, a project that, if not pursued soon, may be taken up by Wu Yusen himself. Although he does not harbor a significant interest in the film industry, the prospect of earning money effortlessly is too enticing to dismiss. Furthermore, establishing a film company would enhance his ability to attract the beauties of Hong Kong. Having resolved to enter the film industry, acquiring a cinema chain has become imperative. Without a venue to showcase the films, any investment would be squandered. At this moment, the Hong Kong film industry remains quite insular. Cinema chains exclusively screen films produced by their own companies. For instance, Shaw Brothers only exhibits films from Shaw Brothers Studio, and the same applies to Golden Harvest, which, while having several subsidiary companies in which it holds stakes, effectively operates as a single entity. Independent film companies face considerable challenges when attempting to screen their works. They must relinquish substantial profits and often resort to desperate measures for consideration. Thus, acquiring cinema chains is essential, along with the intent to acquire ATV, Asia Television. Presently, there exists a favorable opportunity to acquire ATV, as some shareholders are willing to sell their stakes. However, with the intention of acquiring Shaw Brothers, Lin Ze must temporarily abandon his plans for ATV. The rationale is straightforward. Acquiring ATV would inevitably antagonize Xiao Yifu. In Hong Kong, there are only two major commercial television stations, ATV and TVB, which have been long-standing competitors. Currently, due to the underperformance of the film company, Xiao Yifu has redirected his focus to TVB. If Lin Ze were to acquire ATV, how could he then pursue Shaw Brothers? It is noteworthy that Shaw Brothers once held the title of Hong Kong's largest cinema chain, but in recent years, the decline in film production and the predominance of low-budget films have diminished its box office appeal, resulting in insufficient funds to upgrade cinema equipment, allowing the emerging Golden Harvest to surpass them. Currently, Hong Kong boasts over 80 cinemas, with Shaw Brothers operating 16, Golden Harvest 19, and the Golden Princess chain, under the management of Lai Yuan, featuring 18 cinemas. Additionally, there is Lianhua, which, due to pressure from the British Hong Kong government, remains the smallest among the four major chains and predominantly screens films from the mainland. While Golden Princess has 18 cinemas, most are rented or franchised, lacking the influence of Shaw Brothers or Golden Harvest. Beyond these, there exist various small cinema chains and independent theaters, such as the Enchantment cinema chain that screens Western films. Yet these hold little significance. Acquiring them would yield minimal benefit unless one first secures Shaw Brothers and subsequently incorporates these independent theaters and smaller chains into a more substantial cinema network. The reason for his persistent desire to acquire Shaw Brothers Cinema lies primarily in the knowledge that the esteemed Shaw will cease production next year. The Tycoon intends to devote himself entirely to managing the television station, presenting a golden opportunity for him. Once he successfully absorbs Shaw Brothers, he can subsequently turn his attention to acquiring Asia Television, unfazed by the possibility of Shaw Yifu's retaliation. With the addition of the Daily Times, he envisions the establishment of a media empire encompassing film, newspapers, television stations, and cinema chains. With such a powerful voice, even the governor of Hong Kong would have to regard him with respect. In the office of the general manager at Wireless Television, Shaw Yifu furrowed his brow as he regarded his secretary. You say the chairman of Furong Group wishes to meet with me? Indeed, Uncle Liu. I recall that the owner of Furong Group is the young man who recently spent $27 billion to acquire shares of the Hong Kong Electric Company. Is he not? This news was all over the papers and television stations just days ago. However, I have had no prior interactions with him. Why would he seek a meeting with me? Shaw Yifu expressed his confusion. Very well, I understand. Please check tomorrow's schedule for availability during that time and communicate with him accordingly. After a moment of contemplation, Shaw Yifu instructed. Yes. The female secretary nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly exited. Six brother, what do you suppose this Lin is seeking from you? Inquired Fang Yihua, unable to contain her curiosity now that they were alone. Shaw Yifu shook his head, admitting his unfamiliarity with the individual. I have never met him. How can I know his intentions? This Lin has been quite active of late. A few months ago, he was rumored to have acquired the Daily Times, and recently, there have been reports of a $400 million investment from overseas capital, followed swiftly by news of his acquisition of Hong Kong Electric. He seems to have come with ulterior motives. Surely he doesn't intend to acquire wireless television? Fang Yihua jested. Sha Yifu's eyelids flickered as he pondered the matter, then gently shook his head. I doubt it. Although I have yet to meet him, his recent maneuvers suggest he is a formidable character. Such individuals invariably conduct thorough research and would know that wireless television is not for sale. Fang Yihua's lips twitched at his serious response. While she had merely made a jest, she did not genuinely believe Lin Ze was there to acquire wireless television. Rather, it was more likely he sought to discuss a collaboration, though the specifics remained unclear. In Mong Kok, at the Young Ko building, the chairman of Furong Group, Lin Ze, was informed by Xiao Wanjin, Chairman, I have already communicated with Mr. Shaw as secretary. We have confirmed a meeting for tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. at wireless television. Good. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Ze replied with a nod of appreciation. Xiao Wanjin smiled. It was no trouble. This is my duty. Observing her, Lin Ze remarked with a grin. Indeed, you are becoming increasingly adept at your work. Keep up the excellent effort. Receiving Lin Ze's praise, Xiao Wanjin felt a surge of excitement. After nearly 2 months on the job, this was the first time she had heard such commendation from him, filling her with joy and revitalizing her spirit, as if she had been invigorated with newfound energy. Upon observing Xiao Wanjin's jubilant demeanor, Zhou Zhihui, who was preparing to report to Lin Ze, inquired with curiosity, Secretary Xia, what brings you such joy? Huh? It's nothing, she replied. Nothing? Your lips are nearly curling up to the heavens. Zhou Zhihui chuckled. Is it? Xiao Wanjin touched her lips, murmuring, there's really nothing. Zhou Zhihui cleared his throat, Secretary Xia, is the chairman in the office? Yes. Very well. The chairman has summoned me. Oh. Xiao Wanjin did not stop him. After all, he was the general manager of Furong Film Company and could directly knock on the door to report. Zhou Zhihui approached the door and knocked twice. Kumin. Upon hearing the voice from within, Zhou Zhihui pushed the door open and entered. Chairman. Lin Ze looked up, saw Zhou Zhihui, and gestured for him to sit. Zhou Zhihui quickly made his way to the side sofa and took a seat. Lin Ze opened a drawer, retrieved a document, and walked over to sit on a separate armchair. I've been preoccupied with the acquisition of the electric lamp company lately, and Haven T had the chance to discuss matters with you. Today, let us have a thorough conversation. As he spoke, he handed over the document. This is a movie script. Take a look. Upon hearing it was a movie script, Zhou Zhihui's interest was piqued. Being an industry insider, he had previously served as the deputy producer in the television department at Li's television station and had also worked at Shaw Brothers Studio, although that was a decade ago. Before long, Zhou Zhihui finished reading the script. The story was quite straightforward, a typical gangster revenge tale interspersed with elements of brotherhood. Is the chairman planning to film this script? Indeed, Lin Ze nodded. I believe this script, once brought to life, will garner impressive box office results. After some contemplation, Zhou Zhihui voiced, this film contains numerous explosive scenes. The cost may be quite high. Do not fret. Our company has ample funds, Lin Ze reassured him. Moreover, I intend to have Wu Yusen direct this film. I plan for Zhou Ruinhuan to play the lead role, with Di Long portraying Song Ziheo and Zhang Guorong as Song Zijia. Lin Ze directly articulated his thoughts, feeling that the original cast was preferable. Upon hearing Lin Ze propose Zhou Ruinhuan for the role of Xiao Ma, Zhou Zhihui quickly interjected, Chairman, would it be wise to cast Zhou Ruinhuan as Xiao Ma? He is notoriously known as a box office poison. Box office poison, you say? I have heard of that. Lin Ze chuckled. But I believe he is quite fitting for the character of Xiao Ma. However, enough. Let us proceed as I've suggested. Lin Ze interrupted. When the time comes, you can invite him for an audition to see if he suits the role. The priority now is to speak with Wu Yusen. Understood. Zhou Zhihui responded, feeling somewhat helpless. He genuinely believed that Zhou Ruinhuan should not be cast as Xiao Ma. It must be said that the moniker box office poison was a widely recognized truth within the Hong Kong film industry. No one dared to engage Zhou Ruinhuan for a film, fearing a flop. This phenomenon did not transform into a celestial hairstyle until Chow Yun-fat portrayed the character of Mark Lee in A Better Tomorrow. Following this, there was an explosion of popularity, leading to an influx of film offers. By the early 1990s, he had earned the illustrious reputation of being a dual star alongside Leslie Cheung in the film industry. Chapter 52 Negotiation. Broadcast Road. Nestled in the northern part of Kowloon, beneath the majestic Lion Rock, this steep winding road is renowned throughout Hong Kong for housing several prominent television stations. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a multitude of vehicles lined this serpentine thoroughfare. TVB and ATV stood side by side. Lin Ze instructed the driver to halt the car by the roadside, alighting alone. Raising his gaze towards the multi-storied edifice before him, a subtle smile graced his lips as he strode inside. As he approached the entrance, he was momentarily halted by the security guard. "Good afternoon, sir. Whom were you here to see?" Perhaps it was the sight of Lin Ze disembarking from a luxurious Mercedes, impeccably dressed with a gold watch adorning his wrist, that prompted the guard's courteous inquiry. "Greetings, I am Lin Ze, here for an appointment with Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing that he had an appointment with Xiao Yifu, the guard promptly allowed him entry, kindly adding, "Once inside, you may inquire at the reception. They will escort you to meet Mr. Xiao." "Thank you," Lin Ze replied, proceeding towards the reception area. After stating his name, a staff member promptly said, "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Ze followed the attendant into an open room, at the far end of which was a door marked with the plaque reading General Manager. "Tian Yangsheng, this is Mr. Lin," the attendant introduced. Lin Ze assessed the woman referred to as Tian Yangsheng. Her appearance was unremarkable, adorned with spectacles, exuding a gentle demeanor. He surmised she might be Mr. Xiao's secretary or assistant. Upon realizing that the handsome figure before her was the illustrious Lin Ze, the owner of the Furong Group and chairman of the Hong Kong Electric Company, Zhou Hongyan was taken aback. Despite the extensive media coverage surrounding him, photographs of Lin Ze were scarce. Most were candid shots, side profiles, or rear views. A frontal image had yet to emerge, primarily due to Lin Ze's discreet nature. Unless one was acquainted with him, it was improbable they would recognize him. Unlike other affluent individuals, he did not travel with a retinue of bodyguards. "Good day, Mr. Lin. I am the assistant to Uncle Lu. Please hold on a moment while I inform him of your arrival." "Of course." "You mentioned Lin Ze has arrived?" "Yes, Uncle Lu. Quickly. Please let him in." "No, I shall personally invite him." Xiao Yifu pondered briefly, deeming it more appropriate to extend the invitation himself, considering Lin Ze's stature as a fellow magnate. Upon exiting his office, Xiao Yifu beheld a tall, remarkably handsome young man, silently admiring the striking figure. "You must be Lin Ze, Mr. Lin," he said with a smile, extending his hand. Lin Ze softened his previously austere demeanor, allowing a smile to grace his face. His tone warm. "Uncle Lu." The title uncle was a mark of respect, as he was the sixth in the family hierarchy. Lin Ze held a deep respect for the elder. Despite the rumors of his frugality with employees and familial disputes over a woman, matters Lin Ze considered trivial. After all, this man had the capacity to contribute billions to charity in the mainland, erecting the Yifu building, which earned him Lin Ze's admiration. Unlike certain affluent individuals who have amassed their fortunes domestically only to flee abroad to endow foreign institutions, often boasting about their contributions while deriding their fellow countrymen for their poverty, such forgetful souls of their roots are particularly contemptible. Furthermore, Xiao Yifu has undeniably made significant contributions to the film industry, propelling the advancement of Chinese cinema. Sensing Lin Ze's respect, Xiao Yifu beamed warmly. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Lin. Today, in person, you truly embody the grace of a young hero." Lin Ze smiled, acknowledging that his appearance was indeed commendable. While he might not rival the likes of Leslie Cheung, he was certainly not far off. His complexion was impeccable, devoid of any blemish. Lin Sheng discreetly acquired the Hong Kong Electric Company, greatly boosting the morale of his compatriots and elevating the stature of Hong Kong residents. Lin Ze adopted a humble demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the crux of the matter. Lin Ze stated, "Uncle Liu, I have come primarily to discuss the Shaw Brothers Distribution Company. I have developed a keen interest in the film industry and have established my own production company. However, I am in need of a distribution network. I have heard that you intend to cease operations at Shaw Brothers and wish to inquire if you have any intention of selling the distribution company." Xiao Yifu was taken aback. He had entertained such thoughts, but had never disclosed them, not even to Fang Yuhua. The fact that Lin Ze was aware of this was quite astonishing. How do I know? Because I am a reborn individual, he mused inwardly, realizing he could not utter such a truth aloud. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze organized his thoughts and replied, I surmise. Surmise? Indeed. Lin Ze tactfully elaborated. Ever since you shifted your focus to the television station, the films produced by Shaw Brothers in recent years have been rather mediocre, at least in terms of box office performance. Xiao Yifu's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retorting. It was true. The films released by Shaw Brothers had indeed underperformed at the box office. To put it bluntly, they had flopped. Not one of their films had even surpassed the 10 million mark. In contrast, films produced by Golden Harvest consistently crossed the 10 million threshold, with some even reaching 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, the emerging contender, Uniden, was making remarkable strides, with box office figures frequently exceeding 10 million. The film The Best Partner, The Queen's Secret Order, released in January, achieved nearly 30 million Hong Kong dollars, becoming the highest-grossing film in the history of Hong Kong cinema. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yifu looked at Lin Ze and said, Lin Sheng, I regret to inform you that I will not be selling Shaw Brothers Distribution Company. Uncle Liu, please do not hastily decline. First, consider my offer. Very well. I am curious to hear your proposal. Lin Ze stated. First, I propose to purchase the 16 cinemas under Shaw Brothers Distribution in a bundled deal for 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Yifu raised an eyebrow. His gaze towards Lin Ze softened considerably. This price was not insignificant. Indeed, it exceeded his expectations. Lin Ze's decision to offer a substantial price primarily stemmed from the fact that Shaw Brothers possessed 4 premier cinemas. The rental income generated from these 4 establishments alone could exceed 10 million a year. Furthermore, the prime locations of these cinemas significantly enhanced the value of the land they occupied. In addition to this, the remaining 6 mid-sized cinemas and 8 standard cinemas, when evaluated solely on their assets, would amount to approximately 100 million Hong Kong dollars, rather than 300 million. However, when considering the land, the potential for future appreciation becomes markedly different. Given the current downturn in the real estate market in a few years, it would be unlikely to acquire them for even 500 million. Secondly, should I proceed with the purchase, as long as Shaw Brothers continues its operations, the films they produce could be screened in my cinemas, with a revenue split of 50-50. Pausing for a moment, Lin Ze glanced at the subtly shifting expression of Xiao Yifeng and added, this can certainly be included in the transaction contract. The distribution of revenue between film companies and cinemas in Hong Kong tends to be exceedingly unequal, often favoring the cinemas with a split of 60-40. Independent film companies frequently receive even less. Only major productions might secure 60% in the first week, followed by 50% in the second week, and 40% in the third. In any event, Lin Ze's offer of a 50-50 split demonstrated considerable sincerity. Xiao Yifeng remained silent. To be candid, he was quite pleased with the terms Lin Ze had proposed. Firstly, the financial aspect was satisfactory. Secondly, his greatest concern was that, upon the acquisition of the cinema chain, Shaw Brothers films would lack a venue for release. Although he intended to temporarily suspend operations at Shaw Brothers Studio to focus resources on the television sector, it did not imply a permanent cessation of film production. This hiatus was merely temporary. Lin Ze's assurance that Shaw Brothers films could still be screened in his cinemas, and that this commitment could be formalized in the contract, alleviated much of his apprehension. Lin Sheng, I recognize your sincerity. However, I must consider this matter with great care. You understand the significance of film to me, Xiao Yifeng stated solemnly. Lin Ze nodded slightly, acknowledging his sentiment. He then produced a business card from his pocket. Here's my card. 1/6 Uncle has made a decision. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. With that, Lin Ze rose, his voice resolute. I firmly believe that there is no one more suitable as a buyer in all of Hong Kong. Xiao Yifeng inclined his head slightly, agreeing with Lin Ze's assertion. While there were many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, none were prepared to invest 300 million Hong Kong dollars in acquiring the Shaw cinema chain. For many affluent individuals, the film industry was regarded as an unworthy venture. yielding minimal returns throughout the year. They often preferred investments in real estate. Those who held the film industry in esteem frequently found themselves financially constrained. Chapter 53. The Choice of Xiao Yifu, a Satisfactory Promotional Plan. Sixth brother, I have heard that Lin Ze has just arrived. How was your conversation with him? Not long after Lin Ze departed, Fang Yihua hurried to Xiao Yifu's office. Her curiosity piqued. Xiao Yifu, appearing somewhat fatigued as he sat in his chair, bore the weight of age and the taxing nature of business negotiations, which inevitably left him feeling drained. Observing his state, Fang Yihua tenderly offered a massage to her partner, easing the tension in his shoulders. After a while of soothing his muscles, Xiao Yifu felt considerably better and calmly remarked, he wishes to acquire the Shaw Brothers cinema chain. What? Fang Yihua exclaimed in surprise, her hands halting abruptly. Sixth brother, are you planning to sell the cinema chain? Xiao Yifu nodded slightly. That is indeed my intention. What has prompted such a sudden decision to sell the chain? If we sell it, what will become of the Shaw Brothers Film Company? A look of anxiety crossed Fang Yihua's face. Though she had recently assumed a significant role at the television station, she had not yet gained the full authority she would later possess. Her primary responsibility remained with the Shaw Brothers Film Company, assisting Xiao Yifu in its management. However, her influence was limited, as major film investment decisions still required Xiao Yifu's approval. Interestingly, despite her leadership of the film company for several years, the Shaw Brothers Film Company had been experiencing a steady decline in Hong Kong. Additionally, her haphazard interventions and reduction of staff had fostered discontent among the employees, leading many to seek opportunities with other companies like Golden Harvest, Uniden, and ATV. Upon hearing Fang Yihua mention the film company's operations, Xiao Yifu sighed, his voice tinged with melancholy. I plan to suspend the film company. Fang Yihua fell silent. She too believed in focusing their efforts on the television station. Yet, the thought of the film company ceasing operations unsettled her. A shutdown would necessitate her return to the television station, where she might not quickly regain the high-ranking position she held in the film company. Once one has tasted power, who would willingly relinquish it? Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Yifu reassured her, the film company is merely pausing its operations. After a few years, we can restart. Furthermore, Lin Ze has promised that films produced by Shaw Brothers could still be screened in his cinemas. Fang Yihua's eyes flickered with interest. Most significantly, he was willing to offer 300 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase the Shaw cinema chain. In the entirety of Hong Kong, only he would be inclined to invest such a sum for the cinema chain, Xiao Yifu remarked with measured calm. Fang Yihua fell silent once more. She was no fool. Acquiring the Shaw cinema chain, comprising 16 theaters, for 300 million was a substantial commitment from Lin Ze, indicating his serious intent. Only someone as inexperienced as Lin Ze would be prepared to invest such a vast amount, as others would hesitate to take on such a financial burden. After a brief pause, Xiao Yifu continued, these considerations are secondary. The primary reason I am contemplating the sale is that Xiaoshang has acquired the remaining shares of ATV, thereby gaining complete control over Asia Television. As the sole competitor of the wireless television station, Sir Run Shaw naturally pays close attention to Asia Television Limited. Recently, he learned that Xiao Decon had acquired all shares of ATV. It is worth noting that he and Xiao have been old friends since the 1950s when Xiao established himself in Hong Kong's film industry, primarily in the cinema sector. By the early 1960s, he owned 14 theaters, most of which were located in the rural areas of the new territories, such as Yuen Long and Sha Tin, earning him the title of King of New Territory Cinema. Their shared involvement in film naturally brought them together, fostering a cordial relationship. At that time, Shaw's cinemas were predominantly situated in bustling urban areas, and since Xiao was not producing films, there were no conflicts of interest. Instead, they complemented each other, as Xiao's cinema chain enabled Shaw's productions to reach the countryside, yielding additional profits. With his initial capital accumulation, Xiao later ventured into the banking sector, founding the Far East Bank. He subsequently diversified his endeavors, covering various fields such as banking, real estate, securities, tourism, food, and hospitality, establishing enterprises in the United States, Canada, and Southeast Asia, ultimately becoming a renowned tycoon in Hong Kong. During this period, their relationship remained amicable. However, 2 years ago, without prior notice, Chiu acquired a 50% stake in Lin Ze Television, subsequently rebranding it as Asia Television. This shift cooled their relationship considerably. Following this, numerous employees from the wireless television station resigned to join ATV, further straining the ties between the two. Chiu's deep-seated obsession with the media industry became evident after he took control of ATV, implementing sweeping reforms and investing heavily in programming. He launched series such as Hui Yuanjia and Chun Jun, alongside historical dramas like Shi Shi and Wu Zetian, resulting in a remarkable surge in ATV's viewership. Observing the success of the Miss Hong Kong pageant launched by the wireless station, Chiu introduced the Miss Asia competition. In response to the rising threat from ATV, the wireless station countered with a Miss Fitness contest, choosing to broadcast simultaneously on the same day, igniting a fierce rivalry. The relationship between the two stations had escalated to a tense standoff. Initially, the wireless station had maintained a clear lead, but since Chiu's takeover and the rebranding of Li's television, the ratings gap had narrowed significantly. At times, during prime time, ATV even surpassed the wireless station. Now, with Chiu's acquisition of the remaining shares in ATV, fully owning the station, his intentions to make a significant impact were clear, instilling a sense of urgency in Shaw. Compounded by the poor performance of Shaw Brothers Studio, which had not produced a successful film in some time, Shaw found himself exhausted and resolved to temporarily suspend operations at the film company, redirecting his focus to the television station in a bid to confront ATV. Upon hearing Shaw's announcement regarding Chiu's acquisition of the remaining ATV shares, Fang Yihua's pupils constricted, rendering her utterly silent. Compared to the film company, the television station undoubtedly held greater importance. Very well, prepare for the suspension of the film company. Ensure that personnel are properly arranged. Those who are willing to join the wireless television station may speak with the individuals involved. Those who are not inclined should not feel compelled. Understood, sixth brother. Go on. I wish to have a moment of solitude. Xiao Yifu, somewhat exhausted, waved his hand dismissively. Fang Yihua's lips twitched, as if to articulate something, yet she ultimately swallowed her words and exited the office. Meanwhile, Lin Ze arrived at Suinwan in high spirits, inspecting the pharmaceutical and beverage companies. He bore no resentment towards Xiao Yifu for not consenting to the sale of the cinema chain, for it was evident that, given Xiao Yifu's current predicament, a sale was inevitable. Even if he chose not to sell, he would likely revert to his previous practice of leasing. Knowing full well how the other party would decide, Lin Ze felt no cause for concern. At the Furong Biopharmaceutical Company, Chairman Li Jianya was in discussion with Wu Haipeng when he was taken aback by Lin Ze's unexpected arrival and hurried to greet him. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze surveying the research center, before cheerfully inquiring, "How is the Viagra project progressing?" In response, Li Jianya called upon Wu Haipeng to provide an update. As he was the expert in pharmaceutical research and the head of the research center, Wu Haipeng replied, "We are currently in the 4th phase of clinical trials. If all goes well this time, we will be able to commence mass production for market launch." Lin Ze nodded slightly, expressing his appreciation for their hard work, and then directed his attention to Li Jianya, asking, "Has the application for the market license in the Xiangjiang region been approved?" "Yes," Li Jianya confirmed. "Not only has it been approved here, but also in Wanwan and Aodao, as well as in Eagle Country. We are currently applying for approvals in countries such as the Island Nation, the United States, and France. When can we expect to launch in the market?" Lin Ze inquired. "By January, I would estimate," Li Jianya replied after some deliberation. "The patent has been granted, and the trademark and packaging applications are already underway. As long as the 4th phase of clinical trials goes smoothly, we will be ready for mass production." "Excellent." Lin Ze expressed his satisfaction with this progress. "By the way, has the promotional plan been finalized?" he asked. "If we desire to achieve immediate success, the promotion must be executed flawlessly." "Chairman, let's discuss this in the office," Li Jianya suggested. Very well. The two proceeded to the office, where Li Jianya presented a document to Lin Ze. "This is our proposed project promotion plan." "Oh." Lin Ze's interest was piqued as he accepted the document and began to peruse it. The primary promotional channels identified were hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and convenience stores. The product's marketing would downplay its association with male enhancement, instead emphasizing natural erection. Lin Ze wholeheartedly agreed with this approach, recognizing that many individuals harbor reservations about the term male enhancement, which is inherently a sensitive subject for men and should be approached discreetly. Furthermore, the plan aimed to establish credibility by highlighting that the medication had undergone years of research and development, involving leading global medical experts, with an investment of hundreds of millions over several years. To sell a product, one must master the art of boasting and crafting an appealing persona. The more prestigious the presentation, the more likely consumers are to part with their money. Who would dare to purchase if you claimed it took only a year or a few months to develop? Thus, it is imperative to master the art of storytelling. Furthermore, the proposal underscores the non-addictive nature of the medication. The specific promotional strategies involve collaboration with hospitals, placing educational brochures in medical facilities, pharmacies, and clinics, as well as establishing dedicated displays in convenience stores alongside contraceptives. This represents a subtle form of product placement. Ultimately, more overt advertisements will be featured in prominent commercial squares, on vehicle billboards, in newspapers, and through television commercials. The proposal also includes corresponding promotional copy, such as in squares, subways, and office buildings. The poster's message reads, "The greatest gift is to set aside anxiety and embrace one another." At the bottom, a small print states, "Viagra, concerned with global male health anxiety." In essence, this approach is quite discreet. It cannot be directly stated that using this product will enhance one's sexual life. Such a declaration would deter many men from purchasing it due to concerns about their dignity. Even with subtle promotion, men would likely feel compelled to buy it covertly. This is similar to how some individuals discreetly purchase contraceptive pills, let alone Viagra. After reviewing the promotional plan, Lin Ze wore a satisfied smile. Indeed, this proposal has been excellently crafted. It is evident that considerable thought has been invested in it. Chapter 54. A Stroke of Fortune. 2 lucrative techniques acquired. Li Jianye chuckled softly, for this project proposal had taken considerable time and effort from the marketing department to compose. 2 issues arose. Lin Ze raised 2 fingers. First, the matter of selecting a spokesperson for the hard advertisement, which requires careful consideration. Second, have you determined the product pricing? How much do you intend to sell it for? Regarding the spokesperson, we remain indecisive about whether to engage a local celebrity or to seek representation from a foreign artist. A wry smile crept across Li Jianye's face as he confessed, "We had previously contacted several celebrity figures, yet upon learning that the product in question was a supplement, they uniformly declined." Lin Ze chuckled, fully aware of the underlying sentiments behind those refusals. With a grin, he suggested, "If local stars are hesitant, we could consider an individual of impeccable character or turn to artists from Europe and America for endorsement. As for the latter, one's compensation is assured. They are unlikely to refuse, regardless of whether it is for a vitality supplement or any other product. The entertainment circles in the West are notably open-minded, and there is no stigma attached to endorsing such products." Li Jianye sighed lightly, acknowledging this as the only viable option. He then straightened his posture, his gaze sharp and focused on Lin Ze. "Chairman, regarding the product pricing, after discussions within the company, we believe that the price cannot be excessively high, nor can it be too low. Considering the current market conditions, as well as the living standards and wages in Hong Kong, we find that a retail price of 128 Hong Kong dollars per box is quite appropriate." Indeed, Lin Ze inquired, "What is the cost? Additionally, how many tablets are contained in each box?" "There are 2 tablets per box. In terms of cost, for large-scale production, the expense per box is less than $1. The majority of the costs are attributed to packaging, as the actual medication itself only amounts to 2 or 3 dimes. Hearing that the production cost of a box of medicine was less than $1, Lin Ze couldn't help but intake a sharp breath. He had long been aware that the pharmaceutical industry was rife with exorbitant profits, particularly in Western medicine. While substantial initial investments are required for research and development, once a drug is developed, it generates revenue effortlessly, akin to running a money-printing machine. After all, Western medicine is derived from chemical formulas, which keeps production costs remarkably low. However, substantial annual expenditures are necessary for marketing and promotion to raise awareness of the developed drugs. The mere prospect of earning a considerable amount of foreign currency each year sent a thrill through Lin Ze. Setting the retail price at 128 Hong Kong dollars poses no issue. But what about the wholesale price? At what rate do you plan to supply hospitals, pharmacies, and clinics? As for the wholesale price, it varies by tier, with discounts of up to 20 available for the highest level. Upon hearing of the 20 discount, Lin Ze nodded in approval. This figure aligns perfectly with the standard benchmark for pharmaceutical representatives' rebates. Generally, when a company develops a new drug, it faces requests for rebates from doctors or hospital administrators, typically around 15, with some demanding as much as 40. If such excessive demands were made, it would be prudent to forego business with that hospital entirely and perhaps expose the situation. Indeed, in the realm of hospitals, the physicians often find themselves entangled with pharmaceutical companies engaging in bribery, where most medications possess rather mediocre efficacy. This is particularly true for generic drugs or products inundating the market, compelling these companies to forge connections to gain entry into healthcare institutions. However, in the case of Viagra, it currently stands alone in the market without any direct competitors, thus rendering the need for dissimulation unnecessary. Let us adhere to your proposed pricing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze acquiesced. Very well, Li Jianye replied with a smile, relieved that Lin Ze did not express concerns over pricing being excessively high or low. The smoothness of the process took him by surprise. After spending 2 hours at the pharmaceutical factory, Lin Ze proceeded directly to a nearby beverage factory. Following an inspection and a discussion with Su Jihong regarding the company's future development direction, Lin Ze took his leave. The next day, he arrived at the company. Chairman, the employees greeted Lin Ze upon his arrival, and he responded with a warm nod before entering his office. After removing his coat and handing it to Xia Wanjin, who hung it in a corner of the office, she prepared a cup of bitter coffee for him. Lin Ze preferred bitter coffee in the mornings to invigorate his senses. Is there something on your mind? Lin Ze inquired, taking a sip from his coffee cup. Indeed, Xia Wanjin replied, Mr. Zhou from the film company has scheduled an appointment at 10 a.m. to report on his work. Understood, he said, placing the coffee cup down and gesturing for her to leave. Once Xia Wanjin closed the door, Lin Ze activated the system. It was once again time to claim the weekly gift package. Opening the system interface, he selected Claim Gift Package, and in the next moment, a notification appeared. Ding! Gift package successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. 1. Lithium iron phosphate battery technology. 2. Complete technical documentation for Sony's Guixiang engine. Upon seeing the 2 items bestowed by the gift package, Lin Ze leapt to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Incredible! He exclaimed. What fortuitous luck to receive such valuable items. The prospect of soaring to new heights seemed inevitable. At present, lithium batteries had yet to be commercialized, with the market predominantly relying on nickel-cadmium batteries, which were notoriously inefficient. Even those not immersed in the industry, like Lin Ze, recognized that these batteries were unreliable, requiring hours to charge, yet providing a mere half-hour of talk time. In stark contrast, lithium batteries offered remarkable advantages. As a reincarnated individual from the era of smart electronics, he was well acquainted with their prevalence in nearly all electronic devices, aside from a handful of lead-acid batteries. The benefits of lithium batteries were evident. They not only allowed for repeated use, but also boasted a greater capacity density. In simple terms, a fully charged lithium battery could sustain usage for a significantly longer period. Considering the current backwardness of battery technology, the introduction of lithium batteries could potentially dominate the entire battery industry. To speak nothing of the eager collaboration that would surely come from manufacturers like Motorola, known for their mobile phones, as well as partnerships with electronic giants such as Sony, Sega, and Toshiba. Sony's production of portable music players has transitioned to lithium batteries, which not only embrace environmental sustainability and allow for repeated use, but can also be ingeniously designed as non-removable batteries akin to smartphones, reflecting a seamless integration. Moreover, electronic watches and video game consoles could similarly adopt lithium batteries. significantly extending their standby time. In essence, the technology of lithium batteries can be applied across a multitude of domains. As for the second award, what exactly is the Kowloon engine? I have never heard of it before. Could it possibly be some form of engine technology? He recollected that Sony had never ventured into automobile manufacturing. With this query in mind, Lin Ze promptly sought clarification through the system. After a brief period, enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing that it pertained to Sony's Trinitron CRT television technology. According to the system, research into this technology commenced in 1994, but now, at the end of 1984, if he were to develop it, he would undoubtedly excel in the television sector, gaining a competitive edge over Sony. The thought brought a radiant smile to Lin Ze's face. He felt as if he had struck gold. The prospect of lithium battery technology alone was thrilling. Yet the revelation of television engine technology was beyond his expectations. What an impressive system. Just as Lin Ze was immersed in his elation, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was a private number. Few were privy to this contact. Upon examining the unfamiliar caller ID, he answered, "Hello, who is this? Is this Lin Sheng? I'm Xiao Yifu." A familiar voice resonated through the line. "Good morning, Uncle Lu." Lin Ze responded with a smile. It was evident that he had deliberated over the matter from the previous day. "Indeed," Xiao Yifu continued, "regarding the discussion we had yesterday afternoon, I have made my decision. 300 million Hong Kong dollars and the Shaw Brothers Cinema will be yours." Overjoyed by the news, Lin Ze expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. Rest assured, Shaw Films will continue to screen in my cinema." "Wonderful," Xiao Yifu replied with a chuckle. "When shall we sign the contract?" "Let us do it now. I can bring my team over immediately. What do you think?" Lin Ze considered the urgency of the situation and decided it was best to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. He recalled that in his previous life, the Shaw Brothers Cinema was acquired by the watch magnate, Pundi Sheng, and with only 2 to 3 months until that time, it was prudent to finalize the contract as soon as possible. "All right, I will await your arrival." After ending the call, Lin Ze stood up, grabbed his mobile phone, donned his coat, and exited his room. "Chairman." Upon seeing Lin Ze, Xia Wanjin promptly rose. "Ajun, please summon the legal and accounting teams. We are heading to the wireless television station." "Certainly. By the way, has Zhou Zhihui arrived?" "Zhou has yet to come." "Very well. Please hurry and gather the legal and financial teams." "Understood." Shortly thereafter, Lin Ze departed the company with his acquisition team, comprising members from finance and legal departments. Just as they were about to descend the elevator, it chimed, and Zhou Zhihui stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Zhou Zhihui paused momentarily before inquiring, "Chairman, what brings you here? Just in time, aren't you? Don't you have something to report? Let's continue our conversation in the car." With that, Lin Ze stepped into the elevator, and upon seeing this, Zhou Zhihui also entered. Chapter 55. Securing the Shao Film Line. A Tigerhead bus sped along the route to Broadcasting Road. Seated in the rear, Lin Ze was in high spirits. As the saying goes, joy invigorates the spirit, and he embodied that sentiment perfectly at this moment. "By the way, old Zhou, don't you have something to report? Now seems a fitting time to share," he prompted, finding it a perfect opportunity to listen to Zhou Zhihui's updates. Zhou Zhihui, positioned in the front passenger seat, turned slightly to Lin Ze and replied, "Chairman, you previously asked me to locate Wu Yusen, right? I inquired, and it turns out he is not in Hong Kong. He is over in Taiwan, reportedly engaged by a local gang to shoot a film, and I've been unable to reach him." "Oh," Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. He found nothing strange about this revelation. During this period, the film industry began to see the involvement of organized crime, and it was not uncommon for prominent figures to be coerced into participating in projects. Many renowned stars, like the internationally acclaimed Chung Long, had faced similar intimidation, with threats accompanying scripts demanding compliance. "Do you know any plans to return to Hong Kong?" Lin Ze inquired. "I've asked his friends, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be back after the new year," Zhou Zhihui replied. "Very well. We shall wait until after the new year to seek him out," Lin Ze concluded. He had no intention of venturing into Taiwan to retrieve him. Despite possessing the strength to dominate, he deemed it unnecessary to offend the local syndicates, as he would eventually need to conduct business there. Moreover, Since Wu Yusen had yet to join his company and was not his responsibility, there was no reason to provoke the local factions. What about the others? Lin Ze inquired. Dilong has already reached an agreement. He is willing to star in the film after reviewing the script and is also prepared to join our Furong Film Company. Zhou Ruanjuan's situation is also progressing smoothly. He has agreed to participate, though he seems reluctant to join the company, much like Leslie Chung. Lin Ze frowned slightly. As for Leslie Chung, it was understandable. He was a prominent singer, and acting was merely a pastime for him. However, Zhou Ruanjun, who had been disparaged as a box office poison, rejecting his goodwill struck Lin Ze as somewhat ungrateful. If he were a top-tier star like Chung Long with abundant offers, it would be excusable. Yet here was Zhou Ruanjun, labeled as a box office liability by industry insiders, still displaying arrogance. This afternoon, bring him to the company. I wish to meet him personally, Lin Ze commanded, his expression impassive, his tone laced with a hint of frost. Moving forward, any project involving the Furong Film Company would mandate that the lead and significant supporting roles be occupied by contracted artists. He had no desire to be a fool, squandering company resources to cultivate external talents. Such folly was not in his nature. Understood, Chairman, Zhou Zhihui noted, taking mental notes. Determined, he planned to instruct the legal team to draft a new standard contract upon returning. As they spoke, the convoy comprising 2 vehicles arrived at Broadcasting Road. Bang! Lin Ze exited, brushing off the creases from his trousers, and then lifted his gaze to the towering building before him. With a few companions, he strode inside. Perhaps having exchanged pleasantries, the security did not impede their entry this time. As Lin Ze entered the lobby of the wireless television station, Xiao Yifu approached him briskly, accompanied by a middle-aged woman. Uncle Lu, Lin Ze called out. Lin Sheng, Xiao Yifu replied with a smile, extending his hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Yifu gestured invitingly, please come inside. The group walked in single file, and with the influential Xiao Yifu by their side, their passage was unimpeded. Before long, both parties had arrived at the conference room. Having previously discussed and agreed upon the terms, they merely needed to draft the contract and sign 2 copies. In less than 20 minutes, the equity transfer contract was signed, marking the acquisition of Shaw Brothers, the second-largest cinema chain in Hong Kong, by the Furong Group. Uncle Lu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Lin Ze, in good spirits, extended his hand to shake with Xiao Yifu, smiling as he added, the funds will be transferred to your designated bank account within a week. Xiao Yifu nodded with a smile, assured that he would receive the remaining payment. It was worth noting that the Furong Group had recently secured $400 million in financing, and the purchase of Hong Kong Electric had only cost 27 billion Hong Kong dollars, leaving them with over 400 million Hong Kong dollars in reserve, not accounting for the company's profitability. Xiao Yifu had every confidence in Lin Ze's ability to furnish the necessary funds. After signing the contract, Lin Ze departed the wireless television station, accompanied by Zhou Zhihui, who seemed somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that Lin Ze would quietly acquire the Shaw Brothers chain. His astonishment did not stem from Lin Ze's financial prowess, but rather from how he managed to persuade Xiao Yifu to sell the cinema company. Was Xiao Yifu not concerned that the films produced by Shaw Brothers would have nowhere to be screened? Old Zhou, what's wrong? Lin Ze inquired, noticing Zhou's distracted demeanor. Is something amiss? Huh? No. Zhou Zhihui snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a wry smile. I just never expected that you, Chairman, would buy Shaw Brothers. Nor did I foresee Uncle Lu selling the chain. That's not surprising. Shaw Brothers is on the verge of shutting down. Selling the chain makes sense. What? Shaw Brothers is going out of business? Zhou Zhihui exclaimed, wide-eyed. For many in Hong Kong, the closure of Shaw Brothers would undoubtedly be monumental news, especially since Zhou had worked there for several years. Lin Ze chuckled. In recent years, the number of films produced by Shaw Brothers has noticeably dwindled, and most of their offerings have clung to the martial arts style of the 1970s, continuing to focus primarily on martial arts themes, which no longer resonate with audience demand. Can you recall a single film from Shaw Brothers that has grossed over 10 million Hong Kong dollars in recent years? There hasn't been one. If they don't close now, they will inevitably do so in the future. Furthermore, Ever since Uncle Liu assumed control of TVB, he has redirected his focus towards the television station. While it was manageable before, with TVB outpacing Li's television, the landscape has shifted since Chiu Dijing took over Li's and transformed it into Asia television. The competition for viewership has intensified, and the gap has been steadily closing. With Uncle Liu growing older and his vitality waning, it has become imperative to make difficult choices. Consequently, film companies with lackluster performances must temporarily cease operations, redirecting their focus and resources towards television stations in a concerted effort to counter the advances of ATV. Zhou Zhihui suddenly comprehended the situation. It seems that TVB is not faring well, compelling Uncle Liu to divest even his cinema chain. With a sigh, Zhou Zhihui felt a pang of reflection. In his generation, Xiao Yifu was undoubtedly a titan of the film industry, a figure of great influence, and at one point, the sovereign of Hong Kong cinema. Now, as he faces a decline, even selling off his cinema chain, it is evident that this luminary of the entertainment realm is experiencing tough times. Lin Ze smiled knowingly. It is undoubtedly true that Xiao Yifu is struggling. However, experience prevails. ATV's ambition to entirely surpass TVB is unattainable. Even though Chiu Dijing is a seasoned veteran, Xiao Yifu's deep-rooted presence in the film industry cannot be easily eclipsed. ATV may at best achieve parity with TVB through financial means, yet the longevity of Chiu Dijing's resources remains a significant question. If history remains unchanged by 1987, the global financial crisis will strike, forcing this elder to suffer substantial losses and ultimately sell his shares in ATV, which he recalls were acquired by the garment magnate Lin Ze. Subsequently, there were multiple transactions of shares, marking the onset of the Lin Ze family era at ATV. Chapter 56. Relocating and purchasing property. Zhou Runxian approached the silver, high commercial building in Mong Kok with a sense of trepidation. Brother Long? Upon reaching the elevator, he was taken aback to see a familiar face and hurried over to greet him. Di Long looked up at the sound of his voice and, upon recognizing him, smiled and said, Xian, what brings you here? Wait, are you also here for the Furong Film Company? This was precisely the question Zhou Runxian had intended to ask Brother Long. Perhaps seeing someone familiar in the industry alleviated his anxiety, and he began to chat amiably. Due to the decline of Shaw Brothers, Di Long had not had many acting opportunities in recent years. However, he and Zhou Runxian had known each other for quite some time, having collaborated on a film titled The Pool Girls 7 or 8 years ago. Given the connection between Shaw Brothers and TVB, they maintained a cordial rapport, although that bond had somewhat faded as Zhou Runxian's star ascended in the industry. It had indeed been a while since they last met. Brother Long, are you here because Furong Film Company is offering you a role? Zhou Runxian ventured directly into the topic after a brief exchange. Yes, Di Long replied candidly, a smile gracing his face. A couple of days ago, someone approached me, claiming to be from Furong Film Company, looking for me to act. You know, I've had no projects for years, so I thought I'd come take a look. He paused, then turned his gaze to Zhou Runxian. What about you? Were you invited by Furong Film Company as well? Yes, Zhou Runxian nodded. They provided me with a script and invited me to portray a supporting character named Xiao Ma. I find the script quite promising. Xiao Ma? Di Long blinked in surprise, then broke into a smile, giving Zhou Runxian a friendly pat on the shoulder. It seems we are both in the same production. I received the script for the character's song Zaheo. If all goes smoothly, we might be acting together again. Zhou Runxian nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning that Di Long was also invited by Furong Film Company, he had already formed a guess. However, recalling his earlier conversation with Zhou Zhihui, he couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that securing the role of Xiao Ma would not be an easy feat. Is something the matter? Did I say something wrong? No, Brother Long is absolutely right, but I will need to audition first, Zhou Runxian replied, shaking his head and refraining from disclosing his previous discussion with Zhou Zhihui. Ding! As they conversed, the elevator arrived at their designated floor and the doors opened. Stepping out, they followed the directional signs that led them to the Furong group. After explaining their purpose, they were ushered into a lounge. In the chairman's office, Lin Ze was engaged in a meeting with the group's executives. The CFO Wang Wei reported, currently, the group's liquidity is nearly depleted. After disbursing 300 million Hong Kong dollars to Shaw Brothers, there remains less than 100 million in the account. The available funds are under 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing that the available funds were under 50 million, Lin Ze instinctively furrowed his brow. Hadn't he previously invested $400 million? How could it have been exhausted so quickly? Wang Wei adjusted her glasses, perched on the bridge of her nose, a bittersweet smile gracing her exquisite features. Chairman, although the company previously received an infusion of $400 million, we have been making significant moves recently. First, we acquired shares in Hong Kong Electric, which alone cost us 27 billion Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, we purchased an industrial building in Tsuen Wan for an additional 60 million. Now, we have acquired Shaw Brothers Cinemas, which set us back 300 million. Altogether, these three ventures have consumed 36 billion. Furthermore, with new products launching from both the beverage and pharmaceutical sectors, we require funds for promotion, leaving us with very little liquidity. Lin Ze fell silent. By this calculation, the $400 million had indeed been nearly exhausted. Mr. Li, how is the sales performance of Kowloon, your pharmaceutical division? Have we made any progress in the overseas market? Lin Ze inquired, turning to Li Jianya, who was seated to his left. Li Jianya immediately straightened in his seat. The overseas market is still undergoing promotional marketing currently. Sales are rather mediocre, but we anticipate an increase following the marketing efforts. Additionally, we have nearly finalized discussions with agents from Japan, the United States, Eagle Country, and Gallia, just awaiting the final contract signatures. We must act swiftly to establish a foothold in the overseas market, he replied earnestly. Lin Ze felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with this outcome. The pharmaceutical division was regarded as a cash cow, intended to provide a continuous stream of funding for the company's expansion. However, the reality was that it had not met his expectations. The product itself was undoubtedly sound. It was merely the promotional operations that lagged. Of course, it could also be attributed to the short duration since the product's mass production, having only been on the market in Hong Kong for approximately 3 months. How about this? I will inject an additional 110 million Hong Kong dollars into the company. This amount will be allocated for the purchase of a new group office building, Lin Ze proposed after a moment of contemplation. As the workforce continued to grow, the current office space had become increasingly cramped, with the air quality noticeably deteriorating. Working in such close quarters posed a significant risk in the event of a fire. Thus, Lin Ze considered relocating to a larger office space. Conveniently, he had over 210 million Hong Kong dollars and 36,500,000 US dollars at his disposal. It was precisely because of this financial cushion that he contemplated the move. Without funds, such an endeavor would be unfeasible. Acquiring several floors in a central office building for 110 million Hong Kong dollars was certainly within reach. The reason he opted against purchasing an entire building was that with 1985 approaching, the Plaza Accord might be imminent, necessitating sufficient capital to capitalize on opportunities in Japan. Once the Plaza Accord was enacted, the yen would appreciate rapidly, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leverage investments and achieve wealth far exceeding that of conventional business operations. Such an opportunity was one that could not be overlooked. As for how Lin Ze was aware of this, it was largely due to his past consumption of financial commentary from short video hosts, who explained how the signing of the Plaza Accord had plunged Japan into unprecedented euphoria. In the late 1980s, at the zenith of its prosperity, it was said that one could sell Tokyo to purchase the entirety of the United States, illustrating the sheer madness of the Japanese stock market and real estate during that period. However, the cycles of fortune are relentless. The greater the initial fervor, the more profound the subsequent decline. Following the bursting of the bubble, the Japanese economy plummeted into a recession that endured for 3 decades, a period that the Japanese have aptly dubbed the lost 30 years. Such a remarkable opportunity was not to be overlooked by Lin Ze. Although this world is interspersed with characters from film and television, the trajectory of events, particularly the overarching trends, remains largely unchanged and mirrors that of his previous life, a fact he has validated from various perspectives. For instance, the Iran-Iraq War and the Olympic triumph of marksman Su Haifeng. who secured the first gold medal for China. Upon hearing that Lin Ze was willing to invest 100 million Hong Kong dollars in the company's acquisition of property, the faces of those present lit up with joy. They had long desired a change, as the current working conditions were exceedingly cramped, with each individual occupying less than 1.5 square meters. Amidst their elation, they were also taken aback by Lin Ze's financial prowess. 100 million Hong Kong dollars is no trifling sum. Chairman, may I inquire which location you have in mind? Central or Shangwan? Central, Lin Ze responded. Hong Kong is the financial hub of Asia, and Central serves as the epicenter of commerce and politics within the city, making it the most prestigious area. Major corporations typically establish their headquarters here. Additionally, when international companies enter Hong Kong and the mainland, they often opt to set up offices or branches in Central, leading to a meteoric rise in office prices in that locale. Consequently, having a company in Central has become a status symbol. The Furong Group has also gained considerable renown in Hong Kong, and it is indeed time to establish a foothold in Central. After the meeting concluded, smiles adorned the faces of all present. The company's rapid development and growing strength filled the executives with pride. Chapter 57. Pressure applied. Zhou Runhun and Dylan joined. Upon concluding the meeting, Lin Ze returned to his office. No sooner had he taken a seat than a sharp knock echoed through the room. "Come in," he called. As the door swung open, he saw Zhou Zhihui entering. "Chairman, Dylan and Zhou Runhun have arrived." "Very well, let them in," Lin Ze replied with a casual demeanor. Moments later, Zhou Zhihui ushered the two individuals into the office. Upon seeing Lin Ze, both appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that the young and handsome figure they had seen in the news reports as a business tycoon was so youthful. After a brief pause, they quickly regained their composure and respectfully addressed him, "Mr. Lin." Lin Ze appraised them with a discerning gaze and said, "Please have a seat." The two complied and settled onto the sofa. "Dylan, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Furong Film Company with an 8-year contract. What are your thoughts?" Lin Ze wasted no time, directly approaching the matter at hand, with the intention of securing Dylan first. He had always appreciated Dylan's acting prowess, having seen several of his films in his previous life. Dylan hesitated for a moment, while Zhou Runhun felt a pang of apprehension. "Mr. Lin, I currently have a management contract with Shaw Brothers," Dylan replied, a look of concern crossing his features. He did not oppose joining Furong Film Company. Although it lacked significant renown, the backing of a wealthy individual like Lin Ze could easily overshadow other film companies. If Lin Ze were willing to invest and support the company, there was no doubt that Furong Film Company would rise to prominence, perhaps even soaring to great heights. "What does your contract with Shaw expire?" "In a few months. It will conclude in June. Regarding the contract, I will speak with my Uncle Liu. Shaw Brothers is going to cease operations. Given his current relationship with Xiao Yifu, bringing Dylan over would be a simple matter. Besides, Dylan's management contract only has a few months left. It now depends on your willingness to join us. Should you decide to come on board, the company guarantees you 1 film per year." Lin Ze presented his terms. Upon hearing this, Dylan did not hesitate for a moment and promptly replied, "Mr. Lin, I am willing to join your esteemed company." "Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness," Lin Ze responded, satisfied with Dylan's attitude. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Zhihui. "Zhou, let us set Dylan's revenue share at 55. Typically, the revenue split between artists and management companies ranges from 30-70 to 40-60, with very few attaining a 50-50 split. As Dylan was the first artist to join Furong Film Company, and given the smoothness of the negotiations, Lin Ze was more than willing to elevate the revenue share. For him, the film industry was merely a side venture. He was not operating in Hollywood, so there was no need to be miserly. Zhou Zhihui extended his hand, smiling as he congratulated Dylan. "Aaron, congratulations. You are the first artist to join the company." Dylan shook his hand politely, his face beaming with joy. For an actor whose career is nearly extinguished, being able to film a single project each year is already a commendable privilege. Moreover, the current commission split of 55 in his management contract has brought him immense joy. Affirming his decision, after securing Dylan, Lin Ze turned his attention towards Zhou Runhun. Upon noticing Lin Ze's gaze, Zhou Runin instinctively straightened his posture. Yet he dared not meet Lin Ze's eyes directly. And you? Are you willing to join Furong? Lin Ze's eyes bore into him, his tone remarkably calm. However, Zhou Runin felt an unprecedented pressure, fearing that should he refuse, he might not be able to exit the office or, worse, meet with an unfortunate accident. Such occurrences were not entirely unheard of in this industry. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Runin summoned his courage and looked up at Lin Ze. Mr. Lin, may I inquire if the terms and conditions of joining your esteemed company would be the same as those of Brother Long? The conditions will be similar, Lin Ze replied nonchalantly, but the penalty for breach of contract and the duration of the agreement differ. Should you decide to join, the contract will be for 10 years. Dylan and Zhou Runin were alike in talent, yet Zhou Runin's versatility in roles was evidently broader. He excelled even in comedic films, unlike Dylan, whose serious demeanor suited only roles of tyrants or authoritative figures. Furthermore, Dylan was nearing 39 years of age, while Zhou Runin was still youthful at 30, a full 9 years his junior. Upon hearing the proposal of a 10-year contract, Zhou Runin internally lamented. When Zhou Zhihui had approached him previously, he had declined due to the lengthy commitment. 8 years meant he would be 38, right at the peak of a male actor's career. If fortune favored him, he might secure abundant resources, but if Lin Ze were merely dabbling in the entertainment industry like other wealthy tycoons, he risked a significant loss. Hence, he had previously turned down the offer. To his surprise, a 10-year commitment was now on the table. Caught in a dilemma between wanting to refuse and fearing the wrath of the affluent Lin Ze, he was at a loss. Lin Ze, perceving Zhou Runin's reluctance, furrowed his brow. To him, personally extending the invitation was a significant gesture, and yet Zhou Runin still hesitated, which displeased him greatly, though he concealed his discontent behind a stoic facade. Mr. Zhou, if you have any concerns, please feel free to express them openly. There is no need for concealment. At that moment, even Dylan sensed the tension in the air. Fearing that Zhou Runin might offend Lin Ze, he hastily interjected, Arun, what are you hesitating for? Just agree already. Seeing Dylan's urgent gaze and the expressionless Lin Ze, Zhou Runin gulped nervously and cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, may I pose a question? Speak. Is your film company merely a pastime for you? Or do you genuinely intend to invest in this industry, managing it with the same dedication as? Lin Ze chuckled, intrigued by the inquiry, and replied, What do you think I am? How would I know? If I did, I wouldn't be hesitating, he internally grumbled. Zhou Ruinfa chuckled, Mr. Lin, you must be genuinely devoted to your business endeavors, not treating it as a mere pastime. Lin Ze smiled briefly before his expression turned serious. To speak candidly, the film industry is not the focal point of my commercial pursuits, but it is far from being just a casual venture. The company will continue to invest in film productions, and we may even venture into Hollywood in the future. Additionally, I have another piece of news. The company has acquired the Shaw Brothers Film Distribution Network. Both Zhou Ruinfa and Dylan were taken aback. How could Uncle Lou sell the distribution network? Dylan exclaimed, astonished, as he was still a contracted actor with Shaw Brothers and had not been informed of this development. Lin Ze fixed his gaze on him. The contract was signed just this morning. It will be publicly announced tomorrow. Dylan fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. There was no reason for Lin Ze to deceive him, especially since the news would be in the papers the following day. How about it? Would you like to join us? Lin Ze inquired, looking at Zhou Ruinfa. Without hesitation, Zhou Ruinfa replied, Mr. Lin, I am willing to join your esteemed company. His reservations had dissipated. The acquisition of Shaw Brothers clearly indicated that this was not merely a recreational undertaking. With that in mind, what further doubts could he possibly harbor? Excellent. Welcome aboard, Lin Ze said, rising and moving closer to Zhou Ruinfa, patting him on the shoulder. Work hard. I, Lin Ze, never shortchange my own. What could Zhou Ruinfa say? He had no right to refuse. Thank you, Chairman. Lin Ze was indifferent to whether Zhou Ruinfa joined willingly or out of necessity. For him, bringing him into the fold meant generating benefits, thus making him one of his own. Rest assured, you will not regret your decision today. After giving Zhou Ruinfa's shoulder a couple of reassuring pats, He turned to Zhou Zhihui and instructed, "Mr. Zhou, please take them downstairs to complete the formalities." "Certainly, Chairman." Zhou Zhihui nodded in agreement, harboring a newfound admiration for Lin Ze. He had effortlessly secured Zhou Ruinfa, unlike his own experiences. It seemed that a more assertive approach was necessary. Being overly amiable could hinder negotiations. Chapter 58. The acquisition of the film distribution company sparks public debate. The trio. The following morning, the front page of the Daily Tian featured a momentous announcement. The Furong Group declared its acquisition of the Shaw Brothers Film Distribution Company for a staggering sum of 300 million Hong Kong dollars, heralding a significant upheaval in Hong Kong's film industry. The article detailed the establishment of Furong Group's new film company, which successfully signed contracts with artists Dylan and Zhou Runjun, pledging over 100 million in funding for film productions while extending invitations to aspiring talents to join the Furong Film Company. The article refrained from casting any aspersions on Shaw Brothers films, despite the fact that Shaw Yifu intended to cease operations. While he was merely preparing for the future, any premature announcement could undoubtedly incite unrest among the staff at Shaw Brothers, given that Shaw Yifu was willing to show him respect by packaging and selling the distribution company outright. Lin Ze would naturally not permit the Daily Tian to exacerbate matters. Thus, the article primarily focused on the strategic positioning of the Furong Group within the industry, emphasizing its determination to cultivate more high-quality film content, while also broadly inviting capable artists and actors to join the company. Thanks to numerous insider scoops from the Furong Group, the sales of the Daily Tian surged significantly, rising from 130,000 copies to 150,000 copies daily. This leap allowed it to surpass the Changbao, claiming the title of the second-largest newspaper in Hong Kong, second only to the Oriental Daily. The prowess of the Furong Group is truly remarkable, having previously invested 7 billion Hong Kong dollars to acquire shares in the Hong Kong Electric Company. They now splurged 300 million to acquire the Shaw Brothers Film Distribution Company. They are undeniably affluent. It is astonishing that the Furong Group has ventured into the film industry. I had assumed their focus would remain on real estate. How intriguing. This development will undoubtedly invigorate the film sector. What does it mean for a fierce dragon to cross the river? This is it. With the entrance of the formidable Furong Group into the film industry, companies like Golden Harvest and Uniden face impending peril. Today, my eyes have truly been dazzled. I never anticipated that the great Tycoon Shaw would sell the Shaw Brothers Film Distribution Company. It appears Shaw is preparing to withdraw entirely from the film industry. Alas, an era has drawn to a close, making way for a brand new one. Many were moved upon seeing the newspaper report, particularly those in their 30s and 40s who had grown up watching Shaw films. Witnessing the decline of what was once a glorious legacy evokes a sense of nostalgia. Such is the nature of time. Those who fail to adapt will inevitably be left behind. No one is exempt. For the average individual, it is merely a sentiment of loss. However, for the film industry, it is akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Although the Furong Film Company is newly established and lacks experience, it is backed by a major investor capable of providing substantial funding. The direct investment of 300 million Hong Kong dollars to secure the Shaw Brothers Film Distribution Company serves as a testament to Furong Group's serious intent to establish itself in the film arena. With such a financially formidable competitor, companies like Golden Harvest and Uniden must remain vigilant. Golden Harvest, as long-standing rivals, has remained vigilant regarding the developments at Shaw Brothers, despite the latter's recent cinematic endeavors being less than stellar. However, this does not diminish Zhou Wenhuai's respect for the Shaw Brothers. Though Cine City boasts considerable prowess, its foundational strength is rather flimsy. A couple of financial failures in film production could spell disaster for the company. In stark contrast, Shaw Brothers possesses formidable strength. Even if they were to produce 10 films that incurred losses, their foundation would remain unshaken. It was truly unexpected for him to learn that they had sold their cinema chain. Upon reading the news in the paper, Zhou Wenhuai found it almost unbelievable. In his mind, Shaw Yifeng was a figure of immense pride, unlikely to relinquish such an important asset without considerable cause. The loss of the cinema chain rendered them akin to a toothless tiger, stripped of their threat. He Guanchong was not in a much better position. Both men had emerged from Shaw Brothers. In the 1970s, he, along with Zhou Wenhui and others, founded, only to face oppression for Shaw Brothers. It was not until Bruce Lee's involvement that the tide began to turn, and later, after Lee's untimely demise, they managed to lure Chung Long to their ranks, leading to a more balanced competition in the film industry. It was astonishing to witness the once formidable adversary part with their cinema chain. Taking a deep breath, He Guanchong, with a complex expression, remarked, "It seems he is preparing to exit the film industry." Zhou Wenhui replied, "It's highly probable." Both men understood Sha Yifeng well. As long as he was committed to filmmaking, he would never sell such an essential asset. After all, without the cinema chain, one would be at the mercy of others. Constrained. This was precisely the predicament they faced when founding. There was no reason for Sha Yifeng to be oblivious to this. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that he had no intention of continuing in the film industry and intended to shift his focus to television. With Sha Yifeng's departure, a new contender had arrived, and the ensuing competition was bound to intensify. He Guanchong expressed his concerns, wishing for Shaw Brothers to remain afloat and to avoid selling their chain to the Furong Group. If they refrained from selling, Shaw Brothers posed little threat too. The situation had changed, however, with the ambitious Lin Ze now in the picture. The youth, brimming with vigor, would undoubtedly seek to make a mark, thus making competition inevitable. Zhou Wenhui coldly asserted, "What is there to fear? We have faced adversity before. We will do so again." He Guanchong nodded slightly, inwardly conceding, "It seems this is the only way forward." Meanwhile, on the side of Cine City, there was little commotion, merely lamenting the decline of Shaw Brothers without paying much heed to the Furong Group. In the words of Mai Jia, in the film industry, wealth does not guarantee success. The essence lies within the films themselves, comprising directors, scripts, and actors. Although Furong Film Company possessed financial resources, they lacked the cultural depth in the entertainment sphere. Their foray into the film industry was merely a result of being misled, rendering them a mere naive investor. It must be said that the team at Cine City, buoyed by the success of several blockbuster films, had become rather inflated in ego, having long forgotten the virtues of humility and modesty. Afternoon, 4 o'clock. Yao Ma Ti, Shanghai Street, a tea restaurant. 3 young men gathered together, one of whom was plump and wore a pair of black frame glasses. "Jing, have you heard the news?" "What news?" "There's a rumor circulating outside that Uncle Liu is going to shut down the film company." "Shut down? That can't be true. I had no idea. It's all over the industry. They say Uncle Liu has sold the distribution company, which surely means he has no intention of continuing in filmmaking. Otherwise, why would he sell it? If Uncle Liu truly closes the film company, where will we go? What can we do? If it happens, we'll just return to the television station to shoot dramas. You're fortunate. Your father can assist you, providing a fallback. I, on the other hand, am in a different situation." The young man's expression turned bleak, his face etched with worry. Wang Jing patted his chest, displaying camaraderie. "Don't worry. I'll discuss it with my father and see if I can get you into the television station as well." "Thanks." Chen Jiashong looked at him gratefully. "However, I plan to seek out Dongge first to see if I can land a role in Xianicheng." "You mean a Dong?" Wang Jing was also acquainted with Lin Dong, who had once apprenticed under his father, Wang Tianlin. "Indeed," Chen Jiashong nodded. "We're all part of the same circle. We previously worked at the same television station. The industry is quite small, so it's only natural we know each other." "Shang, I have a suggestion." Du Qifeng, who had been quietly sipping his drink, finally spoke up. "Xianicheng has no shortage of directors. Huang Beiming, Mai Jia, they're all directors, not to mention Su Ku and Adong. With so many established names, do you really think you could direct a film there?" Chen Jiashong was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't considered that aspect, as his sole desire was to make films. Observing Chen Jiashong's silence, Du Qifeng continued, "I propose you consider the Furong Film Company. They have just been established and are in need of directors. If you go there, you will undoubtedly find ample opportunities, and perhaps even get to direct a film right away." Chen Jiashong felt a flicker of interest. "Wait a moment, a phone. Something feels off. Are you somehow in cahoots with the Furong Film Company?" Wang Jing interjected suddenly. Chapter 59. Are you Wang Jing? Chen Jiashang's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze towards Du Qifeng. Du Qifeng rolled his eyes and, with a leisurely grasp of his teacup, replied, "What connections? There are none. They merely contacted me, seeking to invite me to act in their film. I am still contemplating." "I knew it. The moment you mentioned Furong Film Company. It was evident there was some connection," Wang Jing remarked, a sudden smile illuminating his face as he adopted a teasing expression. "If Lu Shu discovers that you have been clandestinely associating with Furong, and even recommending Shaw Brothers' talents to them, he certainly won't let you off easily." Du Qifeng's expression faltered, and he shot Wang Jing a glare, defending himself. "I'm merely providing ideas for Ashong, all right? Besides, if you don't mention it, and I don't mention it, and Ashong doesn't mention it, who would know?" Chen Jiashang intervened, attempting to ease the tension. "All right, Jingge. Fengge is simply looking out for my future employment." Wang Jing rolled his eyes again, clarifying that he was merely jesting and had no intention of spreading rumors. At this moment, he was far from the sharp-tongued figure he would later become, as he had yet to achieve the success that awaited him. "Feng Yi, what conditions did Furong Film Company offer you for this invitation?" Chen Jiashang inquired with curiosity. Wang Jing leaned in with interest. "It wasn't an extensive discussion," Du Qifeng replied. "They indicated that as long as I joined them, I would shoot at least one film each year. Furthermore, for any suitable projects, they would provide full support without any financial concerns. I heard that Furong Group is prepared to invest several $100 million to support their film endeavors." Hiss! Both Wang Jing and Chen Jiashang gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback. My goodness, such is the might of a large corporation, to allocate hundreds of millions for filmmaking. Are they not concerned about incurring losses? Who knows? At least that's what my contact conveyed, Du Qifeng responded. It's quite promising to have such affluent backing. One need not worry about a lack of projects. Wang Jing regarded Du Qifeng with curiosity. "A phone, why don't you switch to Furong? What is there to contemplate?" "Indeed? Fengge, what are you still pondering?" Chen Jiashang asked, equally perplexed. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Du Qifeng's face. "While Furong Film Company offers enticing conditions, there is one significant caveat." "Caveat? What is it?" "That is, I must become their sign director, and the contract duration is quite lengthy, starting from 8 years, with the possibility of extending even further." "What? 8 years?" Both were taken aback. Typically, contracts span about 3 years, with 5 being the maximum. They were astonished that Furong demanded an 8-year commitment. Although the contract duration is considerable, the compensation is quite generous. They offered a director's fee of $100,000 for each film, along with a 2% share of the box office in the Hong Kong region. And if the box office exceeds $30 million, the share rises to 3%. Wang Jing and Chen Jiashang's eyes lit up, their breaths quickening. It was essential to note that at Shaw Brothers, they barely earned $50,000 for a film, let alone any box office bonuses, which were merely a distant dream. "Brother Feng, with such generous treatment, what are you hesitating for? If it were me, I would immediately accept." Chen Jiashang gazed enviously, aware that he could never have such favorable terms in the past. His directing experience pales in comparison to that of Du Qifeng, who has already directed several films. Wang Jing remarked with envy, "I truly do not understand your hesitation. A director's fee of $100,000, plus at least a 2% share of the box office. If a film grosses $10 million, that amounts to a 20,000 share, and with the director's fee, you would earn $300,000. I have directed several films, and my fees are barely that much. I envy you greatly. If Furong were to offer me such a lucrative deal, I would leap at the chance." Du Qifeng chuckled. "You would switch jobs? Are you not afraid of Uncle Lu's disapproval?" Wang Jing grinned. "Weren't you just saying Uncle Lu is planning to shut down the film company? My livelihood is at stake. Switching to another company wouldn't be considered a breach of contract." Du Qifeng shook his head in amusement, contemplating whether he should join them. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. "Who is Wang Jing?" 3 men entered, one of whom removed his sunglasses, his gaze chilling as he scrutinized the trio. The 3 men felt their hearts race, instantly recognizing the two as formidable. Du Qifeng, mustering his courage, stood up and asked, "Who are you? Are you Wang Jing?" The man in sunglasses fixed his gaze upon him. "I am not," Du Qifeng replied, shaking his head. Not you? Then what were you saying? The man in sunglasses rolled his eyes, exasperated. His gaze shifted to the other two. Hello, big brother. I am Wang Jing. The plump Wang stood trembling, his mind racing, realizing he had not caused any trouble recently and confirming he did not know these men. You are Wang Jing? The man in sunglasses curiously examined the overweight figure before him, puzzled as to why Ze Ge would seek out this man. Could it be that he had directed a notable film? Yes, Wang Jing gulped, nodding nervously. Excellent. Come, someone wishes to see you. The man in sunglasses spoke blandly, gesturing for Wang Jing to follow. Someone wishes to see me? Wang Jing was bewildered, silently lamenting, praying they were not members of a gang. A Jing will not go with you. Whatever it is, you can say it here, Du Qifeng boldly interjected, his voice steady as he addressed the man in sunglasses. He felt obligated to stand up for Wang Jing, knowing that Wang Jing's father, Wang Tianlin, was his mentor. If he did not step forward, how could he face Wang Tianlin later? Indeed, whatever you have to say can be said here. Jing Ge cannot accompany you, Tian Yangsheng added. The man in sunglasses, known as Tian Yangsheng, along with his two subordinates, regarded Du Qifeng with interest. You are quite bold. What is your name? Tian Yangsheng inquired, intrigued by Du Qifeng. Not wishing to be belittled, Du Qifeng straightened his posture and declared, I am Du Qifeng. You're Du Qifeng? Tian Yangsheng expressed surprise. Du Qifeng posed momentarily. And you? What is your name? Tian Yangsheng turned his gaze to the individual in the center. I am Tian Yangsheng. You are all directors? Indeed. Very well. Since that is the case, let us proceed together. With those words, Tian Yangsheng donned his sunglasses and strode outside, disregarding whether the three companions agreed to follow him. You. Du Qifeng wished to utter something further, but upon noticing two suited men outside, who revealed their weapons from beneath their jackets, he promptly silenced himself. With a sheepish smile, he remarked, since the elder brother has extended an invitation, how could we refuse? We shall go. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Jing and Tian Yangsheng. The two, having also perceived the threat, silently lamented their predicament and obediently trailed the three men out of the tea house. They were swiftly ushered into a van, which soon departed. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, Wang Jing and his companions found themselves at the Royal Court nightclub. Xian, who are these three? The nightclub's overseer, Tian Yangyi, inquired as he observed Tian Yangsheng escorting three unfamiliar faces, evidently under duress. They are individuals requested by Director Lin Ze. Upon hearing this, Tian Yangyi nodded and instructed, then take them to the private room on the second floor. Tian Yangsheng acknowledged and made his way toward the upper level, with Wang Jing and his companions reluctantly following behind, praying for an uneventful evening. Before long, they were brought to a private room. You three shall rest in this chamber. Await Director Ze's arrival. He will meet with you. With that, Tian Yangsheng exited the room, leaving two of his subordinates at the door to prevent any escape attempts by Wang Jing and his companions. They exchanged glances at a loss for words, bewildered by their unexpected situation. Uncertain whether their fate was a blessing or a curse, they sat in anxious silence. As the three wrestled with their unease, Tian Yangsheng placed a call to Lin Ze. Brother Ze, I have located the individuals and brought them to Simsha Sui. On the other end of the line, Lin Ze, upon learning that they had arrived at the nightclub, offered no further comments, merely instructing Tian Yangsheng to treat them well, assuring him he would arrive later that evening. Thus, Wang Jing and his companions remained in a state of apprehension for nearly 2 hours before Lin Ze finally made his entrance at the nightclub. Chapter 60. An invitation to join. The directorial team is set at the Royal Court nightclub in a private room on the second floor. Lin Ze looked at Tian Yangsheng with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He had merely asked Tian Yangsheng to invite Wang Jing, a maestro of commercial filmmaking. Regardless of the artistic merit of his films, what mattered most was their box office success. As long as they turned a profit, that was sufficient. Furthermore, Wang Jing was known for his swift filmmaking, a quality Lin Ze desperately needed at this juncture. With Wu Yusen still absent from Hong Kong, it was imperative to engage a director to keep the film company operational. Delays could risk Wu Yusen completing the script before filming commenced. To Lin Ze's astonishment, Tian Yangsheng returned not only with Wang Jing, but also with the esteemed directors Du Qifeng and Chen Jiashang. However, the manner of their invitation seemed to have left an indelible mark, as the three men regarded him with a hint of trepidation. Clearing his throat, Lin Ze coughed lightly to regain their attention. His expression one of sincere apology. "I beg your pardon, my colleague's actions were rather brusque, and I hope you can forgive him. Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf." The trio, clearly startled, hastily assured him that an apology was unnecessary. Their only desire at that moment was to extricate themselves from what felt like an unsafe environment. Recognizing the damage had been done, Lin Ze dismissed their apprehension with a nonchalant attitude. After all, in the ruthless world of business, few could claim to have clean hands during the era of capital accumulation. Those who adhered strictly to ethical practices would have long been devoured by their competitors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Ze, the founder of Furong Group. It is a pleasure to meet you all, he said, a smile gracing his lips. The founder of Furong Group? Is that not the chairman of the Hong Kong Electric Company? The figure recently celebrated in the newspapers? Du Qifeng, Wang Jing, and Chen Jiashang exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Lin Ze. "Mr. Lin, it is an honor to meet you." Du Qifeng was the first to recover, his tone laced with respect and admiration. He mused to himself that this was a genuine tycoon, a figure even more formidable than Xiao Yifu. Despite being younger in appearance than many of his contemporaries, Lin Ze had amassed a fortune in the billions in less than a year, inspiring a sense of admiration among his peers. Wang Jing soon followed suit. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Wang Jing. I am Chen Jiashang," he added. Lin Ze extended his hand, shaking hands with each of them in turn, then, with a beaming expression, continued, "I initially sought to invite Wang Jing, but I am delighted to find you both here as well. Thus, I would like to extend a heartfelt invitation for all three of you to join Furong Film Company to create films. The company offers generous compensation, and I believe Du Qifeng has mentioned that once you sign with us, you will partake in the profits from the films we produce. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of your contracts, the company will support you in establishing your own directing studios or even co-founding a film company centered around your vision. Similar to what is done. I wonder if you might consider this opportunity?" Lin Ze earnestly articulated his proposal. It is an unrealistic endeavor to tether someone indefinitely to a company. Those with true talent will inevitably rise to establish their own enterprises. Consequently, the subsequent establishment of a studio ensued. Wang Jing and Chen Jiashang were momentarily taken aback, for they had not anticipated that Lin Ze had summoned them solely to extend an invitation to join his film company. This was Lin Ze, a billionaire of immense fortune. They swallowed hard, feeling both honored and astonished. Du Qifeng, however, remained composed. Upon Lin Ze revealing his identity and inviting Wang Jing, he had already deduced the purpose of their gathering. Nonetheless, he was still somewhat surprised that Lin Ze chose to meet with the three of them personally. This indicated that the film company held significant value in Lin Ze's perspective. Otherwise, he would not have deemed it necessary to meet with them, mere individuals in the industry. With this thought, Du Qifeng's earlier hesitations dissipated. Although the wait had been slightly prolonged, the offered terms were quite favorable. Other film companies could not provide such advantageous conditions. "Mr. Lin, I am willing to join your company," Du Qifeng declared decisively after weighing the pros and cons. "Welcome, Director Du. I believe you will find great satisfaction within our company," Lin Ze replied with a smile. Du Qifeng was indeed a talented individual. His filmmaking prowess was commendable, particularly in comparison to the likes of Sunglasses King, who was only suited for artistic projects and would falter in commercial cinema. Du Qifeng excelled in producing gangster films, having created the acclaimed series focused on the underworld. His personal favorite, however, remained If Heaven Has Feelings. Resolute in his decision, Du Qifeng thought that if Wei Yusen had not returned to Hong Kong within the next 10 to 15 days, he would assign Du Qifeng to direct A Better Tomorrow. Nevertheless, Du Qifeng's style leaned towards realism, capturing the genuine living conditions of gangsters, while Wei Yusen emphasized a more romanticized notion of masculinity and personal heroism, often imbued with a sense of ritual even amidst conflict. The distinction between their approaches was significant. Should Du Chifeng direct A Better Tomorrow, it would necessitate a comprehensive approach akin to If Heaven Has Feelings. Upon witnessing Du Chifeng's inclusion, Tian Yangsheng, who had long been seeking a path forward, promptly interjected, "Mr. Lin, may I also join your company?" Of course, Lin Ze responded affirmatively. Although Tian Yangsheng might not possess the same level of fame as Du Chifeng, his filmmaking talents were equally formidable, with successful titles such as the Fight Back to School series, The Legend of the Drunken Master, and The Four Great Constables to his credit. He had frequently collaborated with Zhou Xingqi and was also an accomplished screenwriter, having penned many of his own films. Such talent was certainly appealing to Lin Ze. Upon receiving Lin Ze's affirmative response, Tian Yangsheng felt a wave of joy wash over him, reflected in the smile that graced his face. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze upon him, Wang Jing quickly added, "Mr. Lin, there is no need to ask. I'm also eager to join your company." "Excellent," Lin Ze replied with enthusiasm. "I am delighted that you all will be joining the company. We shall now be united as one team." Upon hearing the voice, Tian Yangsheng entered, first glancing at Wang Jing and the others, then calling out to Lin Ze. "Ze, from now on, these three will be part of my company. Today is their first visit here. Please take them downstairs and entertain them well. Whatever they spend, charge it to my account." Taken aback by the unexpected generosity, Tian Yangsheng nodded in understanding without further inquiry. Wang Jing and his companions hastily declined, expressing their reluctance to incur any expenses. Although they had never visited this establishment, they were well aware of the illustrious reputation of the Royal Court nightclub, recognizing it as a place of extravagant costs. It was said to feature many striking foreign women and alluring maids from distant lands, along with various enticing uniforms, making it a renowned den of indulgence. Lin Ze, interrupting their polite refusals, rose with a smile and declared, "Enough of the formalities. We are all comrades here. Enjoy yourselves today. Consider it a means to unwind. If you feel any guilt, strive to produce outstanding films in the future and aim for box office success." The trio exchanged glances before eagerly assuring him that they would indeed focus on making great films. "Xian, I leave them in your care. I shall take my leave now," Lin Ze announced, preparing to exit. "Ze, allow me to see you off," came the response. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ze replied, "No need, just ensure you attend to them well." "Understood." Chapter 61, The Beverage Launch. An overwhelming marketing campaign. Days swiftly passed, and December descended upon us. After more than half a month of promotion and market expansion, Furong Beverage Company successfully forged agreements with several retail giants in Xiangjiang, including Welcome, Parkashop, and 7-Eleven. The company commenced supplying its newly developed beverage, named Lehu, to these supermarkets and convenience stores. With the sales channels established, the remaining tasks appeared manageable. The beverage spokesperson was none other than Cheng Long. Although his fees were somewhat steep, his status as an action star made him an apt choice for endorsing a functional drink. As for the fact that most products endorsed by Cheng Long ultimately faltered, that was a concern for another day. Lin Ze remained confident that Lehu would not falter. He was prepared to invest heavily to ensure its success. The promotional video was produced, and the posters featuring Cheng Long were completed. Media arrangements were also finalized. Everything was in place. On December 28th, the functional beverage Lehu officially launched in Xiangjiang. Early that morning, many citizens spotted new advertisements plastered on the city's buses. The posters depicted Cheng Long holding a can of Lehu. Accompanying the image was a catchy phrase: "What to do when you feel drowsy at work? Fear not, for I have it. A sip of Lehu will instantly invigorate you." The brand name Lehu was prominently displayed for all to see. In the subway stations, another advertisement featured Cheng Long clad in a sports jersey, standing atop a football, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, holding a can of Lehu. Beneath this striking image, the tagline read, "Unleash boundless energy, surpass yourself, conquer all, Lehu." Outside the office buildings in Central, a rectangular advertisement showcased yet another grand poster. Dressed in business attire, Cheng Long held a can of Lehu, beaming as he proclaimed, "Revitalize your mind, energize your day, Lehu." These posters were also featured in major newspapers. and even TVB aired the promotional video. Compared to print advertisements, the visual medium communicated the message more effectively. In pursuit of a sensational debut, Furong Beverage Company invested over 1 million Hong Kong dollars in an extensive advertising campaign across Xinjiang. Such a vast and repetitive marketing effort naturally attracted the attention of many citizens, sparking lively discussions. Numerous individuals, upon seeing the advertisements, opted to visit nearby supermarkets to inquire about the Lehu beverage endorsed by Chenglong Li Daosheng, employed at a foreign trade company in Central, had celebrated his 3-year anniversary with his girlfriend the previous day. They spent the day enjoying a date filled with shopping and cinema, returning home for a tender evening that extended until the early hours. Today, however, he had to rise early for work, as he resided in Kowloon and needed to commute. Having slept for merely 4 hours, he appeared somewhat lethargic, dozing off even while seated on the bus. As the vehicle arrived at its stop, Li Daosheng let out a yawn, his eyes bleary, and with one hand grasping his backpack, he disembarked. Just as he was about to head towards the company across the street, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a poster featuring Chenglong on the building diagonally opposite. A great admirer of Chenglong's films, he had seen many of them. Upon scrutinizing the poster's content, he noticed a product named Lehu. It resembled a beverage, purportedly capable of invigorating the mind. Skeptical, Li Daosheng did not dwell on it for long. Spotting the green traffic light, he crossed the road. Directly across was a 7 to 11 convenience store, its exterior adorned with advertisements. What to do when you're tired and weary? Drink Lehu for an invigorating boost, he read. After a moment's hesitation, he considered his current state. If his supervisor were to catch him in this condition, he would undoubtedly face reprimand and possibly a deduction in salary. Perhaps he should purchase a can to test its efficacy? This thought ignited his curiosity. "Hello, do you have that Lehu drink? The one endorsed by Chenglong?" he inquired. "Indeed, we do. How much is a can?" "5 yuan. Is it really that expensive?" Li Daosheng furrowed his brow. Even a can of Coca-Cola was at most 4 yuan. However, there was little he could do about the price. Nevertheless, this beverage does have a refreshing effect. "Would you like to buy a can? Then I shall take one." After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase a can and ascertain whether it lived up to its advertised claims. "Here, your 5 yuan. "Thank you." As he placed the change into his wallet and picked up the can, he exited the convenience store. Upon stepping outside, he swiftly popped the tab, tilting the can back to take a sip. This flavor is rather pleasant. After a couple of sips, he detected a hint of sweetness, not overly sweet, accompanied by a fragrant, herbal essence, with a light effervescence that was far more refreshing than that of Coca-Cola. He found it quite enjoyable, the stimulation less intense than expected. After a few more sips, he gradually felt his mind becoming clearer, the drowsiness dissipating. This drink truly has an uplifting effect, he marveled. Continuing to drink until the can was empty, he felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his mind, and his spirits lifted considerably. "This beverage is remarkable," Li Daosheng exclaimed, akin to discovering a treasure. He ambled along, perusing the can's specifications and ingredients. Although he did not understand the significance of taurine or other components, he was taken aback to see that the manufacturer was Furong Beverage Company. ISNT, Furong, known for its medical and media ventures. Have they ventured into the beverage industry now? Shaking his head, he noticed a trash bin ahead and tossed the empty can into it. He then turned around and briskly walked to the elevator, ascending to the office. "Good morning, Shengge. Where have you been? What's the matter? Your eyes are both dark-circled." "Is that so?" Li Daosheng touched his eyes, dismissing it casually. "I stayed up late watching television last night, and didn't sleep well, suffering from insomnia." "Oh." His colleague did not press further. Soon, the office began to fill with more people, and the laughter faded. Everyone was engrossed in their work, including Li Daosheng. Before he realized it, noon arrived. He went out to lunch with a friend. On the way, his friend inquired, "Shengge, you seem quite energetic despite your insomnia. How is that possible?" In truth, fatigue had already set in. He had been dozing off on the way to the office. And had it not been for the Lehu energy drink endorsed by Chenglong that he consumed to invigorate himself, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. "Really? Does that drink have such remarkable effects?" His companion remarked. having seen the news but skeptical of the advertising claims. Indeed, Li Daoxing nodded. Initially, I was doubtful and only bought a can to try it out. After drinking it, I felt significantly more alert and my drowsiness vanished. Impressive. I shall also purchase a can to try it. Such scenarios were numerous. Lehu had begun to circulate among office workers, taxi drivers, and truck drivers. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals became aware that consuming Lehu energy drink could enhance alertness, leading to a remarkable surge in sales. Particularly in convenience stores or small supermarkets located near train stations, office buildings, and construction sites, the drink sold exceptionally well. After all, these areas often face severe overtime, resulting in significant sleep deprivation, or frequented by laborers and drivers who required unwavering focus. These constituted the primary demographic for energy drinks. Chapter 62, A Promising Start. 2 films by Furong in the evening. Viewers seated before their television sets suddenly discovered that the advertisements interrupting the television dramas and those concluding the broadcast were predominantly for a beverage endorsed by Cheng Long. The advertisement depicted Cheng Long clad in a sports jersey, perspiring profusely on the field, his brow glistening with beads of sweat, breathing heavily. At that moment, the coach presented him with a can of Lehu, and upon consuming it, he instantly rejuvenated, shedding his earlier fatigue as if reborn, sprinting across the football pitch once more. Following a whistle, the scene shifted to Cheng Long standing before the camera, holding a can of Lehu, his face beaming with delight as he proclaimed, "For a rapid energy boost, I choose Lehu. After drinking Lehu, fatigue vanishes instantly, allowing you to showcase your talents." The scene transitioned again, showcasing a group of individuals, including a car driver, a taxi driver, office workers, and Cheng Long representing athletes and construction workers, all gathering together to boldly declare, "Challenge your limits, forge ahead. Your energy surpasses your imagination." Although the name Lehu was not explicitly mentioned, each individual held a can of the beverage. Furthermore, at the conclusion, the words Lehu were prominently displayed, leaving no room for doubt regarding the advertisement's intended message. With the broadcast of the advertisement on the television network, the name Lehu firmly embedded itself in the public consciousness, particularly with its relentless airing over the course of 2 weeks. Even those who had never heard of Lehu were now aware of a beverage that invigorated and revitalized. Word of mouth further propelled Lehu's popularity among taxi drivers, truck drivers, laborers, and office employees, resulting in a conspicuous daily increase in sales. Chairman, exciting news. Lehu's sales have skyrocketed. On this day, the general manager of the beverage company, Su Jihong, entered Lin Ze's office, his face alight with enthusiasm as he reported on Lehu's sales figures. In just half a month, they had sold 230,000 cans, exceeding previous expectations by 50,000. Su spoke with fervor, his excitement palpable. Lin Ze chuckled, "Remain composed. This is merely the beginning. 230,000 cans is just an average of 16,000 cans sold daily. It is only worth celebrating when daily sales in Xiangjiang reach 100,000 cans. 100,000 cans?" Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, stammering, "Chairman, achieving a daily sales figure of 100,000 seems improbable. We are a functional beverage, not a carbonated drink like Coca-Cola or Pepsi, and our customer base is not as extensive." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. "What, lacking confidence?" Su nodded, admitting, "To be honest, I lack confidence in that regard. A daily sales figure of 100,000 means that roughly 1 in every 40 residents of Xiangjiang would need to drink Lehu. Your calculations are simplistic. Some individuals may consume 2 or 3 cans. Just because we cannot achieve it now does not preclude future success. However, we must prioritize expanding into overseas markets. I believe Taiwan is a promising first step. Let us conquer Taiwan before considering other regions for market expansion. The Xiangjiang market is simply too small. At present, consumer spending on the mainland has yet to recover. Under such circumstances, it becomes imperative to expand overseas. Hong Kong is currently engaged in close trade relations with Taiwan, whose economy has begun to flourish, indicating a robust consumer capacity that makes it an ideal initial destination for expansion. Selling over 10,000 cans in a single day. Calculated at a supply price of 4 yuan each, yields a mere 60,000 yuan in daily gross income. This translates to a monthly gross income of only about 190,000 yuan. After deducting costs for raw materials, packaging, labor, and factory rent, the actual profit is minimal. Indeed, one could earn more by producing a film. Thus, it is essential to elevate sales figures. A target of 500,000 cans per month would render a more satisfactory income. Given the current market in Hong Kong, it is evident that such a volume cannot be consumed, thereby necessitating market expansion overseas. Upon hearing Lin Ze's remarks, Su Jihong's earlier excitement faded. Indeed, the current sales figures are inadequate, and market expansion is essential. Well then, let us place the report here. I will review it and contact you if I notice any issues. Understood, Chairman. Su Jihong submitted the report to Lin Ze and then exited the conference room. In the afternoon, a knock echoed through the room. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Ze called out, "Come in." The door creaked open as Xie Wanjin stepped inside. "Chairman, Mr. Zhou and his team have arrived." "Oh, please show them in," Lin Ze replied. "Yes." Outside the door, Xie Wanjin smiled. "Mr. Zhou, the chairman invites you to enter." "All right." Zhou Zhihui took a deep breath and stepped inside, followed by Du Qifeng and others. "Have they arrived?" Hearing footsteps, Lin Ze looked up to see Zhou Zhihui and his companions entering, and he greeted them with a smile. "Please take a seat." Xie Wanjin served water to the guests. Lin Ze opened his drawer and retrieved 2 documents. Rising, he moved to the sofa and sat down, handing one document titled The Story of the Gambler to Director Wang Jing. "Here, Director Wang, take a look at this story." He then passed the other document to Du Qifeng. Noticing that his friends had documents while he did not, Chen Jiashong glanced at Lin Ze. Lin Ze chuckled. "Director Chen, do not fret. The summary I provided to Director Wang is also intended for you. I know both of you excel at script writing, and I hope you can collaborate to refine this story and develop a script. Both you and Director Wang will co-direct this project, making it a trial endeavor for your involvement with the company. Due to the system's limited rewards for scripts, Lin Ze relied on his memory to draft the synopsis of The Gambler, outlining the film's overarching narrative. Specific details, such as dialogues, will require the creative input of Wang Jing and Chen Jiashong. Both are adept at crafting scripts, and Lin Ze intends to harness their talents effectively. Their cinematic styles align closely, both favoring humor and wit, which complements the tone of The Gambler beautifully. Furthermore, the film Past Life was directed and scripted by Wang Jing, so entrusting it back to him is akin to returning it to its rightful owner. As for Chen Jiashong, Lin Ze hopes to collaborate with Wang Jing for some time before embarking on another film project. His experience, in comparison to Du Qifeng and Wang Jing, is still considerably limited. Regarding the script for A Better Tomorrow, Lin Ze intends to hand it over to Wu Yusen for filming, as it is a classic. Should Du Qifeng mishandle it, it would be a significant loss. Currently, he has assigned Du Qifeng another project titled Black and White Infiltration, which actually encompasses the narrative of the second installment, Black and White Infiltration 2. The setting has been shifted from Siam to Taiwan. Lin Ze has seen the first installment, but has since forgotten its details. Moreover, as the script was a reward from the system, he made a few adjustments before presenting it to Du Qifeng. Fortunately, the first and second installments bear no connection. They are independent narratives. Is it a gambling film? He has never ventured into that genre before, yet the storyline appears rather intriguing. After perusing the synopsis, Wang Jing deemed the story quite commendable. What do you think? How about you both refine the script and bring it to life? Wang Jing inquired, glancing at Chen Jiashong, who, along with Du Qifeng, replied in unison, "Chairman, we accept this project." "Wonderful," Lin Ze responded with a smile. "You two can finalize the budget and submit it to General Manager Zhou. He will then seek approval." Zhou Zhihui, standing nearby, nodded with a smile, indicating no objections. At this moment, Du Qifeng had also finished a cursory reading of the script in his hands. "Chairman, is this script intended for my direction?" "Of course, otherwise, why would it be presented to you?" "In that case, I shall accept it." Du Qifeng agreed, feeling that this script was well suited for him. "Excellent." Lin Ze chuckled. "With Director Du's prowess, I am confident that you will produce an outstanding work." "Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I will put my heart into this endeavor," Du Qifeng promptly assured. "Good." Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. You three should first refine the script and prepare the necessary groundwork, such as casting, budgeting, and so forth. By the way, the female lead will be selected through open auditions, and I will be involved. The group, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Lin Ze's intentions and nodded in agreement without any hint of dissent. It is quite commonplace for a magnate to invest in films and pursue romantic interests. Chapter 63. Relocating the company, establishing in Central. Central 19, Davao Road Central, Global Building. Is this the location you have chosen? Lin Ze observed the glass FA building before him with keen interest. After deciding to relocate the headquarters of Furong Company from Mongkok to Central, a team led by Wang Wei was formed to scout suitable buildings in the area. Indeed, boss, Wang Wei replied, his tone tinged with excitement. This building is reasonably priced and boasts an excellent geographical location, directly opposite the Magnificent, which was constructed at great expense by Jardines, and across the road from Standard Chartered Tower and Landmark, with convenient transport links. The Star Ferry Pier is merely a few hundred meters away, and a subway station is right at the base, offering a distinct locational advantage. Most importantly, this building is currently available for sale by the owner. It is also relatively new, having been officially completed in 1980. Lin Ze nodded slightly, his gaze meticulously surveying the technologically advanced office building before him. While glass FA buildings may not be considered novel in a decade or two, they remain a refreshing sight at present. Many structures still adhere to older architectural styles, with only a few, such as the built by Li Ka-shing, employing a glass FA. Speaking of Li Ka-shing, Lin Ze suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Was this building constructed by Chung Kong? Indeed, it was built by Chung Kong, Wang Wei explained, sensing Lin Ze's disinterest in Li Ka-shing. Back then, Chung Kong outmaneuvered the Land Development Company to acquire the rights for this property. However, before construction was completed, the entire building had already been sold. The ownership is now fragmented among various proprietors and has little to do with Chung Kong anymore. Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. Which floors are you considering? Replying to the chairman, currently, the connected floors under discussion are the 13th, 14th, and 15th, with the seller being a financial company. Each floor spans approximately 700 square feet, around 502 square meters, with a total area of 50,000 square feet. The current asking price from the owner is 120 million Hong Kong dollars. Upon hearing that 3 floors are available for only 120 million Hong Kong dollars, Lin Ze considered it reasonable, predicting that in 20 years, the price for a single floor would likely reach 300 to 400 million Hong Kong dollars. However, given the current market conditions, he felt the price was steep. It is important to note that the real estate market is currently sluggish, with few willing to invest in property, especially after an agreement was reached last December regarding the Hong Kong issue, which heightened panic among many investors, prompting them to liquidate assets and flee. In simple terms, there is a panic-induced sell-off, with more sellers than buyers. What was the initial listing price for this building? Lin Ze inquired. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure of the specific listing price, but according to news reports, the entire building sold out in less than 8 hours for over 590 million Hong Kong dollars. The rapid sale caused quite a stir across Hong Kong. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind, and remarked, so, the price per floor would be approximately 20 million Hong Kong dollars? Yes. Let us negotiate with the property owner. The maximum price for 3 floors should not exceed 80 million. Additionally, let's explore other floors to see if any owners are willing to sell. If a single floor is priced around 20 million, it is also a viable option. Ideally, we would prefer adjacent floors. However, if that is not feasible, we shall proceed as long as the price is reasonable. Lin Ze believed it prudent to take advantage of the current low prices and acquire several floors. While there are concerns elsewhere regarding the resale of office buildings, in central Hong Kong, there will undoubtedly be no shortage of tenants and buyers in the future. Central Hong Kong is poised to become one of the most expensive office rental districts globally. Even if we do not sell, leasing the property will yield substantial annual income. Have we not heard of the harbor city developed by the Pak family in Kowloon, which generates nearly 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in rental income annually after 2 or 3 decades. This is still in the Tsim Sha Sui area of Kowloon. In terms of geographical location and vibrancy, it pales in comparison to the Global Trade Center. In summary, investing in real estate in Hong Kong is assuredly a profitable venture from a long-term perspective. One might even say that purchasing blindly now and holding for a decade or two could yield returns exceeding fivefold. Upon hearing Lin Ze mention 80 million, Wang Wei's face displayed hesitation, as if she were struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "Speak plainly. What are you hesitating for?" "Chairman, acquiring 3 floors for 80 million seems implausible," Wang Wei quickly clarified upon noticing Lin Ze's furrowed brow. The Global Trade Center's property value was already marked up by 30% in 1981, and there was a slight increase in 1982. Although the real estate market has been sluggish in recent years, 80 million Hong Kong dollars is a challenging figure to achieve. Lin Ze frowned, as he was not well-versed in these matters, having arrived in this time period in 1984. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Let us proceed with negotiations, aiming to reduce the price as much as possible. As you know, the company's finances are currently tight. Every dollar saved is significant." With Lin Ze's concession, Wang Wei felt a wave of relief. She truly lacked the capability to secure 3 floors at 80 million. It remains uncertain whether the seller was eager to offload the property or if Wang Wei's negotiation skills were exceptional. But within 5 days following the last site visit, the seller relented. No longer demanding 120 million, they announced a minimum price of 85 million Hong Kong dollars, claiming it to be the lowest offer, with no room for negotiation whatsoever. After some consideration, Lin Ze agreed to this price. Subsequently, both parties arranged a time to sign the transaction contract, and the funds were promptly transferred to the seller. Consequently, this marked the moment when the Furong Group finally acquired its own office building. The 13th and 14th floors are currently occupied by tenants, while the 15th floor remains vacant. Therefore, following the completion of the transaction, the company began its relocation. Fortunately, the number of employees working in the office building is not extensive, totaling no more than 150 individuals, primarily comprising the headquarters staff, along with personnel from the newspaper and film companies. As for the pharmaceutical and beverage companies, only administrative staff, such as those from the marketing and sales departments, will be stationed here. The remaining departments, such as the Research Center and Production Division, are situated in the Tsuan 1 industrial building. The company has relocated to Central, a prime real estate area, and the faces of every employee radiate joy, even those residing in Kowloon. This move signifies the company's flourishing progress. Moreover, the office environment has seen a remarkable enhancement. Previously, each individual's workspace was merely about 1 square meter, but now, on average, each person enjoys at least 3 square meters. The spacious layout and increased mobility significantly uplift the mood during work hours. On January 23, 1985, 3 days after the company's move to the new office building, in the conference room, Wang Jing and Tian Yangsheng sat on their chairs, visibly tense, while Lin Ze held a document in hand. The document contained the refined script for The God of Gamblers, along with a list of proposed actors and the film's budget. In addition to the 3, Zhou Zhihui, the general manager of the film company, was also present. The room was enveloped in silence, with even the sound of breathing audible as time ticked by. Wang Jing and Tian Yangsheng felt as though an eternity had passed. "The script is quite well written," Lin Ze remarked, setting the document down and acknowledging their efforts with a smile. Wang Jing and Tian Yangsheng heaved a sigh of relief. "For the role of Xiao Dao, are you considering Liang Chaowei? The lead role will undoubtedly go to Zhou Ruanfa, and Di Long will portray the bodyguard Long Wang. As for why he isn't playing the main antagonist, Gao Yi, it's primarily due to Di Long's overly upright appearance and amiable demeanor in his middle age, lacking the fierce temperament required. Indeed, we believe Liang Chaowei is more suited for this role," Wang Jing responded. "Why not Lu Dehua? I think he would be quite fitting for the character," Lin Ze suggested, expressing his preference for Lu. Although Liang is commendable for some reason, he did not have a favorable impression of him. Wang Jing and Tian Yangsheng exchanged glances, swallowing hard. "Chairman, Lu Dehua has currently been blacklisted by TVB. Inviting him for the film might provoke. Wang Jing hesitated. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How'd he get blacklisted? He was unaware of Lu Dahua's history of being blacklisted, having assumed that this superstar had been sailing smoothly in his career. The situation is as follows. Wang Jing explained the matter. So, Lu Dahua refused to sign a new 5-year contract with TVB, and they deemed him too self-assured, deciding to blacklist him as a lesson? Wang Jing nodded, confirming the account. How intriguing, Lin Ze chuckled. Who would want to sign such a miserly contract with TVB? It's one thing if he wasn't popular, but now he's a rising star, and as the contract nears its end, naturally, he wishes to negotiate better terms. TVB, banking on its status as a television network, believes it has made Lu Dahua famous and that he should be grateful and obediently sign a paltry management contract. They truly underestimate his intelligence. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't sign with them. TVB is notoriously stingy. The income of a star artist can be comparable to that of an ordinary worker, and in some cases, it may even be less. Contemplating the future achievements of Lu Tianwang, Lin Ze felt a stirring of ambition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhihui adopted a solemn demeanor. Lin Ze instructed, "You should approach Lu Dahua and inquire whether he would be willing to join our company. If he is amenable, bring him over. I shall personally engage in negotiations with him. A future musical monarch and cinematic emperor deserves my direct involvement." Understood, Zhou Zhihui replied affirmatively. By the way, does this Wu Mengda have a contract with any management agency? Lin Ze observed the cast list, noticing that the character of Hua Lucheng was attributed to Wu Mengda, and couldn't he help but squint slightly as he inquired. I'm not entirely certain. He was recommended by Zai, Zhou Zhihui responded. Director Wang felt he was suitable after the audition, hence this supporting role was assigned to him. Lin Ze nodded in agreement, stating, well, arrange a meeting with him. If he is currently unsigned, we should secure him for our agency. This golden supporting role is certainly worth bringing into the fold. His acting skills are commendable. Certainly. Chapter 64. The Wireless 5 Tigers. In Mong Kok, on Argyle Street, there exists a certain restaurant where Lu Dahua is dining with 2 close friends. Ever since they collectively resolved to resist Wireless's long-term contract, they have faced varying degrees of suppression and obscurity. Though they anticipated such repercussions, it was disheartening to witness betrayal from within their ranks. Liang Chaowei had unexpectedly abandoned them, opting to renew his contract with Wireless alone. Feuilleton Danzeni, ensnared by the vulnerabilities of his romantic entanglements, succumbed to the pressures from Wireless's higher-ups and chose to sign as well. Thus, out of the 5, 2 had defected. Their initial camaraderie had been promising, yet the swift betrayal left them understandably enraged. This sentiment was particularly palpable in Miao Qiaowei and Huang Xiaohua, who openly expressed their discontent towards the traitors. While Lu Dahua felt discomfort regarding the situation, his amicable relationship with Liang Chaowei tempered his anger. This is too much. How could Wei behave in such a manner? He contacted the company without us, Huang Xiaohua exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation as he drank. I warned you all that Wei was unreliable, but you wouldn't listen, Miao Qiaowei added, equally displeased. Come now, do not be too upset. Wei must have his reasons. You are both aware of his challenging family circumstances, and his relationship with a Chinese girl makes his desire to earn a living understandable, Lu Dahua interjected, attempting to mediate and soothe their frustrations. Hua, you are far too kind-hearted. I truly do not know what to say about you, Huang Xiaohua retorted, feeling slighted. Clearly, he is toying with us. Even if he wished to sign, he could have informed us in advance, allowing us to prepare ourselves rather than learning through the news. Huang Xiaohua continued, harboring deep resentment towards Liang Chaowei. Among the 5 tigers, the most renowned and favored by the public are Lu Dahua and Liang Chaowei, which only added to Huang Xiaohua's discontent. After all, who among men relishes being overshadowed? However, Lu Dahua's amiable nature and brotherly loyalty left him with no grievances against him. Exactly. He is clearly reveling in our misfortune, Miao Qiaowei chimed in. Lu Dahua nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wei has acted inappropriately. The next time I encounter him, I shall offer criticism, but let us not harbor too much anger. We are all friends. At that moment, A beeping sound interrupted their conversation. Lu Dahua glanced down to see that his pager was alerting him. Upon checking, he noticed someone was trying to reach him, requesting an urgent return call. Aïe! Veuillez. Someone's calling. I must return this call, Lu Dahua announced as he rose from his seat. Hurry up. We are eagerly waiting for you to continue drinking. His friends urged him. Quickly, Lu Dahua exited the restaurant, seeking a convenience store nearby to make the call. Beep. Beep. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello? Who is this? A robust voice emanated from the receiver. Greetings, I am Lu Dahua. Did you call for me? He inquired. Is this Wago? Upon identifying himself, Lu Dahua could distinctly sense the excitement and delight in the man's voice on the other end. Yes, this is Wago. May I ask who you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Zhihui, the general manager of Furong Film Company. Our esteemed chairman wishes to meet you. May I inquire when you might be available tomorrow? Huazai? Furong Film Company? Lu Dahua felt a jolt of surprise. As an industry insider, he was certainly aware of this rapidly rising company. Just over a month prior, they had made headlines by acquiring Shaw Brothers cinema chain for a staggering 300 million Hong Kong dollars, which sent shockwaves throughout the region. The parent company of Furong Film Company was even more formidable. Mr. Zhou, did I hear you correctly? You mentioned that your chairman wishes to meet with me? Indeed. Gasp. Once assured that he had not misheard, Lu Dahua widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you still there, Huazai? Zhou Zhihui asked after a prolonged silence, removing the receiver momentarily before placing it back to his ear. Yes, I'm here. My apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought, Lu Dahua quickly replied, regaining his composure. It's quite all right. Do you have time to visit the Global Plaza in Central tomorrow? Zhou Zhihui inquired. I have time tomorrow, Lu Dahua responded without hesitation. One absurd notion it would be to turn down a meeting with a billionaire. To refuse would be to risk offending someone who could effortlessly jeopardize his livelihood with a mere word. Very well. I shall await your arrival at the office tomorrow. Certainly. Mr. Zhou, I will come by in the morning, Lu Dahua affirmed eagerly before hanging up. Phew. Lu Dahua exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, as he contemplated the meeting, a flicker of anxiety arose within him. He wondered what the purpose of this encounter could possibly be. Never mind, he decided. He would find out tomorrow. Taking a deep breath to quell his swirling thoughts, Lu Dahua returned to the restaurant. Back already? You were on the phone for quite a while. Wei-Gu and I have already had a couple of drinks. You must have a few more to catch up? Indeed. I shall accept my punishment. Lu Dahua chuckled, readily agreeing to partake in their revelry. The group continued to drink until 8 in the evening, and after becoming quite inebriated, they staggered into a taxi to return home. The following morning, Lu Dahua dressed meticulously in a formal suit and polished shoes, applying gel to his hair. After a final glance in the mirror to ensure everything was in order, he closed the door behind him and took a taxi to Central Global Plaza, 15th floor. Conference room. Lu Dahua felt a twinge of nervousness as he sat rigidly in his seat, alone in the room. Creak. The jarring sound of the door opening broke the silence, prompting Lu Dahua to sit up straight and turn to face the entrance. A young man entered, furrowing his brow. Secretary Xie, please inform the administrative department to either fix the hinges on this door or replace it entirely. That noise is unbearable. Understood, Chairman. Good. Lin Ze stepped into the conference room and immediately spotted Lu Dahua, who had risen to his feet. At this moment, Lu Dahua appeared youthful and handsome, though he still paled in comparison to Lin Ze. In terms of appearance, Lin Ze is quite self-absorbed. You must be Huazai, he remarked as he approached with a smile, extending his hand. I am Lin Ze. Greetings, Mr. Lin, Lu Dahua replied respectfully as they shook hands. After their brief exchange, Lin Ze took his seat at the head of the table, while Xie Wanjin graciously pulled out the chair and positioned it beneath him. Lin Ze settled into his seat, smiling at the somewhat anxious and reserved Lu Dahua. Please take a seat, Huazai. Once Lu Dahua was seated, Lin Ze continued. The purpose of your invitation today is to discuss a matter of significance. I shall not beat around the bush. I greatly admire your talents and would like to extend an invitation for you to join our company. Upon your acceptance, you would receive an immediate signing bonus of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Furthermore, I can assure you of at least 1 to 2 film projects annually. Additionally, once you join, there will be no restrictions on your engagements. You may accept roles from any company. What do you think? Though surprised by Lin Ze's invitation, Liu Dehua was not entirely taken aback. After returning home the previous night and reflecting on the situation, he had speculated about the possibility of being invited to join Furong, or perhaps even exploring a business collaboration. Taking a deep breath, Liu Dehua looked at Lin Ze and inquired, "Mr. Lin, may I ask how long the contract would be if I were to join your company? For someone of your exceptional caliber, a minimum contract of 10 years is standard." Lin Ze replied, 10 years? Liu Dehua internally lamented. He had not even agreed to a 5-year renewal with TVB. To find himself faced with a 10-year commitment was unexpected. "Mr. Lin, is that duration not a bit excessive?" Liu Dehua asked cautiously. "Excessive? I find it quite reasonable." Lin Ze smiled back. "I am aware that your relationship with TVB has been less than amicable. They offered you a 5-year contract, which you declined. We're different from TVB. Our compensation will be generous. Upon joining, you would receive a signing bonus of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, our company is prepared to offer you 3 million Hong Kong dollars for approximately 15 film projects. How's that sound? 15 films at a total compensation of 3 million Hong Kong dollars equates to 200,000 per film, which is undeniably a substantial sum for him. To put in perspective, while working at TVB, he earned a mere 3,000 per episode, and if he had no scenes, he would not earn anything at all. For a complete drama series, the maximum he could expect as a lead actor would be 70 to 80,000, and roles as a supporting character would yield even less. Moreover, joining this company would grant him a signing bonus of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. The sincerity of this offer was unquestionable, far surpassing anything TVB could provide. Chapter 65, Poaching Talent, Signing Hua. The only concern was the length of the contract. A decade-long commitment. At 24 years of age, he would be 34 by the end of it, which essentially meant his prime acting years would be spent with Fuyong. As a tenacious and diligent actor, he naturally wished to avoid being tethered to a single company. However, refusing was not an option, especially considering the man before him was Lin Ze, one of the top 10 affluent individuals in Hong Kong. "May I inquire if Zhou Runwen's contract with your company was also for 10 years? He asked. "Of course." Lin Ze replied affirmatively, his gaze fixed on the visibly conflicted Liu Dehua. "Do not overthink it. The company does not intend to restrict your aspirations. As I mentioned earlier, once you sign with Fuyong, you are free to accept external projects, not limited to our internal productions. Regarding the profit sharing for the first 2 years, it will be a 30 to 70 split in your favor. After that, your share can be adjusted to 40%, while the company retains 60%. From the 5th year onward, you will receive 55% of the profits. Should you agree to a longer contract, say for 15 years, you would begin with a 40 to 60 split from the first year, progressing to a 50 to 50 split by the 3rd year, and in the 5th year, you would directly receive 70%, with the company taking 30%. Pausing for a moment, Lin Ze continued, "Signing with a company may appear to be a constraint, but it is in fact immensely beneficial for you. The resources at our disposal will facilitate more collaborations, whether in films or commercial endorsements. Furthermore, we are in the process of acquiring a record label to produce your albums, paving a path for your foray into the music industry. In conclusion, our partnership with wireless television is fundamentally different. It is a mutually beneficial collaboration, not a one-sided exploitation. Thus, you need not worry about being constrained or facing any form of neglect." By the way, Lin Ze seemed to recall something. "Everything I just shared pertains specifically to you, as I hold great expectations for your potential. You may not realize it, but Zhou Runwen did not enjoy such privileges, let alone a signing bonus of 1 million. With Lin Ze's words laid bare, what could Liu Dehua possibly say? To refuse would be tantamount to a grave misjudgment. Moreover, having already offended wireless television, antagonizing Lin Ze, a wealthy magnate, would render his future in Hong Kong untenable. The terms proposed by Lin Ze were, in his eyes, quite favorable. There were no restrictions on accepting film roles. Additionally, joining the company would grant him a signing bonus of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. a privilege even Zhou Runwen had not received, but one that was offered to him. Furthermore, upon joining, he would be obligated to star in 15 films, earning 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Such terms were undeniably generous. At this moment, Lu Dahua had yet to embark on his journey into the music and film industries, so he could hardly fathom that in the future, his remuneration for a single film could reach several million. Presently, receiving 200,000 Hong Kong dollars per film marked the remuneration of a leading actor in Hong Kong. Mr. Lin, I am willing to join your esteemed company. With a decision solidified in his heart, Lu Dahua promptly chose to commit. After all, what difference did it make where he worked? Given Lin Ze's high regard for him and the exceptional conditions offered, Lu Dahua felt he had no grounds for refusal. Upon hearing Lu Dahua's willingness to join, Lin Ze's face broke into a smile. On behalf of Furong Company, I extend a warm welcome to Huazi. Lu Dahua promptly shook hands and exchanged a few pleasantries. Lin Ze instructed Zhou Zhihui to hasten the arrangement of the contract, with a signing term of 15 years. Concurrently, a supplementary contract for 10 years and 15 films was prepared. Essentially, by signing these two documents, Lu Dahua would secure 4 million in hand. The thought of 4 million at his fingertips left Lu Dahua feeling as if he were in a dream. Previously, during his time filming for TVB, he earned merely a few tens of thousands a year, were it not for endorsements and advertising collaborations as a child from the countryside. He could hardly afford a luxurious mansion. Having secured Lu Dahua, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief regarding one matter. Considering Lu Dahua's future potential, Furong Film Company could effortlessly earn tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars annually, even without any active endeavors. After all, once signed with a talent agency, one would receive a share of the star's income. Although it appeared he had offered 4 million, Lin Ze had only disbursed 280,000 to secure Lu Dahua's 15-film contract, in addition to a 15-year management partnership. To safeguard against the possibility of the other party gaining fame and leaving, the penalty for breach of contract was set at a staggering 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Initially, Lin Ze contemplated a figure of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, but Zhou Zhihui deemed it excessively intimidating, fearing it might frighten Lu Dahua. Considering even Chenglong's penalty was not as high. Reflecting on it, they decided to forego that notion. Nevertheless, a penalty of 200 million Hong Kong dollars was substantial. If Lu Dahua genuinely wished to embark on a solo career prematurely, he would need to remain with Furong Company for at least 7 or 8 years to accumulate the 200 million penalty. And that was assuming he became immensely popular and a superstar. Otherwise, he would have to remain obediently for 15 years. Though this may seem somewhat unscrupulous, Lin Ze believed he was still fairer than many film companies in Xinjiang. Presently, how many film companies are willing to offer Lu Dahua 200,000 as remuneration? The number is scant. Furthermore, after signing with Furong, he would also have the opportunity to accept external projects, unlike TVB, which restricts actors to only their own productions or those from Shaw Brothers. In the office, Zhou Zhihui presented a $1 million check, stating, "This is a check from the chairman for you. You can simply withdraw it from HSBC." He handed the check to Lu Dahua, smiling as he patted his shoulder and said, "To be honest, you made a very wise choice today. Our company's owner is the most generous in all of Xinjiang. Which other company offers 1 million Hong Kong dollars as an entry fee for actors? Indeed, the chairman is quite generous." Lu Dahua contemplated the $1 million check with gratitude. "Thus, you should focus on acting. The company will not shortchange you." Lu Dahua nodded in agreement. Having joined Furong Company, he was naturally determined to work diligently in his craft. It is often said that children from impoverished families learn to be responsible from a young age. The company is currently filming 2 movies. One is Black and White Infiltration directed by Du Qifeng, and the other is God of Gamblers directed by Wang Jing. There are roles in both films that would suit you. The character of the first male supporting role, Xiao Dao, in God of Gamblers is quite suitable for you. This is a statement made personally by the chairman, advocating for your involvement in the role. Additionally, the male supporting character Su Wan from Black and White Infiltration also appears to fit you well. Zhou Zhihui briefly outlined the storylines of both productions. "Mr. Zhou, I am keen to take on these 2 roles. Upon hearing the plots, Lu Dahua immediately expressed his willingness to portray both characters. Having not acted for a considerable time, he found himself restless, especially since it was a film project. Zhou Zhihui replied, "Very well, I will inform directors Du and Wang. You can join the production directly." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Lu Dahua quickly expressed his gratitude. Zhou Zhihui smiled. "No need for formalities. We are all part of the same family." Lu Dahua returned the smile, feeling an increased fondness for Furong Company, appreciating their lack of pretentiousness, in stark contrast to the high-ranking officials at TVB, who often carried an air of superiority. Chapter 66. TVB's Fury. Threatening legal action. On the day following the signing, the Daily News reported in its entertainment section the news of Lu Dahua's affiliation with the Furong Film Company. It failed to mention the substantial $1 million joining fee he received. Such incentives are reserved for a select few star artists, not bestowed upon all. Only dedicated, hard-working, and low-profile individuals like Lu Dahua are granted such privileges, qualities that elude Zhou Runwan. This also underscores the significance Lin Ze places on Lu Dahua. If anyone else were to receive similar treatment, it would solely be Zhang Guorong. The news of Lu Dahua's joining Furong Film Company rapidly sparked discussions throughout the city. Being a popular young star, and following rumors of his prior shelving by TVB, he was already a figure of interest. Thus, even the slightest hint of news could ignite fervent discussions. Wonderful! Huazai has finally found a support system. Let us see how TVB will suppress him. Huazai is commendable, resolutely refusing to compromise with TVB. Why does Huazai not join Jiahe? One might argue that Huazai should indeed align with Jiahe, although Furong possesses considerable strength. It has never ventured into film production, and its experience pales in comparison to Jiahe. If given the choice, I would undoubtedly select Jiahe. I disagree. Although Furong Film Company lacks experience, it is backed by the affluent Furong Group. With sufficient financial investment, how could it fail to flourish? Indeed, I believe Furong is a fitting choice for Huazai. For the average person, this news merely serves as a topic of conversation, a trivial matter to discuss. However, for certain individuals, it is far more consequential. At this moment, within the confines of the TVB headquarters on Broadcasting Road, several senior executives bore grim expressions in the conference room. "This is outrageous. They're openly defying us." Knowing full well we had shelved Lu Dahua, they brazenly recruit him. This is a blatant affront. We can no longer afford to be lenient. They have already poached our talent, including directors Wang Jing, Du Qifeng, and Chen Jiashang, and later took Zhou Runwan and Di Long. Now they have even lured away Lu Dahua. If we do not take action, TVB will inevitably be hollowed out. The speaker was Feng Meiji, the head of TVB's artist department. Previously involved in advertising, she had only recently ascended to the position of manager. The 5 prominent artists, known as the TVB 5 Tigers, fall under her purview. She had anticipated gradually dividing Lu Dahua from his peers, leveraging time and effort to compel him to renew his artist contract. The unexpected intervention by another party infuriated her. Seated at the head of the table, Xiao Yifu wore a displeased countenance. He believed he had already extended ample courtesy to Lin Ze. To his astonishment, Lin Ze had chosen to stab him in the back, undermining his position. Even the most amiable individuals could find their temper tested under such circumstances. Moreover, given that Xiao Yifu has thrived in the Hong Kong film industry for decades, he is hardly a mere pushover. Were he truly so accommodating, both Shaw and TVB would have long been consumed, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. In such a meeting, how could Fang Yihua possibly be absent? She erupted in anger, exclaiming, "The entire city is mocking us. If we do not present a countermeasure today, who will ever regard us at wireless again?" Indeed, Fang's words resonated. It was time to reveal our swords. I propose we sue him. Lu Dahua's contract has not yet expired, and his sudden shift to another company provides grounds for legal action and compensation. The only viable strategies the Assembly could devise, aside from tarnishing Lu Dahua's reputation, were litigation and claims for damages. Listening to the impassioned voices of the crowd, Xiao Yifu refrained from interjecting. In his view, Lin Ze's underhanded tactics were excessively audacious. While poaching a director might be tolerable, luring away a rising star nurtured by wireless crossed the line. Even if this star was currently at odds with wireless, he remained a contracted artist. To directly poach him without any consultation was a blatant disregard for both TVB and him. That evening, under Xiao Yifu's tacit approval, TVB aired a news segment wherein the host pointedly criticized Lu Dahua for breaching his contract by signing with Furong Film Company, thus preparing to take legal action. The broadcast incited a stir among countless viewers glued to their screens. This was a definitive rupture. Lu Dahua's situation had turned dire. TVB was genuinely enraged and poised for a comprehensive boycott, along with a lawsuit for damages. Alas, the youth can be so impetuous. Had it been me, I would have waited a bit longer before making the leap. Now, the controversy was tumultuous, and he faced the prospect of compensation. What was the penalty for breaching the contract that Huazi had signed with TVB? I am uncertain, but it likely amounts to hundreds of thousands. If it were 100,000, that would be manageable for Huazi, but several 100,000 would be substantial. Yet what is there to fear? Have you forgotten that Huazi is now backed by company? Indeed, I almost overlooked Furong Company. For the average viewer, this was merely entertainment. Yet for some of Huazi's fans, it sparked outrage as they vehemently condemned TVB for their bullying tactics. TVB has gone too far in their treatment of Huazi. I will no longer watch TVB programs. They declared, boycott TVB. TVB dares to criticize Huazi. If not for their deliberate sidelining of him in an attempt to coerce him into renewing his contract, this situation would never have arisen. It is TVB that violated the contract first. Huazi's departure was merely a quest for survival. As the saying goes, if one does not remain here, there will be another place to go. We support Huazi. That night, countless fans rallied in support of Huazi. Had the internet been available, it would have undoubtedly been ablaze with fervent discussions, with TVB facing scathing rebukes from every corner. While resting at home, Miao Xiaowei was startled to see a TVB news report about a lawsuit against Lu Dahua. He quickly picked up the phone and called Lu Dahua's home, but no one answered. He then called Lu Dahua directly, requesting a return call. Shortly after, the home phone rang. Upon answering and recognizing Wajai's voice, he anxiously inquired, "Wajai, something has happened." On the other end, Lu Dahua, somewhat bewildered at the restaurant's front desk, replied, "Something happened? What do you mean? You don't know?" Miao Xiaowei exclaimed, his surprise evident. Lu Dahua was even more confused. "Know what? What should I know?" He responded, "Wei Gu, please stop with the riddles. I'm currently dining out." Hearing this, Miao Xiaowei couldn't help but be taken aback, thinking to himself how carefree Lu Dahua seemed, even in light of the TVB scandal. "Wajai, tonight TVB aired a news segment about you, accusing you of breaching your contract by switching to the Furong Company. They are planning to sue you, and they've spoken ill of you, calling you ungrateful." Miao Xiaowei summarized the situation briskly. As Lu Dahua processed this news, he sobered up and, after a moment of silence, said, "Wei Gu, it's all right. Let them say what they want. How can you be so unconcerned? They are trying to ruin you, tarnishing your reputation. Don't you understand?" Miao Xiaowei exclaimed, visibly anxious. Lu Dahua felt a warmth in his heart for Miao Xiaowei's concern. This was what brotherhood meant, being the first to call in times of trouble. It was unsettling that another person he considered a good friend hadn't reached out to him. Shaking his head, Lu Dahua adjusted his emotions and smiled. "Wei Gu, what is done is done. Worrying won't change anything. By the way, I'm having dinner with Furong's general manager Zhou Zhihui and directors Wang Jing and Du Qifeng. Would you like to join us?" Miao Xiaowei felt a stirring in his heart. Lu Dahua was in a predicament similar to his own. He too was reluctant to renew his contract with TVB. After seeing Lu Dahua transition to Furong, he had secretly wished to make a similar move, but no one had reached out to him. Swallowing hard, Miao Xiaowei hesitated. "Is that appropriate? Why would it be appropriate? You're my friend. It's perfectly normal to dine together. Besides, Manager Zhou has a good temperament and is quite amiable," Lu Dahua reassured him. This calmed Miao Xiaowei considerably. "Where are you eating?" "At Huji Restaurant in Mongkok." Lu Dahua replied. "All right, I'll hang up and be there shortly." "Great, I'll be waiting." After ending the call, Miao Xiaowei could no longer hide the smile that spread across his face. He hurriedly returned to his room to change clothes. Qi Meizhen, noticing his excitement, approached with curiosity. "Oh wait, what is happening? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hua Jai invited me out for dinner." "Dinner? Haven't you already eaten?" "It is quite different now. He is currently dining at the Hu Ji restaurant in Mongkok with Wang Jing, Du Qifeng, and the general manager of Furong Film Company, Mr. Zhou. Huazi has urged me to join them for an introduction." Qi Meizhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly replied, "Then you must hurry. Do not keep them waiting." After a brief moment, Miao Xiaowei had changed his attire. Unlike women, men do not require extensive makeup, and he was ready in just 2 or 3 minutes. As he hurriedly made his way outside, Qi Meizhen reminded him, "Drink a little less." "I understand," Miao Xiaowei replied, patting his slightly wrinkled trousers before turning back to say, "I might return a bit late tonight, so be sure to sleep early, all right?" Qi Meizhen nodded, indicating her understanding. "All right, then I'm off." With a wave of his hand, Miao Xiaowei closed the door behind him. Chapter 67. Hua Zai's recommendation at Hu Ji restaurant in Mongkok. Lu Dahua returned to the private room after finishing a phone call. "Hua Zai, your call was rather lengthy. We have already consumed several drinks," he remarked. "Indeed, Hua Zai, surely you aren't trying to evade the liquor? How could that be? I genuinely just received a call." Lu Dahua explained the situation. "I thought it was something significant, but it turns out to be this. Worry not. You are now part of the Furong Film Company. No matter the magnitude of the issue, the company will support you," Zhou Zhihui said, patting Hua Zai on the shoulder with unwavering confidence. Du Qifeng chimed in with words of comfort, as did Wang Jing and the others. They all expressed solidarity, assuring Lu Dahua not to fear or worry. Regardless of TVB's attempts to suppress, slander, or litigate, it would be futile. With the backing of the company, there was nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahua felt a surge of joy. After all, what actor wouldn't desire a strong and supportive company? He picked up a piece of meat, savored it, then set down his chopsticks and wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, smiling as he said, "I wasn't overly worried. I just didn't expect TVB to act in such a manner. Sigh, I did serve them previously." He couldn't help but let out a sigh. If possible, he wished to avoid a fallout with TVB. Unfortunately, his relationship with them had soured considerably. Seemingly pondering something, Du Qifeng commented, "This situation is indeed a result of TVB's unscrupulous actions. When contracts fail, they resort to slander, absurd antics, and even turning the tables. It's simply excessive. They hardly consider that for such meager salaries, who would be willing to work?" Offing is correct. TVB's compensation is notoriously low. If Uncle Lu hopes to retain talent, he must increase salaries. Otherwise, retention is impossible, the others concurred. Having emerged from Shaw Brothers, or TVB, they were all too familiar with the competitive landscape and TVB's notorious frugality. They pursued acting primarily to earn more money. Jang, what you say is not lost on TVB. It's simply that they choose not to act, Du Qifeng remarked with self-deprecation. To put it plainly, they believe we are only worth that meager sum. Ha. Zhou Zhihui laughed heartily. Rest assured, the chairman is not a miser. He often emphasizes the principle of mutual benefit. The others quickly agreed, not out of flattery, but out of genuine belief. Take the profession of directing, for instance. No company provides box office shares to directors. Typically, it's a fixed salary ranging from 100 to 200,000. Unlike Lin Ze, who receives a share right from the start. Though the percentage may not be substantial, for directors, there is no risk involved. Even if a film incurs losses, they still receive compensation. Furthermore, with directing fees, one can earn at least 400 to 500,000 from a single film, which is considerably better than working at TVB or Shaw Brothers. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, Miao Xiaowei pushed open the car door and alighted, immediately spotting the sign of Hu Ji restaurant across the street. He crossed the road along the sidewalk and arrived at the establishment. "Good day, sir," a waiter greeted him upon his entrance. Miao Xiaowei nodded and inquired, "Hello? A friend has invited me here. Could you kindly direct me to box 208? The waiter raised his hand to indicate, "You need to go up to the second floor. Then turn left. You will find a row of private rooms, and box 208 is within." "Thank you very much," he replied gratefully, quickly making his way to the second floor. After searching for a while, he finally located box 208. Before stepping inside, he heard boisterous laughter emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, Miao Xiaowei knocked twice on the door. "Who is it?" came a voice. "It should be my friend," Lu Dehua thought as he promptly rose and walked to the door, pulling it open. "Huazai, you've arrived, come in." Lu Dehua warmly welcomed him upon recognizing Miao Xiaowei. Xiaowei, Lu Dehua's companions, Du Qifeng and Wang Jing, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Directeur Du, Director Wang, Director Chen, Miao Xiaowei acknowledged the three, nodding in greeting. "Mr. Zhou, allow me to introduce my friend Miao Xiaowei, who is also an actor," Lu Dehua said. Miao Xiaowei respectfully addressed Zhou Zhihui, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Zhihui, smiling, nodded in recognition. Being from Hong Kong himself, he was familiar with Miao Xiaowei from television during his leisure hours. "Since you're a friend of Huazai, please have a seat." Once they were seated, Zhou Zhihui beckoned to the waiter to order several dishes, as this gathering was a celebration of Lu Dehua joining the company. As a few glasses of wine were consumed, any lingering barriers dissolved, and the atmosphere returned to one of joviality and banter, though they refrained from discussing TVB matters. During casual conversation, Lu Dehua suddenly asked Zhou Zhihui, "Mr. Zhou, does our company still sign actors?" The room fell silent at this question. Miao Xiaowei, poised with his wine glass, felt a slight shift in his demeanor. Zhou Zhihui glanced at Miao Xiaowei before turning to Lu Dehua with a smile. "Of course. Is Huazai recommending someone for the company?" Lu Dehua nodded earnestly, stating, "Mr. Zhou, a 1T beat around the bush. I would like to introduce Wei Ge to our company. He, like me, has been sidelined by TVB due to contract issues." Huazai, Miao Xiaowei felt a surge of warmth. His gaze towards Lu Dehua filled with gratitude. Coming from a modest background, with a father who was a seaman and having migrated from the mainland, he was the youngest in his family, with an elder sister and two brothers, bearing a considerable family burden. Moreover, his girlfriend, Qi Meizhen, was a local of Hong Kong from a well-off family involved in the eyewear business. If he wished to marry Qi Meizhen, he certainly needed to carve out a successful career for himself. Otherwise, how would the Qi family consent to their daughter being with him? Now that he has been sidelined by TVB, the pressure he feels is quite substantial. Lu Dehua gestured for Miao Xiaowei to remain silent, allowing him to speak instead. Zhou Zhihui retracted his smile and addressed the matter with seriousness. "Huazi, you are aware of the company's regulations. Joining Furong Company necessitates signing a contract for 10 years. Is Wei willing to commit?" Upon finishing, he directed his gaze toward Miao Xiaowei. 10 years? Miao Xiaowei was taken aback. He already found a 5-year contract with TVB to be rather lengthy. Of course, he was willing to sign. "Wouldn't you agree, Wei Ge?" Lu Dehua shot Miao Xiaowei a look, urging him to agree promptly. After a moment's hesitation, and trusting Lu Dehua, he quickly nodded and cheerfully declared, "President Zhou, I am willing to sign." Zhou Zhihui regarded him intently, nodding thoughtfully. "Let us not act impulsively. Take some time to reflect. If you are determined to join Furong, then come by the company to sign. Should you decide to join, you might even be able to catch up with directors Wang, Du, and Chen on their projects." Wang Jing, Du Qifeng, and Chen Jiashang all nodded with smiles, but refrained from urging Miao Xiaowei to join. Firstly, their relationship with him was merely cordial. Secondly, they had only recently joined the company and were uncertain of Zhou Zhihui's true intentions, making it inappropriate for them to intervene. "Understood, President Zhou." Miao Xiaowei nodded, recognizing he needed to consider this further, and had inquiries for Lu Dehua regarding the long contract and the reasons for signing. The conversation on this topic concluded, and no further discussion ensued. Before long, over half an hour had passed. It was now past 9 o'clock, and Zhou Zhihui was preparing to leave. Thus, the gathering began to disperse. The group had nearly finished their drinks, having dined from 6 until now for a full 3 hours, which was quite ample. As he departed, Zhou Zhihui patted Lu Dehua on the shoulder. "Huazi, you need not concern yourself with matters at TVB. The company will assist you in resolving them. Just focus on preparing for your filming." "Very well. I will adhere to the company's arrangements," Lu Dehua replied with a smile. Zhou Zhihui then turned to wave goodbye to Du Qifeng and the others, Director Du, Director Wang, Director Chen, and Xiaowei, I shall take my leave now. Safe travels. President Zhou, they promptly responded. Wang Jing hurried to the driver's seat, retrieving a $100 Hong Kong bill to hand to the driver. Thank you for your hard work. Please drive slowly as he has been drinking. The driver accepted the money with a smile, assuring them he would drive cautiously. Everyone, I'm leaving first, Zhou Zhihui waved. Safe travels, President Zhou, they reiterated, waving again as they watched him depart until he was out of sight. Once Zhou Zhihui was gone, Wang Jing turned to the others with a smile. Gentlemen, it's getting late. Let us head back and rest. All right, they nodded in agreement, then hailed a taxi to take Wang Jing and the others home. With a sigh of relief, Lu Dehua turned to Miao Qiaowei and suggested, Come on, Wei Ge. Let us take a stroll. Sounds good. Chapter 68. Miao Qiaowei's decision. Since the mask has been torn off, let us engage fully. Clang. Why are you still awake? As Miao Qiaowei closed the door behind him, he turned to find Qi Meizhen emerging from the bedroom, momentarily taken aback. Unable to sleep, Qi Meizhen reached out to help him remove his coat, then poured him a glass of water and sat down on the sofa with a gentle demeanor. After he finished the entire glass, Xi inquired, Would you like more? Miao Qiaowei shook his head. No, thank you. He reclined comfortably against the sofa. How was it today? Did you meet any of the big shots at Ferrand Company with Hua Zai? Noticing her boyfriend's silence, Qi Meizhen couldn't help but ask. Yes. Miao Qiaowei recounted the events at the restaurant. That's wonderful. Qi Meizhen exclaimed, her face lighting up. Miao Qiaowei directed his gaze towards her. Do you think I should join Ferrand Company? Do you have a better option? Qi Meizhen replied. Miao Qiaowei fell silent. If he had a better choice, he wouldn't be so conflicted. Observing her boyfriend's dilemma, Qi Meizhen couldn't suppress a smile. She leaned closer, her expression warm, and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but I want to say that this is an opportunity. Look at the movements of Ferrand Company over the past couple of months. They've poached several directors, including Zhou Runfan and Lu Dehua. They even acquired the Shaw Brothers distribution network. Clearly, they're gearing up for a major endeavor. By joining now, you will be aligning yourself with Ferrand Company. Currently, TVB is suing Lu Dehua. It appears to target him alone, but in reality, it serves as a warning to others, intimidating TVB's internal artists while also sending a message to Ferrand Company. The atmosphere is tense. However, I believe Ferrand Company has the upper hand. By siding with them now, you will undoubtedly gain significant recognition in the future. Moreover, TVB is notoriously frugal, offering meager salaries. You've already had a falling out with the executives there. Staying on would be pointless. It would be wiser to make a decisive move and switch companies. Didn't Hua Zai mention the remuneration at Ferrand Company? If they can offer him such a high fee, I'm certain you would receive a comparable offer. Lu Dehua had not disclosed that upon joining the company, he received a signing bonus of 1 million, a detail that Zhou Zhihui had advised him to keep confidential. After all, this sum was a testament to the company's value of him, a reward not afforded to every artist. If this information were to leak, it could easily incite disputes among the staff, leading to grievances over perceived inequality. It's akin to the unspoken rule of not discussing salaries within the company. His thoughts already stirred. Miao Qiaowei felt a sense of resolve after hearing Qi Meizhen's words. He embraced her and, with sincerity, declared to Zhen. Qi Meizhen looked up at him. When I earn a fortune like Hua Zai, I will come to your family to propose. What do you think? Qi Meizhen's cheeks flushed with delight, and feigning displeasure, she replied, What do you mean? According to your words, if you don't earn money, you want to come to propose to my family? I did not mean that, Miao Qiaowei quickly clarified. I merely wish to be worthy of you, to provide you with a better life, so that your parents and family can trust me with you. Qi Mei felt a warmth in her heart, understanding the immense pressure her boyfriend faced. Resting her head on his shoulder, she softly replied, Silly, I am not a daughter of a wealthy family. There is nothing for you to feel unworthy about. Do not utter such words again, or I shall be upset. All right, I won't say it again, Miao Qiaowei promptly assured her. With such a girlfriend, he felt a surge of happiness, his gaze towards Qi Mei growing ever more tender. Darling, he said. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night. All right. The following day at the Central District Ferrand Group. This is the situation. The public opinion is quite intense. And there are numerous criticisms of Hua Zai in the newspapers. Zhou Zhihui recounted the news broadcast from last night. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with insight as he calmly remarked, "There is no need to concern ourselves with public opinion. These are merely hired voices. Once TVB ceases their financial support, the uproar will die down. Our primary focus must be on resolving matters with TVB. By the way, what is the penalty for breach of contract that Hua Zai signed with TVB? He mentioned it was 200,000. Let's settle that." Lin Ze chuckled. Did TVB not claim they would sue Hua Zai for the penalty? If we pay them now, I wonder how they shall proceed with the lawsuit. It must be said, TVB lacks foresight. A penalty of merely 200,000? If it were me, I would demand at least $1 million. Even for an unknown talent signing as a star, the breach penalty should ideally start at 1 million. Otherwise, the loss incurred when a nurtured artist is poached or switches companies would be substantial. TVB, with its vast resources, seems to believe that no one can thrive without them. Is the penalty to be borne by Hua Zai or the company? Zhou Zhihui inquired. The company should cover it. 200,000 is not excessive, Lin Ze replied. Good. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since we have severed ties, there is no need for subtlety. We shall directly recruit talent from TVB and Shaw Brothers. As long as the individuals we bring in can offer sufficient value, compensating for a breach of contract is worth it. There are indeed numerous talents at TVB. Many actors from Hong Kong have emerged from TVB and Shaw Brothers. They are akin to the training ground for Hong Kong artists. Understood. Rest assured, Chairman. I shall strive to recruit more talent for the company, Zhou Zhihui declared loudly. With Lin Ze's endorsement, he felt empowered to take bold actions. Recruiting from TVB and Shaw Brothers, despite their meager salaries, few individuals would choose to remain if presented with a better opportunity. Now that Furong was seeking talent with offers exceeding those of TVB and Shaw Brothers by over 50%, who would not be tempted? After the meeting, Zhou Zhihui returned to his office. Before he could sit down, his secretary entered, announcing that Miao Qiaowei had arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhihui instructed to bring the person to his office. Moments later, Miao Qiaowei arrived at Zhou Zhihui's office. Qiaowei, have you made up your mind? Zhou Zhihui lounged in his chair, crossing his legs, a smile gracing his face as he regarded his guest. Should you choose to join our company, the contract will span approximately 12 years, with a penalty for breach set at 50 million Hong Kong dollars. We can guarantee you at least 2 films annually, and there are no restrictions on you accepting external roles. As for the revenue share for the first 3 years, it will be a 70-30 split, with the company receiving 70 and you 30. From the 4th to the 5th year, it will shift to a 60-40 division, 60 for the company and 40 for you. After 5 years, the split will be 50-50. Although Miao Qiaowei's image may not rival that of Liu Dahua, his acting skills are commendable, and as a rising star in the industry, he is certainly worth signing. Miao Qiaowei remained silent. Frankly, the terms were not particularly generous. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about the remuneration for the films produced by the company? Zhou Zhihui replied with a smile. That depends on the role. If it is a supporting character, the payment for a film would not exceed 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, if you are cast as the male lead, the starting salary would be 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. In simple terms, your compensation will also hinge on your box office appeal, which is subject to change. Rest assured, you need not worry about a lack of filming opportunities after joining the company. We will produce no less than 5 films each year. Additionally, the company offers a benefit. All contracted artists receive a minimum guarantee of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars each month, meaning that even if you do not act for an entire year, you will still receive a yearly guaranteed sum of 24,000 Hong Kong dollars. This guarantee was devised after discussions with Lin Ze, aimed at enhancing the attractiveness of our offers, specifically for actors and directors. Upon hearing that supporting roles would not exceed 50,000 and the lead roles would start at 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, Miao Qiaowei felt a sense of relief. This remuneration was indeed respectable. While TVB offered $3,000 per episode, filming movies was considerably less strenuous than television work. Moreover, the ability to accept external roles was a significant advantage over TVB, which forbids actors from taking on contracts with other companies. Not to mention the monthly guarantee of $2,000, which was far more humane than TVB's policies. Having contemplated this, Miao Chaowei spoke up. Mr. Zhou, I have made my decision. I wish to sign with your esteemed company. Excellent. Zhou Zhihui rose and extended his hand with a smile. Welcome aboard. Miao Chaowei stood and shook his hand. Mr. Zhou, I still have a contract with TVB that does not expire until next year. Zhou Zhihui nodded. I am aware. What is your penalty for breach? Like Wai Yuan, the penalty is 200,000. I see. You have two options. One is to wait until your contract expires before joining us. The other option is for the company to cover half of the penalty, with you bearing the remaining half. If funds are an issue, the company can advance the amount, which would then be deducted from your future earnings. Zhou Zhihui contemplated before speaking. Miao Chaowei's compensation would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Lu Dehua's, for although both were part of the five tigers of TVB, Lu Dehua's fame far surpassed his own, and his remuneration had been personally approved by the chairman. In a previous meeting, he had mentioned to Lin Ze that Miao Chaowei might also join the company. At that time, Lin Ze exhibited little reaction, indicating that the chairman did not hold Miao Chaowei in high regard. If he were not esteemed, then the treatment would certainly not be comparable to that of Huazai. Miao Chaowei contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to come over now. Mr. Zhou, I choose the second option, and I kindly ask the company to assist with the upfront payment. Of course, Zhou Zhihui replied with a smile, patting the other's shoulder. He was quite pleased with the choice made. Chapter 69, Payment of Liquidated Damages. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the air. Come in, called Xiao Yifu. Sixth uncle. Someone from Furong Group has arrived, announced the secretary as she entered. Furong? Do they still dare to come here? Before Xiao Yifu could respond, Fang Yihua, standing nearby, erupted with fury, exclaiming, This is outrageous. Where are they? They're in the lobby downstairs, the secretary replied. Go, bring a few people with me, Xiao Yifu ordered. Bring them back. His expression darkened, his gaze piercing into Fang Yihua. Feeling scrutinized, she was stirred with a mix of indignation and a sense of injustice. After all, she merely wished to defend her man. Observing her distressed demeanor softened Xiao Yifu's cold and austere visage, his tone mellowing as he cautioned, Do not act impulsively. You have yet to grasp the situation, and you rush in like a shrew to scold them? Or do you wish to see headlines tomorrow proclaiming that you assaulted someone? Fang Yihua lowered her head, feeling wronged. Am I not justified in my anger? Lin Ze has gone too far. You were once on good terms with him, even selling him the cinema line. Yet he turned his back on you. What a treacherous wolf. Enough. Keep such thoughts to yourself, Xiao Yifu interrupted, directing his attention to the secretary. Who are the visitors? They didn't specify, but they're not Lin Ze, the secretary responded. Upon hearing that Lin Ze was not among them, Xiao Yifu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before he declared, I shall not meet with them. You will handle the interaction and ascertain their purpose for coming. Though he had initially considered sending Fang Yihua, her earlier volatile behavior had left him disillusioned. He feared that a confrontation could escalate matters, so he opted for the secretary to manage it. Despite his dissatisfaction with Lin Ze's conduct, he was reluctant to sever ties unnecessarily. Understood. The secretary nodded in compliance. After noting that Xiao Yifu had no further instructions, she turned to exit the office. Listen, in the future, refrain from being so tempestuous. Temper that impulsive nature of yours. There are matters that, regardless of your dissatisfaction, should not be displayed in front of outsiders. With no one else around, Xiao Yifu began to admonish his partner, feeling somewhat drained. All right, don't be upset. I won't act this way again. Fang Yihua quickly conceded, approaching him and gently stroking his back. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the secretary returned. Have you concluded your discussion? Xiao Yifu inquired. The secretary nodded. Sixth uncle, those three individuals are from the legal, financial, and human resources departments of Furong Group. They have come to pay the liquidated damages. Liquidated damages? A realization struck Xiao Yifu, and his countenance darkened considerably. Besides the payment owed to Lu Dahua, there was also a sum due from Miao Chaowei, totaling 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. As he spoke the latter, he noticed the secretary's unease at his grim expression and instinctively lowered her gaze, bracing for the impending storm. Fang Yihua, was infuriated. Had she not just been reprimanded, she would likely have erupted in wrath by now. Exhale. Sha Yifu took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him as he feigned composure. His expression calm as he said, "Understood. You may leave now." "Yes." The secretary hurriedly departed. Just as the door was about to close, a loud crash echoed, as if something had been shattered. The secretary was startled and swiftly fled the scene. Soon thereafter, news spread throughout TVB that the Furong Group had dispatched representatives to pay the breach of contract penalties to Lu Dahua and Miao Qiaowei, igniting fervent discussions. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for Hua Zai. At last, he was witnessing the dawn after enduring the storm. It seemed he was poised for a remarkable ascent. The Furong Group's willingness to pay the penalties indicated their high regard for him. Coupled with the previous multi-billion-dollar acquisition of cinema chains by the Furong Group, significant actions were undoubtedly on the horizon. One couldn't help but wonder if the Furong Group was still hiring. "What? Do you wish to jump ship? Don't you want to? I believe we should remain patient and wait a bit longer. What if the Furong Group doesn't initiate anything? Wouldn't that jeopardize our positions?" "That makes sense. Let us observe for now." The following day, the Daily News reported that the Furong Group had indeed paid the breach of contract penalties to TVB. The purpose of this announcement was to mitigate the negative press surrounding Lu Dahua and Miao Qiaowei, while simultaneously cultivating an image of a responsible and talent-seeking company for the Furong Group. As expected, in the wake of the report, many praised the Furong Group for its sense of responsibility, particularly the younger fans of Lu Dahua, who elevated their assessment of the Furong Group even higher. In Central, on Davao Road, at the Global Building, the chairman of the Furong Group, Wang Jing, presented a document to Lin Ze, stating, "This is the cast list for the film God of Gamblers, which has now been finalized." Lin Ze nodded, taking the document and reviewing it. The roles of Gao Jin, Xiao Dao, and Hua Lucheng were already established. The character Gao Yi, one of the main antagonists, will be portrayed by Miao Qiaowei. Initially, Wang Jing intended to cast Su Shaoqiang, believing his aura was perfectly suited for the villainous role. However, Su was somewhat older, and since Gao Yi is depicted as Gao Jin's cousin, the role was reassigned to Miao Qiaowei after her inclusion in the Furong Group. Lin Ze had no objections, as these matters were best left to the professionals. Even if Miao Qiaowei were not the ideal fit, Wang Jing would mold the character into a formidable antagonist without requiring intervention from the producer. Truth be told, had this not been the Furong Film Company's inaugural project, with aspirations for a grand debut, he would have been less concerned about the casting decisions. Upon seeing that the actress for the leading female role was named Yi Tong, and the second female lead was Zhong Chuhong, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Is this Yi Tong quite renowned?" Lin Ze inquired. Wang Jing responded, "She is relatively well known in the industry, having starred in several films, including The Lucky Stars, featuring Chung Long. Most importantly, she is well suited for this role." Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments, placing his trust in the judgment of the professionals. "By the way, which company has Zhong Chuang signed with? Shaw Brothers or Golden Harvest, or perhaps New City?" Lin Ze inquired. This woman was among his preferred types. In his previous life, he had watched numerous films starring her, and although she was not the epitome of classical beauty, her appearance was undeniably appealing, particularly her cascading curls, which exuded an alluring charm. Wang Jing, being a man himself, immediately discerned Lin Ze's interest in Zhong Chuang. With a smile, he remarked, "Her current contract is with Golden Harvest, but it will soon expire." After a brief pause, noticing Lin Ze's raised eyebrows, he continued, "If the chairman wishes to meet Hong, I can facilitate that." Lin Ze shook his head. "No rush. Let us wait until you finish filming." Wang Jing was taken aback, assuming Lin Ze would eagerly arrange a meeting with Zhong Chuhong, as wealthy men typically lack patience when confronted with beauty. Lin Ze picked up a pen, inscribed his consent on the document, and handed it to Wang Jing, stating, "Let us set this aside for now. In the future, try to utilize artists from our own company. You've been in this industry for many years. Do you have any suitable actresses you could recommend for our company?" Wang Jing nodded. "Understood. By the way, speaking of actresses," Lin Ze suddenly recalled someone. "Do you know Wang Zuxian? Just a month ago, A film titled Heaven Official's Blessing was released in the Furong cinema, marking the first film shown there since the acquisition of Shaw Brothers. It held significant importance. Lin Ze had seen Wang Zuxian's youthful visage on the screen during the premiere. He had wanted to take the time to get acquainted, but other matters had preoccupied him, causing him to forget. Now, it suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Yes, I believe she was brought back by Miss Fong from Taiwan. I've heard that Miss Fong holds her in high regard, Wang Jing replied. He had almost referred to her as Aunt Lu, but chose to use Miss Fong, considering the current tense relations between Furong and Wireless. Clearing his throat, Lin Ze stated earnestly, "Ah Jing, please arrange a meeting with her. I would like to get to know her." Get to know her? You seem quite taken with her, Wang Jing thought to himself, recalling Wang Zuxian's beauty. However, he noted that she was quite tall and robust, not aligning with his personal preferences for more delicate figures. Jing? Huh? Wang Jing jolted back to attention, gazing at Lin Ze in confusion. Lin Ze's expression twitched, realizing that the overweight man had momentarily drifted off. I said, arrange a meeting with Wang Zuxian. Oh, understood. Wang Jing quickly responded, rest assured, Chairman, I will take care of this matter. Chapter 70. The Temptation of Wang Jing. Wang Zuxian is persuaded. Simsha Sui. Harbor City. Wang Zuxian disembarked from a taxi, her backpack slung over her shoulder, and surveyed the bustling commercial district before her, her finely arched brows slightly furrowed. With so many shops around, where would she find the Shangshan Chaozhou restaurant? Her presence here was prompted by a phone call from Wang Jing the previous day, who expressed a desire to discuss something important. Without much thought, and being new to Hong Kong with few acquaintances, she accepted the invitation, aiming to avoid any semblance of rudeness. Although her familiarity with Wang Jing was limited to a few encounters at TVB, she was aware of his notable lineage. His father, Wang Tianlin, was a high-ranking executive at TVB, renowned for his role as a television drama producer and for nurturing many directors. Given this background, it seemed impolite to decline the invitation. After a brief search in the vicinity, she finally located the restaurant, hastening to the Shangshan Chaozhou restaurant. She communicated with the staff and was promptly ushered into a private room where Wang Jing awaited her. Miss Wang, please take a seat. He greeted her warmly upon her arrival. As she entered the room, she noted that it was just the two of them, a slight discomfort washing over her, as she had heard rumors of this portly man's connections with numerous women. Wang Dao, may I inquire if there is something of significance you wish to discuss? To alleviate the awkwardness, Wang Zuxian directly broached the subject as she settled into her seat. However, Wang Jing did not respond to her inquiry, but instead smiled and asked, "What do you think of TVB?" "It's quite good. Auntie Fong has treated me well," Wang Zuxian replied candidly. She spoke the truth. After being brought to Hong Kong by Fong Yihua, she had indeed received excellent treatment, including accommodation and language lessons in Cantonese and English. Furthermore, she had been cast as the lead in her first drama upon her arrival. Despite having just turned 18, she was perceptive enough to discern the kindness extended toward her. Auntie Fong has indeed been generous, Wang Jing acknowledged without disparagement, before shifting the conversation. I believe you have heard the rumors about Shaw Brothers ceasing operations? The news had caused quite a stir recently, splashed across many newspapers, so she was aware. I have heard, Wang Zuxian replied, her brows knitting slightly. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Your hints are akin to a riddle. Wang Jing raised an eyebrow, but did not take offense. After all, she was a woman favored by the chairman. Since you insist, he said, I will be direct. Shaw Brothers is indeed closing down, and remaining there serves little purpose. It would be more beneficial for you to transition to the Furong Company. With your image and their resources, it won't be long before you become a celebrated actress throughout Hong Kong. At this moment, Wang Zuxian had little renown in Hong Kong. Although she had previously appeared in 2 dramas, this year's Lakeside Will Be Cold and Heaven Official's Blessing. The former had garnered some fame in Taiwan, but it had made little impact in Hong Kong. The film Heaven Official's Blessing has unfortunately failed to recoup its production costs, amassing a mere $8 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office. In comparison to productions from companies such as Shaw Brothers and Cinema City, it languishes at the bottom of the list. Director Wang, I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall not change my allegiance. Sixth aunt has treated me with such kindness, and I cannot be ungrateful. Wang Zuxian shook her head, declining Wang Jing's goodwill. Wang Jing, upon witnessing her refusal, was not taken aback. It was entirely within his expectations. Miss Wang, please do not rush to decline. Wang Jing smiled. With Shaw Brothers ceasing operations, your opportunities to make films will dwindle. If I am not mistaken, Sixth aunt must have mentioned that she would arrange for you to work at TVB. However, you know that TVB compensates its artists rather poorly. After shooting a drama for 2 or 3 months, one might earn only $20,000 to $30,000 at most. And that is for substantial roles. For minor appearances, the remuneration is even less. You journeyed across the sea from Taiwan to become a star and earn significant wealth. Yet do you believe you can achieve that at TVB? Noting the subtle change in Wang Zuxian's demeanor, Wang Jing sensed that his words had struck a chord, a smile gracing his lips. You can inquire about who at TVB has amassed substantial wealth. Are you familiar with Lu Dequa? He is a rising star at TVB, his fame surpassing yours. And even he is contemplating leaving. Do you believe you are superior to him? Wang Zuxian pursed her lips in silence. She felt a twinge of annoyance at being compared to Lu Dequa, yet she had to concede that her current standing was indeed inferior to his. Moreover, she was aware that Wang Jing's assertions held merit. Although she had not been in Hong Kong for long, she had heard whispers of TVB's frugality. Seeing her silence, Wang Jing pressed on. Do you know how much Lu Dequa earns per drama since joining the Ferron Company? How much? Wang Zuxian inquired, curiosity piqued. 200,000. Wang Jing replied, delighting in her astonishment. The company has already signed him for over 10 films, which means he could potentially earn several million just from their productions. How long do you think it would take for you to earn that at TVB? At that moment, Wang Zuxian's mind buzzed with thoughts of millions in earnings. She was not yet the heartbroken woman she would later become. At present, she was an aspiring dreamer who had come to Hong Kong with hopes of earning enough to support her parents and improve her family's living conditions. Contemplating the prospect of working at TVB, where each drama would yield only tens of thousands, she began to waver, pondering how many projects she would need to undertake to reach her financial goals. Wang Jing seized the opportunity to further entice her. Miss Wang, I understand your sentiments and your gratitude towards Sixth Aunt for bringing you to Hong Kong, but I wish to emphasize that she values your worth, which is why she treats you so kindly. Therefore, do not carry the burden of guilt in considering a switch to our company. It is paramount to prioritize your financial success. Earning money is essential to providing a better life for one's parents and loved ones. If you truly feel remorse towards Aunt Lu, you can always repay her in the future when the opportunity arises. However, do not squander your youth and future aspirations in repayment. That would be a grave loss. Wang Jing's harsh words shattered Wang Zuxian's inner resolve. She trembled, her mind echoing the phrases Wang Jing had uttered. She values your worth, which is why she treats you so well. Do not sacrifice your youth and dreams in repayment. You came to Hong Kong to earn money. Only by doing so can you ensure your parents enjoy a better life. It is worth noting that Wang Zuxian's family, residing in Taiwan, is relatively well off, belonging to the middle class. Her father is a professional basketball coach, her mother a former athlete, and she has 2 brothers who lead ordinary lives. If her family's circumstances were truly favorable, she would not have ventured alone to Hong Kong to pursue a career in acting. Reflecting on her original intentions for coming to Hong Kong, Wang Zuxian pressed her lips together and slowly spoke. I signed an 8-year contract with Shaw Brothers. If I were to leave, I would incur a substantial penalty. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing was elated, thinking to himself that the girl had finally opened up and his efforts had not been in vain. Clearing his throat, he said, that indeed poses a problem. An 8-year contract? It seems Aunt Lu holds you in high regard. Your penalty must be in the vicinity of $1 million. I presume? Yes, Wang Zuxian nodded gently, confirming that her penalty was indeed in the millions. Previously, when she was in Taiwan, Fang Yihua had recruited her, costing her former company a penalty of 280,000. Can you afford such a sum? Wang Jing inquired. Wang Zuxian shook her head. Having only completed 1 film, she had no million Hong Kong dollars to her name. In fact, she barely possessed even 100,000. That complicates matters. Wang Jing feigned a sigh. Wang Zuxian's spirits plummeted. Indeed, where could she possibly gather the 1 million Hong Kong dollars for the penalty? Chapter 71. The first encounter with Wang Zuxian. However, there is one individual who can assist you. Just as Wang Zuxian was feeling dejected, a single remark from Wang Jing instantly revitalized her spirits. Who could this person, mentioned by Director Wang, be? Curiosity piqued, Wang Zuxian contemplated the significance of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. It was certainly no trifling sum. Even her family could not produce such an amount. Our company's chairman, Wang Jing, remarked with a smile. Wang Zuxian was momentarily taken aback. Director Wang, do you mean? Miss Wang, let me be straightforward, Wang Jing began, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Has Director Wang invited someone? Wang Zuxian inquired. Without responding, Wang Jing swiftly rose and approached the door, extending her hand to open it. Standing outside was none other than Lin Ze. Chairman, Wang Zuxian observed as Wang Jing respectfully saluted a handsome young man, her demeanor noticeably deferential. Hearing the title of chairman, and recalling Wang Jing's earlier mention of their chairman, Wang Zuxian felt a flicker of astonishment, hastily standing up to regard this illustrious figure with curiosity. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome, with fair skin and an impressive aura. As Wang Zuxian discreetly appraised him, Lin Ze exchanged pleasantries with Wang Jing before stepping into the room. Upon catching sight of Wang Zuxian, his eyes brightened. She was stunningly beautiful, surpassing her appearance on screen, particularly with her large, expressive eyes that shimmered with a gentle allure, captivating anyone who gazed into them. Her features were harmoniously proportioned, with a delicate oval face that bore the softness of youth, hinting at a touch of baby fat. In a few years, as she matured, her beauty would surely deepen, embodying the essence of a fresh lotus, infused with a hint of spirited charm. It must be said that many beautiful actresses of this era exuded a certain spiritedness in their youth. Take Lin Qingxia, for instance. Was she not similarly enchanting at 18? Chairman, allow me to introduce you to Miss Wang Zuxian from Taiwan, Wang Jing interjected. Lin Ze nodded, smiling as he extended his hand, his tone gentle. Hello, Miss Wang. My name is Lin Ze. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Mr. Lin, Wang Zuxian replied, slightly taken aback. Though she was young, it did not imply ignorance. The man before her was a prominent figure in Hong Kong, a super-rich magnate comparable to Xiao Yifu, reportedly worth billions of Hong Kong dollars. In Taiwan, he ranked among the elite. What were you discussing earlier, Director Wang? Lin Ze inquired, feigning ignorance, his curiosity apparent. Wang Jing adeptly recounted their conversation. Upon hearing the details, Lin Ze appeared enlightened and then turned his gaze toward Wang Zuxian, praising, Miss Wang, you possess an elegance akin to that of a fresh lotus. Given the right opportunities, you will undoubtedly rise to stardom, becoming a celebrated actress like Lin Qingxia. A faint blush crept across Wang Zuxian's fair complexion. It was her first time receiving such compliments from a man, especially one as renowned as this affluent gentleman from Hong Kong. A sense of delight inevitably stirred within her. A woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to please, and to receive such lavish praise from a wealthy individual so exalted was indeed a rare honor. Mr. Lin, your compliments are undeserved, Wang Zuxian humbly replied. Lin Ze, with a grave countenance, earnestly asserted, I speak only the truth. Their gazes locked, causing Wang Zuxian's heart to flutter. She quickly averted her eyes, her ears flushed with warmth, and her heart brimming with bashfulness. Observing her crimson cheeks, Lin Ze smiled inwardly, reflecting that she was still but a young adult, blushing at mere flattery. Meanwhile, Wang Jing felt somewhat out of place, akin to a third wheel in this intimate setting. Just as he contemplated excusing himself, Lin Ze remarked, Since Miss Wang is inclined to join our Furong company, we must not betray her trust. I propose that the company cover the 1 million in breach of contract fees. Impressive. To woo a lady, one might spend 1 million without hesitation. Chairman, you are quite extravagant, Wang Jing thought to himself, silently critiquing the situation. His initial plan had been to lend a helping hand to Wang Zuxian by covering the fees, intending to deduct it from her future earnings, thereby winning her favor and holding leverage over her. Yet, the narrative had veered off from his expectations. The boss had decisively taken a different path. Despite his internal grievances regarding Lin Ze's decisions, he refrained from voicing dissent. After all, if he was unperturbed by the expenditure, what could he say? Regaining his composure, Wang Jing smiled at Wang Zuxian, his tone tinged with envy. Miss Wang, you must express your gratitude to the chairman. For you're only the second artist for whom the company has assumed breach of contract fees. The first to incur $1 million was Lu Dehua, and even his penalty was merely 200,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuxian turned her gaze to Lin Ze, who was smiling warmly at her, further amplifying her embarrassment, especially under his intense gaze. However, she felt no aversion. Rather, she reveled in the joy of her allure. Had it been anyone else, they might have reacted with anger and departed in a huff. Director Wang, do you not have other matters to attend to? Lin Ze, sensing the moment was ripe, discreetly nudged Wang Jing to leave. Quick-witted, Wang Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I nearly forgot, Chairman. He stood, smiling, and said, You two enjoy your conversation. I have matters to attend to. With that, he exited the private room swiftly, leaving the two alone. The atmosphere within the room grew decidedly more intimate. Facing Lin Ze alone, Wang Zuxian felt a surge of nervousness. To ease her tension, Lin Ze initiated a casual conversation. I hear you play basketball, Miss Wang? Yes, she replied, her enthusiasm ignited by the mention of her passion. I was on my middle school's team, a sports student, and my father is a basketball coach. So I've been playing since childhood. Is that so? It seems your basketball skills are quite impressive, Lin Ze remarked, smiling. I too enjoy the sport, though my skills leave much to be desired. Would you be willing to coach me? Of course, I'd be happy to, she responded eagerly. Wang Zuxian readily agreed, and after a moment's reflection on Lin Ze's status, she curiously inquired, with such a vast company under your stewardship, do you truly find time to play basketball? Generally, one lacks the leisure, Lin Ze replied with a smile, but if Miss Wang is willing to teach me, I shall certainly make the time. Wang Zuxian could discern the underlying implication in his words, and a blush crept onto her fair cheeks. After a brief exchange, the two departed from the restaurant and stepped outside, where darkness had already descended. Glancing at his watch, Lin Ze remarked, It's nearly 7 o'clock. I heard that a comedy featuring Cheng Long and Hong Jingbao has recently premiered at Jiahe. I wonder if Miss Wang would care to join me for a viewing? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Zuxian nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to a nearby cinema in Harbor City. They purchased 2 tickets, along with popcorn and cola. Just as they were about to enter the screening room, Lin Ze suddenly said, You go ahead. I need to visit the restroom. Wang Zuxian, not giving it much thought, nodded and entered, clutching the popcorn and cola while searching for their seats. Meanwhile, Lin Ze stepped outside the cinema and found a nearby flower shop, where he acquired a bouquet of pink roses. Returning to the cinema, as he sought out their seats, he noticed Wang Zuxian waving at him. As he approached, Wang Zuxian's gaze fell upon the roses in his hand, stirring a flutter within her heart and causing her to feel slightly flustered. These are for you. I hope you like roses, he said, presenting the delicate pink blooms. As she gazed at the flowers and then at Lin Ze's handsome, striking visage, her heart raced. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to accept the roses, her cheeks flushed as she softly murmured, Thank you. Lin Ze flashed a charming smile. This was indeed a promising sign. Her acceptance of the flowers indicated that Wang Zuxian harbored feelings for him. After all, even a fool could comprehend the significance of roses. Chapter 72, Bonds Deepen, A Bountiful Harvest in 1984 Soon, the film commenced. Lin Ze, being quite honest, refrained from taking advantage of the dim surroundings to engage in flirtation. In a first encounter, advancing too swiftly may not always be favorable. However, it varies with individuals. Some women are simply not worth the effort of a slow courtship. Wang Zuxian was initially quite anxious, fearing Lin Ze might act inappropriately. As the movie progressed and Lin Ze remained respectful, her worries eased considerably, and her perception of him elevated slightly. Gradually, she relaxed her demeanor. By the end, they shared popcorn in harmonious cooperation. The film concluded, and it was already past 9 o'clock. The streets were notably less crowded. Miss Wang, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home, Lin Ze offered. Wang Zuxian glanced at the nearby parked Mercedes and waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Lin, no need to trouble yourself. I can take a taxi back. That simply won't do. Lin Ze replied with earnestness. The night can be perilous, and given your beauty, what if a driver harbors ill intentions? It would be safer for me to accompany you. Ignoring Wang Zuxian's bashful demeanor, he took her hand and led her toward the Mercedes parked a few meters away. Wang Zuxian was taken aback, her mind buzzing as Lin Ze guided her along. By the time she regained her senses, they had reached the car, and she found herself unable to withdraw her hand as the driver had already opened the rear door. Lin Ze gently ushered her into the vehicle. With a decisive thud, the driver closed the door and swiftly moved to the driver's seat. Xiaoxian, where do you live? Lin Ze inquired, turning to Wang Zuxian. Her eyelids fluttered slightly. Well, that was quick. You've already changed how you address me. Yet, she did not resent Lin Ze's newfound intimacy. As Lin Ze had surmised, she indeed harbored feelings for him. At 18, a time when the heart begins to awaken, yearning for love, few women could resist the allure of a handsome, talented, and gentle-spoken wealthy suitor. Furthermore, being alone in Xiangjiang, with few friends, she felt a profound emptiness and a longing for affection. I reside at Suihua Garden on Broadcast Road. Broadcast Road? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and instructed the driver, to Broadcast Road, please. Understood. The driver started the engine, merging into the flow of traffic heading toward Broadcast Road. Did Fang Yihua rent that place for you? Yes, she did. It seems she has treated you well, Lin Ze observed. Wang Zuxian nodded. Aunt Lu has been quite kind to me. Lin Ze chuckled softly. You may find her pleasant, but others do not share your sentiment. Throughout the journey, Lin Ze sought to engage Wang Zuxian in conversation. Whether she was oblivious to it or simply forgot, they remained hand in hand throughout. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at Broadcast Road. On the left side of the street stood the TVB building along with other stations, while the right side was lined with numerous residential buildings, many of which housed artists from TVB and ATV. After the vehicle came to a halt, the two individuals exited. Standing by the roadside, Wang Zuxian, with a backpack slung over her shoulder and a pink rose in hand, yearned to convey something to Lin Ze, but was at a loss for words. Observing her hesitation, Lin Ze took the initiative to speak. Xiaoxian, I appreciate you accompanying me to the movies. I've enjoyed our conversation immensely. In response, Wang Zuxian instinctively replied, I feel the same. Being with you brings me joy. Realizing the implications of her words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Lin Ze's eyes, her ears burning with embarrassment, she inwardly chastised herself for being so impulsive as to voice her innermost thoughts. Although the night concealed her features, it was evident that her face was undoubtedly adorned with a veil of shyness. If you find joy in my company, let's meet more often in the future. I hope you won't dismiss my invitations with excuses of being too busy, Lin Ze suggested. To this, Wang Zuxian quickly assured him, I want tea. However, she soon felt a tinge of embarrassment for her eagerness. Lin Ze chuckled, your words are all I need. As the hour grew late, he proposed they return. At that moment, had he seized the opportunity to confess his feelings, expressing his affection and asking her to be his girlfriend, it would have likely succeeded. Even if she had declined, she would have only remarked that it was too soon and that they needed to know each other better. Nevertheless, Lin Ze, mindful of Wang Zuxian's youthful innocence, refrained from displaying undue urgency. While an inexperienced woman may possess her charms, she also tends to become overly clingy once a relationship is established, unless he harbored other intentions. This might be manageable. Yet, Lin Ze was not one to become overly committed to a singular pursuit, thus opting to maintain their ambiguous relationship. Unaware of his contemplations, Wang Zuxian waved goodbye and ventured into the community until she disappeared from view, prompting Lin Ze to turn and depart. Over the subsequent days, the two enjoyed several private outings, their relationship blossoming at an accelerated pace. When Wang Zuxian saw him again, the previous tension and awkwardness had dissipated. She even playfully teased him at times. While they had yet to breach the final barrier, a mutual understanding lingered between them. As the date drew near to February 15th, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, with the spring festival fast approaching, Lin Ze convened a senior management meeting at the company. The agenda included a year-end summary and plans for the upcoming year. The general managers and vice presidents of various subsidiaries were in attendance. Mr. Li, let us commence with your report from the pharmaceutical division, Lin Ze prompted after exchanging pleasantries. Very well, Li Jianya responded, opening the document before him to begin his presentation. This year, our company has developed 2 new medications. The first, Scar Relief, has been launched in regions such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia, generating revenue exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars, totaling over 123 million Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of over 96 million Hong Kong dollars. The second new drug, Viagra, has completed approval processes in multiple countries and is set for global release following the new year. To further enhance the expansion into overseas markets, Lin Ze emphasized that Hong Kong is quite limited in size, with a population of merely 4 to 5 million. Thus, it is imperative to venture abroad. The chairman can rest assured, as we are currently in active discussions with multiple foreign agents for collaboration. If all goes according to plan, 2 of our medications are expected to be launched in dozens of countries worldwide next year. The most expedient and effective method for swiftly entering foreign markets is to seek out collaborative agents, as attempting to penetrate the market independently is far too sluggish. Moreover, in certain regions, the mere quality of the medicine does not guarantee entry. Connections and relationships are essential. In summary, one must learn to share profits. By sharing profits and enlisting a portion of partners, we can access more international markets and, consequently, accrue greater profits. Those who seek to monopolize rarely find favorable outcomes. This year, the pharmaceutical company has merely begun to emerge, with the primary focus resting on the forthcoming year, particularly following the launch of Viagra. Provided the marketing is executed adeptly, the product is bound to become immensely popular. Having discussed matters pertaining to the pharmaceutical company, Lin Ze turned his attention to the general manager of the beverage company, Su Jihong. Mr. Su, please share the current situation on your side. Certainly, Chairman Su Jihong replied, opening his documents and beginning his report. Currently, the beverage company offers only one product, namely Lehu, which is not only launched in Hong Kong, but has also successfully entered the markets of Taiwan, Australia, and Japan. Given that these markets are relatively new to us, sales have been rather modest, totaling over 3.7 million bottles for the year, generating revenue of 15 million Hong Kong dollars. The net profit stands at merely over 3.7 million Hong Kong dollars. The primary culprit for these low figures lies in marketing and promotion, especially in Japan and Taiwan. We have invested no less than 4 million Hong Kong dollars in marketing efforts in these regions. Such financial commitment has yielded some results. In Taiwan, within just over a month, we sold over 1.3 million bottles, averaging more than 40,000 bottles per day. Sales in Japan were even higher, exceeding 1.6 million bottles. With an increased marketing push next year, we anticipate a significant surge in sales. For Lin Ze, as long as there are no losses, that suffices. As for the film company, there is no need for elaboration. 2 projects have already been initiated. If Wang Jing completes filming before the year's end, with swift post-production editing, we anticipate a premiere by the 10th day of the new lunar year. This means the entire process, from filming to release, will be accomplished in just over 10 days. A feat made possible by thorough preparatory work. The daily newspaper company is faring well, thanks to the backing of group funds and the occasional insider information provided by the group, which has significantly boosted the circulation of the daily news to an average of 220,000 copies per day, narrowing the gap with the Oriental Daily. Concurrently, due to the surge in daily news sales, the similar publication Xing Bao has experienced a severe decline, with daily sales plummeting below 100,000 copies, while Oriental Daily has also seen a decrease of 20,000 copies in daily average circulation. With the increase in circulation, advertising revenue has naturally risen, leading to a substantial increase in earnings, with current net profits reaching over 3.9 millions Hong Kong dollars, marquing un commendable achèvement. The primary source of revenue for newspapers does not stem from the sale of the newspapers themselves, but rather from advertising income. Otherwise, relying solely on newspaper sales would yield a meager profit over the course of a year. The cinema company, having recently been incorporated, was not included in this assessment. Overall, the entire Furong Group achieved a net profit of 100 million Hong Kong dollars for the year. While this figure may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to the investments made, resulting in considerable losses. The acquisition of the cinema chain cost 300 million Hong Kong dollars. 60 million was spent on a building, and 80 million was allocated for 3 floors of office space in Central, amounting to an investment of 440 million Hong Kong dollars. Strictly speaking, the Furong Group incurred a loss exceeding 300 million last year. However, these assets are considered foundational investments that were essential. Otherwise, exorbitant expenses would be incurred in leasing factories and office spaces, which would likely amount to 20 to 30 million Hong Kong dollars annually. In summary, Lin Ze expressed satisfaction with the development of the Furong Group over the past year. Although there was a slight divergence from his expectations, the initial progress was commendable. In a buoyant mood, Lin Ze announced during the meeting that all employees would receive a year-end bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary, with managerial staff receiving 2 months' salary. The executives in the conference room were instantly filled with joy, and applause soon followed. In this era, companies that distribute year-end bonuses are relatively rare, with most being foreign enterprises. Local companies in Hong Kong struggle even to pay salaries on time, let alone consider year-end bonuses, unless they are exceptionally profitable. Subsequently, Lin Ze proposed allocating 2 million Hong Kong dollars for a corporate annual meeting, allowing employees from various companies within the group to gather and celebrate, thereby fostering inter-company communication. This proposal received unanimous support from the executives. If year-end bonuses are uncommon, corporate annual meetings are even rarer. Even large conglomerates like Chung Kong do not organize such events. Soon, Lin Ze's announcements regarding the distribution of year-end bonuses and the corporate annual meeting spread throughout the group, leading the employees of the Furong Group to praise the chairman's wisdom. Chapter 73. The Lotus Group became the envy of the Harbor Island residents a few days later. The Wenhua Hotel was bustling with activity, resembling a vibrant marketplace, as groups of people arrived in clusters, transforming the previously quiet atmosphere. This sudden influx left many hotel guests astonished, prompting them to inquire about the reason for such a crowd. The staff explained that the Lotus Group was hosting its annual meeting, having reserved several banquet halls in the hotel, setting up over 140 tables, marking the largest order since the hotel's inception. Holding an annual meeting at a hotel is indeed a rare occurrence in these times. Most enterprises merely celebrate within their own premises or book a local restaurant. To reserve a prestigious hotel for dining is an extraordinary display of extravagance. News of this event quickly disseminated, attracting journalists from various publications to the vicinity of Wenhua Hotel, eager to interview employees of the Lotus Group. Hello, are you an employee of the Lotus Group? Yes. And they are too? Yes. Could you explain why so many of you are gathered at the hotel? Oh, our company is hosting its annual meeting at Wenhua Hotel. An annual meeting? Is it simply a gathering for a meal to celebrate together? Indeed, it is. It seems your company offers quite generous benefits. The benefits are indeed substantial. Not only do we have the annual meeting, but we also receive year-end bonuses. Year-end bonuses? What does that entail? Essentially, it's a bonus given at the end of the year. Oh, may I ask how much bonus you receive at the year's end? Not much, just over 2,000. The employee from the Lotus Beverage Company casually replied. The journalist was taken aback. A bonus exceeding 2,000 seemed remarkably generous, nearly equivalent to his own salary for over half a month. Moreover, his own company offered no bonuses at all. May I inquire what your position is at the Lotus Group? Oh, I'm a loader at the beverage factory. What? A loader can receive a bonus of over 2,000 and dine in such a prestigious hotel? This is incredible. The journalist felt a pang of envy. His monthly salary barely reached 3,000, and he had never dined in such an upscale establishment, not due to a lack of funds, but rather a reluctance to indulge. With a salary of 3,000, coupled with rent and mortgage payments, along with living expenses, he was forced to live frugally to make ends meet. The thought that a factory loader could dine in such luxury while he, an educated individual, could only conduct interviews that left him feeling rather disheartened. He was not alone in his sentiments. Visiting journalists and photographers shared similar thoughts, and even passers-by expressed their envy upon learning the circumstances. The following day, major newspapers in Xiangjiang reported on the Lotus Group's reservation of the Wenhua Hotel for its grand annual meeting. Lotus Group spends lavishly on a grand annual meeting at Wenhua Hotel. How wonderful is it to work at the Lotus Group? In the heart of Hong Kong, the local enterprise with the most generous benefits, the Furong Group, held a grand annual meeting at the Wenhua Hotel. Reports indicate that employees received at least a month's salary as a bonus, with some executives earning bonuses exceeding 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The articles in various newspapers conveyed an unmistakable sense of envy. For the affluent, such sums may seem trivial. Yet for the ordinary citizens who toil hard for a mere $1,000 a month, this was a source of admiration. Not only could they receive their full salaries, but they also enjoyed a month's bonus and dining at a prestigious hotel. How could one not feel envious? As the news spread, more individuals became aware of the splendid treatment at Furong Group, revealing expressions of longing, wishing their own companies could mirror such generosity. Unfortunately, in these times, truly magnanimous businessmen remain a rarity. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the festive season, the spring festival approached. Lin Ze got Tian Yangsheng, along with others, to celebrate the new year. Like Lin Ze, they were orphans who had previously struggled for survival in Southeast Asia, with little time to observe the festivities of the Spring Festival. This marked their first new year in Hong Kong. Perhaps buoyed by newfound financial stability, smiles adorned their faces, reflecting their contentment with their current lives. With a net worth of several hundred million Hong Kong dollars, Lin Ze ranked among the top 100 in the region, leading a remarkably comfortable life. How has business been lately? Lin Ze inquired, summoning Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng to him after a meal aboard a floating restaurant. He had been preoccupied with his own ventures and had not kept up with the nightclub, arcade, and finance company operations. Upon hearing Lin Ze's question, Tian Yangsheng set down his teacup and replied with a smile, "Business is thriving. The nightclub generates over 20 million Hong Kong dollars in revenue each month, with a net profit of approximately 8 million. The arcade is exceptionally busy. I must say, your insight is truly remarkable. We have opened 7 arcades in Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, and they are bustling with activity. On weekends and in the evenings, the crowds are overwhelming. Arriving late means losing your chance to find a seat. Moreover, beverages and cigarettes within the arcade are selling well. The arcade alone generates a net profit of over 2 million monthly. We plan to open a few more. The arcade business primarily features not only video games, but also traditional fruit machines, coin-operated devices that have existed since the last century. However, due to the limitations of integrated circuits, they were too large for commercial use outside of casinos. With the advancements in integrated circuit technology in the 1970s, it became feasible to produce machines similar in size to modern slot machines. Given their minimal technical complexity, following his suggestion, they ordered a batch from an island nation to be placed in the arcade. Relying solely on users playing video games would not yield substantial profits. The key was to capitalize on the slot machines. Upon learning that the arcade business yielded a monthly net profit of over 2 million, Lin Ze nodded in acknowledgement. Not excessive, yet not insignificant either. The consumers in Hong Kong possess considerable purchasing power. It is quite common for an average individual to spend a mere $10 or so. The focus, however, lies primarily with the white-collar class and affluent youths. They indulge in slot machines, wagering no less than several $100s at a time, and sometimes even thousands. By the way, how are the profits of the finance company? They are satisfactory. The number of individuals seeking loans from us has notably increased, averaging around 30 to 40 transactions each month, yielding a net profit of approximately $700,000 to $800,000 monthly. Unlike other usury firms, our integrity-based finance company, led by Tian Yangsheng and others, offers interest rates significantly lower than our competitors, with a swift lending process attracting a considerable clientele. After all, those small-time lending operations run by local gangs, managing a few million in capital, are already quite impressive, as most only handle a few 100,000. In stark contrast, Tian Yangsheng's enterprise boasts a fund exceeding several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. After a moment of calculation in his mind, Lin Ze smiled and remarked, "So, that means the company could be earning around $11 million monthly?" "Indeed, Brother Ze," Tian Yangsheng nodded. "However, Brother Ze, the team does not intend to distribute profits. We plan to reinvest our earnings into opening 2 new nightclubs in Causeway Bay and Mong Kok. That is acceptable. Yet, establishing nightclubs in those areas will likely require some dealings with the local gangs, won't it? Both Mong Kok and Tsim Sha Sui, as well as Causeway Bay, are major territories for gang infiltration, where various factions vie for dominance. It is exceedingly challenging to monopolize an area. Typically, one gang controls a few streets. Achieving a clean sweep is nearly impossible. This is not like Suan Wan or Tun Mun in the countryside, though he rarely involved himself in underworld affairs. Lin Ze was aware that opening nightclubs and gaming halls in other regions would necessitate communication with the local gangs. Otherwise, they might perceive it as an encroachment. In fact, it is essential not only to coordinate with the gangs, but also to maintain good relations with fire safety and local police departments. Otherwise, inspections could occur at any moment. Unless Lin Ze were to publicly declare that the gaming halls and nightclubs were his ventures, the authorities would be wary of him and refrain from demanding bribes. After all, a billionaire with assets worth tens of billions could influence the economic direction of Hong Kong, and more importantly, a single phone call to the police commissioner could have significant repercussions. Thus, local gangs and law enforcement tend to avoid interfering with the enterprises of wealthy tycoons. An agreement has been reached to pay 50,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly to the local gangs, ensuring they do not come looking for trouble. Lin Ze nodded. 50,000 is not excessive. Consider it a necessary expense to avert disaster. Once the nightclubs are operational, they should generate at least a little over 10 million in revenue each month. Allocating 50,000 to appease the local gangs is not a loss, provided there are no disturbances. The main issue is that without payment, it becomes imperative to cultivate relationships with the gangs to penetrate the market, thereby facilitating the expansion of gray businesses, which is not Lin Ze's intention. In 7 or 8 years, all major gangs will need to clean up their acts. At that point, vigorously developing gang connections would hold little significance. In the 70s, perhaps it would have been feasible, but currently, it is unnecessary. Since an agreement has been reached, it is sufficient to proceed according to your intentions. The matter of profit sharing is of little consequence to us. After all, none of us are in dire need of the money. Tian Yangsheng and Tian Yangsheng exchanged knowing smiles. Each of them possesses a fortune in the billions. Thus, they are not particularly eager for immediate distribution of profits. Chapter 74. Land Auction. Today, I shall secure this parcel. Prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully claimed the following rewards. 1. A character card for the suit-wearing thug. 2. The danger perception skill. Note. Utilizing the character card grants allegiance from the cinematic figure, Gao Jin. The danger perception skill is a passive ability that alerts the host to potential dangers within a 2-kilometer radius. Remarkable. Previously, Lin Ze had woken up in a groggy state, yawning and appearing drowsy. However, upon hearing the system notification, he instantly became alert, his face alight with joy. The suit-wearing thug is legendary, a force to be reckoned with, dominating others effortlessly. Had he not consumed the enhanced gene serum, it is likely that, based on his current capabilities, he would struggle against Gao Jin. In summary, this is an extraordinarily formidable expert. The second reward is even more impressive, a danger alert within a 2-kilometer radius. With this skill, it would be quite challenging for anyone to ambush him with a firearm, unless they possessed an exceptionally long-range, highly precise sniper rifle capable of a lethal shot from 2 kilometers away. However, Lin Ze mused that it would be even better if the range extended to 5 kilometers, as that would eliminate concerns about ambushes altogether. Despite his excitement, he felt a tinge of regret. After a brief moment, Lin Ze dismissed these thoughts. Something is better than nothing. Eagerly, he activated the character card. Prompt. Character card activated successfully. As the system notification faded, Lin Ze witnessed a shimmering apparition accompanied by a blinding light for a fleeting 3 to 4 seconds. In the next moment, a tall, chiseled man with a cold demeanor appeared before him. After flexing his wrists and neck, the man stepped forward respectfully, stating, "Gao Jin at your service, master. Just call me boss," Lin Ze replied, surveying him. He inwardly acknowledged that Gao Jin resembled the character he had envisioned. "Can you drive?" he inquired. "Indeed," Gao Jin affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. You shall serve as my bodyguard from now on." "Understood." Observing Gao Jin's stern expression, Lin Ze felt a sense of satisfaction. Truly, as a suit-wearing thug, his aura could captivate a multitude of admirers. "Come, let me introduce you to your future colleagues." Lin Ze led Gao Jin downstairs and summoned Wang Liang, saying, "This is Gao Jin, my bodyguard. He will be teaming up with you, and I trust you will instruct him in the daily tasks." Wang Liang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gao Jin, instinctively sensing that this individual was no ordinary man. "What skills do you possess to be the boss's bodyguard?" he provocatively challenged. In response to Wang Liang's taunts, Gao Jin maintained his stoic demeanor, his voice dripping with indifference. "You shall soon discover my worth. Bold lad, I'm keen to see what you can do." Wang Liang scoffed, turning on his heel and striding away. Gao Jin did not hesitate and followed suit, clearly indicating that the two were about to engage in a contest outside. Lin Ze made no attempt to intervene. Rather, he eagerly anticipated the spectacle. He was curious to see whose martial prowess would prevail. In terms of weaponry, Gao Jin was undoubtedly inferior to Wang Liang, who was an assassin. However, when it came to hand-to-hand combat, the outcome remained uncertain and warranted a trial. One thing was certain. The 6 sword servants rewarded by the system did not possess the extraordinary abilities depicted in anime, such as scaling walls or soaring through the air. Otherwise, they would be utterly invincible. Bang! Thud! As Lin Ze stepped into the courtyard, the two had already commenced their duel. Their strikes were exchanged with vigor and intensity. After a while, Lin Ze began to discern certain nuances. Gao Jin's attacks were robust and forceful, while Wang Liang displayed agility. Though seemingly delicate, his strikes were no less powerful than Gao Jin's. Lin Ze speculated whether Wang Liang had practiced internal martial arts. "All right, let's call it day," Lin Ze announced after observing that neither had emerged victorious. With a final clash, both fighters retreated a few steps. "Well done. You qualify to be the boss's bodyguard." Wang Liang, exhaling deeply and wearing a smile, regarded Gao Jin with evident satisfaction at his prowess. Gao Jin, having taken a blow to the chest, felt a surge of blood and a metallic taste in his throat, but he suppressed his discomfort and nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, replying with an air of indifference, "You're not bad either." "Ha!" Wang Liang chuckled lightly, having noticed Gao Jin's injury but choosing not to call him out on it. For him, the opportunity to exchange blows was a rare privilege and worthy of genuine respect. Lin Ze glanced at the two and said, "Clean yourselves up. We need to prepare for departure. Today is quite busy. In the morning, I must represent the Hongdang group at the Land Office Land Auction, and in the afternoon, I will attend the premiere of God of Gamblers." At this moment, there was no formal premiere. It was Lin Ze who had requested Zhou Zhihui to amplify the event at scale. As the first film produced by Furong Film Company, it was imperative for the box office performance to be stellar. Should it flop, it would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the industry, mocked for spending millions, recruiting talent, acquiring cinemas, only for the film to fail miserably. Such a scenario would be utterly disgraceful. Understood. Both Wang Liang and Gao Jin responded affirmatively. An hour later, a sleek black Hummer and a white second-generation Honda Accord arrived sequentially at the building housing the land office. Both vehicles came to a steady halt in front of the entrance. Subsequently, Gao Jin, seated in the passenger seat, exited first, swiftly approaching the rear door and opening it while maintaining a vigilant watch of the surroundings. Lin Ze, donned in a tailored suit and polished shoes, alighted from the vehicle, his gaze appraising the modest edifice before him. At that moment, Xiao Wanjin, clad in light blue high-waisted fitted jeans, paired with a delicate pink knitted top and white low-heeled shoes, approached him briskly. Lin Ze assessed her with a nod of silent approval. After a few months as a secretary, her fashion sense has significantly improved, showcasing her ability to dress elegantly. At times, she can truly captivate his attention, as she does now, clad in form-fitting high-waisted jeans that perfectly accentuate her long, slender legs, complemented by her tiny waist, reminiscent of a model's physique, albeit with a modest bust. This style suits you remarkably well. You should wear it more often, Lin Ze remarked earnestly. Instantly, Xia Wanjin's lovely face flushed with a delicate crimson, a wave of shyness enveloping her as she lowered her head, clearly feeling somewhat out of her depth. Lin Ze offered a gentle smile, refraining from teasing the young secretary further. Let us proceed. It's nearly time for the event, he stated, leading the way towards the entrance, with Gao Jin closely following and Xia Wanjin hurriedly keeping pace. In a short while, the trio arrived at the auction hall, a spacious venue capable of accommodating around 100 guests, of which 2 to 3 dozen were already seated. As they entered, numerous discerning gazes were cast upon them. Lin Ze, adorned with a faint smile, strode confidently forward, undeterred by the scrutiny of the onlookers. After all, none of these individuals were formidable enough to intimidate him. They settled into seats towards the back rows. Before long, a staff member approached, distributing a number plate marked with the number 13 and a packet of information. Handing the number plate to the young secretary, while Lin Ze perused the documents at hand. The contents detailed several key parcels of land up for auction today, one of which was the very piece he intended to secure. As Lin Ze examined the materials, several more groups entered the auction hall. Among them familiar faces such as Chang Shi and the helmholder Li Huanghua, alongside industry magnates like the shipping tycoon Bao Yugong and Guo Dixing. It appeared that today's auction for these parcels of land was far from ordinary, drawing an impressive array of business tycoons. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ze silently mused, pondering how many others shared his interest in the land located near Haiging City. Regardless of who they were, he resolved to claim that parcel today. Chapter 75. The Land Auction. Who is this person? Prior to the commencement of the land auction, a foreign official from the Lands Department took the stage to deliver some grandiose remarks, subsequently handing over the proceedings to the host and promptly announcing the initiation of the auction. The first parcel of land, situated near Suanwan, is designated for residential use and boasts a substantial area of approximately 47 acres, which may not seem significant in the mainland, but is indeed considerable in Hong Kong. The starting bid was set at 270 million Hong Kong dollars, and after several rounds of bidding, the land was ultimately secured by the Nan Fung Group for 450 million. The Nan Fung Group is a venerable enterprise in Hong Kong, originally known as the Nan Fung Spinning Factory, a leading player in the textile industry, with its founder, Chen Tinghua, often referred to as the Cotton King. During the 1960s and 70s, the garment industry in Hong Kong flourished immensely. However, by the mid-1970s, the textile industry began to decline, prompting its founder to shift the business focus towards real estate and finance, acquiring land in various locations. Notable developments include the Nanfeng New Village in Quarry Bay and the Tsuan Feng Center in Tsuanwan. Tsuanwan serves as a cornerstone for the Nanfeng Group, given that its factories own multiple parcels of land in the area, marking it as a rising star in the real estate sector, primarily concentrating on urban locales to avoid fierce competition in the bustling central and western districts. The second plot of land is located in Sha Tin, which, like Tsuanwan and Tuen Mun, is classified as a new town. It is currently the most developed and largest among the 3 major new towns. This plot spans 200 square feet, roughly equivalent to 55 acres, and its starting bid was slightly lower than that of the Tsuanwan parcel. After a round of competitive bidding, it was acquired by Chung Kong for 397 million. Although Sha Tin has seen significant development, particularly with the construction of the first city by Sun Hung Kai, it remains separated from the bustling Kowloon by Lion Rock. To reach Kowloon, one must traverse a tunnel or navigate the winding mountain roads, unlike Tsuanwan, which allows direct access via the coastal highway. Furthermore, it is adjacent to Tuen Mun, another new town. Had it not been for the industrial presence in Tsuanwan, the latter would likely have far superior development prospects compared to Sha Tin. Next, we turn our attention to the auction of a commercial plot located on Canton Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, encompassing an area of 187,300 square feet, approximately 26 1 acres. As the host began to read the details of the third parcel, Lin Ze felt invigorated. He had come specifically for this piece of land. Its location is exceptional, adjacent to Harbor City and next to the Kowloon Walled fire station. While it may not quite rival Harbor City, it is among the few valuable parcels available for auction in Walled. Lin Ze intends to bid on this land and invest heavily in creating a commercial CBD that integrates shopping, hotels, and office spaces. With the foot traffic from the nearby Harbor City, he believes it could be successfully developed. However, he is not participating in this auction as the owner of the Furong Group, but rather as the chairman of the board of Hong Kong Electric Group. The Hong Kong Electric Group boasts a multitude of business ventures, among which lies its real estate operations. Last year, the group achieved a net profit of 730 million, with approximately 1 billion in cash flowing through its accounts. Rather than distributing dividends, it would be more prudent to invest in land development. Seizing the current favorable prices of land, the group plans to acquire several plots. Furthermore, there are intentions to relocate the power plant from AP Lei Chau to Lama Island, thereby freeing up the land for residential development. This strategy will inevitably increase the group's liabilities. Shareholders question this approach, yet it reflects a confidence in the future growth of the Hong Kong real estate sector, suggesting that capitalizing on low prices now will benefit the company in the long run. When the global financial crisis strikes in 1987, the Hong Kong stock market may suffer significant blows, offering an opportunity for privatization of the Hong Kong Electric Group at a lower price. In essence, the plan is to utilize the group's funds to purchase land for development, and then, when the market conditions are ripe, such as during a stock price plummet, capitalize on the situation to achieve the ultimate goal of privatization. Even if the anticipated financial crisis does not materialize, he could orchestrate a short sale of the Hong Kong Electric Group through proxies and subsequently buy back at a lower price. As long as he possesses ample cash, he can influence the trajectory of a stock. This scenario is reminiscent of the manipulators in the A-share market who conspire to orchestrate schemes. While A-share manipulators must be wary of regulatory scrutiny, he is unencumbered by such concerns, having ample intermediaries to shield him from detection. The starting bid is set at 180 million, with increments no less than 1 million. As the auctioneer's voice fades, bids are promptly raised. 200 million. Mr. 6 calls out. 210 million. Mr. 9 responds. 240 million. 280 million. I bid 300 million. 330 million. 345 million. 350 million. Observing the escalating bids, Lin Ze remains composed, recognizing that such prime real estate in Tsim Sha Tsui will undoubtedly attract fierce competition. The initial bidders often serve as mere cannon fodder, with the true heavyweights making their presence felt later in the auction. Nonetheless, the price has surged from 180 million to 350 million. No, it should be 360 million, representing a staggering 100 increase. Fortunately, the real estate sector has yet to rebound. Had it been during the fervent market conditions of 3 or 4 years ago, the frenzy would have been even more pronounced. 370 million. 383 million. Mr. 10 bids, 383 million. Is there any higher offer? The auctioneer's voice rises, filled with excitement, as the premium exceeds 100, marking one of the highest bids for land in recent years. Seated beside Lin Ze, Xiao Wanjin glances at him multiple times, acutely aware that his primary purpose for attending is this very plot. However, witnessing Lin Ze's unwavering demeanor as he silently observes without participating in the bidding stirs a sense of anxiety within her. She hesitates repeatedly, perplexed by his thoughts. Noticing her growing agitation, Lin Ze gently pats her slender thigh, signaling her to remain calm. Xiao Wanjin trembled all over, her entire being tensed. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Just as she expected Lin Ze to withdraw his hand, he did not. Instead, he gently caressed her leg. Such an intimate gesture nearly caused her to cry out. Biting her lip and lowering her gaze, she seemed to endure some unseen torment. Lin Ze appeared oblivious to her distress. Yet in truth, he was testing Xiao Wanjin, gauging her reaction. Would she be embarrassed or indignant? Clearly, her response pleased him immensely. $389 million. Does anyone wish to bid higher? The auctioneer called out, noting the silence that followed. $389 million going once. You may raise your paddle. Lin Ze patted Xia Wanjin's leg, signaling her to bid. She promptly raised her paddle. Upon seeing Lin Ze write a figure on a piece of paper, she quickly exclaimed, $390 million. The auctioneer, now aware, excitedly announced, number 13 bids $390 million. At this, many attendees turned their heads, scrutinizing Lin Ze and Xia Wanjin. Upon witnessing their youthful faces, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was Lin Ze's first appearance at a land auction, and as he seldom engaged with the elite circles of Hong Kong, few recognized him. However, some speculated about his identity, including Li Huanghua and shipping magnate Bao Yujing. After all, it was rare for someone so young to possess hundreds of millions in Hong Kong dollars. Upon seeing Lin Ze, Li Huanghua recalled the earlier incident involving the rival bidding for Hong Kong Light, and his expression darkened. Number 6, Huang Zhixiang furrowed his brow. He had thought victory was assured, only to find a formidable contender had emerged. Who was this person? He inquired of those nearby, but received no familiar names in reply. Increase the bid, Huang Zhixiang stated coldly, determined to secure the land. A mere youth, how could he possibly surpass his wealth? $390 million going once. 3. $400 million. Number 6 bids $400 million. The auctioneer's excitement surged as he announced the new bid. Chapter 76, A Struggle for Land. A confrontation between Huang and Lin. $400 million. The bid of number 6 echoed through the hall. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanjin turned to Lin Ze. Raise it by $10 million, Lin Ze stated calmly, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. If he could confront Li Jiaqing, he had no reason to fear anyone else. Xia Wanjin promptly raised her paddle, exclaiming, $400 million, $10 million. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, announced, number 13 bids $400 million, $10 million. Damn it, Huang Zhixiang gritted his teeth. This price had already surpassed his expectations. $400 million, $20 million. After a brief contemplation, Huang Zhixiang bellowed, casting a sharp glare at Lin Ze. If looks could kill, Lin Ze would have been mercilessly slaughtered by now. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, displaying no sign of fear, and replied at a steady pace, raise it by another $10 million. Xia Wanjin lifted her paddle once more, declaring, $400 million, $30 million. Witnessing this exchange, the audience in the auction hall erupted in amusement and intrigue. Who was this young man, daring to challenge the Huang family? It was uncertain, yet his composed demeanor suggested he possessed some degree of strength. Goodness, when did such a figure emerge in Hong Kong? The head of the Huang family has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Securing this plot will likely require several million more. This is merely youthful bravado. It's already at $430 million. There's no prospect for residential development, so continuing this bidding seems futile. Upon hearing the additional bid of $10 million, Huang Zhixiang's expression darkened. He contemplated whether to continue. Money was not an issue, as their company, Shina Properties, was no small player. They were an established developer in Hong Kong. Furthermore, the Huang family was not solely operating in Hong Kong, but also expanding in Lion City. Having cultivated their presence in Lion City for over 20 years, the Huang family had developed 1/6 of the private properties there. Therefore, financial capability was not a major concern. What he considered was whether this plot of just over 20 acres, being commercial land, was worth the expenditure of over $400 million. $400 million, $40 million. After pondering, Huang Zhixiang resolved to raise the bid once more, eager to test the opponent's resolve. Before Xia Wanjin could raise her paddle, Lin Ze audibly declared, $400 million, $50 million. After all, the money belonged to the group, not solely to him, making it easier to part with. Moreover, he perceived that while this location currently seemed less desirable, it would soon undergo extensive land reclamation and the construction of the Guangzhou-Shenzhen-Hong Kong Express Rail Link and the West Kowloon Cultural District. Once completed, what was once seen as an undesirable location would transform into a highly coveted area. Setting aside the land reclamation, even in its current state, this so-called less desirable location was merely in comparison to Harbor City. In relation to other areas like Hung Hom and Ho Man Tin, it was still more favorable. At the very least, it was situated in Tsim Sha Sui, relatively close to the bustling districts of Yaomati and Jordan. Coupled with the traffic flow from the nearby harbor city, this investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Although Huang Zhixiang found the place quite appealing for business development and believed it had potential, he was not a reincarnated individual and was uncertain about the future. Coupled with the current downturn in Hong Kong's real estate market, he lacked the conviction that Lin Ze possessed. Upon witnessing Lin Ze's unwavering resolve and an additional bid of 10 million, he promptly withdrew. 450 million once, 450 million twice. The auctioneer, noticing Huang Zhixiang's cessation of bidding, could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a vigorous contest between the two parties. Yet Huang Zhixiang surrendered so swiftly? Such a concession was unbecoming of the son of the lion-hearted tycoon. As the auctioneer internally lamented, he could only raise the wooden hammer, 450 million, third time. With a decisive strike, he declared sold. Turning to the location where Lin Ze stood, he smiled. Congratulations to number 13 for securing this plot. The audience in the auction hall applauded, albeit with some eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. Lin Ze remained unperturbed, aware that many perceived him as a fool, yet he chose not to clarify. He was not fixated on the present, but rather on the future. Could this crowd possess a better vision than him? There was another plot of land available, situated in Chai Wan in the Eastern District. Although it was a residential site, Lin Ze deemed its location too remote, truly a less desirable area. Furthermore, according to the data, the plot was on a hillside, presenting significant earthwork challenges, rendering development costs exorbitant and prices unfeasible. If Chai Wan were to be priced similarly to Hung Hom, he would prefer to invest in Hung Hom. Despite the congestion of the Cross Harbor Tunnel, Hung Hom offered a splendid vista and was centrally located, making it convenient to reach Causeway Bay, Central, Tsim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok. Additionally, the Whampoa Garden developed by Hutchison allowed views of Victoria Harbor's nightscape. In conclusion, the development potential of Chai Wan was limited, unable to command a high premium. Lacking interest, he refrained from bidding. After the auction concluded, Lin Ze was invited by the Lands Department staff to complete the necessary formalities. Mr. Lin, upon finalizing the procedures and preparing to depart, he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw his recent competitor. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing in particular, just wanted to extend